Su Feng was a proud lazy bum. His dream life? Sleep 12 hours, cook nothing, and let the world leave him alone. But then, the universe's #1 cooking master system crashed into his skull like a frying pan from heaven. And suddenly, the laziest man alive owned a restaurant. The system chimes. Novice task: make 1 bowl of instant noodles. Su Feng sighs. Bro, I can barely boil water. But the moment he cooks, boom, the noodles glow like divine treasure. A customer takes a bite and passes out from pure happiness. His daughter screams, "Dad, this uncle is too full. Do I call 120? Another regular shows up. Except, she looks different. Yu points, shocked. Dad, why did this lady gain 20 pounds since last month? System notification flashes. Warning, your dishes are too good. Side effect: uncontrollable appetite. Su Feng grabs his head. No, please, I just wanted to be a useless salted fish. Not a public health crisis. But every dish he makes, Wensi tofu, braised meats, god-tier noodles, turns into top-tier food capable of bending reality. Customers worship him. Food critics hunt him. And Su Feng? He just wants a nap. My lazy life was destroyed by a system that makes god-tier food. Only on Manhwa Recap Haven, where even a salted fish can cook like a god. How do you even sleep? A crisp little voice echoed through the room. At your age, in your situation, you still sleep like this? Don't you have any shame? At the break of dawn, a tiny girl in a frilly princess dress, fair-skinned, energetic, with adorably round double buns like Neza, was tugging Su Feng's left arm back and forth as he slept like a log. When he didn't react, she went straight for his phone. Skillfully, like a seasoned veteran, she opened Douyin, hit save, cranked the volume to max, and played her favorite short video, the one she had been obsessed with for a whole month. The first line blasted out. How do you manage to sleep? Lazy bones. Wake up. The little gremlin then reached out and grabbed Su Feng's cheeks with her soft but surprisingly strong hands. Hiss! Su Feng's eyes twitched open. There she was, his cute little sister, sitting smugly beside him, and all he felt was a rising storm of frustration. Ever since the 2-child policy kicked in 5 years ago, his parents had produced a second child, a daughter. And since that day, he had pretty much lived his life doing only 3 things: feeding her, carrying her, and entertaining her. Then helping with homework. Then acting as brother, babysitter, and stand-in father. And Tong Tong, this little girl, was mischievous enough for 10 children, especially when it came to teasing her older brother. Honestly, he didn't even want to go home during university breaks. But now, 3 months after graduating, he was still stuck at home taking care of this family's little princess. Wake up at 8 a.m. to take her to kindergarten, pick her up around 3:30, carry her, coax her to sleep, entertain her endlessly. A lifelong single man forced into the life of a stay-at-home dad ahead of schedule. At least she was potty-trained now. Small mercy. His parents? They'd completely given up on him, the college graduate who couldn't even land a girlfriend. Not because they didn't love him, but because they were both buried in work. Dad was a high school geography teacher. Mom was a math teacher at a different school, class A homeroom teacher, no less. Her workload was insane. And with both parents that busy, the entire responsibility of raising the family's precious daughter fell onto him. Who could have predicted the 2 highly educated teachers, one even guiding the city's top-performing class, would end up with a son who scored 248 on the college entrance exam? When the results came out, the entire Su family went silent. The atmosphere, unforgettable, painful, traumatizing. In a family of professors and teachers spanning generations, the eldest grandson scored 248. Even Auntie Wong next door knew the number by heart. And so, his parents decided to have a second child. Su Feng then spent 3 years at a vocational college, barely scraping a diploma. Graduated. Failed to find a job. Didn't want to work anyway. Stayed home for almost a year. Parents were disappointed. Grandparents sighed daily. Only grandma still doted on him. Tong Tong, the little princess, was for this year middle kindergarten class. Full name, Su Sitong. Nickname, Tong Tong. Brother had a dream, Su Feng mumbled, still half asleep. Fairy Chang'e came down to be your sister-in-law. TCH brother, you're too ugly. Nobody would want to marry you. That one sentence stabbed Su Feng straight in the heart. His mouth twitched violently. Even though he knew he was obviously the most handsome man in the world in his sister's eyes, he was still just a good-for-nothing single dog. Lazy bones, hurry up. Wash up. Eat breakfast. Then take Tong Tong to kindergarten. She stuck out her tongue, hummed a tune, and hopped out of the room. Ding dong. Warning, host has failed a system task. Remaining chances, 1/3. If tasks continue to fail, system will unbind automatically. Note: unbinding will remove your chance to become a master chef. That crisp mechanical female voice snapped Su Feng awake instantly. He rubbed his eyes, dragged himself up, grabbed clothes, and shuffled toward the bathroom. He slapped facial cleanser onto his face and scrubbed vigorously. A few days ago, he had acquired a system, the universe's #1 invincible cooking god. Every day, a cold, aloof female robot voice echoed in his mind, supervised by a stern older woman-sounding AI to become a top chef. What a wonderful life. The system, even nicknamed Mature Woman for convenience, had given him his first mission: open a restaurant. The system even provided the restaurant a conditional gift: a 160 square meters shop with 110 square meters usable space, plus a tiny 50 square meters living area in the back. He named it casually Xiao Su's Gourmet Restaurant. He needed to hit a turnover of 10,000 to officially earn ownership and unlock new cooking skills. But running a steamed bun shop meant waking up at 4 a.m., not 5 too late. Dough needed prep time. Fillings needed mixing. The buns needed to be ready by 6 to 6:30 a.m., plus porridge and soy milk essential. Otherwise, some customers would eat buns without drinking anything and choke. Don't laugh, there were plenty of people capable of such feats. After washing up, Su Feng went to the living room. The apartment was decorated like it was still the 1990s. Wooden floorboards were practically peeling. A typical 3-bedroom unit. 2 south-facing rooms, 1 north-facing, a central living room, kitchen on the side, and rare in an old building 2 bathrooms. The master bedroom bathroom was for his parents and sister. Su Feng used the common bathroom alone. In the living room, an oversized, old-fashioned sofa sat under thick cushions. A fish tank bubbled beside the TV. And yes, cleaning the fish tank was also somehow his job. Leftovers from last night sat on the kitchen table: stewed fish, pickled radish, egg drop soup, and steamed buns. "Mom, can we stop eating leftovers every day?" Su Feng muttered. Experts say eating leftovers regularly is bad for the stomach. His mother, Lu Fangfang, walked out in simple casual clothes, wrist adorned with a small watch. Short maple-colored waves framed her face, and her black-rimmed glasses glinted. Whenever she frowned, the entire family braced themselves. Not because she was fierce, but because 22 years as a homeroom teacher had carved rules and strictness into her very soul. Frankly, Su Feng was terrified of her. He'd sworn since childhood he would never marry a teacher. Not even a girl whose mother was a teacher. Lu Fangfang shot him a cold look. "Your maternal grandparents are 92. They've eaten leftovers their whole lives." Su Feng whispered, "Grandma is grandma. I'm me. How is that the same?" His mother folded her arms. "At 92, your grandmother can still jump rope 500 times and walk 3 kilometers. Which health expert can do that?" Su Feng went silent. He couldn't win this one. Tong Tong couldn't help giggling as she watched her mother scold her brother. The little girl sat at the table with her steamed bun, tearing off fluffy pieces and soaking them in her warm rice porridge until they softened. She alternated between the soaked bun, a bit of pickled vegetables, and a small piece of boneless fish, eating with the exaggerated elegance only a child could manage. Su Feng, freshly lectured by his mother, was completely deflated. "When my restaurant opens and I start making money, I'm moving in there," he muttered stubbornly. "Move where? You can't even get up early. Just sell that so-called renovated restaurant of yours," Lu Fangfang fired back. She knew exactly how broke her son was. He studied near the medical university, so she had rented him a 2-story shop. He'd claimed it was from a friend who didn't want rent. She actually believed him at first. But after thinking about it, forget paying rent, this kid probably didn't even have enough money to buy a refrigerator. If he emptied his pockets right now, he'd be lucky to find 200 yuan. Ever since he graduated, she'd only been giving him 1,000 yuan a month for living expenses. Su Feng didn't complain. For someone freshly graduated and still mostly relying on parents, 1,000 yuan wasn't bad at all. So long as he didn't go out for massages or bathhouse trips, it was enough. Of course, that didn't include meals. "Dad, why don't you just cut off the hair on the sides?" Su Feng asked, squinting at his father's receding hairline. "You might as well shave it." His father, Su Jianyi, an earnest geography teacher in his early 50s, adjusted his black-rimmed glasses and drank his thin porridge. "Why shave it? I'm already bald in the middle. The hair on the sides is my last stand." Lu Fangfang grabbed her bag. "Take good care of Tong Tong. I'm heading to school." Last year, when Su Jianyi turned 48, she'd secretly measured his head while he slept and ordered him a custom-made wig worth 2,000 yuan. He'd thrown it away without blinking. Fine bald, then. She'd given up caring. Su Feng nodded. "Don't worry, Tong Tong can take care of herself." "Hee, don't let her play on the phone," his father added. The parents left. As usual, the dishes were left for Su Feng. "Brother, I want an ice pop." "It's morning, what ice pop? I'm broke." Su Feng yawned as he carried dishes into the kitchen, washing them with a half-shut sleepy eye. Tong Tong's big grape-like eyes darted left and right. Then she ran off to their parents' bedroom, flipped through one of her father's geography books, and triumphantly fished out 3 bright red Mao Zedong banknotes. She ran back, holding the money above her head. "Brother, buy me an ice pop." Su Feng stared. "Where'd you get this?" Tong Tong found the money Dad hid in his book. "You're amazing," he said as he casually slipped the money into his pocket. "Give brother a kiss." "Humph. No kissing. Just buy me an ice pop." Okay. I'll carry you to get one." Hee Tong Tong stretched her arms toward him. He picked her up, kissed her chubby cheek, and they headed out. They walked to the supermarket outside the community and bought the kind of ice pop that could be broken in half. Tong Tong insisted on saving half for her best friend, Ting Ting. They walked together to colorful Sunshine Kindergarten. "Bye-bye, brother." Tong Tong waved excitedly as soon as she spotted Ting Ting. "Bye-bye." Su Feng waved back. "Bye-bye, I'll walk you later." Their golden retriever, Bye-bye, lay in the little first-floor yard, tail thumping weakly. The moment it saw Su Feng, it jumped up with renewed life, barking and wagging its tail like a fan. "Bye-bye, bye-bye." And just like that, Su Feng walked away. The dog froze, spirit instantly crushed, curling back into a sad, furry lump. Su Feng hopped on the electric scooter his mother bought him and headed toward the shop the system assigned him. Technically, it wasn't even his yet. The system would only hand it over once he completed the tasks. Stingy thing. Ding dong. "Please complete the system tasks diligently," the mature woman's voice echoed in his mind, her tone nagging as always. She was determined to turn him into a top-tier culinary master. Come on, get it together," Su Feng muttered, slapping his cheeks lightly. "You can't keep being a salted fish. The system chose you like a protagonist in a novel. Don't waste it." He removed the battery from his scooter. No way was he letting some thief steal it and carried it inside the shop. "The dough I needed last night, if I don't steam it today, it's wasted," he groaned. The system's newbie gift pack had come with detailed tutorials on making xiaolongbao dough, resting time, meat filling, everything. He'd procrastinated long enough. Today, he had to start. Who says xiaolongbao are only for breakfast? Lunch crowds eat too. He pulled ground pork from the fridge, chopped scallions and ginger, boiled Sichuan peppercorn water essential for removing any smell and boosting flavor. One flavor for now, mushroom and pork. He finally chopped shiitake mushrooms and mixed them in with the meat, adding soy sauces, oyster sauce, seasoning, and finally, sesame oil. Swish, 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 he stirred counterclockwise, folding the meat repeatedly until it firmed up. Flour on the board. Dough on top. He kneaded, rolled, cut, and wrapped each bun with surprisingly delicate craftsmanship. 10 buns a minute, neat little chrysanthemum tops and all. He steamed 10 baskets at once. Enough to test the waters. The aroma soon filled the kitchen, steam drifting like a soft fog. Being a chef is exhausting, he sighed, lighting a cigarette as he sat near the kitchen. He wasn't a heavy smoker, but half a pack a day was normal. He placed a small blackboard at the entrance. Today's special, fresh pork xiaolongbao. Just then, a clear, familiar female voice floated in from the doorway. "Hello, do you still have steamed buns?" A woman, approximately 168 centimeters tall, with a slender figure, long legs, and fair skin, was observed. A woman with a neat ponytail, wearing black trousers and a white short-sleeved shirt, and possessing stunning beauty. The woman was holding a cute little girl, about 1 year old, with chubby cheeks. Su Feng felt that the woman's face was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen her before. "What kind of fillings do you have for these buns?" she asked in a cool voice. "Mommy, yeah." The little baby in my arms moved around playfully, its big eyes curving like crescent moons. The baby is chubby with short, thick fingers and a round, chubby face. He's an adorable little angel, even cuter than Tong Tong was at 1 year old. "Sweetie, how about mommy gives you a steamed bun? It smells so good." Su Feng looked slightly stunned, then smiled and said, "Right now, we only have mushroom and pork filling." "Oh, I'll have 1 basket. Do you have porridge?" "Yes, millet porridge." "Who are you?" She looked up at Su Feng, and her delicate eyebrows immediately furrowed. Her delicate and beautiful features were all shrunk into a ball. "I thought I'd never see that handsome yet hateful face again. I never expected to see Su Feng again." What's wrong?" "I am Chen Menjian," she said coldly. Seeing that hateful face again filled her with immense resentment. After her baby was born, she resigned from her job as a university teacher. She focused on taking care of her baby at home and became a full-time stay-at-home mom. "However, as the baby grows up day by day, I feel quite melancholy." She once considered finding the baby's father, simply because she didn't want her daughter to grow up without a father and without paternal love. "Chen Menjian? You've changed so much, I almost didn't recognize you." Su Feng's eyes flickered, and his expression became somewhat blank. The woman in front of me, Chen Menjian, was my art teacher during my college elective course. Teacher Chen, it's been a long time. It's almost been a year since we graduated. Su Feng smiled politely, feigning ignorance. He had been a lazy bum at home for a year since graduation. The two had a secret, passionate night together at a party after getting drunk. Yes, it's almost been a year, Chen Menjian said calmly. My nose felt slightly sore, but I forced myself to stop the tears from flowing. However, his voice trembled slightly when he spoke. Are you all right? Su Feng asked with a bitter smile. At that time, after a night of passion, he was still asleep the next day when Chen Menjian slapped him, but he sincerely held Chen Menjian's hand. He foolishly said he wanted to take responsibility, marry her, and slowly fall in love with her. However, Chen Menjian rejected him. At that time, less than 2 months later, he mustered up the courage to go find Chen Menjian again. The homeroom teacher said that Chen Menjian had just resigned yesterday and left the school. Very good. Their eyes met, and a hint of panic flashed across Chen Menjian's pretty face. Su Feng asked gently, why did you resign? Was it to avoid me? You. Seeing that face, combined with Su Feng's question, touched a chord of grievance in her heart. Her eyes instantly reddened. My nose feels sore. Hot tears streamed down her cheeks. When she was emotional, her eyelashes trembled and were filled with tears. Teacher Chen, don't cry. Did someone bully you? Mama, the little baby in my arms saw his mother crying, pouted his little lips, and joined in the wailing. His loud voice was truly heartbreaking. The world seemed to lose its color, and the sun and moon seemed to lose their light. Su Feng. He was completely bewildered. Don't cry, mommy's here. Su Feng turned around. The steamed buns are ready. He went to the kitchen, turned off the stove, and opened a steamer basket of buns, the steam rising straight into the air. The aroma of the meat filling in the steamed buns filled the air, making Su Feng's mouth water. He carried the steamed buns and porridge to the dining table. Chen Menjian has already calmed the little boy down. The soft, white mushroom and pork buns are ready. When steamed buns and millet porridge are served on the table, Mommy, the little girl sniffed with her little nose, smelled the fragrance, and moved restlessly on Chen Menjian's lap. Her bright, beautiful black eyes sparkled with excitement, and her little hands flailing about, trying to grab the little bun. It's clear that Chen Menjian has taken good care of her baby. He's chubby, with a round face and plump little hands. Before her little hands could even grab the bun, she had already opened her rosy little mouth, showing her adorable foodie nature. The buns are hot, Mommy will feed you, don't rush. Su Feng stared at the scene, momentarily lost in thought, realizing that it was somewhat impolite of him to be staring at the mother and daughter. Sorry, just call me if you need anything. Su Feng muttered to himself, looking slightly embarrassed, and retreated to the kitchen. The goddess Chen Menjian before him was his only one. A night of relationships with women. So, after seeing that she had a child, my feelings are quite complicated, with a hint of indescribable disappointment. Eat slowly, you can only eat the bun skin, you're too little to eat buns, you'll have milk later. Chen Menjian laughed, blew on the little bun to separate the filling from the skin, picked up a tiny bit of the bun skin, blew on it, and placed it in the little girl's hand. The little girl grabbed the not too hot bun skin, opened her mouth, and took a bite. Mama, yeah. It was as if she was praising how delicious it was, but she could only say the word mom. Is it delicious? You can only eat a tiny bit of the minced meat. Chen Menjian took a bite. The soft and tender bun skin and the fresh and fragrant meat filling made her finish the small bun in 3 satisfying bites. A little vinegar was poured into the dish. She dipped the fragrant steamed bun in vinegar and ate it. After the little girl in my arms finished eating a small steamed bun, her big eyes noticed the steamed buns in the steamer. There aren't any left. Mommy, the little girl cried out anxiously and aggrievedly, her little legs kicking and thrashing in her arms. She was incredibly strong, and Chen Menjian couldn't hold her anymore as she struggled. But Chen Menjian remained very patient, taking out a tissue from the table to wipe her mouth clean. Mommy will give you another one, don't rush. Chen Menjian looked up and called out, do you sell half a basket of steamed buns? Only half a basket. Sell. Then, give me half a basket. Su Feng deftly used wooden tongs to take out 4 small steamed buns. Serve it on the table. 8 in 1 cage, 4 in half a cage. So cute, such beautiful eyes, chubby little face, such a little foodie. A smile appeared on Su Tian's lips as he bent down and carefully pinched the little girl's cheek. Ouch, the little guy was unhappy, pouting as he glanced at Su Feng and reached for the little bun. No, it's too hot. Let it cool down before you eat it. Mom will feed you porridge. Chen Menjian tore the dumpling wrappers into small pieces and gently soaked them one by one in the millet porridge. Once the bun wrappers had softened, she gently scooped up a spoonful of millet porridge mixed with the bun wrappers, blew on it, and with a tender, motherly expression, placed the softened bun wrapper into the little girl's mouth. The little girl is incredibly well behaved. When her mother scoops porridge, she will open her little mouth and wait to be fed. Su Feng. As he turned around, the next second, Chen Menjian called out his name. Is there anything you need, Teacher Chen? The little girl in my arms. Her voice trembled, her eyes reddened, and she pursed her lips before finally revealing the truth. She is your daughter. What did you say? Say it again. Chen Menjian's words were like a thunderclap, exploding in Su Feng's ears. His breathing quickened involuntarily, as if something was stuck in his throat. I said, you're her father. Su Feng stared at the mother and daughter in disbelief and disbelief. Really? No, don't joke around, Su Feng asked suspiciously. After all, the little girl looks like she's almost a year old. The two hadn't seen each other for almost 2 years. From the fall of my junior year to today. Gulp. Su Feng swallowed hard, hoping Chen Menjian was joking, but not really hoping so. He felt uneasy. But more than half still don't trust it. Su Feng asked urgently and incredulously, you're not going to ask me to be your backup plan? Teacher Chen, we did spend the night together, but how could that be? It's true. A blush of shyness spread across her pretty face. Yes, after that night, I got pregnant with Xiao Yuiyu. The baby's name is Xiao Yuiyu. Are you really that lucky with getting pregnant? Am I just so 100% accurate? That's impossible. After calming down, Su Feng's tone became much more indifferent. Unbelievable. Su Feng wished she were his daughter. Seriously, so cute, so pretty, so kawaii. However, no normal person would believe it. A night of passion leads to a goddess showing up at his door with her daughter. It's like a thrilling urban dad novel. Seeing his disbelieving look, Chen Menjian bit her lip, ignoring her daughter Ruerua eating her sachet. She gently plucked 2 strands of hair, took out a tissue, and rolled them up inside. Go get a DNA test. Do a DNA test. Okay, I'll do it. I'll go and verify it. If she's my daughter, I will absolutely protect and cherish her with all my might. With anticipation and mixed feelings, Su Feng put the tissue containing Xiao Yuiyu's hair into his pocket. Teacher Chen, there are steamed buns and porridge in the kitchen. If we have any customers, could you help me sell the steamed buns? Today is the first day the restaurant is open. Su Feng didn't forget to give her instructions, stared blankly at Xiao Yuiyu for a moment, and then ran out of the restaurant as fast as he could. You want me to sell steamed buns? Chen Menjian's expression froze slightly. Fine. Since he's at least reasonable and is little Yuiyu's biological father, I'll help him sell steamed buns. The fresh pork soup dumplings are incredibly fragrant and delicious. Little Yuiyu ate 2, and she ate 10. Why do I feel like I want to eat another basket of these? Mommy, little Yuiyu pouted and cried out, seemingly wanting more food. You can't eat anymore, your tummy will burst if you eat anymore. Full of anticipation yet filled with trepidation and mixed feelings, Su Feng hailed a taxi on the roadside. At the same time, I called my second aunt, who works at the city hospital as a gynecologist. Second aunt, can the city hospital do paternity tests for children? The second aunt was a little confused. Why was her nephew asking this question? Second aunt, tell me quickly. No, you have to go to the Judicial Paternity Testing Center in Longcheng. Second aunt, I have a friend who needs my help. It's extremely urgent. I have to hang up now. Su Feng hung up the phone. Master, Longcheng Paternity Forensic Identification Center. A Paternity Forensic Identification Center? The driver looked bewildered. This was the first time he'd picked up a passenger looking for a place like this. Don't rush, let me navigate first. Upon arriving at the Forensic Identification Center, we waited step by step according to the procedures. First class. It takes 4 hours. He used to be able to smoke less than half a pack of cigarettes a day. In 4 hours, I had already smoked half a pack, and my fingers had turned yellow from the smoke. The anxious wait finally came to an end when the staff handed him the paternity test report. He frowned, his hands trembling as he looked at the test results. Based on the analysis of the above identification results, XXX. Su Feng couldn't understand what it was, a series of gene sequence numbers or something, so he simply ignored it. Based on the sample's matching rate of 99.999%, the samples are confirmed to be related by blood. The stamp from Longcheng was very clear, with 4 large characters. Confirmed to be biological child. Longcheng Judicial Paternity Testing Center. Phew! The result made Su Feng's hands tremble. He took a deep breath, turned around and ran out of the building. He was bent over, squatting on the ground, breathing slightly heavily. My biological child. Xiao Yuiyu is his biological daughter. If the genetic match rate reaches 98% or even 96%, it can be determined that they are biological children. His test results even indicated 99%, which definitively proved that Xiao Yuiyu was his biological daughter. I'm a father now. I'm a dad. His facial features were contorted in a grimace, his inner turmoil beyond words. Thinking and thinking, he crumpled the paternity test report in his hand into a ball, tore it up, and threw it into the trash can by the roadside. A surge of anger welled up inside him. Why didn't Xiao Yuiyu look for him when she was born? If she had gone to university, she definitely would have found him. But now, little Yuiyu looks like she's already a year old. However, Chen Menjian must have suffered a lot of grievances during her pregnancy. A tear rolled down her cheek, wetting the corner of her eye. Even a salted fish has a sentimental side. Su Feng couldn't remember the last time he cried. Dining room. Boss, is there any food left for lunch? No, that's all, Chen Menjian replied. It was already 3 p.m., and she had sold out of all the steamed buns. The small blackboard next to the bar reads fresh meat buns, 12 yuan a basket. The restaurant doesn't even have a QR code for payment, so it seems they really just opened today. Left with no other choice, I had to use her WeChat payment code to receive 288 yuan. Su Feng was worried that the woman would run away with Xiao Yuiyu, since he had no way to contact her. Almost as soon as he got off the car, he sprinted into the restaurant. He bent over, supporting his knees, panting heavily. Chen Menjian held the sleeping Yuiyu in her arms. She asked softly, "Have you finished the paternity test? Why didn't you tell me you were pregnant? Why didn't you notify me? You didn't even tell me when Xiao Yuiyu was born." Seeing that the little cutie was fast asleep, Su Feng tried his best to lower his voice and control his emotions. "There's a bed in the inner room. Let's put Xiao Yuiyu on the bed to sleep. Can we talk?" "Can." The back room of the restaurant is a small 50 square meter home with a sofa, a 1.8 meter double bed, and a wardrobe. Moreover, the shops have bathrooms, the system-selected shops are suitable for living, and the beds are all covered with new sheets. Peppa Pig bed sheets. These were the bed sheets that Tong Tong helped him choose when he and his sister Tong Tong went shopping. After all, Su Feng planned to move out of his family home and really didn't want to eat his mother's leftovers. He didn't want to listen to his mother nagging him about being a good-for-nothing son every day. Chen Menjian stared blankly when she saw that the bed sheet had Peppa Pig on it. "Is this a bed sheet for a grown man? So cute, it's got a girlish heart." She gently placed little Yuiyu on the bed. Ruerua, whether she was dreaming of nursing or dreaming of some delicious food, little Yuiyu pursed her lips, revealing an adorable, pure, angelic smile. The two walked out of the house and sat facing each other at the dining table. She nervously clenched her hands, unsure of what to say to Su Feng. Deep down, she had a slight hope that Su Feng would accept her daughter. This was her bottom line. If she doesn't accept it, she will turn around, pick up Xiao Yuiyu, and leave, vowing never to come to Longcheng, the city she both loves and hates. Su Feng picked up the glass of cold water and gulped it down, trying to calm his chaotic thoughts. He spent several hours at the legal paternity test center, smoking until his mouth and throat were extremely dry. Chen Menjian smelled the strong smell of cigarettes on the man and frowned in disgust. "The child is mine." The paternity test showed a 99% blood relationship. And then what? Chen Menjian quietly looked at Su Feng. Su Feng took a deep breath. "A grown man, a man of strong emotions. I want to ask you why you didn't tell me. If you weren't going to abort the baby, you should have told me." Chen Menjian gave a bitter smile. "Let me tell you, you're still a college student. Can you afford to support someone?" During that time, she was emotionally devastated. She lived in the countryside near Longcheng. 2 years ago, she was 24 years old, already of marriageable age. Every time she returned to her hometown, her parents would arrange for a matchmaker to help her find a husband. She went on 20 blind dates in 10 days, to the point that she was afraid to go back to her village. She selfishly thought that as long as she gave birth to the child next time and brought it home, her parents wouldn't force her to go on blind dates anymore. In addition, she was born with a thin uterine wall, so if she aborted Xiao Yuiyu, she would never be able to get pregnant again. However, although the thought of going to find Su Feng a few times arose, she ultimately did not muster the courage. Moreover, during the second trimester of her pregnancy, she experienced periods of social withdrawal and depression, and several times contemplated irresponsible suicide by jumping off a high-rise building. It wasn't until after Xiaoyu was born that she grew up day by day, gazing at her adorable, angelic appearance. Her heart gradually melted, and her mood slowly recovered. As her autism and depression gradually disappeared, she thought about how other babies had fathers and fatherly love, and she didn't want her daughter to be without a father's love. With the idea of finding Su Feng in mind, she came to Longcheng from the neighboring Ling County. Whether by fate or not, she was lucky enough to meet Su Feng, who owned a restaurant, on her very first day in Longcheng. "I can't afford to raise them? I might not be able to afford to raise 10 if you have them, but I can definitely afford to raise one," Su Feng said, his eyes reddening. "You, don't get so emotional. How can I not be excited? Little Yuiyu is my daughter," Su Feng roared in a low voice. Chen Menjian gazed at him quietly and asked calmly, "So? it was my fault back then. I was drunk and not human, I was a bastard. 2 years ago I said that I would take responsibility, and I would take responsibility for you. Now, the same applies. I'm also willing to take responsibility and care for you and Xiaoyu. Chen Menjian looked at the man whose eyes were red and who was losing control of his emotions like a wild beast. I selfishly gave birth to this child. I don't ask you to be good to me. I just hope that Xiaoyu knows that she also has a father. What, you still want to run away? Su Feng gripped her arm tightly. Ouch, you're hurting me. She felt a strong hand gripping her arm, and it hurt. I'm sorry, I lost control of my emotions. Su Feng said firmly, I am willing to take care of you and Xiaoyu. Really? Absolutely, I'm more than willing. Do you really want to raise Yu all by yourself? I won't agree. His tone was firm. His eyes were focused. His words were spoken with great force and conviction. Upon hearing this, Chen Menjian burst into tears, her eyes red and swollen. She clenched her hands together and choked out, I don't ask you to be good to me. I just want to be a good mother and let Xiaoyu have a father's love and a dad. As long as you're willing to be with me, I'll treat you well. A promise from a straight-laced man. Oh, Chen Menjian muttered to herself. What's the difference between you and a beast if you don't take care of your own daughter? Su Feng pulled out a tissue and handed it to her, saying gently, thank you for not aborting Yu and for bringing her into this world. You've worked so hard. Snort. A simple you've worked hard completely broke down her defenses, and tears streamed down her face as she sobbed softly. Don't worry, I'll sell everything I own to raise Xiaoyu. Chen Menjian wiped away her tears. I don't want to sell everything I own. I just want Xiaoyu to have a complete father's love, just like other children. Don't worry, I'm a responsible man. Teacher Chen, you look beautiful even when you cry. You don't need to praise me like that. Chen Menjian couldn't help but smile. A beautiful woman's smile can make the world lose its color. At the time, during a party, he booked a room because he wanted to take care of Chen Menjian, who was drunk. That night, he couldn't resist. Chen Menjian is very beautiful. She is a well-known beauty in the school. Some of the school beauties and department beauties paled in comparison to her. She was tall and slender, with snow-white skin, red lips and white teeth, and delicate features, with bright, sparkling eyes that made her an absolutely stunning and enviable beauty. Su Feng had spent at least 4 years in the university town, and among the 5 or 6 colleges nearby, he had never seen a woman more beautiful than Chen Menjian. Not to mention those young ladies on Douyin who use filters and 10 times the beauty effects, their looks are completely incomparable to Chen Menjian's. Her beauty is natural, pure, and untouched. Among the young actresses in the entertainment industry, she would definitely be a top contender. Now, she seems a bit haggard, looks to weigh no more than 90 pounds, and appears somewhat malnourished. Teacher Chen, Su Tian said softly, how should I address you? Should I call you teacher? Or Menjian? Yan? Just call me Teacher Chen. She was speechless. How could a man be so shameless? You can call her by her nickname, Yan. That night, I hurt you. I'm sorry again. Su Feng apologized sincerely, finding it hard to imagine a woman carrying a child for 10 months, giving birth to the child, and raising it to 1-year-old. The canvas shoes on her feet had turned yellow and white from washing. It's all right. The teacher insisted on giving birth to Yu without asking for your consent, so I apologize to you as well. Su Feng asked, could you tell me how you spent your pregnancy? Chen Menjian took a sip of water without ceremony and pursed her dry pink lips. I quit my job after finding out I was pregnant and haven't worked since. Rent in Longcheng is quite expensive, so I went back to Lingxian, which is next door, to rent a house. Because I am an art teacher and love to draw, I became a full-time illustrator while I was pregnant. I earn a daily or weekly wage to support my daughter, Xiaoyu. I've been living like this ever since. Su Feng asked softly, don't your family members know that Xiaoyu was born? I don't know, they'll just assume I'm dead out there. No, don't think like that. Su Feng opened his mouth, his eyes complicated. He didn't know the specific situation of her and her family, and he didn't know how to comfort her. But in keeping with his nature as a perfect man, he took a deep breath and said slowly, don't be afraid, I'm here for you. Puffed, are you trying to coax a little girl? The woman said arrogantly. Mommy, little Yu woke up, rubbed her eyes, climbed out of bed, and saw that the surroundings were so unfamiliar. She was instinctively frightened and cried out for her mother in grievance. Chen Menjian dashed into the inner room. Go get the diapers, little Yu needs to pee. The diapers are in my suitcase. Su Feng opened her suitcase, found the diapers, and rushed back to the house. How old is Xiaoyu? Does she still wear diapers? Chen Menjian didn't shy away from the topic and skillfully changed Xiaoyu's diaper. She's not even a year old yet. Yesterday, she turned exactly 10 months old. At 10 months, she looks about a year old, so chubby and cute. Iya little Yuiyu blinked at Su Feng, and seeing the stranger, she was a little scared and snuggled into Chen Menjian's arms. Mommy, mommy, can she only call me mom? Su Feng asked with a smile. Yes, she can only say mama, and she only started saying it last month. Teacher Chen, I want to add you on WeChat. Here's your contact information. Oh, okay. She pursed her lips, gazing at Su Feng's enthusiastic face, a hint of wariness creeping into her eyes, but more than that, she felt nervous and at a loss. Do you rent a place to live outside? No, she shook her head and smiled. I just arrived in Longcheng today and I'm planning to book a hotel first tomorrow. I'll take Xiaoyuyu with me to look for a house. No, don't look for hotels, don't book a hotel. I'll figure out where you and your daughter can stay. Su Feng scratched his head anxiously. If Chen Menjian goes to stay at a hotel, I'm really worried she'll run away with Xiao Yuiyu. Let the autumn wind carry away my longing, carry away my tears, I will still quietly wait at our appointed place. The phone rang, and Su Feng glanced at the caller ID. His lips twitched instantly. Oh no, I'm going out for a bit, I'll be right back. Don't run away, please don't run away. I'm going to buy some diapers for Xiao Yuiyu on the way. When I answered the phone, I heard my mother, Lu Fangfang, yelling furiously. Xiaofeng, didn't you go to the internet cafe again? You brat, don't you know what time it is? Kindergarten has been over for ages. Go pick up Tong Tong. Mom, I'm so sorry, I'll be right there, my restaurant is a bit busy. Beep beep beep. Mom hung up the phone. Su Feng rode his electric scooter at breakneck speed toward 7-colored Sunshine Kindergarten. Upon arriving at the kindergarten gate, we saw teacher Zhang Xiaoxiu and Tong Tong standing together, with no other children beside them. It seemed that the other children had already been picked up by their parents after the half-hour delay. Teacher Zhang, I'm so sorry, I was a bit busy with work and got delayed. Zhang Xiaoxiu smiled helplessly. It's okay, just come earlier next time. Tong Tong is a good girl and she's very obedient. She was so upset that she almost cried. Brother Tong Tong pouted, feeling wronged. I'm sorry, Tong Tong. The little girl pouted and huffed angrily. I'll forgive you if you buy me an ice pop. Okay, I'll buy you popsicles. I'll treat you to a big meal tonight. Su Feng lifted her onto the back of the electric scooter. Goodbye, Teacher Zhang. Tong Tong waved obediently. Goodbye, Tong Tong. Brother, did you go play video games again? The little girl asked, frowning unhappily. Su Feng chuckled and said, No, you forgot. I opened a restaurant, and I made some money today. Oh, I'll buy an ice pop. The little girl is quite sensible. Although she's a bit mischievous, she's not the kind of unreasonable little devil. To apologize for being half an hour late picking you up today, I'll treat you to milk tea. Really? Of course it's true. Milk tea, Tong Tong wants milk tea, the little girl cheered happily. Su Feng found a maternity and baby store and bought 10 packs of diapers. Then, he passed by a Shanghai auntie store and bought 2 cups of milk tea and a cup of juice. Tong Tong, I've found you a girlfriend, a sister-in-law. Brother, is your girlfriend your wife? Yes, that's right, Su Feng said with a smile. Su Feng reminded her, when you meet your sister-in-law later, you should greet her first, okay? Okay, I know. Oh, if you get a girlfriend, will you ignore Tong Tong and stop playing with her? Yes, I'll keep you company. You're my good little sister. He. When he brought Tong Tong back to the restaurant, Chen Menjian came out from the inner room carrying Xiao Yuiyu. When he saw Tong Tong, his eyes involuntarily trembled. Su Feng, you have a daughter? That bastard. How could he, after getting married and having a daughter, still talk about taking care of her and Xiao Yuiyu? I was just acting like a fool, completely moved by his words. No, this is my sister, my own sister. So young, is she going to kindergarten? She breathed a sigh of relief. My heart is too sensitive, I was even prepared to leave with little Yuiyu. Yes, 4 years old, in kindergarten. Holding her milk tea, Tong Tong's big eyes lit up when she saw Chen Menjian. Wow, sister, you're so pretty. Even prettier than Teacher Zhang. Thank you, you're cute too. Iya, little Yuiyu flapped her little feet when she saw Tong Tong. Tong Tong looked up and asked with a childlike innocence, Sister, are you my brother's girlfriend, or his wife? Cough, Su Feng choked on his juice. The little girl really knows how to talk and chat. Upon hearing this, Chen Menjian blushed slightly, unsure how to answer Tong Tong's question. Not yet. Su Feng's eyes lit up. She didn't answer no, but rather not yet. That means that, given the opportunity in the future, she will become his wife. My brother said you're his girlfriend, his wife. Is that so? Chen Menjian rolled her eyes at Su Feng. Tong Tong smiled sweetly and said, Hello, sister-in-law. Then she lowered her head, her big eyes filled with confusion, and muttered softly, Is she my older sister or my sister-in-law? Chen Menjian squinted and asked with a smile, Did you teach her? No, no. Su Feng scratched his head awkwardly and explained with a laugh, just talking nonsense with a kid, hee hee. Here, have some milk tea, and I'll give little Yu a hug. Su Feng placed the milk tea on the table next to her and opened his arms to her. Little Yu was placed in her father's arms by her mother. A little scared, she opened her big, innocent black eyes and looked at her father with curiosity. Little Yu, I'm your dad. Little Yu didn't cry or fuss. She noticed the red string around Su Feng's neck and reached out to grab it, but ended up pinching Su Feng's neck instead. Don't let her age fool you, this chubby little girl, not even a year old, has surprisingly strong little hands. This made Su Feng's eyebrows twitch in pain, and he gritted his teeth. Little guy, you want to strangle your own father the moment we meet? He reached out and grasped her chubby little hand. Do you have a girlfriend? Chen Menjian asked nervously. No. Su Tian grinned. Little Yu, daddy's giving you a kiss. After being kissed on the cheek by Su Feng, who was now a stranger, Xiao Yu immediately pouted, mommy. The next second, she felt extremely wronged and wanted to escape, anxiously flapping her little feet, trying to break free from Su Feng's embrace. You're not familiar with Xiao Yu yet. After a few days, she'll gradually let you hold her. Okay. Su Feng placed Xiao Yu back on Chen Menjian's lap. He bent down and pinched her chubby little face. I'm your dad. The eye of the little girl made a cute sound, her big eyes still curious about the red rope around Su Feng's neck. Want to play this? Su Tian took the crimson god off his neck. This is a jade guanyin pendant that his mother, Lu Fangfang, gave him on his 18th birthday, and he has worn it ever since. Chen Menjian held her daughter's hand. Don't let her play with it, or she'll throw it on the ground and smash it. It's okay. Little Yu gripped the red rope, opened her mouth, and put it into her mouth at an extremely fast speed. You can't eat it. Su Feng took the red string away, both amused and exasperated. Little Yu kicked her legs in frustration. You can't eat it. I'm starving. Quickly steam some buns. There's still some dough and meat filling left. By the way, Teacher Chen, the inner room is 50 square meters, it's very spacious. He couldn't help but take Chen Menjian's fair right hand in his own. You can stay in the restaurant for now. The inner room is very large, with a wardrobe, a bed, a computer desk, air conditioning, and Wi-Fi. The bathroom has a water heater and a washing machine, and it's also a wet and dry separation, which is definitely convenient for you and Xiao Yu to stay temporarily. Moreover, it's practically on the first floor, making it convenient to carry Xiao Yu around. Su Feng spoke so much, his emotions slightly agitated. Chen Menjian tried to let go, but the man held on tightly, as if he wouldn't let go until she agreed. Looking at Su Feng's earnest, clear, and somewhat pleading eyes, she swallowed hard. I promise you, let go. Su Feng released her hand, grinned sincerely, and said, thank you. As long as you treat Xiao Yu well, I don't care about anything else. I will be good to you. Go make your steamed buns. She blushed and waved her hand awkwardly, then carried her suitcase in one hand and carried Xiao Yu into the house. Sister, can Tong Tong call you sister-in-law? Tong Tong asked innocently. Chen Menjian laughed. You call me sister, not sister-in-law. Call me sister-in-law. You are my brother's girlfriend, so Tong Tong should call you sister-in-law. I give up. Go ahead and yell. Thank you, sister-in-law. Tong Tong wants to play with Xiao Yu on the bed now. Chen Menjian pulled her suitcase back into the inner room, which was actually quite spacious at 50 square meters. The one-bedroom apartment she used to rent was a little smaller than this home. The room was very clean, even the wardrobe was spotless. The Peppa Pig bedding set on the bed looks brand new. The shop selected by the system was perfect for living. It was more than enough for Chen Menjian and her daughter Xiao Yu to stay temporarily. The sheets, blankets, and some small new furniture had just been changed when Chen Menjian and her daughter approached him. Was it a coincidence? It seemed more like a destiny ordained by heaven. Chen Menjian took out Xiao Yu's clothes and daily necessities from the suitcase and organized them. Bio little Tong Tong reached out her hand and made a sound. Ah yeah yeehaw. Little Yu sat on the bed, happily waving her arms and legs, amused by her little aunt. Tong Tong is Ultraman, and Xiao Yu is a giant monster. Fight the monster. No running, no climbing. Little Yu crawled around on the bed, seemingly playing with other children for the first time. Even though Tong Tong is more than 3 years older than her, they are still children. The two of them had a great time playing together, their faces full of smiles. Little Yu, you're no longer without a father. Chen Menjian bent down and kissed Xiao Yu's forehead with a smile. Little Yu is very clever. She can turn her back and move her little bottom step by step to get out of bed. Moreover, she can walk slowly on her own, supporting herself on the bed and holding onto the wall. Su Feng had already wrapped all the remaining meat filling into buns and steamed them in the steamer. A basket of steamed buns costs 12, which is a normal price in Longchang, especially for fresh pork steamed buns, which are definitely not expensive. After steaming the buns, he returned to the inner room, where the innocent laughter of Xiaoyu and Tong Tong instantly infected him. The aunt and niece were having a great time playing with toy ducks and frogs. The little frogs and ducks would quack when squeezed. Teacher Chen, what is Yuiyu's full name? Little Yuiyu doesn't have a formal name, she's not registered in the household register. She tried to think about going home, but then she remembered her father, that old-fashioned, traditional, and rigid couple. The thought of going home vanished without a trace. Being pregnant out of wedlock, she was highly likely to be kicked out of her home. Su Feng smiled, then, you name it. I'll put it on my household registration book later. Su Feng was very proactive and there was absolutely no way he would let her get away. Her pretty face flushed. I've chosen a nickname, you can choose the formal name. Is it okay if my surname is Su? She smiled, pursing her lips. You're still alive, of course you can. Good heavens, Su Feng was speechless and dumbfounded after being rebuked. If she were to die, she would change Xiao Yuiyu's surname to Chen. Su Feng blinked. Then I must live on strongly. He rested his chin on his hand and pondered seriously for a few seconds. How about a nickname, Xiao Yuiyu, and a formal name, Su Zio? I will make up for the lack of fatherly love that my daughter Yuiyu lacked before she turned 1 year old, starting now, with more love for her future. As he spoke, he picked up Xiao Yuiyu, his eyes filled with tenderness. In the future, I will cherish her, love her, and never let her suffer any grievances. I will raise this little darling as a princess. Ziu, that's a beautiful song. Little Yuiyu, it's daddy. Oh my, she didn't call him dad, but happily squeezed the little frog in her hand. Tong Tong, standing to the side, looked slightly confused. Was her brother Xiao Yuiyu's father? Why did my brother suddenly have a daughter? Give daddy a kiss. Little Yuiyu dodged, but her father kissed her. In an instant, she broke free from her father's embrace, feeling wronged. She climbed into Chen Menjian's arms. Seeing this, Su Feng looked dejected. Hey, little Yuiyu seems to dislike me. Chen Menjian rolled her eyes charmingly. She's bound to be disgusted when she first meets you, but you'll be fine after a few days of coaxing. Although Xiao Yuiyu is a bit naughty and mischievous, she is also very clingy. Tong Tong, you are Xiao Yuiyu's aunt, her little aunt, Su Feng said earnestly. Tong Tong nodded adorably, then cheered excitedly, I'm an aunt now. Tong Tong is an aunt. You must treat Xiao Yuiyu well, take her out to play, and spend time with her. I need to earn money to support Xiao Yuiyu. He winked at Chen Menjian, a mother who still has to support her baby. I can earn money myself. She was naturally a lively person, but she became depressed during her pregnancy. Now, I've met Xiao Yuiyu's father again. Su Feng's responsible behavior and love for his daughter warmed my heart and dispelled much of my disappointment. Moreover, he's very handsome, and his daughter will definitely be a beautiful girl when she grows up. Su Feng smiled and said, Teacher Chen, I'll go make some steamed buns. You put the QR code next to the counter, and when customers pay, they scan the code and it's added to my WeChat. She opened her phone. I've transferred the money to you. Including my 1.5 baskets and millet porridge, it came to a total of 328. I don't want the money, just send me your QR code. What? She asked, looking up. Su Feng chuckled, from today onwards, you're the boss's wife. You take care of the cash register, and I'll take care of making money. No. Chen Menjian pouted and shook her head vigorously, her face flushed. How could this person be so shameless and brazen, boss lady? That's so embarrassing. Quick, send it to me. No, it's your restaurant, why are you using my payment code? Hurry up, Su Feng shamelessly grabbed her hand, you're the boss's wife, of course I'll use yours. Let go, you idiot. He keeps grabbing her hand like that, doesn't he know they're not in a relationship? Chen Menjian laughed, aren't you afraid that I'll collect the money for a month and then run away with Xiao Yuiyu? TCH, only been collecting payments for a month? That's too little. It should take 3 or 5 years. Su Tian rolled his eyes at the woman, looking naive and innocent. Really, no, we're not that close. Hey, stop arguing. You're the baby's mom, and I'm the baby's dad. My money is your money. Okay, then I won't spend it, I'll save all the money for Xiao Yuiyu. Her eyes crinkled when she smiled, revealing a pair of subtle dimples that were beautiful and captivating, leaving Su Feng mesmerized. Idiot, don't stare at me. Su Feng was somewhat lost in thought. The baby's mother looks like a fairy, she's so beautiful. Also, register a merchant code for Alipay first, and then send it to me. You said it yourself. If I swindle your money, don't blame me. Chen Menjian smiled slightly and opened WeChat. How do I register? Give me your phone, I'll help you register. Chen Menjian pursed her lips and said, someone definitely wants me to help wash the dishes and wipe the table, to be a free maid or waitress. Isn't that your real purpose? You noticed that? Su Feng winked playfully. Heh. After registering WeChat and Alipay merchant payment codes, Su Feng found a copy shop, printed out the payment codes, and posted them on the counter. The restaurant has just opened, and business isn't very good yet. If daily sales can reach 5 or 6,000, or even 10,000, then we'll put a cash register on the counter. Hello, do you have steamed buns? Two large, obese men, each weighing over 200 pounds, walked into the store. Only mushroom and pork filling is available. Do you have porridge? Have. The fat man shouted, 2 baskets of steamed buns, 2 bowls of porridge. Okay, so Feng brought 2 baskets of fresh meat buns to the table, along with freshly cooked millet porridge. Do you have chili oil? So Feng shook his head, sorry, the new restaurant just opened for the first day, so we don't have any yet. Alright then. The fat man smiled helplessly. He picked up a steamed bun with his chopsticks and put it in his mouth. Puffed, it's so hot, he blew on it and put it in his mouth. The soft, tender bun skin and the fresh aroma of mushrooms and pork instantly filled my mouth. After chewing, the fat man's eyes widened, and he looked surprised. I'm telling you, this is fucking delicious. These xiaolongbao are absolutely amazing. Another fat man exclaimed in the same way, these steamed buns taste really good. These plump, white steamed buns are soft, flavorful, and not greasy. It resembles a chrysanthemum in shape, and its color, aroma, and taste are all exceptional. The fat man ate a small steamed bun one after another and exclaimed, it would be even more perfect if there were chili oil on it. Boss, 2 more baskets, no, 3 baskets. A new all-you-can-eat barbecue restaurant opened nearby. I thought I'd start by having some steamed buns to whet my appetite before heading over to teach the barbecue restaurant owner a lesson. But I didn't expect these buns to be so addictive. I couldn't stop eating them once I started. Hey, goose. The 2 fat men burped at the same time, looking like they were still not satisfied. Su Feng steamed 10 baskets, and the 2 of them ate 6 baskets in total, and still looked like they wanted to continue. Brother, I'd like another basket. Stop eating, you're really stuffed. That's enough. I feel like my stomach could hold another basket of food. Stop eating, I've already had 2 bowls of porridge. The fat man called out, boss, how much is it in total? 6 baskets of steamed buns and 4 bowls of porridge, totaling 98. The chubby diner paid the bill readily. Boss, the steamed buns taste really good. I'll come again tomorrow morning. Please prepare the chili oil. Sure, no problem at all. Su Feng laughed heartily. After the 2 left, the fat man patted his belly. Hey bro, let's go to the Fountain Square for a stroll, walk around, digest our food, and then have some barbecue around 10 p.m. Okay, let's have some barbecue again tonight. Su Feng was stunned by what the 2 said. My god, these 2 want to come back for barbecue again tonight? Wow, this guy's a real foodie. 6 baskets of steamed buns, 48 in total, that's 24 buns per person, plus 2 bowls of porridge. Dude, if you're still hungry, you can have 2 more baskets of fragrant steamed buns. Why eat barbecue? It's bad for your stomach. Degree. To help with digestion, can I still have another meal of roast pork? Even for xiaolongbao, soup dumplings, this portion size is terrifying. If you were to teach a lesson to a buffet restaurant, you'd definitely be able to get your money's worth. After the 2 left, Su Feng closed the door and took down the sign, hanging it on the doorknob. Our store is closed today. She turned around and walked back to the kitchen. Teacher Chen, there are 4 more baskets left, let's eat them. Chen Menjian smiled and nodded, okay, I'll go get Xiao Yuiyu. I remember when Tong Tong was this age, she ate complimentary foods every day. I'll make a bowl of steamed egg custard. Su Feng smiled happily. The first time someone cooked for their daughter, a smile involuntarily crept onto their face. Tong Tong made steamed egg custard a lot when she was little, and she was very good at it. Take the yolk from 1 egg and add 3 small spoonfuls of warm water. After mixing well, cover the small bowl with plastic wrap and place it directly into the steamer. Once the steam rises, steam for 8 minutes. Su Feng was starving. He got up early and ate his mother's leftovers from last night. I haven't eaten anything since then, while steaming egg custard. Holding the steamed buns in my left hand, I ate half a basketful to relieve my hunger. No eating, no eating, Tong Tong shouted earnestly. Little Yuiyu was holding a little frog in her hand, about to put it in her mouth. This is a toy, you can't eat it. Little Yuiyu is so silly, it's infuriating. Little does she know that when she was this age, she was just like little Yuiyu. She put every toy in her mouth. It was a bit hot, and little Yuiyu was playing on the bed, showing off her chubby little legs, wearing only a diaper. Tong Tong hugged her niece's waist and pulled Xiao Yuiyu into her arms, saying, time to eat, time to eat. Eat, eat. Little Yuiyu understood, and her bright eyes lit up a little when she heard the words eat food. With a sharp flick of her wrist, the frog toy fell to the ground. Little Yuiyu, you're not allowed to throw toys, you're so naughty. Aunt Tong Tong was so worried that she got out of bed and picked up the toys. Tong Tong, thank you for playing with Xiao Yuiyu. She's a bit naughty and mischievous. Tong Tong laughed. I'm the little ant, I'm going to play with you. She looks so pretty when she smiles. Chen Menjian praised, you look beautiful and pretty when you smile. You're so cute and adorable. Come and eat. Both freezers and the refrigerator are empty, with only some tomatoes and eggs. So, I made scrambled eggs with tomatoes, Su Feng said, taking off his apron and hanging it on the side of the kitchen door. On the table, there was a large plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, 4 baskets of steamed buns, and 3 bowls of porridge. Teacher Chen, let me hug Xiao Yuiyu and feed her. Good. Su Tian took the little cutie from Chen Menjian's arms. Oh dear mommy, mommy. The little cutie seemed to smell the aroma of steamed eggs and buns, and kicked her short legs in Su Feng's arms. Daddy will feed you. Su Feng scooped up a small spoonful of steamed egg custard and blew on it a few times. All little Yuiyu had already opened her mouth, her little foodie nature was bursting out, and before Su Feng could feed her, her little mouth had already taken in the plastic spoon. Iya little Yuiyu chewed slowly, her little eyebrows relaxed, and a smile appeared on her face. Su Feng praised, this foodie is off the charts. I haven't even fed her yet, and she's already taken a spoonful on her own. That's how it is. The little thief ate a lot and was raised to be plump and healthy. He was not picky about his supplementary food. Little Yuiyu is so amazing. Taking the opportunity, Su Feng happily kissed the little cutie's cheek. Tong Tong dipped a small steamed bun in vinegar and ate it. Brother, the steamed bun is so delicious. It's a million times better than the ones mom makes. Eat more if it's delicious. It's so delicious. This person helped Tong Tong up, afraid that Su Feng would snatch her little dumpling. Ruerua chewed with her little teeth, her face full of satisfaction. Chen Menjian watched as Su Feng patiently fed Xiao Yuiyu, and a smile unconsciously appeared on her lips. Little Yuiyu wants the fatherly love that other children have. This is why she came to Dragon City again. I'm thinking of staying in a hotel first, and then renting a place tomorrow. Go back to the school and see if there is any information about graduate Su Feng. Find him and ask him if he is willing to accept Xiao Yuiyu and his daughter. As if God were looking out for her, she found Su Feng for her very first lunch after getting off the bus. Call me daddy, and daddy will feed you. Su Feng scooped up some steamed egg custard and deliberately placed it on his right side. Little Yuiyu pouted, but couldn't reach the spoon, so she moved around anxiously in Su Feng's arms. Call me daddy. Mommy, mommy. Chen Menjian covered her mouth and smiled, whenever she had worries in her heart. A simple mommy from her little one is enough to lift her spirits and make all her worries disappear. Su Feng was discouraged and gave up on the idea that he could make her call him dad by giving her a meal. I'll spend more time with her and gradually build a relationship with my daughter. As the two gradually became more familiar with each other, she naturally started calling him dad. Chen Menjian said, put the buns away. Only feed Xiao Yuiyu a tiny bit of the bun skin. Don't feed her the filling. Good. Iya, mommy. The little girl mistook Su Feng for her mother. After finishing a bowl of steamed egg custard, she was not satisfied and wanted to eat the steamed buns in the steamer. In her eagerness, she stood on Su Feng's legs with her 2 little feet. Su Feng smiled helplessly, placed the steamed bun in front of her bowl, and broke it into half. He swallowed the filling of the bun in one gulp, and then tore off small pieces of the remaining bun skin and soaked them in the rice porridge. Come on, daddy will feed you porridge and steamed bun wrappers since you're still hungry. The little cutie opened its mouth contentedly. Chen Menjian watched this scene, her heart filled with mixed feelings. The man in front of her was incredibly shameless, calling himself dad in front of Xiao Yuiyu with such familiarity. Hey, in this day and age, you can't get a bride or a wife without being shameless. Watching her daughter eat obediently, she couldn't help but say proudly, feeding Xiao Yuiyu is so easy. She cooperates perfectly when I feed her complimentary foods every day. Su Feng blinked and nuzzled his cheek against Xiao Yuiyu's. Brother, feed Tong Tong. The little sister pouted, looking unhappy, waiting for her brother to feed her. She was a little jealous of her brother, Yuiyu. How old are you? You're already in kindergarten. Su Feng was speechless. Tong Tong pouted, now that Xiao Yuiyu is here, brother doesn't love Tong Tong anymore. Love, spoil your daughter, spoil your sister. Come on, open your mouth. I fed Tong Tong a spoonful of porridge, and she was overjoyed. No need, Tong Tong can eat by herself. Although dinner wasn't lavish, the family enjoyed it immensely, and the porridge warmed them comfortably. Chen Menjian didn't stand on ceremony with Su Feng, and drank a bowl of porridge and ate a basket and a half of steamed buns all by herself. Tong Tong ate only half a basket of food and drank a bowl of porridge, then patted her little belly contentedly. Hee hee, ha ha ha, quack quack. After Xiao Yuiyu finished eating, Su Feng carried her back to bed. Over dinner, the father and daughter became more familiar with each other. She happily pinched Su Feng's cheek, and Su Feng had a motherly smile on his face. Well, actually, it was a loving father's smile. Daddy will play with you, and I'll buy you lots and lots of toys tomorrow, okay? The little girl happily started playing with Su Feng after just one meal. It's clear that he doesn't have any other playmates besides his mother. Su Feng grabbed her soft, white feet, gave them a kiss, and tickled the solace of her feet. Hee ha. Little Yu rolled around on the bed laughing. Chen Menjian laughed and said, "Don't kiss her feet. Her feet are her ticklish trigger. If you kiss or touch them, she'll laugh happily." "Daddy, daddy." Although she didn't know what daddy meant, she still pouted her rosy little lips and gently pressed them against Su Feng's face. "Iya, la." Ha, ha, a clear and melodious laugh came from Xiao Yui's mouth. Little Yui's bell-like laughter was pure and unadulterated, a truly relaxing laugh that brought a silly smile to her father's face. Su Feng asked, both happy and surprised, She can understand what I'm saying? And she really kissed me, she really kissed me." Chen Menjian smiled helplessly and said, "Silly girl, she's young, not stupid. She's already 10 months old, and in 2 more months she'll be a year old. Of course she can understand what you're saying." After playing and laughing with Xiao Yuiyu for a while, she got sleepy and lay limply on Su Feng's chest with her bottom sticking out. And so, she drifted off to sleep. Su Feng didn't dare to move, and gave Chen Menjian a pleading and helpless look. "Little Yuiyu sleeps very well." Chen Menjian chuckled softly, picked up Xiao Yuiyu, and gently placed her on the bed. Little Yuiyu rolled over, her right thumb still in her mouth. "Is your child still sucking their thumb even though they're almost 1 year old? Eat your hand." Chen Menjian nodded. "I'll go clean the kitchen." When he came out of the inner room and into the kitchen, the plates, bowls, and chopsticks in the sink have all been washed clean. Even the steamer baskets for making buns were washed and neatly arranged. The smooth cutting board was wiped spotless, and the cleaning cloth was washed and hung on the shelf. "It's so clean." Su Feng's eyes widened in surprise, and he quickly ran back to the inner room. "Teacher Chen, you don't need to tidy up. You're making me feel embarrassed." Su Feng scratched the back of his head, his eyes filled with heartache, his expression somewhat complicated. She did all the dirty work in the kitchen, and it was the first time the two had met in so long. Chen Menjian smiled and said, "Well, I saw you and Xiao Yuiyu having a good time, so I cleaned up the kitchen while I was at it." "Hey, don't wash it next time, I'll wash it." Chen Menjian rolled her eyes at him. "Stop nagging, thank you for cooking for Xiao Yuiyu and playing with her." "You!" Su Feng's lips curled into a sneer as he stepped forward. He firmly supported her shoulders with both hands. "I am Xiao Yuiyu's father. I would give my life for her, so why are you thanking me?" He said this in a very strong tone. Chen Menjian stretched out her slender hand and moved Su Feng's right hand away. "You, don't get agitated." She was a little afraid of the man's gaze. "Don't say thank you next time. Also, I am Xiao Yuiyu's father." "When you said thank you, it felt like a knife had stabbed my heart." Chen Menjian laughed. "It's not that exaggerated. Anyway, you're not allowed to say thank you." "Okay, I won't say. If you want to raise Xiao Yuiyu, then I won't be polite to you. I'm from the countryside, and I'm good at housework." Su Feng looked serious and mustered his courage to take her hand. "I feel sorry for you being so busy. I'm sorry for you being pregnant, giving birth to Xiao Yuiyu, taking care of her during your postpartum period. As her father, I've really made you and your daughter suffer." Tch Chen Menjian smiled and said, "I can only blame myself for not telling you when I was pregnant and gave birth to Xiao Yuiyu. I only have myself to blame." The man looked down, clutching his own hand. A blush rose on her pretty face, and she tossed Su Feng's right hand aside. Although they had a daughter, Xiao Yuiyu, the two lacked a foundation of affection. "Teacher Chen, you are Yuiyu's mother, and I am her father." He grinned. "We're husband and wife, you're my wife now, right?" "Ha!" Chen Menjian was dumbfounded, and her face quickly flushed red. She never expected that Su Feng would say something so bold and embarrassing. "Wife, how could that be? It doesn't count." She shook her head vigorously. "Look, we're going to live together and take care of Xiao Yuiyu. Becoming my wife is just a matter of time." Su Feng gazed at her blushing, exquisitely beautiful face, and his heart fluttered with excitement. My heart suddenly started beating faster, pounding wildly. Chen Menjian avoided eye contact, feeling utterly ashamed. How could this man be so shameless? She said, "Don't say it, don't say these things." "Okay, let's not talk about it for now. Brother, you've finished your homework, let's go home." Little Tong Tong packed her pencils and textbooks in her pink backpack. Su Feng nodded. "Okay, let's go home." He climbed onto the bed, lowered his head to kiss Xiao Yuiyu's forehead, and looked at the little angel's face. For some reason, he was suddenly overcome with emotion, and his whole body trembled slightly. He took a deep breath, letting go of his past lazy days. "From now on, I will work hard to support Xiao Yuiyu. Goodbye, little Yuiyu. Daddy will come to visit you again tomorrow morning." A tender smile appeared on Chen Menjian's lips. "Goodbye, Tong Tong. Goodbye, sister-in-law." Tong Tong waved. Well, I'll go home now. I have the key here. I'll install a few security cameras at the restaurant entrance tomorrow morning. Chen Menjian smiled. Go ahead, teacher isn't scared. I've pulled down the roller shutter. I'll move out tomorrow. He glanced at the double bed and sofa. I'll sleep on the sofa to protect you and your daughter. Ding dong, congratulations on your successful opening. May your business prosper. The universe's #1 cooking system is officially activated. The mature woman uttered an incredibly cringe-worthy line in the sexiest tone, almost making Su Feng spit out his soup, and then, in the days to come, the system will automatically or passively assign various main and side quests. Complete the task and the system will give you a corresponding reward. Su Feng raised an eyebrow. What reward? It will make you the universe's #1 culinary master, a super chef with exquisite cooking skills, including frying, stir-frying, braising, stewing, simmering, boiling, poaching, hot pot, steaming, stewing, simmering, braising, and grilling. A variety of culinary techniques, including baking, stir-frying, pan-frying, braising, stewing, mixing, quick frying, marinating, freezing, pickling, intoxicating, roasting, and smoking. In short, the system will train you to become a top chef. The mature woman continued, I doubt you'd understand all this. To put it simply, the system will make you a master of cold dishes, a master of noodles, and a master of cooking. To become a master chef, culinary skills require continuous accumulation. Anyway. Su Feng immediately waved his hand. Stop talking, stop right now, and then what? Ding dong. The system has detected that the host has the grand opening skill and has issued a beginner task, 10 positive reviews. The system will reward you with 1 draw for the Ju Wei kanji recipe. Note that it's the exclusive secret recipe, the world's best kanji recipe. First, the system needs to explain 10 positive reviews, which, as the name suggests, means 10 positive reviews. Stop. I understand, the Xiaolongbao received positive reviews from 10 people, right? Su Feng interrupted the system's rambling explanation, feeling rather powerless as he retorted, hating being treated like an idiot by the system. Normally, he would definitely be interested in chatting with the mature female voice system forever. Heh. System, you're right. The events of that day have left Su Feng still somewhat dazed. The system then issued another task. I haven't fully processed what happened today, and I feel a mix of complex and chaotic emotions swirling in my chest. I took deep breaths as I rode my electric scooter home. Even though his emotions were complicated, he was uneasy and slightly panicked, but his heart was filled with sweetness. Every time he blinked, the cute face of Xiao Yuiyu would appear in his eyes. Then, a smile would inevitably spread across his lips. Tong Tong, don't tell mom yet, okay? Your brother has a girlfriend, alright? Then, you can let Tong Tong play on her phone for half an hour every day and buy her an ice pop. The little girl has started making demands. Su Feng rode a small electric scooter. Okay, I'll eat popsicles every day, every single day. Yay! Tong Tong waved her little hands happily. Behave yourself, sit tight, and don't fall. Okay. Back home, Su's mother, Lu Fangfang, sat on the sofa writing test papers, preparing for tomorrow's tutoring class. Lu Fangfang basically doesn't rest on Saturday mornings. She rents a classroom at Kaiming Education to tutor students. Otherwise, even if it's a teacher who is a homeroom teacher, and it's a top-performing class, the salary would still be high. The monthly salary is only 5,800, but the benefits are better. During holidays, the school gives gifts. My mom even won the Outstanding Head Teacher Award last year, as well as the city-level Outstanding Teacher Award. She is quite famous throughout the province. The homeroom teacher won first place in the selection and received a reward of 18,000 yuan from the school. Her salary was very low, it wasn't even enough to cover the tutoring fees she earned on weekends. My father, Su Jianyi, is a geography teacher, and his salary is even lower. Mom, I'm home. Back home, Su Feng winked at his younger sister. Tong Tong understood what he meant and knew she had to keep it a secret. He threw his school bag on the sofa and ran to his room. Lu Fangfang stood up, put down her pen, and glared at her son. You're back? Why didn't you feed Baibei at noon? Baibei has been hungry all day. The more the mother thought about it, the angrier she became. Her son only knew how to play games all day long. She blurted out, when I got home, Baibei was so pitiful that she was almost crying. She kept howling. Su Feng smiled helplessly. Mom, I also have my own business. Today the restaurant opened and we made over 1,000 yuan. More than 1,000? Really? What are you selling? What kind of food can you cook? Lu Fangfang's eyes clearly showed disbelief. Her son is a habitual liar, and who knows where he's off playing games again? He's even teaming up with his friends to lie to his elderly mother, pretending to be playing basketball at the court when he's actually at a nearby internet cafe. This kind of thing is commonplace. She couldn't be bothered to expose the brat's little trick of lying. selling Xiaolong Bao, soup dumplings. Absolutely. Su Feng chuckled, so, I'm temporarily giving up on the dog walking task. Lu Fangfang sighed, I have a great reputation, and I have taught so many outstanding students from Tsinghua University, Peking University, and Tsinghua University, but my son has become a cook. Su Feng retorted, there are 360 professions, and every profession can produce a top chef. If I'm going to be a chef, I want to be a top chef. Tong Tong pouted and said, brother's steamed buns are especially delicious. I ate 4. The little girl started speaking up for Su Feng. Lu Fangfang smiled and said, no matter what you do, bring your daughter-in-law home for mom first. Teacher Li is a year younger than mom. Today she showed mom a picture of her little grandson. He has such a chubby, round face and is so cute. As she spoke, Lu Fangfang's eyes lit up with a grandmotherly smile, which made her eldest son shudder. This? Su Feng nodded hurriedly, no problem, mom. Your daughter-in-law will definitely be home within a month. But, you'll need time to take care of your grandson after you've had him, you're so busy with work. Hee, once you get married, mom will naturally retire to take care of the kids. Stop bragging, get down to business, and hurry up and find a partner. No, your dad is busy too, he can't completely give up the task of walking the dog. I have my own career. Su Feng said, pursing his lips and glaring. What's wrong with having your own career? It's not like you're dating. You walk Baibai on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, your dad walks her on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, and your mom walks her on Sundays. This golden retriever has been with us for 5 years, and my mom adores it. It's also incredibly smart. In my mom's words, its intelligence is comparable to that of a 3 or 4-year-old child. Crucially, Baibai also helps her family pick up packages at Kaniao station and buy groceries at the market, carrying the groceries for them. My mom often says to him, if Baibai went to school, he'd be smarter than you, and he'd definitely be better at studying than you. The next morning, the Douyin video with the line, how can you sleep? Finally stopped playing. Because Su Feng was concerned about Xiao Yuiyu, he naturally opened his eyes at 4:30 in the morning. I got out of bed, washed up, and went to the bike shed to ride my electric scooter. I drove to the wholesale market, which was about 3 kilometers away, to buy the ingredients I needed for the kitchen today. The warmth and comfort of everyday life are what truly soothe the human heart. Before 5 a.m., the vegetable and meat wholesale market was already packed with people. To buy vegetables and meat, you could go to the market stalls, set up a stall, or go to the morning market. The first batch of vegetables in the morning, most of which are delivered in the middle of the night, are the freshest. Moreover, the price is cheap. Many people were riding electric tricycles to buy vegetables and meat. Some people came from further away, driving willing minivans to wholesale goods. For someone like Su Feng, who lives relatively close to the wholesale market, riding a small electric scooter is sufficient. Of course, because his only ride is a small electric scooter that he's been riding since high school. After selecting the ingredients, I pedaled and rode like crazy all the way back to the restaurant. I thought to myself, next time I'll just go to the regular farmer's market in the evening to buy some ingredients. Going to the wholesale market to save money and wasting time is really not worth it. I'll wait until business picks up before going to the wholesale market. When Su Feng opened the roller shutter door, it made a sound. Upon hearing the sudden noise, Chen Menjian was startled like a frightened bird. She quickly got up, put on her slippers, and secretly peeked towards the restaurant entrance. Su Feng walked into the restaurant carrying large and small bags of ingredients. Did the sound of the door opening wake you up? Su Feng asked with a smile. Chen Menjian walked out of the inner room, wearing a yellow floral nightgown and smoothing her messy black hair. No, I'm just worried about thieves, so I'm a very light sleeper. Su Feng placed the ingredients on the counter and walked to her side. Wow, the baby's food sack is so round and perky. My daughter must not have suffered any mistreatment while eating. Seeing this amazing scene, he was relieved. Chen Menjian looked rather thin and frail, as if she were malnourished, which made Su Feng feel a little sorry for her. Are you feeling insecure? Are you worried about bad people? Su Feng asked with concern. No, Chen Menjian shook her head, saying one thing but meaning another. I was just woken up by the noise when the roller shutter was pulled up. She woke up several times during the night, always worried that there were bad people around. She was a very light sleeper, and she woke up instantly when Su Feng pulled the roller shutter door of the restaurant. I'll move in tonight to protect you and Xiao Yuiyu. You're moving in? Chen Menjian's eyes widened, and she asked nervously, where will you sleep if you move in? Want to squeeze in with me? No. She blushed, rubbed her messy hair, and ran to the bathroom. If you dare lie down on the bed, I'm leaving. Are you kidding me, you idiot? Su Feng lay down on the soft bed with a thud. The newly bought blankets were filled with Chen Menjian's faint feminine scent. Little Yuiyu, with her fair and tender legs exposed and wearing a diaper, was fast asleep with her eyes closed. Good morning, little Yuiyu gently kissed little Yuiyu's face. Su Feng got up and prepared to go to the kitchen to knead dough and chop mincemeat. Seeing Xiao Yuiyu's angelic face, Su Feng's lazy thoughts vanished without a trace. I'm full of energy and enthusiasm. I'll work hard to earn money to support my daughter. After washing up, Chen Menjian dried her hair. Su Feng, while Xiao Yuiyu is still fast asleep, let me help you. Her black hair was piled up on her forehead in a bun, with only a few strands of hair left out as bangs. He rolled up his sleeves, looking like he was about to help Su Feng steam buns. Don't call me Su Feng. Calling me by my full name makes us feel like strangers. Then what should I call you? Xiao Feng? She asked with a smile. Call me husband. Pa, what are you thinking? She was a little shy. The two of them hadn't even started dating, let alone holding hands, and she wanted her to call her husband? That's just being a pervert. Anyway, the restaurant is where the teacher pays, so I definitely need to help. Tell me, what do you need me to do? She asked generously. Su Feng laughed and said, working together with men makes the work easier. You can help me cut the meat, I'll knead the dough first. Okay, she nodded in agreement. Su Feng turned on his newly bought Xiaomi hand warmer phone, clicked on Kugo, started playing music from his favorites list, and casually tossed the phone onto the shelf. Find the sun where there is no wind, and be the warm sun where you are cold. Amidst all the ups and downs of life, you've always been too naive. For the rest of my life, all I want is you. For the rest of my life, through wind and snow, through ordinary days, through poverty, you will always be there. You are my glory, you are the tenderness in my heart, and you are everything my gaze falls upon. Chen Menjian lowered her head, carefully cutting chicken breast while listening to the music coming from her phone. And the lyrics to this song, her ears were flushed. Could you please change the song? She had a feeling that Su Feng was confessing his feelings to her. However, to my surprise, the next song was Finally Waiting for You, with lyrics like, Finally waiting for you, I'm glad I didn't give up. Happiness is hard won, which makes it all the more precious. Can you change the song? Change it now, she said, her face flushed with embarrassment and anger as she listened to the song. Su Feng feigned ignorance, looking puzzled. What's wrong? Isn't this song good? It sounds nice, but I don't want to listen. Okay, then I'll switch to the next one. In the end, it was still a love song, Simple Love. Jay Chu's melodious and gentle voice sings, I want to hold your hand like this and never let go. Can love be simple and without hurt? Su Feng is a ruthless person. Yesterday, I spent 3.8 yuan to subscribe to Qzhao's first month of VIP membership. I even added a bunch of love songs to the playlist, just so Chen Menjian could listen to them. I didn't expect her to be so shy. She asked me to change the song after only listening to 2. No problem at all, keep trying. Next song, Only. You are my only one. I'm saying I love you to myself on the phone. I really love you. All the chicken breast is cut up. And carrots, Su Feng said. She didn't expect the child's mother to be so diligent, so she simply didn't hold back. For breakfast today, Su Feng added 2 kinds of steamed buns. One type is a braised chicken bun, which combines chicken and carrots. The combination of the two provides a rich source of protein and vitamins. Another one is fried pork cracklings and pickled cabbage bun. The pork cracklings used are pork cracklings. He first cut the fatty meat into small pieces, then boiled water in a pot, added the fatty meat, and kept it boiled in this way. Remove the foam from the lard, blanch the pork, then remove it and simply drizzle it with a little water. Add oil to the pan and then add the pork. This will help to fry the pork more quickly and efficiently. During the process, scallions and ginger were added to enhance the flavor. The pork cracklings in the pot were then scooped out. Looking at this scene, Chen Menjian smiled with delight. It's been so long since I've had pork lard rice. Also, the dried pork cracklings, chopped up, are especially delicious when used to make steamed buns. Of course, I plan to use pork cracklings to make some pork crackling and pickled cabbage buns, or egg, chive, and pork crackling buns. They will taste absolutely delicious. Wow, I never expected Su to be a chef. Chen Menjian gave a thumbs up in praise. Su Feng poured the lard into a bowl next to him. He could use it to mix with rice or stir-fry vegetables, and it smelled incredibly delicious. The braised chicken bun uses a secret sauce made primarily of soybean paste and sweet bean sauce. Using the master-level steamed bun recipe provided in the system gift pack to make and steam steamed buns will definitely make diners eat deliciously and addicted to them. Mushroom and pork buns, pure pork buns, pork crackling and pickled cabbage buns, and braised chicken buns. 20 baskets of each of the 4 types of steamed buns were steamed, for a total of 80 baskets. There were only 2 kinds of porridge, and Su Feng simply cooked millet porridge in egg drop soup. Looking at the steamers of buns stacked together, resembling a small mountain, one can't help but look forward to today's business. Next, Su Feng began to prepare the chili oil. Add coarse chili powder, fine chili powder, a spoonful of salt, a spoonful of sugar, and a pinch of pepper to a bowl. Add a little white wine and mix the seasonings well. Adding baijiu, Chinese liquor, enhances the flavor, making the chili oil even more fragrant. Adding a little cooking oil to the ingredients will prevent them from burning when hot oil is poured over them. Buy peanuts in advance, put them in a bag and crush them with a rolling pin, then pour them into chili powder. Crushed peanuts also enhance the aroma of chili oil, and a layer of white sesame seeds on top further enhances the flavor. Finally, heat half a pot of oil in the pan. Sizzle, sizzle. A burst of delicious aroma wafted out. He was hungry and wanted to drink this bowl of chili oil, which was so hot it would scald his mouth, straight down his throat. Is this all? Chen Menjian stirred the chili oil with chopsticks. Su Feng poured the oil, and she stirred it. Right. With a series of sizzling sounds, the aroma of chili oil slowly filled the air. Sesame seeds, white wine, and crushed peanuts, when heated by the high temperature, blended with the fresh fragrance of chili, creating an absolutely exquisite aroma. Even if you only eat plain white steamed buns, with a little bit of freshly made chili oil, you can easily eat 3 big white steamed buns. The chili oil smells so good. Chen Menjian smelled the aroma. Unfortunately, she can't eat spicy food. Little Yu is 10 months old and still breastfeeding, needing to drink breast milk several times a day. Okay, everything's all set. Mommy, while little Yu woke up. He got out of bed, rubbed his eyes, and stared blankly, searching for his mother. She burst into tears as soon as she couldn't see her mother. Chen Menjian hurriedly ran back to the inner room and picked up Xiao Yu. Mommy's here, little Yu, don't cry. After coaxing her for a while, Yu stopped crying. Su Feng also ran into the house, where he saw Chen Menjian roll up her clothes, slip the straps of her tank top to the side, revealing. Holding little Yu in her arms, Ruerua ate her delicious breakfast. Su Feng was instantly stunned, his eyes wide open. Whoosh! Chen Menjian was startled, her face flushed red with embarrassment, and she hurriedly covered her chest with the blanket. Get out, get out! She called out urgently. Oh my god, I've been seen naked? Su Feng asked with a smile. Little Yu is almost a year old, is she still breastfeeding? Yeah, that saves money on baby formula. She nodded, too embarrassed to look Su Feng in the eye. No need to save money, I'll go buy the milk powder later. Chen Menjian shook her head and smiled. There's no need to buy formula. Breast milk is enough, and it's more nutritious than formula. It would probably be very difficult to wean her off breast milk. Little Yu has a strong craving for milk. She needs to drink it every day before bed and when she wakes up. She drinks it at noon and in the afternoon, about 4 or 5 times a day. She's like a dairy cow, on call 24 hours a day. In addition, my daughter needs to eat complementary foods after drinking milk. The result was obvious. Xiao Yu had gained weight, her chubby little face was even more chubby than a baby's. The little girl is a bit chubby, but her big, bright, dark eyes make up for her round, chubby face. Get out of here, you need to breastfeed Xiao Yu. Chen Menjian was very shy at this moment. She lowered her head and gently pushed Su Feng's chest, pushing him out of the small room. I'm even shy about holding hands, let alone letting him see the baby's food. That was her absolute privacy. Okay, I'll go out. Su Feng was a little amused and exasperated. She's a mother now, how can she be so shy? In the 21st century, are there still such shy and adorable treasure girls? At this moment, a group of 4 young college students, their expressions filled with anger, each teetering on the edge of exploding, walked into the store while chatting angrily. Damn it, they even managed to lose in a bronze level game, CAOLE dog. The Yasuo and Darius on the other side are definitely using smurf accounts. These idiots must be diamond players trying to smurf in bronze games, right? The 4 of them looked dejected. They had been playing games all night. They spent the whole night at the internet cafe, playing until 6 a.m. Before logging off, they played League of Legends, using smurf accounts to smurf in bronze-ranked games. Unexpectedly, they were outmaneuvered and the 4 of them were furious the whole way. This lousy game is so addictive. What kind of monsters and demons are these opponents? Forget LOL, I want to relieve my youth. Tonight I'm playing Crossfire and aiming for the title of King of Guns. Someone next to me asked, hey bro, what's your rank in Crossfire? The old man said, expert. Ahem, I guarantee you won't reach Gun King before the new year. Bullshit, my skills are good enough to beat experts, not just to easily crush newbies and stomp on fish. Even the cunning old sniper god is coming out of retirement. Another person sighed. The group collectively scoffed. With that old man's magnifying glass, you're a master of outlining human figures, nicknamed Meow Man Stitch, and you dare call yourself a veteran sniper? You're as bad as a dog, you can't even aim properly at a person. Boss, is there any food now? The eldest in the dormitory asked. The group played games all night, hurling insults at each other, almost coming to blows in the internet cafe. Yeah, everyone was, trying their best to control their tempers. Yeah, brothers, you have to be tolerant. There's no other way, after all, they're all noobs. Even in a bronze-level game, a lack of teamwork can lead to a complete rout. Su Feng replied, there are steamed buns, and millet porridge and egg drop soup. The group discussed it for a while. One basket each of mushroom and pork, braised chicken, and pickled cabbage buns, and one more basket of the rest. One bowl of egg drop soup for each person. Okay. Su Feng smiled slightly. For some reason, a strange sense of anticipation arose in his heart, and his lazy, indifferent thoughts vanished by more than half. At 6:30 in the morning, the restaurant, which was about to begin a warm and long-lasting business, finally opened for business. Holy crap, it smells amazing. The steam from the steamed buns rose and filled the air. The aroma of the braised chicken bun is especially rich. Plump and white little steamed buns. Dip it in some chili oil and eat it. The group couldn't wait to taste the steamed buns. It was a little hot when it entered the mouth, but the next second, the eldest, second eldest, and third eldest roommates all opened their eyes wide. Tasty. Amazing. This mushroom and pork flavor is really good. It smells so good. Thin skin, generous filling, and rich savory sauce. The moment you taste it, the irresistible allure of this delicacy, the pleasurable sensation of chewing, sends your adrenaline soaring. You'll want to lick it as much as you can. Cough cough. That's a bit of an exaggeration, but it's absolutely delicious. The fourth roommate looked completely bewildered. It's that delicious? He took a bite of the chives, pork cracklings, egg, and vermicelli bun. Immediately, his eyes widened in shock. Holy crap, delicious, delicious. This tastes like Mom's cooking. Several people. Pork crackling buns, didn't you guys eat them when you were little? They're absolutely amazing. After saying that, he put the second steamed bun in his mouth. It smells so good. I'll try it. Hey, why are you stealing my buns? The eldest brother exclaimed in agitation. Third brother, fourth brother, why are you eating my chicken bun? I'm wrong. The four of them ate in a completely uncouth manner, even fighting over and grabbing other people's buns. Mix chili oil and aged vinegar together, and dip delicious xiaolongbao, soup dumplings, in it. The more people eating, the better the food tastes. Even Su Feng felt a little hungry watching the others eat. In less than 3 minutes, the four brothers in the dormitory had finished all 4 baskets of steamed buns. Boss, 4 more baskets of steamed buns, please. Same as before, 1 basket of each, this time at a chive and egg filling. Su Feng replied, right away. He stacked the 4 baskets of steamed buns together and served them on the table. Boss, the steamed buns are really delicious, the boss praised. The second child gave a thumbs up. I've never eaten such delicious steamed buns before. It's heavenly. And the chili peppers are so fragrant. The spicy aroma and chicken filling are dancing and mingling in my mouth. It's so incredibly satisfying. Su Feng, this is outrageous. The third brother ate so fast that his facial muscles were twitching wildly from the heat. While chewing the bun, he exclaimed, Boss, oh my, it tastes just like Mom's cooking, it's so delicious. The group praised the food excitedly and began to wolf it down. Boss, your xiaolongbao are absolutely amazing. They completely blow away the food in the cafeterias of the medical university and the agricultural university, so why is business so bad? One person asked, puzzled as to why such a delicious restaurant was deserted. Su Feng smiled and said casually, we just opened yesterday, so we don't have many regular customers. You are the first batch. Haha, boss, your steamed buns smell so good. Students from the agricultural university and the medical university will definitely be attracted here, said the fourth brother. The second oldest laughed, don't worry, boss, from now on, our 308 dorm will be your restaurant's loyal fans and customers. Haha, thank you all, thank you everyone. Please come again if you enjoy the food. The eldest brother laughed, I'll definitely come again next time, it's so delicious, I can't stop eating. The 4 of them, like starving ghosts, began a frantic spinning routine. That disgusting way of eating, it's a shame he's not a food vlogger. Even Li Kuei, the black whirlwind from Liangshan, would have to call him dad. The 4 roommates finished off a crazy meal of steamed buns, still feeling like they hadn't had enough. After paying the bill and leaving the restaurant, the eldest smacked his lips and licked them. Damn, I've lived for 20 years and this is the first time I've ever eaten such delicious steamed buns. Yes, they taste even better than my grandma's steamed buns. The second son stared wide-eyed and nodded in agreement. The third brother chuckled and said, I feel the same way. It's surprising that such delicious buns are doing so poorly. Let's do some simple promotion in the QQ group. The leader nodded, sure, I'll mention it in the group chat. If everyone wants to come, great, if not, we'll come every day. Haha, I can't take it anymore. I'm going to buy another basket for lunch. In the blink of an eye, bald fourth brother turned around and ran back to the restaurant. Depend on. The group exchanged glances and then ran back to the restaurant. They also wanted to buy the xiaolongbao, soup dumplings, to take home and eat for lunch. So, the 4 brothers in the dormitory packed up 4 baskets of steamed buns and took them away. Business was rather slow in the morning. To Su Feng's dismay, there weren't many customers, only a few scattered passers-by. Despite the slow business, his passion remained undiminished, as every customer who finished their buns gave him a positive review. Around 10 a.m., new customers arrived again. A woman in her 40s, wearing a short-sleeved shirt and trousers, with tan skin, a mole on her eyebrow, short hair, and a sharp and neat appearance, walked into the store. There was also a middle-aged man wearing shorts, with a bald head and a shiny bald head. His head was covered in a gleaming hard-boiled egg, but his eyes were tiny and narrow, creating a stark contrast with his fierce physique and demeanor, making people want to laugh at first glance. Young man, 2 baskets of chicken filling, 1 basket of pork filling buns, and 2 bowls of porridge. The bald man grinned and called out to Su Feng. Then, his small eyes gleamed as he looked around the entire restaurant. The decor was old-fashioned, the space was large, and the tables were placed there without any reasonable use of the space. It's worth noting that the shops on this street are located in a prime area of the city, and the street is called Wutong Shenxiang, a night market in Longcheng. The key is that there are 2 universities nearby, the Agricultural University and the Medical University. Although they are not on the same street, many students come to this night market after school. Alright, help yourself to the tea. Su Feng smiled. The woman chuckled, young man, how much is the rent for such a large restaurant? Rent on this street isn't cheap. Su Feng took a closer look and exclaimed softly, hey, big sister, aren't you the owner of the Skewers restaurant next door? I've been there with my friends several times already, you're a customer. Haha, so you're a regular customer of our store. The bald man grinned widely. Yeah, I don't know how much the rent for this shop is. Su Feng raised an eyebrow and smiled calmly, saying, it's a shop owned by a rich second-generation friend. It's empty and I can use it for free. Since no one else is renting it, I guess it must be very expensive. Hey young man, you've really gotten a great deal. The rent here is ridiculously expensive. The woman looked on with envy and clicked her tongue, saying, guess how much the rent is for the skewer's shop next door for a year? How much? Su Feng gently placed 3 baskets of steamed buns on the dining table. The woman made a gesture. 60,000. Wow, that's so expensive. Su Feng was genuinely surprised. His restaurant, including the inner room, kitchen, and dining area, is a total of 160 square meters. My name is Zhang Wanwan. What's your name, young man? The woman asked. The man swallowed a chicken bun in one gulp. As he chewed, his eyes grew brighter and brighter. He gave a thumbs up and exclaimed, I've eaten a lot of buns, but this is the first time I've ever had such a delicious one. Wow, is it really that delicious? Zhang Wanwan lowered her head, picked up a bun with her chopsticks, dipped it in vinegar and chili oil, and took a bite. The woman ate while laughing and said, it tastes great, handsome young man, you must have a secret recipe for these buns. The 2 exchanged barbs, giving Su Feng no chance to speak at all. Actually, there's no secret recipe. It's just a little trick my grandma taught me. My name is Su Feng. The sign says, Xiao Su's Gourmet Restaurant. Just call me Xiao Su. Su Feng chuckled modestly. After all, it was the universe's #1 cooking dog system, so the steamed bun recipe it taught him couldn't be too bad. In today's brick-and-mortar restaurant market, it doesn't matter how delicious or amazing the food is, as long as it's not bad, it can stay open. Powerful. The bald man gave a thumbs up. The food tastes really good, but it's a pity that selling breakfast in this location is a losing proposition. Young man, this is a night market, you're selling breakfast here. Upon hearing this, Chen Menjian, who had just finished feeding and putting Xiaoyu to sleep, almost spat out her porridge when she came out of the inner room. This street was indeed a night market. She wanted to remind Su Feng yesterday, but she didn't say it out loud. She even secretly thought that the child's father wasn't quite right in the head. Selling xiaolongbao at the night market was definitely not something a normal person would do. Even under the blazing midday sun, Wutong Lane is bustling with people, not just students, but also many passers-by who come specifically for lunch. Furthermore, most people would definitely not choose xiaolongbao, soup dumplings, for lunch. Su Feng's expression was quite interesting. He slightly opened his mouth, his lips twitched, and he awkwardly scratched his head and smiled. Little Su's Gourmet Restaurant can sell anything, right? Let's start by selling xiaolongbao to practice. Haha, keep it up, young man. With a shop like yours, you don't have the pressure of rent, so you can sell whatever you want. The bald man said. After I finish practicing making xiaolongbao, I'll serve some other delicacies. Su Tian had already mentally cursed the dog system's ancestors for 18 generations. The woman's name was Zhang Wanwan, and the man's name was Zhang Yufeng. After finishing his steamed bun, Zhang Yufeng smacked his lips, took out a toothpick and played with it, then took out a union cigarette and handed it to Su Feng. Su Feng took the cigarette, then took out a lighter and lit it for Zhang Yufeng. The two chatted as they smoked. The couple used to sell spicy skewers at a stall near the Agricultural University, and their business was always booming. Su Feng remembered that he and his best friend Beizai had visited that roadside stall a few times. Later, due to the city's Creating a Civilized City campaign, almost all the roadside stalls in the city disappeared, leaving only a few small vendors who were constantly playing cat and mouse with the city management officers. The so-called Creating a Civilized City is the government's goal of creating a civilized city. Street vendors selling snacks are driven away by urban management officers no matter where they set up their stalls. Out of desperation, the couple opened a skewer's shop next door, along with some snacks like grilled cold noodles and fried ham. Business was booming. They would eat lunch in advance and then start skewering the ingredients and materials. Haha, keep it up, young man. The steamed buns taste really good. How much is it in total? Zhang Yufeng asked. 42. Zhang Wanwan was taken aback. Her mouth twitched and her eyes widened as she said, not expensive at all, only 12 yuan a basket? Xiao Su, you're selling these buns very cheaply. The rent for shops on this street is so expensive, especially with the high foot traffic. Many restaurants charge several yuan more for their food than in other areas. Hee, I don't have to pay rent. It's a friend's shop, so a regular price is fine. Su Feng snapped his fingers and said, "You're going to crush us like this." Zhang Yufeng said with a chuckle, using a currently popular term, involution. Based on normal rental prices, Su Feng's restaurant shop would cost at least 150,000 yuan, or even 200,000 yuan, per year. Since it's a newly opened store, the prices should be reasonable. A basket of Xiaolong Bao at 12 yuan is neither expensive nor cheap. I think it's acceptable. Xiao Su, keep up the good work. Looks like I've got my dinner sorted out for every day. Welcome to our shop, Brother Zhang and Sister Zhang. After the two left, Su Feng tidied up the steamer baskets and bowls on the dining table. Little Su? Chen Menjian winked playfully and secretly called out to Su Feng. When the child's mother called her Xiao Su, her facial muscles twitched involuntarily, and she smiled wryly. Teacher Chen, I didn't realize you were so mischievous and charming, calling me so intimately. Pa, how are you being intimate with Xiao Su? Chen Menjian's pretty face flushed slightly, then she asked seriously, this street is a night market, are you serious about selling breakfast Xiaolong Bao? Yeah, someone said confidently. Su Feng, with his thick skin, chuckled and said, I didn't know, and besides, I'll practice selling Xiaolong Bao first. Suddenly, for a fleeting moment, Chen Menjian felt that the man in front of her was rather foolish. Selling breakfast at the night market was definitely not something a person with a normal IQ could do. The father of the child in front of her didn't seem very bright, and for a moment, she began to worry that little Yuya might inherit Su Feng's intelligence. Boss, is steamed buns all you have for lunch? Yes, Xiaolong Bao, soup dumplings, absolutely delicious. Forget it. Let's find a restaurant that serves rice bowls and have shredded pork with garlic sauce over rice. Two college students turned and walked out of the store. Then, the next second, two college girls wearing hot shorts and one wearing a long skirt walked into the store. A man was also with them. A gourmet restaurant, what an awesome name. Boss, what are your signature dishes? The long-haired girl in the short skirt asked sweetly. Su Feng grinned. Steamed stuffed bun. Are there only steamed buns? Another person asked. Yes, it just opened, so for now we only have Xiaolong Bao, soup dumplings. We'll have other dishes in a few days, Su Feng said patiently. The girl in the short skirt looked at the empty restaurant, pursed her lips slightly, and subconsciously felt that the steamed buns must not be very tasty, otherwise why would no one be coming to eat them? Forget it, let's go eat mala tang. No, Xiaoxiu, we'll just have Xiaolong Bao, soup dumplings, Another girl in a short skirt said, her eyes sparkling with desire, staring at Su Feng as if she were completely mesmerized. The long-haired girl nodded, that's right, Xiaoxiu, it's been so long since we've had Xiaolong Bao, let's have some Xiaolong Bao. The buns made by handsome guys must taste better. Yeah, that mala tang place is bad and expensive. It's better to eat at the school cafeteria, it's cheaper and tastier. The other 5 girls in the dormitory exchanged glances, all with smiles on their faces, indicating that they wanted to eat steamed buns instead of spicy hot pot. Their purpose in leaving campus to eat was to see the handsome guys at the agricultural university. Unexpectedly, she encountered a man with the looks and charisma of a celebrity. Su Feng. Oh, you're medical students from medical school, right? Yeah, wow, handsome guy, you're so smart. Idiot, be more reserved. A girl gently tugged at the hem of the girl in the long dress, secretly biting her lip. The idiot was so infatuated with the handsome guy that she wanted to throw herself at him. You guys, the girl named Xiaoxiu looked at her roommate with a puzzled expression. Before she could react, her roommate forcibly pulled her to sit in a dining chair. This? Apart from Xiaoxiu, the other 5 girls in the dormitory all had infatuated expressions, occasionally stealing glances at Su Feng. Hey, Xiaoxiu, the minority should follow the majority. How about we try some steamed buns, and then I'll have spicy hot pot with you tonight? Oh, okay. Xiaoxiu nodded blankly. The only man among the 6 girls smiled helplessly and said in a low voice, Xiaoxiu, they came to see the handsome guy, not really to eat steamed buns. In an instant, Xiaoxiu realized what was going on and glared at her stupid roommates. She doesn't want to eat steamed buns. Because the restaurant was called Xiao Su's Gourmet Restaurant, I thought it must have other delicious food, so my roommate and I went into the restaurant. But we found that they only had xiaolongbao, soup dumplings, and steamed buns. The girls from the medical school each ordered a basket of steamed buns, egg drop soup, and thick porridge. Su Feng had just served steamed buns to the group of 6. The next second, 2 more girls in school uniforms walked into the restaurant, carrying several books in their arms. Wow, hello, are you the big star brother Vu? Can I get your autograph? A girl stared blankly at Su Feng for 6 seconds, then suddenly ran up to him with a shocked expression. The girls at the other table, who were spinning steamed buns, were also dumbfounded. Brother Vu? The person in front of them was the big star brother Vu? That was the elegant and gentle brother Vu. Did a big star come here to experience the daily life of selling steamed buns? The sudden turn of events left Su Feng stunned, but being the boss, he quickly regained his composure and chuckled. No, I'm Eddie Peng. You're really not brother Vu? A girl asked, puzzled. How do I resemble brother Vu? Not at all, okay? Su Feng said, both amused and exasperated. He knew he was handsome, not bad at all, and admitted that Hu Ji's peak looks could indeed threaten him. He never expected that a girl would mistake him for Hu Ji. I'm sorry, but after looking at you more closely, you don't seem to be brother Hu, but your profile is still incredibly similar. I'm so sorry, the girl said, blushing shyly. Oh my god. Society died. How embarrassing. The girl blushed. It's alright, would you like some steamed buns? The girl said, isn't there any other food? I had steamed buns at the school cafeteria for breakfast. The restaurant just opened, and they only have steamed buns. The two hesitated for half a minute, wondering whether they should eat the steamed buns or not. In the end, Su Feng opened his mouth and laughed jokingly. Ladies, would you like some xiaolongbao? They're absolutely delicious. If you don't like them, you two can tear my face apart. Depend on. That's too cruel. Which girl could resist a handsome guy talking like that? Xiaoxiu's boyfriend looked at Su Feng with utter contempt. Holy crap, this boss is handsome, so he can do whatever he wants and has special privileges. Especially with his gentle way of speaking and that sly smile, what girl could resist? It's no exaggeration to say that Su Feng's pursed lip smile is incredibly charming and domineering to female freshmen. Eat steamed buns, let's eat. We'll eat 2 baskets each. The restaurant was busy until 2 p.m., and most of the beautiful girls were invited by Su Feng to eat steamed buns and did not refuse. Only a few straight girls like Xiaoxiu refused him. Even so, from the time the store opened this morning until now, they have sold a total of 1,280 yuan. System, can you give me a reasonable explanation? Su Feng wondered to himself. I was very displeased. This street is a night market, especially since it seems to be some kind of trendy night market. According to Zhang Wanwan from the skewer's shop next door, the peak hours for customer traffic are around 5 or 6 p.m., 7 or 8 p.m., and even 10 p.m. However, who would choose to go out for xiaolongbao during those times? Host, please don't be impatient. The delicious xiaolongbao is just a tool to activate this system. Please follow the tasks issued by the system step by step, and you will become the most dazzling star and the most popular boss in the trendy night market street. Su Feng was speechless, suspecting that the system was manipulating him. However, he gritted his teeth, he had no evidence. Ding dong, congratulations host for completing the 10 positive reviews task. The system rewards you with 1 random draw for a special recipe porridge. Would you like to start the draw? Start. Ding dong. Su Feng waited quietly for the system's lottery draw. This damn system is so slow. They even have to do a lottery for the porridge, like the recipe is some kind of amazing secret. A porridge lottery? Let's see what kind of turtle-shaped porridge the system can come up with for me. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the recipe for world's #1 tofu pudding. From the initial preparation to the tofu pudding's broth, detailed instructions and cooking methods have been provided by the system. Immediately afterwards, a piece of information suddenly appeared in Su Feng's mind, which was about the recipe for tofu pudding that he had won in the system lottery. It's truly amazing. The system does more than just tell him how. Instead, they simply added some skills to him. Why is he so skilled at making xiaolongbao, soup dumplings? It's as if he's a master who's been making dumplings for 10 years. The same goes for tofu pudding, the same cooking techniques seem to have been directly applied to him. System, should tofu pudding be served with fried dough sticks? The system has no authority to intervene. Su Feng sighed helplessly. Then, it's still just steamed buns with tofu pudding. At most I'll make soy milk separately. When the recipe for tofu pudding flashes into my mind, the method for making soy milk also comes to mind at the same time, since the two are often used together. Ding dong! The 10-person positive review task has been completed, and the system is now officially activated. The 100-person positive review task is now open. Within 1 week, if the Xiaolongbao cell receives 100 positive reviews, you will be rewarded with the initial kneading skills for making noodles. At the same time, the system will issue a side quest called Feel at Home. The quest can be completed if 100 customers visit the store twice within a week. The last item is the 100 baskets task. You need to sell at least 100 baskets of buns every day for a week to be eligible for the noodle recipe lottery. Note, completing all 300 tasks simultaneously will unlock one of the ultimate noodle cooking techniques. Depend on. Are you a Chuyunibiu, delusional, chef cooking system? The ultimate method for cooking noodles? What the heck? He just finished getting 10 positive reviews, and now he's got another 100 positive reviews to do. I don't even want him to be a couch potato for a day. Getting 100 positive reviews isn't that difficult, considering the time limit is only 1 week. It's something that can be easily achieved. However, it's really going to be difficult for this rundown home away from home place to attract 100 repeat customers. The steamed buns he makes are made using authentic cooking techniques, without the fancy technology and elaborate tricks popular online, and customers won't get addicted to them. There are also 300 tasks to complete simultaneously, which raises the difficulty level to 5 stars, leaving no way to overcome the challenge. To sell 100 baskets of steamed buns every day for a whole week, the system really thinks too highly of him, especially in Wutong Lane, this popular night market street. Even selling pancakes, grilled cold noodles, or fried ham would be more popular than Xiaolongbao. If all else fails, in order to complete the task, he would go out late at night and shout to get people to come and eat steamed buns. Never mind, in order to earn enough money for Xiaoyu's milk powder, this lazy bum still tries his best to turn his life around. Su Feng walked back to the inner room, where Chen Menjian was sitting on the bed coaxing Xiao Yuyu. Seeing the smug smile on the man's face, she couldn't help but roll her eyes at Su Feng. The man resembled a brothel madam from ancient times, standing at the restaurant entrance throughout the lunch break, greeting only the girls who passed by. With an enthusiastic smile, he asked every girl he met, "Beautiful lady, would you like to eat some steamed buns? They're absolutely delicious." If he encounters a bold girl who flirts with Su Feng, he'll say something like, "The steamed buns are absolutely delicious. I guarantee you'll come back next time." If they're not good, just consider it friendship and hanging out. Let's have a drink together another day. That shameless man is so audacious and frivolous. I seriously suspect the child's father is a scumbag, but she has no proof. TCH, they really have no shame when it comes to selling steamed buns, Chen Menjian said with a light spit. Su Feng, ever the friendly type, lay sprawled on the bed. Where is the shamelessness? I'm so tired. Do you think I want to chat up those women? I'm doing this to earn money for diapers for my little Yuyu. Get off, don't get on the bed, you idiot. In fact, Chen Menjian was still a little closed off inside. Seeing Su Feng so close to her, her heart immediately started pounding nervously. Little Yuyu broke free from her mother's embrace and crawled on her knees onto Su Feng's stomach. Oh! She blinked her bright eyes and reached out to pinch her father's face. Ouch, that hurts. Little Yuyu, you're so strong. Su Feng's face was contorted with pain from being bullied by his daughter. He gently squeezed little Yuyu's hand and made her slowly let go. Chen Menjian burst out laughing. Who gave you permission to lie in bed? Little Yuyu will teach you a lesson for me. Hey, little Yuyu was having a great time, and happily reached out to grab Su Feng's hair. Su Feng, you naughty little devil, come here, let daddy give you a kiss. Su Feng sat up, nuzzled his cheek against Xiao Yuyu's, and gave her a big kiss on her fair and bouncy face. In an instant, Xiao Yuyu's crystal eyes were stunned, her upper lip covered her lower lip, her mouth pursed, and the cute child looked pitiful and aggrieved. Ah, wah! She was kissed by her father and burst into tears, feeling inexplicably wronged. That loud voice was truly earth-shattering, resounding through the sky, making one's ears tingle and one's heart shatter. Su Feng, however, wore an innocent expression, looking like he was about to cry, and said, "Daughter, what's wrong with a kiss? Do you dislike your father that much?" Wutong Lane is brightly lit and bustling late at night. After nightfall, the famous night market in Longcheng welcomes its most lively time. Groups of 2 or 3 men and women came and went, including many tourists from other places, but mostly local college students, exuding youthful energy. The whole street was bustling with people, revealing a lively and down-to-earth atmosphere. However, the sign outside Xiao Su's gourmet restaurant reads, "Closed for the day." Watching Su Feng bustling about, arranging toiletries in the bathroom, Chen Menjian was completely stunned. "So, you really want to stay at the restaurant from now on?" she asked, her eyes glazed over. At first, I thought Su Feng was just joking, but seeing the man's serious expression, she felt a sudden, inexplicable panic. Does this mean I have to live with him? Keep in mind that neither of them had ever been in a relationship before, so living together is really quite a bold move, isn't it? She wasn't ready. Chen Menjian's expression at this moment resembled that of a frightened little white rabbit, fearful, dazed, nervous, and shy. No, you're not allowed to stay in the restaurant. Otherwise, She was becoming somewhat incoherent. In the sweltering summer, she had a habit of taking a bath every night. Not only during bath time, but also at night, in the middle of the night, and in the morning, I have to feed Xiaoyu. Moreover, if they live together, it's like they're cohabiting, eating, working, and taking care of the children together. Oh my god, this is so embarrassing. She felt her heart pounding so hard it felt like it was going to jump out of her chest. No, isn't it so we can live together and protect you and your daughter? Su Feng said, winking. I always feel like you're an unreliable father. Chen Menjian spat lightly, picked up her pajamas, hesitated, and dared not go into the bathroom to take a shower. It was so hot that even though there was air conditioning in the bedroom, she still had to take a shower. Su Feng said with a smile, Teacher Chen, I am the child's father, so I have an obligation to stay at the restaurant and take care of you and your daughter, Xiaoyu. No, not like this. Su Feng stood up, stepped forward, and gave her a suggestive wall slam. In that instant, Chen Menjian was completely stunned. Her mind and brain went blank, and she was squeezed into the corner by Su Feng like a pitiful little white rabbit. The two stared at each other so close together that Chen Menjian felt her face flush as if it were steaming. The air conditioning was on in the room, but she still felt her body temperature rise suddenly. How could this happen? Her tone was flustered, shy, and panicked. Su Feng pursed his lips, a gentle smile on his face, and said earnestly, Teacher Chen, you're almost 1 year old, and I can imagine the hardships and heartache you've endured taking care of Yu. But from now on, please allow me to help you take care of Yu, okay? The man's warm breath, like a wave of heat, washed over her flushed face, and a bead of sweat trickled down her fair forehead. But this is too fast, we're not that familiar with each other yet. Su Feng said seriously, what do you mean we're not very familiar? You're the mother of the child, and I'm the father. We're going to be husband and wife in the future. Besides, it's not like we haven't slept together before. Upon hearing this, Chen Menjian's pretty face turned bright red. No, stop talking. She was already very shy, and felt like she had lost all face in front of Su Feng. It was too embarrassing. So, you'll stay in the restaurant, but you're only allowed to sleep on the sofa. With a sob in her voice, Chen Menjian pushed Su Feng away forcefully, ran into the bathroom, and slammed the door shut, locking it behind her. Huff, huff, huff. She squatted on the ground, panting heavily, looking tense and flustered. How could the child's father act like this? He's a scoundrel, like a rogue. Her face was rosy and alluring, like an apple, but her legs felt weak. She didn't even have the strength to go take a shower. After taking a shower, she changed into a plain yellow floral dress and walked out of the bathroom. She saw Su Feng and Xiaoyu playing and laughing on the bed. The scene was so discordant, yet a smile unconsciously crept onto her lips. She seemed to have imagined this heartwarming scene before, and even seen it in her dreams. She turned on her laptop and began her workday. Yan, why are you still working? It's already 10 o'clock, go and get some rest. Su Feng said with a frown. This woman is incredibly dedicated. Illustrators must be very tired. You run your restaurant, and I have my job too. I've already reduced my workload by half, and I can finish my work in 2 hours. Chen Menjian rolled her eyes in annoyance. Also, don't call me Yan, call me Teacher Chen. The two weren't that close or intimate yet. Yan was a nickname she only used with her closest people. She'd be shy, wouldn't she? Su Feng picked up Xiaoyu and gently stroked her little nose. Little cutie, what will your mom do if she doesn't rest? Oh dear, Little Yu babbled cutely as she stared blankly at her father. Dad will sing you a song. No singing. Chen Menjian raised an eyebrow, clearly a little angry. You really need to focus on your work and not make noise by singing. The woman was stubborn and headstrong. She didn't want to be Su Feng's full-time boss, and the frivolous man in front of her still needed further evaluation. She used to work full-time as an illustrator, but now she works part-time, sometimes only for 2 hours. After Su Feng finished putting Xiaoyu to sleep, he received a call from his mother. The reason is that Tong Tong misses him. Exhausted, Su Feng told his sister the story of Snow White and the 7 Dwarfs before hanging up the phone. He then went to prepare the ingredients for tomorrow's breakfast, running to the kitchen to wash the soybeans he had bought and soaking them in cold water, basin by basin. Soak the soybeans in cold water overnight, and tomorrow morning they will be ready to be used to make soy milk and the world's #1 tofu pudding produced by the system. That night, Su Feng fell asleep comfortably on the sofa. The atmosphere between him and Chen Menjian wasn't as awkward as he had imagined. Because Xiaoyu was lively and mischievous, she kept calling for her mother, and Su Feng made funny faces, told stories, and tried all sorts of ways to make her happy. And with his thick skin, the two got along quite well. In the middle of the night, Chen Menjian, her nerves on edge, finished feeding Xiaoyu and glanced at Su Feng, who was snoring loudly. The man was drooling, seemingly lost in some wonderful dream or enjoying some delicious food, and he was even making a clear grinding sound with his teeth. This stinky man, he's handsome and seems like the real deal, but he actually snores and grinds his teeth. It's terrifying. 4 o'clock in the morning. Thud. Su Feng, who had just woken up, got up and stretched. He glanced at the mother and daughter lying on the bed. Little Yu was sleeping soundly in Chen Menjian's arms. A faint, silly smile crept onto his lips. He had to give up his idea of giving his daughter a good morning kiss. Walking into the kitchen, he fumbled for a cigarette on the stainless steel shelf holding various kitchen utensils and seasonings. Before he even turned on the light, he already had a cigarette in his mouth. So sleepy. After taking 2 deep drags on his cigarette, Su Feng shook off his drowsiness and reached out to turn on the kitchen light. To prevent the noise of making soy milk and tofu pudding from disturbing Chen Menjian and her daughter Xiaoyu, he gently closed the door to the inner room. I'm really going bald. I hope I don't lose hair from staying up late. Su Feng took 2 puffs of smoke, extinguished the cigarette butt, and reached out to grab a handful of soybeans soaking in water. Like a seasoned chef at a breakfast shop, he can tell whether the soybeans have been soaked properly and are ready to be used to make soy milk simply by grabbing them with his hands. When the beans fully absorb water and swell, the yield of soy milk reaches its optimal level, resulting in less soy pulp. Next, pour out all the water from soaking the soybeans, use a large strainer to scoop out the soybeans and drain them, and then prepare the appropriate amount of water. This bucket of water is used to make tofu pudding. All subsequent operations use water from this bucket. The corresponding ratio directly locks in the concentration of the beans. Keep the concentration of the soy milk at an optimal peak. Pour the soy milk into the grinder little by little. In an instant, the pulp grinder began to hum. Su Feng glanced towards the door of the inner room, worried about waking Xiaoyu. This broken machine is amazing. Ordinary machines require grinding twice with a grinder, and even the commonly used blender at home cannot achieve a 100% pulp yield from the beans in one go. However, the magical machine in front of him could. One-time grinding, directly to the destination. Perfect. The grinder in front of him had always been placed in a corner of the kitchen. It was as if the system knew he would draw the world's best tofu pudding and had already arranged everything. The second step is to boil the soy milk. He doesn't need to use a cloth or filter bag to filter the ground soy milk at all. Thanks to the amazing machine, the soy milk has reached its optimal state. When finally made into tofu pudding, it will still be smooth and tender, retaining its rich texture. Add water and freshly ground soybean milk to the aluminum bucket. Buzz buzz buzz. Bring the soy milk to a boil over high heat, then turn to low heat and let it simmer for another 3 or 4 minutes. If the soy milk is not cooked thoroughly or not cooked at the right time, the final product, tofu pudding, will have a beany taste. Su Feng, why are you up so early? Chen Menjian gently pushed open the door. She was half asleep when she heard a buzzing sound outside, which woke her up. When she opened her eyes, she thought there was a thief, but when she didn't see Su Feng on the sofa, she knew that the man must have gone to make steamed buns. However, it was too early, the sky was still dark, and dawn had not yet broken, yet he was already working hard. I'll make a super delicious tofu pudding, Yan, just wait and eat. Su Feng grinned, showing his white teeth. Although his wife forbade him to call her so affectionately, he couldn't help it. He's shameless. Living together day and night, how could he warm up his relationship with his wife without calling her that? Chen Menjian yawned, scratched her messy hair, and glanced at the time displayed on her phone. It's too early, it's only 4 in the morning. It's getting late. After I finish these, I'll make egg drop soup and rice porridge, and then prepare the dough and filling for making steamed buns. I don't know if I can finish all of this before 6:30. Su Feng pondered, trying to finish breakfast before 6:30. This is the most basic thing for opening a breakfast shop. Open a restaurant. You can't be lazy, especially starting your own business. We can't continue to be a lazy bum. He still has a tiny bit of awareness, and he tries to make himself more diligent and hardworking. He had also heard that some breakfast shops start preparing at 3 a.m. This gourmet restaurant sells breakfast, and he was already lazy enough and a complete couch potato. Now that I have Xiaoyu, I'm full of motivation no matter what I do. Oh. Chen Menjian nodded and gently closed the door behind her back in her room. After a quick wash, she applied some toner to her pretty face and neatly combed her hair into a bun. She remained silent, walked out of the room, and gently pulled down the cave apron hanging on the wall and tied it around her waist. Su Feng, what do you need me to do? She asked in a cool tone. Su Feng looked up and stared at her for 3 seconds. Under the white light, Chen Menjian was being stared at by Su Feng. Her pretty face flushed slightly, but she was trying to remain calm. Su Feng didn't say anything, just offered words of concern and comfort like telling her to go back to sleep and rest. He could tell that the child's mother was not a pretentious woman, especially since she had her hair tied up in a bun, her apron fastened, and her sleeves rolled up, looking like she was ready to get to work. But she stayed up until midnight last night to finish her illustrator work. Crack 15 eggs, then prepare the flour for the dough, as well as the pork and chicken from the freezer. Without needing to say more, Chen Menjian understood the work she had to do. Simply put, it's to assist Su Feng. First, place all the ingredients and materials he needs on the work surface. At this point, the world's #1 tofu pudding mentioned by the system had been made. There are many things that can be done to cook this, and you can easily turn soy milk into tofu pudding. Salt brine, gypsum, eggs, white vinegar, or even lemon juice can all be used, but Su Feng chose glucanodeltalactone for convenience and speed. And so, the two of them worked silently for more than 2 hours from 4 in the morning. Su Feng took a small bowl and picked up a wooden spatula with his right hand. The next second, he suddenly lifted the lid of the aluminum bucket containing tofu pudding with his left hand. In that instant, a rich aroma of soybeans wafted from the bucket and filled the air, making people involuntarily take a deep breath and enjoy the smell. It smells so good, Yan Yan, have a bowl. Ugh. Chen Menjian nodded lightly, rolling her eyes at the man. You're so disobedient, you never learn. I already told you. As she spoke, a sly smile appeared on her face as she looked at the man, and she abruptly stopped. Alright, he's still the father of my child, so let him call me that so intimately, just don't make it too greasy. The tofu pudding is here. Su Feng picked up the small bowl with his left hand and used a shallow spoon to scoop the tofu pudding into the bowl with his right hand. Layer upon layer of tender and smooth tofu pudding are stacked together. When serving tofu pudding, the breakfast master in my memory also had his own rules. He would scoop the tofu pudding into the middle of the bowl, making it protrude like a small steamed bun or baby's food, creating a small shape. Certainly. Su Feng didn't care. Then, the braising liquid is poured on top, simply called soy sauce braising liquid, and the braising liquid flows down the tofu pudding from the top to the sides of the small bowl. Gulp. Chen Menjian couldn't help but swallow. Seeing the big man staring straight at her, she chuckled and said, "Silly boy, what are you looking at? Hurry up and put it on the table. I'm starving. I got up so early to make breakfast for you. Here it is, these toppings, Yan Yan, add as you like." Okay. She bit her lip. Men really take advantage of every opportunity. There are generally 3 types of seasonings for tofu pudding, but Su Feng only made the first one. Soy sauce, oyster sauce, chicken bouillon, and water are added to thicken the sauce. This is the fastest method. The second type is meat broth, made by simmering pork bones or chicken bones, adding chopped gluten, daylily, and wood ear mushrooms, cooking them, and then thickening them with cornstarch. The third option is to add soy sauce, chili oil, and sesame paste directly. Of course, in northern regions, especially in cities like Longcheng, people generally don't add sesame paste when eating tofu pudding. Su Feng, you should eat too, it's almost 7 in the morning. Chen Menjian called out. The man was still wrapping steamed buns, but she had already started tasting the tofu pudding. The broth contains chive blossoms, crushed peanuts, chili oil, cilantro, soybeans, and pickled mustard greens. This bowl of tofu pudding is truly a feast for the eyes, nose, and palate, making it irresistibly appetizing. We'll eat later. Su Feng placed a bowl of garlic water on the table and asked, "Don't you put garlic water in it? Or maybe some minced garlic?" "Don't want." She shook her little head. "My breath smells like garlic all day after eating it, and I can't get rid of it even after brushing my teeth." Last time, she ordered braised chicken leg noodles for delivery by herself, ate 2 cloves of garlic, and ended up making Xiaoyuya choke and cry, and nothing she did could soothe her. After tasting a spoonful of tofu pudding, her beautiful eyes trembled instantly. Su Feng, it's delicious, really delicious. The texture is bouncy, smooth, and refreshing, with a rich bean flavor, and when combined with top-quality chili oil, the taste is absolutely amazing. A spoonful of tofu pudding is a true culinary delight. The steaming hot tofu pudding made Su Feng's appetite soar. He bent down, took a small spoon, scooped a spoonful of tofu pudding from Chen Menjian's bowl and put it in his mouth, praising to himself, "Not bad, the most delicious tofu pudding in the world, I really have a talent for cooking." Someone shamelessly boasts. Bang! Chen Menjian reached out and tapped Su Feng's forehead. "Go get your own food, you shameless bastard." He actually stole her tofu pudding. What a shameless bastard. The taste is really good, and the buns are cooked. Let's have 2 baskets of buns first. Su Feng placed 2 baskets of steaming, fragrant chicken buns and pork buns on the table, then served himself a bowl of tofu pudding and began to enjoy his delicious breakfast. The system hadn't lied to him after all. The taste of this bowl of tofu pudding was indeed the best in the world. Chen Menjian said, "What if we prepare so much but have no customers? You idiot, we need to hurry up and put the blackboard on the chair by the door, otherwise no one on the street will know that we sell breakfast." He has 2 blackboards. Place one inside the restaurant and one outside the entrance. Yan Yan, do you think 4 yuan a bowl of tofu pudding is too expensive? Chen Menjian chuckled and said, "It's not expensive at all, okay? This delicious, super tasty tofu pudding is only 6 yuan. 6 yuan is too expensive. I've never had a bowl of tofu pudding for breakfast that cost 6 yuan. Besides, this bowl is so small. It would be more appropriate to sell it for 5 yuan. You've got guts." Fortunately, this restaurant didn't have rent, otherwise, the couple, who were new to the restaurant business, would have really gone bankrupt. Holy crap! There are people selling breakfast in Wuton Lane? Seriously? Has the boss lost his mind? This is a night market in Wuton Alley. On the street, 5 young men passed by and saw the breakfast list written on the blackboard in front of Xiao Su's gourmet restaurant. They all looked dumbfounded. Ugh, this is awful, I feel like throwing up. That fat woman is acting like a complete idiot, she keeps messing with me. Brother Lu, do you want to eat? Is there breakfast? Or do you want to come in and have a bowl of porridge? My stomach is really upset, a young man said. Another person chuckled, what kind of breakfast is this? If there's a breakfast shop in Wuton Lane, almost everyone who comes here is a passerby, right? How can the food possibly taste good? The oldest man, named Brother Lu, looked to be in his early 30s. He glanced at the restaurant's entrance and spoke slowly. With such a big shop selling breakfast, even a fool would know that the owner must have some skill, and the taste shouldn't be too bad. Who cares if it tastes good or bad? Let's go in and have a bowl of porridge first. Surely a breakfast shop has porridge? The group of 5 were all marketing employees of 0 Point Bar, which means they were nightclub regulars. They had been drinking with a few older men and women all night, and then continued drinking at a barbecue stall outside. They had already vomited several times. Before I knew it, it was already dawn. As I walked, I happened to come across Xiao Su's gourmet restaurant. "Boss, do you have porridge?" "Yes, welcome, please have a seat." Su Feng enthusiastically called out, "For breakfast, we have various flavors of steamed buns, and for drinks, we have rice porridge, tofu pudding, egg drop soup, and soy milk. I highly recommend our new delicious tofu pudding." He pointed to the small blackboard, which clearly read, "Delicious tofu pudding, 5 yuan/bowl. Give me a basket of different flavored buns. I'd like a bowl of tofu pudding. I want one too. I'd like a bowl of tofu pudding and a bowl of rice porridge." Okay. Business wasn't busy at the moment, so Su Feng chose to personally serve the food to the customers instead of letting them take it themselves. Once business picks up, we'll find a sign that says, "Food for self-service." They dug a huge trench. A young man's eyes widened instantly. "You guys have to try this tofu pudding. Quick, it's really good. The steamed buns are delicious too, and the tofu pudding. The owner is really something, daring to sell breakfast at the night market. That's awesome, the taste is amazing." Brother Lu took a small bite. As a food expert weighing over 200 pounds, he was very picky about food. "Not bad, this bowl of tofu pudding is really good. It's fresh, fragrant, smooth, and delicious. The sauce and the tofu pudding itself are both top-notch, absolutely amazing." The other brothers looked up and stared blankly at Brother Lu. "Brother Lu, you foodie can even critique things?" "I'm a foodie. I've eaten at almost every famous restaurant in Longcheng, big and small." Brother Lu chuckled, picked up the tofu pudding, and in just 3 seconds, he shoveled the entire bowl of tofu pudding into his mouth with a small spoon in his hand. "Boss, another bowl of tofu pudding, and another basket of steamed buns." After a bowl of steaming hot tofu pudding, his stomach, which had been ravaged by alcohol all night, instantly felt warm and soothed, and his overall mental state improved considerably. The same thing happened to the others. Their dizziness and nausea were miraculously cured. After drinking all night and eating a bowl of tofu pudding, they recovered. Actually, that's not the case. The reason is that the tofu pudding is too delicious and too tasty. When the hot tofu pudding goes down their throats, it makes them feel incredibly happy. Both their mood and their stomachs feel a strong sense of comfort. Therefore, this bowl of tofu pudding has an invisible magic, a magic that is even stronger than the effects of hangover cures. This is fucking delicious. The taste is absolutely amazing, boss, I give you a thumbs up. Brother Lu shouted. Su Feng chuckled, "Brothers, come over often if you like good food." "Hey bro, do you have takeout here? I'm just lucky to have this today, I usually get off work and go home early." "Takeout?" Su Feng raised an eyebrow, then grinned and said, "We don't offer delivery for now. The restaurant has only been open for 3 days, and we haven't decided what kind of food we'll actually sell in the future. Brother, listen to me, just sell breakfast. This is the taste, absolutely no doubt about it, the business will definitely be a hit." Su Feng laughed heartily. Haha, thank you for your kind words, brother. Such a delicious breakfast, such amazing tofu pudding, it would be a shame not to post it on WeChat Moments. Brother Lu took out his phone and took 2 beautiful photos of steamed buns and fragrant tofu pudding. In the bowl, the tender white tofu pudding is topped with crushed peanuts, cilantro, chive blossoms, chili oil, soybeans, and pickled mustard greens. The photos he took with his phone were so appealing that they made one's mouth water and want to have a bowl. Absolutely brilliant. In a word, absolutely amazing. The other person also took a photo and posted it on WeChat Moments. The tofu pudding and steamed buns were super delicious. I was so full. I ate 2 bowls of tofu pudding and 2 steamed buns. Brother Lu posted on his WeChat Moments with an exaggerated caption, delicious to the point of being insane. Today's breakfast was indescribably delicious. I almost swallowed my tongue along with it. They were all marketing professionals for bars and nightclubs, and their WeChat accounts had an alarmingly large number of friends. As soon as Brother Lu posted on his WeChat Moments, dozens of people liked it. Wow, where is it? This bowl of tofu pudding looks really good, it smells delicious and makes my mouth water. It looks delicious. I'm starving, time to get up and have breakfast. Brother Lu, where's the restaurant? Where is the address? Brother Lu replied in unison, it's Wuton Lane, the internet famous street. Isn't that a night market? Question. Isn't Wuton Lane the famous night market in Ardalanchinj, just one traffic light to the left of the agricultural university? I even had beer and barbecue there last night. Brother Lu, it's just 50 meters from the entrance of Wuton Lane. There's a small blackboard hanging at the door. The owner is doing the opposite of what others are doing, selling breakfast at the night market. Unbeatable. The group, still savoring the moment, wiped their mouths with tissues. Boss, 2 bowls of tofu pudding and 2 baskets of steamed buns, to go. Brother Lu said that such a delicious breakfast immediately reminded him of his wife and child who was starting elementary school. Okay. Su Feng stubbed out his cigarette and quickly packed up the order for the customer. Brother Lu paid the bill and added Su Feng on WeChat before leaving the restaurant with his buddies. Just as the group stepped out of the restaurant, the 4 roommates who had stayed up all night yesterday arrived again. They looked like they'd just finished staying up all night, with dark circles under their eyes, and they were all grumbling and cursing. I wonder if he lost all night playing games with friends. Brother Liu's promotion on WeChat Moments was quite effective. Before long, the restaurant was surprisingly full. However, what gave Su Feng a headache was that some of his male compatriots kept staring at his wife like idiots, as if they had never seen a beautiful woman before. Chen Menjian, on the other hand, was completely oblivious, diligently helping Su Feng serve customers and clear the tables, looking every bit the hardworking and dutiful housewife. Su Feng reached out and gently tugged at Chen Menjian's sleeve, smiling at her. Yan, my mom is coming. Ah. In an instant, Chen Menjian's fingertips trembled, and a blush crept onto her pretty face. She asked in a slightly flustered tone, when? They've already set off. They're going to bring Tong Tong to me. Then you go ahead and do your work. Put the dishes in the kitchen sink, and I'll wash them for you later. She immediately ran back to the inner room. Her words, her shy demeanor, and her delicate, fragile appearance made Su Feng's heart race wildly. He was deeply moved. He shook his head and smiled. What a silly girl. Is this some kind of treasure? I can't bear to have you wash the dishes. I'll hire a dishwasher from the kitchen later. Mom, Tong Tong wants to live with her brother and isn't coming home. Tong Tong's rosy lips were pouting. Her brother wasn't home last night, and he still wasn't there when she woke up. She was super unhappy and missed her brother. Lu Fangfang said irritably, you brat, if you don't come home, who's going to take you to kindergarten? My brother gave it to me. Your brother obviously moved out because he was annoyed by mom's nagging and complaining, and because he had to take care of you every day. He even talked about starting a business, opening a restaurant, but all he can do in the kitchen is. Lu Fangfang and Tong Tong walked towards the restaurant, complaining as they went. The son doesn't live at home, it must be because he dislikes his old mother's constant nagging. Just as he was about to scold Su Feng, he pushed open the restaurant door and heard a commotion. Boss, another bowl of tofu pudding. One bowl wasn't enough, I had to have 2. The taste was amazing, it was so damn satisfying. Yes, everyone thinks tofu pudding is delicious, right? One table of diners said to the people at another table. The man stirred the tofu pudding with a small spoon in his right hand. The tofu pudding, after being drizzled with chili oil, was bright red and garnished with cilantro. He couldn't help but take a deep sniff, looking incredibly satisfied, as if he were on drugs. Yes, it's absolutely amazing. This is the first time in my life I've ever had such delicious tofu pudding. Boss, this bowl is too small. Some people are complaining. Su Feng chuckled and replied, other people's breakfast porridge bowls are all this big, they're standard bowls. Okay, I guess I'll have to have another bowl. It's so delicious, so tasty, I'm craving it. Okay, please wait a moment. The store was packed with people and very lively. Everyone raved about the tofu pudding and steamed buns. Many people were praising the food as they ate, while Su Feng was busy serving meals to customers. Seeing this, Lu Fangfang was a little dumbfounded. Is the handsome young man in front of her really her silly son? A lazy son who only knows how to lie at home playing games, eat his fill, sleep, and then eat again after waking up? Also, is the restaurant really doing that well? Brother, pot pot. The chubby little Tong Tong immediately ran over. Su Feng patted the little girl's head. Be good, sit here. I'll bring you some steamed buns when I'm done. Little Tong Tong rolled her eyes at her mother. I want to eat little steamed buns, delicious and fragrant little steamed buns. Su Feng said, Mom, come and have some too. I'm not eating. I had some leftover millet porridge at home last night. I have to rush to school. It's Saturday, and the senior students still have classes. Lu Fangfang said that she only felt at ease going to work at the school after leaving Tong Tong in Su Feng's care. Mom, don't rush off, have some breakfast first, Su Feng called out. Lu Fangfang nodded, okay, try my son's cooking. He actually opened a restaurant. Su Feng cheerfully served his mother a bowl of tofu pudding and a basket of steamed pork buns. He knew his mother well. If the restaurant hadn't been so busy and so many people were patronizing their small shop, she would have already started nagging again. Xiaofeng, who made this tofu pudding for you? It tastes delicious, and the steamed buns smell great too. A master craftsman taught me. If you're going to open a shop, do it well. I'll have your grandma come over and help you later. Su Feng pursed his lips and said, My grandma is so old, she's 70 years old. She should rest at home. Your grandma is in great health, she thinks about you and Tong Tong every day. Lu Fangfang enjoyed a hearty breakfast and then instructed, Xiaofeng, Mom is leaving now. Keep an eye on Tong Tong and don't let her play on her phone. When little Tong Tong heard these familiar words, she nervously clenched her little hands together, but pretended to be indifferent, pouting and rolling her eyes at her mother. Okay, I understand. At this moment, inside the inner room, Chen Menjian was breastfeeding Xiao Yuiyu. Hearing Su Feng's mother's voice in the restaurant, she felt an involuntary tension. She agreed to stay and live with Su Feng, which meant she would accept Su Feng's parents and family. Thinking of her mother-in-law sitting outside, she couldn't help but hold her breath. Her mind went blank for a moment, and she could only hear her heart pounding wildly, as turbulent as a lake. At the same time, she naturally brushed the hair on her forehead, took a deep breath, and tried to calm herself down. But still, I'm so nervous. What should I say if Su Feng's mother asks? I had a child out of wedlock, and now I've given birth to Xiao Yuiyu. Will her grandparents accept it? If they don't, should I leave or? In an instant, the silly girl's heart and thoughts became somewhat chaotic and complicated, and she didn't know what to do next. Bang! The bedroom door was suddenly pushed open. In an instant, Chen Menjian felt as if the air around her had suddenly frozen. Sister-in-law, little Yuiyu. Tong Tong's lips curved into crescent moons as she happily waved and greeted everyone. Tong Tong. Chen Menjian breathed a sigh of relief and asked curiously, Where's your mother? In fact, she had been in a state of tension the whole time. Time flew by, and even after Su Feng's mother left the restaurant, she was still caught up in her own tension and struggle. Tong Tong replied, Mommy went to work. Oh dear, oh dear. When little Yuiyu heard her aunt's voice, she stopped drinking her milk, opened her mouth with a plop, and started kicking her little feet to go play with her aunt. Tong Tong opened her school bag and took out her favorite Barbie doll, Patrick Star, and the toy train. Upon seeing these toys, Xiao Yuiyu's bright eyes blinked, and she climbed over to Tong Tong's side, pouting as she gently kissed Tong Tong's cheek, leaving her aunt's face covered in drool. Su Feng, who happened to witness this scene, immediately thought his daughter was very clever and praised her with a hearty laugh. Yin Yan, look, little Yuiyu is so clever, she takes the initiative to kiss her aunt. Of course, Yuiyu is very smart. Where is auntie? Su Feng laughed and said, Going to work? What's wrong? Is the ugly daughter-in-law eager to meet her in-laws? I don't want to, I'm not ready, you're the ugly daughter-in-law. A hint of unease flashed across her pretty face. She rolled up her sleeves and took the initiative to help with the work, clearing away the leftover dishes and utensils from the table after the guests had finished eating. What a silly girl, could it be? She's never been in a relationship. Su Feng chuckled and ran back to the bedroom to get Xiao Yuiyu's baby bottle. I scooped the smooth, fragrant tofu pudding into the baby bottle, added a spoonful of white sugar, and then shook the bottle vigorously. Are you feeding Xiao Yuiyu tofu pudding? Chen Menjian asked in surprise. Su Feng nodded and smiled. Yes, this bowl of tofu pudding is at the perfect temperature now, not too hot to burn your mouth or too cold to chill your stomach. I've heard that many areas in the south have sweet tofu pudding, so let's add some white sugar and see if Xiao Yuiyu likes it. Oh, give it to me, I'll go feed it. Chen Menjian walked out of the inner room and into the restaurant to greet the guests, leaving Su Feng to feed Xiao Yuiyu tofu pudding. How much? A young girl with dyed gray hair asked with a smile. She, like Brother Liu, was also a saleswoman at 0 Point Bar. As expected, Brother Liu's WeChat Moments post was not misleading or promotional at all. The tofu pudding and steamed buns at this shop are absolutely amazing, super delicious. 2 people, 4 bowls of tofu pudding, and 3 baskets of steamed buns, totaling 56. Chen Menjian calculated the accounts. The little girl praised herself for paying by scanning the QR code. Boss lady, it's really super delicious. We'll come here often when we have time. Upon hearing the words boss lady, Chen Menjian's heart was already pounding with shyness, but her demeanor and actions remained poised and graceful. As she cleared away the dishes, she smiled and said, "Welcome. Thank you for your patronage, ladies." In fact, as a teacher, she was better at communicating and chatting with people than Su Feng, but she kept her inner self closed off during her pregnancy. Little Yuiyu, come and eat some tofu pudding. At this moment, little Yuiyu took a bite out of Patrick's star, threw it aside, and then picked up the toy train and giggled. Even Tong Tong was a little dumbfounded and confused by this scene. What was wrong with her eldest niece? She kept laughing happily all the time, but she still laughed along with Xiao Yuiyu. Brother, Yuiyu keeps smiling. She loves to smile. Ha, have you ever heard the saying that contains a lot of wisdom? A girl who smiles a lot is bound to have good luck. Su Feng picked up Xiao Yuiyu and gently placed the bottle in her chubby little hands. Little Yuiyu took a sip from the pacifier, and the sweet tofu pudding entered her mouth. Plop, plop. When something even better than grandma's entered her mouth, Xiao Yuiyu excitedly took 2 sips, her big eye showing a hint of surprise. Her little expression was very cute. His funny, silly, and adorable appearance made Su Feng unable to help but laugh. This bottle of sweet tofu pudding seemed to open a whole new world of taste for little Yuiyu. Gurgle gurgle. In less than a minute, Xiao Yuiyu gulped down half a bottle of sweet tofu pudding. It was the first time she had tasted such sweet delicacy, and she kept making babbling noises to express her happiness. After finishing her meal, Xiao Yuiyu continued sucking on the pacifier, but when she didn't get any tofu pudding, she put the bottle aside. Her pink little tongue pursed her lips, looking like she wanted more. Half a bottle of sweet tofu pudding excited Xiao Yuiyu so much that she knelt and ran around the bed trying to spin in circles. Mommy. This made the little one so excited that he called out, "Mommy. Call me Daddy, Daddy's here." Little Yuiyu ran into Su Feng's arms and opened her little mouth, babbling, "Mommy." Su Feng prepared more than 100 baskets of steamed buns starting in the morning. To his surprise, before 2 p.m., all the steamed buns and some porridge had been sold out, leaving only some soy milk. The world's #1 tofu pudding is especially popular. Whether male or female, once you've had the first bowl, you can't help but ask for a second. Before noon, the tofu pudding was the first thing to sell out. Yan, can you calculate how much money we made? Wow, we sold quite a lot. Business is very good today. For some reason, Chen Menjian felt somewhat restrained and unfamiliar when Su Feng became serious. She only feels completely relaxed when men are joking and laughing. In total, it is 1,862 yuan. She smiled with delight. Su Feng snapped his fingers. Alright, let's sell the xiaolongbao for now. Chen Menjian smiled, prepare more ingredients tonight, and try to stay open from morning till evening tomorrow. It's a night market, so let's see what kind of food we can sell tonight. Oh my, our boss lady is already thinking about the restaurant's business. Su Feng teased with a smile. Upon hearing this, Chen Menjian glared at him irritably. Boring. She really wanted to say that men are such spendthrifts, selling breakfast at the night market and miraculously managing to increase their turnover to over 1,000 yuan. At 6 o'clock in the evening, this Wutong lane gradually began to be filled with people, and the flow of people was dozens of times greater than during the day. The traffic policeman stood at the intersection directing traffic and preventing cars from entering the alley. This street seems to be the most popular night market food street in Longcheng, but strangely enough, men will close their shops at this time. Is this really something a normal person would do? Yan, let's go to the market together and buy some fruits and vegetables. We can't eat steamed buns every day and end up looking like steamed buns ourselves, Su Feng suggested. Chen Menjian nodded. Okay, I'll dress Xiao Yuiyu. Brother, Tong is going to sleep with Xiao Yuiyu tonight. Su Feng hugged his little sister in his arms, cradling her little bottom, and said, okay, this is a secret between you and me, okay? You can't tell mom yet. Hee, I know, Tong is very good and obedient. Humph, brother will buy Tong an ice pop. That brat just loves popsicles. Humph, the younger sister pouted haughtily. Let me hold little Yuiyu. As soon as Xiao Yuiyu saw Su Feng, she immediately struggled in Chen Menjian's arms, trying to break free from her mother's embrace. You've only seen your dad for a few days and you've already forgotten your mommy? Chen Menjian pinched Xiao Yuiyu's chubby little face and said with a hint of jealousy, biting her lip. Su Feng took Xiao Yuiyu from him, holding his daughter close to his chest with one hand, a smug smile on his lips. Hee, she's such a little foodie, I have to feed her more. I gave her some sweet tofu pudding this morning, and she already remembers her dad. Play with her tonight? She'll forget about him after a good night's sleep. To improve the father-daughter relationship, you have to coax them and feed them delicious food. Brother, Tong doesn't want to walk. Watching her brother holding Xiao Yuiyu, Tong pouted, her expression turning pitiful and aggrieved, and she reached out to grab Su Feng's trouser leg. That? Su Feng bent down and affectionately patted his sister's head. Then, I'll hold Yuiyu in my left arm and our little princess Tong in my right. No need, Tong can walk now. She looked at Xiao Yuiyu with a proud expression. Little Yuiyu can't walk yet, she's unsteady and has to hold onto the wall for support. Actually, sometimes, what girls notice is your attitude. It's like when Tong wants Su Feng to hug her. If Su Feng refuses, she gets angry and jealous, but if he agrees, she doesn't want to be hugged anymore. That brat, she's just jealous of Xiao Yuiyu. As the restaurant closed, Zhang Yufeng, who ran the skewer's shop next door, stood at the entrance, puffing on his cigarette. He exclaimed in surprise, "Hey, Xiao Su, it's not even 4 o'clock yet, and you're already closing. All the ingredients we prepared are sold out." "I'll go to the market to get some more," Su Feng replied. Zhang Yufeng laughed loudly. Young people are just so impulsive when they do business. "Brother Zhang, are these delicious skewers already cooking?" "Everything's almost ready. If we get off work at 5 p.m., the street will be busier. If we wait until 6 p.m., when the 2 universities let out, the foot traffic will peak." "You're really being reckless, haha. It's really not out of spontaneity, I just opened the shop for fun, who knows, it might become a hit, haha." Su Feng chuckled. If he's a rich kid, he really doesn't want to work hard, he just wants to be a quiet, laid-back dad. Ding dong. Please get rid of the idea of being a lazy bum. Host has succeeded and completed the 100 positive reviews task ahead of schedule. The system has rewarded you with master-level donating skills. Ding dong. Attention, host, please check your message. Donating techniques have been distributed. Complete the task ahead of schedule and receive an extra reward from the system. Shopping tips. God level I for good deals. The sudden notification from the mature woman made Su Feng's lips curl into a confident smile. Making noodles? Do you need any special skills to knead dough? It's just adding flour to a bowl, then adding water. If there's too much flour, add water. If there's too much water, add flour. If you want the noodles to be softer, just add more water. Yes, this is the donating technique his mom taught him. But suddenly, in that instant, Su Feng almost spat out a mouthful of Manhwa evaporated milk. Wow, the system rewarded him with his donating skills. It's completely different from the knowledge and skills I already possess. Wow, it smells amazing. Su Feng's heart trembled. Even someone as battle-hardened as him couldn't escape the "it's actually so good" phenomenon. Master, the farmer's wholesale market. The family went to the farmer's wholesale market, and Su Feng, who doesn't own a car, had no choice but to call a taxi. Little Yuiyu was full of curiosity about the world. She was very restless in Su Feng's arms, looking around at everything outside the car window with her big eyes, and hugging Su Feng's neck tightly with some fear. The first time I went out with Chen Menjian, we didn't go to shopping malls, parks, or cinemas. Instead, it's a bustling, vibrant agricultural wholesale market brimming with the warmth and life of everyday people. The place was crowded and noisy, and the condiment and meat section smelled bad. Luckily, Chen Menjian had packed a mask in her bag beforehand, worried that Xiao Yuiyu would be choked by the smell, so she put a cute little mask on her. Chen Menjian asked with concern, "Does Tong need to wear a mask?" "No, thank you, sister-in-law." The chubby girl shook her head and refused. First, the family visited the fruit hall. Entering the fruit hall, Su Feng came to a stall and looked up with a smile. "Auntie, how much are these bananas per pound?" The older woman casually tossed 2 plastic bags to Su Feng, saying, 6 yuan and 50 cents a pound. 6.5 yuan per jin? That's so expensive. Isn't this a fruit wholesale market? Su Feng exclaimed, wide-eyed. That's the wholesale price. If you buy a whole box, I'll charge you 6 yuan. Young man, these are sesame bananas, better than the regular variety. They're smaller, but the peels are thin. If you don't like them, you can return them to me. Buy with confidence, eat with confidence. Where's the cantaloupe? The woman said, cantaloupes are cheap, 4 jin for 10 yuan, take as many as you like. He carefully selected a bunch of bananas and a few cantaloupes. The so-called God level eye for knowledge that the system just rewarded me with is only good for avoiding unnecessary pitfalls when buying things. Just like the banana in front of you, if both sides are green instead of pure yellow, and only one side is green, then this banana has been treated with ripening agents, and the taste will definitely be bad. And this cantaloupe, the lighter the better, the crisp sound it makes when tapped, thin skin, absolutely delicious taste. It's not just about distinguishing fruits, you can also tell the good from the bad of some vegetables. Simply put, this god-level eye for spotting goods can be described as the system's 80 years of experience in shopping and buying groceries. I'll buy some persimmons to take home and eat them raw, Chen Menjian said. Su Feng called out, Auntie, how much are these persimmons? 5 yuan and 80 cents a pound. Goodness, vegetable prices should be at their lowest in summer, but they're still so high. Su Feng, who rarely buys groceries, was shocked by these prices. Choose bright red persimmons for stir-frying, and pink persimmons for eating raw. He picked some small pink persimmons, which were juicy and had a more fragrant flavor than the bright red ones. Cucumbers should be selected with the flower at the top, still prickly, uniform in thickness, and the firmer the better, as soft cucumbers lose all their moisture. There are also tips for buying pork. Xiaolongbao uses pork foreleg with a ratio of 30% fat to 70% lean. If you are using pork to cook dishes, choosing pork foreleg will make it more fragrant and tender. If you're making braised meat, stewed meat, rujiamo, Chinese hamburger, or cured meat, you should choose hind leg meat. This will allow you to taste the meat's fibrous texture and make it more chewy. After purchasing all the ingredients needed for tomorrow morning, the family returned to Wutong Lane and stored all the vegetables and meat in the refrigerator. Yan Yan, do you want some cake? Tong Tong immediately jumped up and shouted, Eat, bro, eat cake. You brat, I wasn't asking you. Humph. Chen Menjian nodded slightly, girls definitely love cake, right? I want the original flavor and the red date flavor. If you have those, buy some banana-flavored cakes too. Look at her tone, she wasn't being polite to men at all. Okay. A week passed leisurely, and Chen Menjian had already gotten used to living with Su Feng. Su Feng was very disciplined. He didn't go to bed at night, but only went to bed to play with Xiao Yuiyu in the afternoon. He also learned a dad skill. Every night before bedtime, Su Feng would carry Xiao Yuiyu to the toilet and whistle to help her pee and poop. Ding dong, the host has successfully completed the Welcome Home mission. The system rewards you with 1 draw for the ultimate cooking tool. Call, cooking utensils. Su Feng's eyes widened as he glanced at the kitchenware available in the system's lottery. The variety was truly astounding, a dazzling array that made him incredibly envious. Ding dong, the system has started the lottery. Oh God, Guanyin Bodhisattva, the Jade Emperor, the 3 Pure Ones, Kakarot, the Sage of 6 Paths, and the Hot Mom with the Breath, please bless me with incredible luck in the lottery. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, you have won one of the top-tier cooking tools, the Golden Cudgel. Golden Cudgel my ass. Staring at the 2.6-meter-long rolling pin that had seemingly appeared out of nowhere on the cutting board, Su Feng's mouth twitched, and black lines appeared on his forehead. Is this rolling pin really that heavy? Su Feng picked up the wooden stick and lifted it, feeling its weight. He chuckled, grinned, and threw the rolling pin into the corner. Who uses a 2.6-meter-long magic cudgel to roll out dough? Ding dong, the host has sold more than 100 baskets of buns every day for a week, and has completed the 100 baskets task. The system offers a lottery for secret recipes for noodle dishes. Would you like to participate? Su Feng grinned, drawl. He clasped his hands together. Every recipe in the system is prefixed with the words World's Number 1. For example, this dish of braised chicken with noodles is called World's Number 1 Braised Chicken with Noodles and World's Number 1 Braised Pork with Noodles, and World's Number 1 Chili Beef Noodles, World's Number 1 Chicken Leg and Mushroom Noodles. The system has completed the lottery draw, and the host has successfully obtained the secret recipe for the world's number 1 egg noodles. Puffed egg noodles. Su Feng couldn't help but lament his bad luck. Could it be because I haven't been helping the old lady cross the street lately? Or did I secretly spend my dad's money without telling him? The world's number 1 egg noodle dish comes in 2 varieties, one is savory egg noodle dish, and the other is tomato egg noodle dish. Well, at least there's some new food. Su Feng calmly lit a cigarette. Given the popularity and delicious taste of the world's number 1 tofu pudding, he still believed in the secret manual rewarded by the system. Ding dong, the host has officially completed the 300 tasks, including 100 positive reviews, 100 repeat customers, making guests feel at home, and 100 baskets of steamed buns. The official reward is one of the ultimate noodle cooking techniques, ramen. Hand-pulled noodle. No problem, the ramen is indeed amazing. It truly deserves to be called the ultimate cooking method for noodles. After falling into a moment of silence, Su Feng, having absorbed the knowledge about ramen into his mind, felt somewhat dazed. It was confirmed the world's number 1 cooking system was a Chuyunibiu, delusional, system. Taking advantage of his free time in the afternoon, Su Feng contacted the supplier who delivers eggs and flour, and prepared all the ingredients he would need for tomorrow. Since we're going to operate at night, we can't sell breakfast. Otherwise, staying up until 10 p.m. or midnight at the night market, and then getting up at 4 a.m. to make steamed buns and breakfast, even a god couldn't handle that. Yan Yan, have a chicken wrap. Evening. Su Feng happily bought 2 chicken rolls and 2 servings of crossing the bridge rice noodles and rushed back to the restaurant. Thank you, Xiao Su. She smiled, took the dinner, and placed it on the dining table. Then, opening the lunchbox, Chen Menjian asked, "We're not selling breakfast tomorrow, so we don't have to get up early." "Oh, no need to get up early." Su Feng chuckled. "After a week of making xiaolongbao, soup dumplings, we'll start selling noodles tomorrow. I'm sure people will like them, and they'll be more profitable than xiaolongbao." He initially underestimated the potential of selling breakfast, but unexpectedly, within a week, the various types of porridge and steamed buns alone could guarantee a daily profit of no less than 1,000. "Oh dear, oh, mommy." Little Yuiyu was happily eating steamed egg custard in Su Feng's arms when she smelled the aroma of chicken rolls and immediately started kicking her little feet. "You're too young to eat chicken rolls. How about daddy feeds you a rice noodle instead?" "Oh, mommy." Little Yuiyu protested, still struggling in Su Feng's arms, determined to get her chicken roll. She looked both aggrieved and a little irritable, making her look adorable. "Okay, feed the baby the chicken roll." Chen Menjian smiled helplessly. Su Feng held the chicken roll to Xiao Yuiyu's mouth. Xiao Yuiyu opened her mouth, and the next second, Su Feng fed her a spoonful of steamed egg custard. The little girl was clumsy, but she chewed and swallowed slowly with satisfaction. The next second, the chubby girl frowned slightly, a hint of doubt in her eyes. The cute little expression seems to be saying, "Dad, Mom, do chicken rolls and steamed eggs taste the same?" Of course, the main ingredient is old hen. "Haha, little Yuiyu, you're making daddy laugh so hard. You're so cute." While Xiao Yuiyu was eating steamed egg custard, Chen Menjian no longer cared about her image in front of Su Feng. She almost wolfed down a chicken roll in a flash. "Then I took another sip of the original broth from the rice noodles." Su Feng said seriously, "I'll make rice noodles for you if you want to eat them in the future. We'll make the soup ourselves with chicken. Who knows, the rice noodles you buy outside might be made with advanced technology and rudimentary techniques." "Oh, great. Look how thick and white the broth is in this bowl of rice noodles. It tastes delicious," Chen Menjian said with a grin. She really loves the broth of crossing the bridge rice noodles. "I'll add a spoonful of carnation evaporated milk." Looking down at the thick, white rice noodle soup in front of him, Su Feng's mind was instantly filled with a 1-minute-long, horrifying short video. This short video is fucking addictive. Yan Yan, you need to prepare yourself mentally." With a whoosh, Chen Menjian's pretty face immediately flushed red, and she spoke in a soft voice. "What kind of mental preparation? Is it about meeting the parents?" Looking at the man's serious expression, Chen Menjian's face was filled with shyness, and she nervously rubbed her palms together. No, that won't do. It's too early. Let's talk about it later. The restaurant business is just starting out and it's so busy. If we meet the parents, there will be a lot of things to do. Auntie is so busy, so let's not bother her." He. Su Feng grinned and said, "Just kidding." "You." She pursed her lips, angrily threw the cushion at the man, and pouted, saying, "You're so incredibly boring." Her pretty face flushed red and then turned pale. If that jerk says a few more nice things, she might just agree to meet his parents, her future in-laws. Now, that despicable man was joking. The woman's shy and bashful expression after being teased was incredibly alluring. "Teacher Chen, you are so beautiful." "TCH, how absurd." The woman turned her head to one side. Unexpectedly, the man reached out and pinched her soft, fair cheek. "Close the shop. Let's go to the night market and see if there's any good food." She was like a little girl who had her face pinched and taken advantage of by the man. Instead of being angry, she got up shyly to get Xiao Yuiyu's coat. "Little Yuiyu, when will you call me daddy?" Like petting a cat, Su Feng affectionately kissed Xiao Yuiyu's little face. "She smells of milk. It's so addictive to kiss." Little Yuiyu drooled all over her smelly dad. "Ouch, ya. Ding dong. New dishes available at our shop: braised egg noodles with soy sauce and tomato egg noodles. Start a new round of tasks, daily sales of 3,000, complete the current sales task, and you will be able to enter a lottery for the secret recipe of noodle toppings. The secret recipe for the meat sauce topping. I can't wait to try it." The next morning, Su Feng got up early and went to the kitchen to prepare for work. With the addition of tomato noodles, he naturally had to knead and mix the dough, while the original xiaolongbao, soup dumplings, would not be abandoned, with a plan to sell only 100 baskets per day. "Xiao Su, are we just making 100 baskets of steamed buns?" Chen Menjian, wearing an apron, started helping the man with the work. Cough cough. Su Feng choked on his cigarette at her use of little Su, smiled wryly, and said, "You can call her anything, like her dad, Xiao Feng, or husband, but you're not allowed to call her Xiao Su." "Okay, Su." Su Feng stubbed out his cigarette and found a large bowl for kneading dough. The ramen that the system rewards you with must be kneaded until it's chewy. He only adds a little salt. Of course, there are proportions. That's how you make noodles that won't break when stretched. Some ramen shops add a technology called Manhwa to the dough when kneading it. It is a normal food additive and does not cause any serious harm to the body. He was like a master kneader who had been kneading dough for 60 years. Every detail of his movements and every bit of force he applied made the kneading and mixing of the dough incredibly smooth, perfectly turning a bowl of flour into a dough. Smooth, chewy, and non-sticky. When the first batch of steamed buns was cooked, Feng opened the shop and wrote today's dishes on a blackboard, placing it at the shop entrance. "Boss, you're finally open. I thought you were going to close down." As soon as the restaurant door opened, Brother Lu, who comes every day for a bowl of tofu pudding, and his colleagues walked into the store. "Is there food today?" Brother Lu asked. "Yes, guys, feel free to sit anywhere. Starting today, our shop will no longer serve breakfast, we'll start serving lunch and dinner instead." Brother Liu's mouth twitched. "Brother, if you don't sell breakfast, then you won't have tofu pudding either." "Yes, we do, but we only sell them at noon," Feng said with a smile. "How can you just throw away the world's best tofu pudding?" He removed soy milk and egg drop soup from the menu, leaving only tofu pudding and plain congee in the porridge category. Brother Lu licked his lips. "Haha, let's start with a bowl of tofu pudding, and steamed buns too. There are 5 of us, so each of us will get 2 bowls of tofu pudding and 2 baskets of steamed buns. How about trying the new dish, egg noodles? It's absolutely delicious." Feng enthusiastically promoted the new product. Brother Lu shook his head. "The new mixed noodles, we'll try it tomorrow. Today we'll stick with tofu pudding and steamed buns. Who wants the mixed noodles?" Everyone shook their heads, saying they would only eat tofu pudding and steamed buns, and would have noodles another day. 2 of them were his new colleagues who had been craving the world's best tofu pudding that everyone was talking about. "The tofu pudding and steamed buns are ready," Chen Menjian called out. Everyone went to the kitchen window to get their food. "I can't wait to devour the divine food in front of me." The group of men, all marketing professionals who frequented nightclubs and bars, were momentarily stunned when they saw Chen Menjian, who was dressed conservatively, had her hair in braids, wore an apron, and possessed an angelic face. This is the kind of wife a man wants to marry, not those heavily made-up girls in bars and nightclubs, smoking, head-banging, and drunk. "There's one more cage, just one more cage," Chen Menjian said. Sorry, I was a little distracted." The man immediately felt embarrassed and carried the steamed buns to the dining table. The kitchen window has the words "food for self-service" written in large characters. Yan, you're so beautiful. With a boss like you standing here, the restaurant's business must double every day," Feng whispered in her ear. Call me if you're busy." She rolled her eyes at the man and haughtily went back to her room. At this moment, a group of more than a dozen college students entered the restaurant. The team leader was a bald man in his 40s. "Big business has arrived." Feng hurriedly walked out of the kitchen. "What would you like to eat?" "Boss, is it true that you offer unlimited refills of noodles for this mixed noodles?" A handsome young man who was about 1.8 meters tall shouted. Feng nodded and smiled. "Really? Keep as much as you want, until you're stuffed. Of course, no waste." The man leading the group's pupils contracted, and he thought to himself, a self-service noodle shop next to a university? Unlimited refills? They really look down on these college students' appetites. Infinite continuation? 1 serving, please. I want noodles with savory egg sauce. Me too. I am tomato and egg noodles. Feng called out to the middle-aged man, "Uncle, please count how many servings of braised egg noodles and how many servings of tomato and egg noodles you have." "Okay." The middle-aged man called out, "Lu Hao, take account of what everyone ate." At the same time, he winked at the team leader, Lu Hao, who instantly understood. "Understood, Coach Wu." The group of 15, plus Coach Wu, a middle-aged man, were all members of the basketball team from the nearby agricultural university. Just now, a group of people had just finished a friendly exchange match with the university from the new city district. A group of people rushed back and passed by this restaurant, intending to have lunch there. After team leader Lu Hao finished tallying the results, he shouted at Feng, 7 parts soy sauce flavor, 9 parts tomato flavor. "Okay." Feng immediately started kneading the dough and got to work. Meanwhile, the members of the agricultural university basketball team started chatting and discussing in their private team group. "Holy crap, is this boss crazy? He's seriously underestimating our appetites. Opening a noodle shop like this near a university, daring to offer unlimited refills. How, can't you teach this young boss a lesson?" "Yeah, this bowl of noodles costs 28 yuan. Brother you have to eat your money's worth. Are you all hungry? I'm so hungry, I feel like I could swallow a whole cow right now. Unlimited refills. Brothers, let's teach the boss a lesson and show him just how much the people of Longcheng love noodles. Isn't that outrageous? Unlimited noodle refills? This restaurant really dares to do something like that." Ha ha ha. Team leader Lu Hao, who knows, the boss might erase the words unlimited noodles from the blackboard this afternoon. Everyone, let's put in our best effort, open our stomachs, and give this handsome young man a good lesson. While Su Feng was kneading dough and pulling noodles, a group of agricultural college students on the basketball team started chatting in a WeChat group, discussing how to teach Su Feng a lesson. Little did they know, Su Feng was not afraid at all. Infinite continuation. He has the confidence. Perhaps they are afraid of migrant workers, construction workers, and those who have worked hard all day to earn a living. But how much can these college students, even the basketball team members, eat, no matter how much they can eat? There are so many people. Xiaofeng, how can I help? Hearing a commotion, Chen Menjian carried Xiao Yuiyu into the kitchen. It's a bit noisy. You can take Xiao Yuiyu back to the inner room. It's okay, she's not afraid of strangers. I can just hold her. She gets excited when she sees a lot of people. Little Yuiyu, nestled in Chen Menjian's arms, kicked her tiny feet, trying to break free from her mother's embrace and start walking. Ya. Left with no other choice, Chen Menjian gently placed Xiao Yuiyu on the ground. She hadn't even learned to walk properly yet, but she wanted to run. She babbled and staggered around the restaurant, while Chen Menjian supported Xiao Yuiyu's waist. Don't run, don't play, your dad is busy. Wow. Suddenly, the dozen or so grown men on the basketball team stared in stunned silence at the chubby, adorable little Yuiyu who was just learning to speak. This? So cute. A group of grown men revealed motherly smiles, completely charmed by little Yuiyu's cuteness. She's so cute. Puffed, I really want to pinch her cheeks. Her round, chubby face and her eyes that crinkle into crescent moons when she smiles, it melts my heart instantly. How did you manage to skip the steps of finding a partner, dating, and getting married, and have such a lovely and well-behaved daughter? Wouldn't it be too cruel to teach a young boss a lesson? I'm accusing someone of. A group of people were discussing among themselves, looking at the adorable little Yuiyu, and began to feel conflicted, wondering whether they should teach Su Feng a lesson later. Who can blame the boss for having such an adorable and endearing daughter? At this moment, the boiling water in the flour bucket was scalding hot. I'll deduct it. I'll deduct. I'll deduct again. I'll keep deducting. $3, $4, $5. Su Feng skillfully pulled the noodles. The movements and the momentum were grand and sweeping, like those of a martial arts master. The postures and movements were extremely pleasing to the eye. Even little Yuiyu, nestled in her mother's arms, stared blankly at her father pulling noodles with her big, grape-like eyes, completely mesmerized. The noodles vibrated and slapped powerfully on the smooth cutting board. Su Feng skillfully pulled them, and even Captain Lu Hao couldn't help but stand up, watching intently. That move. That's amazing. Ramen is simply art. Wow. When servings of braised eggs with soy sauce, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and pulled noodles are served, even Lu Ge and his friends, who worked at the nightclub next door, couldn't help but start sniffing. Wow, this fragrance is amazing. It smells so good, holy crap, I never imagined eggs could smell so good. Each person is served a bowl of toppings and a plate of noodles, and diners can choose to add their own toppings. There are scallions and cilantro on the table for customers to choose from. The aroma of the egg topping is rich and enticing, filling the air and irresistibly whetting one's appetite. Meanwhile, Lu Hao, the captain of the basketball team, stared blankly at the bowl of noodles with toppings in front of him. Little did they know, their mouths were already watering uncontrollably, and their eyes were fixed on the bowl of savory egg topping. The rich, pungent aroma assaulted his taste buds. The soy sauce-colored eggs were covered with rings of red and green chili peppers. This artistic topping for noodles is so tempting, it makes my mouth water just looking at it. Especially this fragrance. It further stimulated the taste buds of everyone in the restaurant. Call. Lu Hao poured the topping onto the noodles. Authentic hand-pulled noodles are rinsed in cold water, resulting in a smooth and chewy texture. After stirring it well, I couldn't resist taking a big gulp. Whoosh, hiss whoosh. The noodles were covered with a rich egg sauce, and were also covered with diced egg and chili rings. He took a big bite right away. The moment his tongue touched the noodles, as he chewed and bit, his entire soul seemed to tremble slightly. That feeling. That satisfying feeling when you eat it. Call. After finishing a mouthful of the divine noodles, I couldn't wait to pick up a piece of egg and stuff it into my mouth. It's so delicious. It's so delicious you can't stop eating it. Not only Lu Hao, but also the other members of the basketball team, all seemed to have not eaten for more than 10 days, showing a wolfing down of their food in a way that was hard to look at. What a spectacular scene it would be if a dozen or so people ate noodles together. Even Chen Menjian was startled. Her delicate eyebrows furrowed slightly, and she walked back into the inner room, somewhat unable to look directly at him. Is that a person eating? Those were more than a dozen pigs that had been starving for 3 days. Whew, that feels so good. That feels so good, fucking awesome. Boss, one more bowl of noodles. I want one too. Everyone get one extra. Alright, boss, my god, how can there be such delicious noodles with toppings? It's so delicious it's intoxicating. Yes, it's not enough once you taste it, you only feel truly satisfied after you swallow it. It's so delicious, it's almost enough to make me cry. I've never had such delicious noodles before. Starting today, I've decided to visit this store every day. Damn, I've blacklisted the Agricultural University cafeteria. Yes, block them. If they didn't know the truth, Brother Lu and the others would have thought that Su Feng had invited more than a dozen actors. Look at how engrossed everyone is in eating. If this were real acting, they'd probably be included in the Beijing Film Academy's teaching materials, right? It's truly embarrassing. It's insane. Are you guys still going to eat? Brother Lu asked his 4 colleagues. He deeply regretted ordering 2 bowls of tofu pudding and 2 baskets of steamed buns instead of trying the new mixed noodles recommended by Su Feng. Okay, Brother Lu, just a moment, I'll make it for you right away. Brother Lu waved his hand and laughed. Young man, no rush, you serve them first. I see they're eating noodles like they're about to get poisoned. The next plate of noodles seems like the antidote, they really can't go without it. Brother, you're right. If I don't get more noodles and keep eating, it feels like I'm doing my stomach a disservice. Lu Hao said with a big laugh. Su Feng's noodle-making skills are incredibly proficient. A few minutes later, 16 people, each of them ordered another bowl of noodles. The one serving of noodles is half of the initial plate of noodles. It's smooth and chewy, and it makes you feel full after eating it. Even so, one more serving of noodles is the limit for a normal person. At this moment, several female students from the medical school pushed open the restaurant door and walked in. They had come to see Su Feng, this handsome guy, and had chosen to eat steamed buns. The next second, the 6 girls watched as a dozen pigs and a dozen livestock wolfed down their noodles, devouring them like starving ghosts. This scene startled the 6 beautiful women, who immediately stopped in their tracks and dared not take another step into the restaurant. This group of pigsy, Zushi, is insane. If they walk over there, won't they get eaten? Please come in, gentlemen. There happened to be an empty table, and Su Feng immediately greeted them warmly. But over there, at a round table, a 6-person table, a group of more than a dozen people were still frantically slurping up noodles. He chewed with his teeth, swallowed hard with his big mouth, and kept shoveling more noodles into his mouth, as if he had a grudge against the noodles and had to devour them viciously. Don't be afraid, boys eat like this all the time. Su Feng invited the group to sit at the dining table. The 6 beauties were trembling with fear, not daring to utter a single word. They originally wanted to see the handsome Su Feng, but unexpectedly they saw a group of handsome men instead. However, the way this group of handsome men ate was truly appalling. Boss, another bowl of noodles. Lu Hao shouts out. This wasn't just to lecture the boss and then keep eating noodles. On the contrary, the noodles and the savory egg topping mixed together are so fragrant and delicious. He had already ordered an extra serving of noodles, but his mouth still didn't want to stop. Okay, just a moment, handsome. The tomato and egg sauce and the savory egg sauce had been prepared long ago and were placed in 2 large stainless steel bowls. When a customer orders noodles with toppings, he simply scoops the toppings into the small bowl containing the tofu pudding. As more and more customers arrived, Chen Menjian anxiously placed Xiaoyu in the stroller, fastened the safety buckle, and rolled up her sleeves to help Su Feng greet a few female college students. Ladies, what would you like to eat? We want to eat the noodles they eat. The 6 people said it almost in unison. 3 servings of tomato and egg noodles, and 3 servings of savory egg noodles. Please wait a moment. She picked up a spoon and helped scoop the topping for the customers. Su Feng asked, where is Xiao Yuiyu? She's playing alone in her stroller, which has a safety buckle. She's very obedient and well-behaved. I'll hear her if she cries, Chen Menjian said with a light laugh, her hands moving swiftly as she served the female college student a delicious topping for her noodles. I'll find someone to help me tomorrow. Taking care of Xiao Yuiyu is the most important thing. Su Feng sighed softly. Don't worry, your daughter isn't as fussy as you think. She can play with a new toy all day long. She rolled her eyes at the man. Boss, another bowl of noodles. No, 2 bowls, all at once. Brother Lu shouted. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he ate the noodles with gusto, looking incredibly satisfied, leaving his companion speechless. This Brother Lu can really eat. 2 bowls of tofu pudding, 2 baskets of steamed buns, plus a serving of mixed noodles, and they kept refilling the noodles. They were really craving it too. But they felt they'd already eaten their fill of steamed buns and were too full to eat anymore. But Brother Lu was really terrifying. His stomach seemed like a bottomless pit, and he kept swirling the noodles around. Received 198 yuan via duct WeChat. After paying the bill, Brother Lu patted his round belly, which was bulging from eating too much, and laughed heartily. Brother, this is so delicious. It smells amazing. Thank you so much for your promotion, Brother Lu. Many of the customers who have been coming to our breakfast place lately are your colleagues, Su Feng said gratefully. Brother Lu waved his hand, shook his head and smiled. Such delicious food should be known to the whole world. The topping is absolutely the best in the world of mixed noodles. Haha, anyway, thank you very much, Brother Lu. Do you have a customer group? If you launch a new dish, you must be the first to notify people in the group. Forward. A food group? No, there isn't one. I'll create a food exchange group this afternoon and put it on the table. You can join the group next time you come over. After thinking for a moment, Su Feng spoke seriously. Brother Lu nodded his chubby head, laughed heartily, and said, sure, no problem. Brother, your restaurant is truly a hidden gem. Thank you for the compliment, brothers, take care. Brother Lu and his group left the restaurant. Chen Menjian immediately began to clean up the remaining tableware on the table. In recent days, after diners finish their meals, she only needs to put the tableware in the sink and soak it in hot water. Everyone finished their meals, even the slop bucket that Su Feng had prepared and placed next to the sink was left unused, remaining perfectly clean. Young lady, how much is it in total? Let's calculate the bill, Coach Wu asked. His eyes were glazed over. I'm almost out of my mind from eating so much noodles. It's 448 yuan in total, but 440 will do, Chen Menjian said with a smile. She didn't know how much net profit she could make. In short, the spending power of these two university basketball team members is such that, for male university students, as long as the food is good and delicious, they will definitely come here often. Why not round it down? Thanks, young man. Boss, could you give me another bowl of noodles? Coach Wu grinned and shouted, then quickly scanned the code to pay. Received 440 yuan via Duct WeChat Pay. A crisp notification sound rang out. Su Feng's movements as he pulled noodles became increasingly skillful. Upon hearing the coach's words, the basketball team members were completely bewildered, staring at him with wide eyes in disbelief, stunned by his words. What the hell? Add more. You've already added 2 servings of noodles, okay? Okay, please wait a moment, sir. Coach Wu continued spinning the noodles. He picked up the chili oil from the table with his left hand and scooped a large spoonful into the noodles. A delicious topping can be reduced in flavor by adding a maximum of 2 servings of noodles. Coach Wu had already added 2 servings of noodles, so this third serving would definitely have less flavor when added to the bowl, so he simply added chili oil. Call! His face was flushed from eating, and his forehead was covered in sweat from the spiciness. This chili oil noodles are also very fragrant and delicious. Coach, we've already eaten. The chili oil is especially fragrant, with a salty taste, but mostly it's spicy and flavorful. We just couldn't stop eating it after we finished. Yes, I want another bowl. This time, I'll try the tomato and egg noodles. I've already tried the savory sauce version, but with a spoonful of chili oil, it's truly a divine noodle dish. Eat, eat, eat. I'll come again tomorrow. I'm bringing my roommate over for dinner tomorrow. Me too. Coach, let's go back to school now. A group of members from the Agricultural University basketball team got up and left the restaurant in a large group. The reason was that more than a dozen girls and 2 couples had arrived, and they felt bad taking up seats after finishing their meal. Young man, the toppings smell delicious, and the chili oil is even more fragrant. Coach Wu praised, let out a burp, and skillfully lit a cigarette. He really ate so many noodles this time that he was stuffed. He practically had to lean on the table to walk out of the restaurant. Everyone's stomach has its limits, especially noodles for mixed noodles, which are thicker and chewier than regular Lanzhou beef noodles. With such a crazy amount of eating and showing off, it would be a miracle if he didn't get stuffed. Thank you for the compliment. Coach Wu, please come often. From the way others addressed him, Su Feng learned that this uncle was called Coach Wu, and he smiled and replied. Then, he continued to toss the noodles in his hands. Thud, thud, bang, bang, bang. The noodles vibrated and slapped powerfully on the cutting board. Su Feng pulled 5 portions of noodles at once with a cool and stylish move. Coupled with his handsome face that made men jealous and women adoring, several young girls couldn't help but stare in admiration. This made Chen Menjian jealous, and she bit her lip angrily. The man is too handsome. It was definitely not a good thing. Another girl even secretly recorded a video and posted it in the school's group chat. Within 3 minutes, someone commented, so handsome, such good looks. His profile looks like Brother Hu. It was clearly Yu Yan. His noodle-pulling movements are so cool and stylish. Isn't that the handsome owner of that steamed bun shop? With such good looks, he could easily make a living off his appearance, but he insists on relying on his skills. This skill is truly unparalleled, the technique, the speed, the posture, the movement. If I hadn't seen the video of the handsome guy making ramen, I would have thought you guys were discussing some dirty or lewd topics. Chen Menjian stood in front of the girl who was still recording a short video, holding a bowl of noodles. Miss, your noodles are ready. Okay, thank you. Wow, it smells so good. The hot, flavorful topping poured over the cold, smooth noodles whetted the appetites of the girls, who couldn't resist stirring it with their chopsticks and starting to taste it. They began to understand why the boys ate noodles so frantically, wolfing them down like a whirlwind. Turn out to be this plate of mixed noodles. It smells so good. The aroma intensely stimulated their taste buds, greatly increasing their appetite. This is divine mixed noodles. Just smelling it makes my mouth water. No wonder I ate it so quickly and enjoyed it so much. Su Feng, you've worked hard. Go and rest and have a meal. The man, his black hair disheveled and glistening with sweat, sat wearily at the table with a bowl of egg noodles in his hand. Su Feng was busy until 3 p.m. before he had time to rest and eat. At 1 p.m., he cooked noodles for Chen Menjian and made baby food for Xiao Yuiyu. Although exhausted, the man's eyes were incredibly clear. Business is pretty good. Do you need to hire anyone? Chen Menjian asked. Don't hire anyone yet, we'll talk about it later. Oh, her beautiful eyes sparkled. Deep down, I felt a little sorry for the child's father. Su Feng was making noodles all by himself, constantly slapping and pulling the noodles with a bang, bang, bang sound. She looked so tired and felt a little sorry for the man. In addition, with a constant stream of customers entering the restaurant and unlimited refills of noodles, most customers order at least one serving of noodles, a few order 2, and only a very small number of big eaters order 3 or even 4 servings. A serving of mixed noodles costs 28 yuan. This price is not cheap, but for this popular night market street, it's definitely not expensive. A regular pancake outside can cost 16 yuan. For some foodies, the taste of the toppings and sauces alone is enough to make them want to eat there, even if it costs 88 yuan. Will you continue to be open tonight? Chen Menjian asked softly. The man looked exhausted. She actually felt sorry for him. Of course. Su Feng grinned, of course we'll open. A night market street like this needs to be open at night, who knows, our turnover might even reach 3,000. In just one lunch break, 86 servings of egg noodles, priced at 28 yuan each, were sold. Adding the money from the steamed buns and tofu pudding, the income reached 2,680 yuan. If I just put in a little more effort tonight, completing the system's 3,000 daily sales task will be a piece of cake. He has already used 1.5 bags of flour. One bag of flour makes about 90 servings. However, unlimited refills also incur costs. However, for a company that doesn't have rent, after deducting the costs of utilities and food, the remaining money is pure profit. Not every person who eats mixed noodles is a big eater like Coach Wu. He doesn't know how to cook many different dishes right now. There were only xiaolong bao, soup dumplings, some porridge, and egg noodles. If there are many kinds of food, then remove the tedious xiaolong bao and congee and focus on cooking noodle dishes. After all, I also need to spend the rest of my time with Xiao Yuiyu. Little Yuiyu stared blankly as her father shoveled noodles into his mouth, the noodles smelling delicious. He also patted the table with his hand. The restaurant had provided a wooden high chair for children. The little one sat in the chair, patting the table with his little hands, indicating that he also wanted to eat noodles. You just had dinner, didn't you? Su Feng said with a grin, feeding her a bite of egg. Oh dear, Mom. She clapped her little hands, her bright eyes curving into crescents. Call me Daddy, and I'll feed you again. Mommy, call me Daddy, Mommy. Ha! Seeing Su Feng's frustrated look, Chen Menjian covered her mouth and chuckled, silly boy, she really can't call me Dad yet. She should be able to when she turns 1. You never know, he might call me Dad someday. Here's some garlic for you. Chen Menjian kindly peeled garlic for Su Feng. Fatty, if you want to eat without calling me Daddy, then give Daddy a kiss, no, 2 kisses. Yay! Wow, Chef Su's restaurant is really open. It looks quite impressive. In the evening, there were only 2 tables of customers in the restaurant. At that moment, 2 people walked into the restaurant and strode into the kitchen. Xiao Feng, you're finally not going to be a couch potato anymore and start working hard. What's the point of opening a restaurant? Uncle has been telling you for ages to find you a job, but you just don't want to. The first person to speak was named George, dressed in sportswear, nicknamed Fat Tiger, and was fat and muscular with a buzz cut. His personality is carefree and silly. The person speaking behind him was named Bao Fiyu, who had a trendy perm and was wearing flip-flops, hip-hop shorts, and a short-sleeved shirt, looking very fashionable. He was also holding the hand of a pretty girl. Beazai, Fatty Tiger. Su Feng grinned. Xiao Feng, brother, you're finally alive. Fat Tiger shouted. Bao Fiyu laughed. Instead of just lying around at home like a couch potato, you actually opened a restaurant. Amazing. The 2 were his best friends since childhood. George's maternal grandmother and Su Feng's maternal grandmother are cousins, so they are distant cousins. According to seniority, George should call Su Feng his cousin. The 2 are very close and have been playing together since childhood. George has been working at a wedding planning company for over a year now, as a professional wedding photographer. He enjoys a leisurely and carefree life. Bao Feiyu was the same, he was Su Feng's childhood friend. The grandparents and parents of both families knew each other. When I was a child, our two families lived in the same courtyard. Their relationship is naturally very strong. Later, both families moved and even agreed to move to the same neighborhood. However, Bao Feiyu's family later moved to a new district and lived in a high-rise apartment building. The older generation still kept in touch, and the two families would occasionally meet for meals. Su Feng and Bao Feiyu, who are of the same generation as the children, often go out to play together. Only, when Su Feng was a couch potato, he was practically a shut-in. He's too lazy to even go out. Beazai, your perm looks great. The three hadn't seen each other for almost half a month, but it felt like they had just had a get-together yesterday. Bao Feiyu ran his fingers through his new hairstyle from yesterday. Of course, before I start losing my hair and I turn 30, I need to make sure I look good. There is a family history of hair loss and baldness. His eldest uncle was bald, as were his second and third uncles, including his fourth and fifth uncles. His grandfather was bald in his memory when he was born. Who is this? My girlfriend, Lu Qian, Bao Feiyu explained. This is my good brother Su Feng, my childhood friend. I remember we always played together when we were little. Hello, hello. Lu Qian smiled slightly. Now that you two are here, what's the point of keeping this restaurant open? Let's go out for beer and skewers tonight. Su Feng laughed heartily. He was still a few hundred yuan short of completing the 3,000 daily sales task. Since there weren't many doughs left, he introduced Chen Menjian to his friends first. Again, step by step, I'll let my family know, and get my parents to accept the fact that he's become a father. What's up? Bao Feiyu asked with a cheerful smile. Fat Tiger's eyes were already small, and they were now squinted into slits. Hey, have you finally figured it out? Got a girlfriend? It's not just finding a girlfriend, it's all gone in one step. I became a father. Jian, Bao Feiyu, don't look at me like that, I'm not kidding. George froze instantly, staring blankly at Su Feng, then swallowed hard. Dude, it's 38 degrees outside, this joke isn't funny at all, it's not even funny. Really? Why would I lie to you? At this moment, little Yuiyu, barefoot, thrashed about trying to escape. Chen Menjian chased after her and ran out from the inner room. Although the little cutie couldn't walk, she could run. Why are you running around like that, you silly duck? He. She babbled in baby talk, blinking her big eyes at Su Feng, and stretched out her chubby little arms. So you wanted daddy to hug you. Su Feng opened his arms and hugged Xiao Yuiyu. The little cutie buried her head in Su Feng's chest, looking adorable and well-behaved. This scene, both Bao Feiyu and George were stunned into silence. Their expressions were priceless, their eyes were wide open, their faces were pale. This sudden blow had not only shocked them, but had terrified them. No way. You, Xiaofeng, when did you have a child with another woman behind my back? Fat Tiger blurted out the question, looking rather silly. Puffed, Xiaofeng. Bao Feiyu said with a big smile, look at you, you scared our Fat Tiger so much. Su Feng's mouth twisted, almost spitting out a mouthful of phlegm, and he chuckled. George, stop talking nonsense. People will think I've done something to betray you. The two were still in shock. Well, ha. George's smile held a hint of embarrassment as he grabbed Su Feng's arm and headed out of the restaurant. Bao Feiyu followed on one side. What? I'm still holding my daughter. George's eyes were more serious than ever before. Xiaofeng, listen to your brother, our family is not bad off. Your mom bought you a house a long time ago. Your family has 3 houses now, right? And we're also very handsome. You used to have captivated countless girls. Bao Feiyu earnestly advised, never marry a divorced woman, especially one with children. George, divorced women may be beautiful, but they're like a sickle, they'll snatch your kidneys. Bao Feiyu, why, Xiaofeng? What's bothering you? At such a young age, in the prime of your life, why do you want to be a baby snatcher and take on someone else's child? Su Feng reached out and tapped George and Bao Feiyu on the head in an annoyed manner. A sucker? You're asking for trouble. The girl in my arms is my biological daughter, Yuiyu. Daddy gives her a kiss. La. After spending some time together, Xiao Yuiyu and Su Feng have become quite familiar with each other. What's going on? When we met last month, you told me you were single. How come you suddenly have a daughter? George asked, puzzled. Bao Feiyu nodded and asked. Yes, in such a short time, he has a beautiful wife and an obedient daughter. Isn't that taking over a burden? This is fate, Su Feng nodded solemnly. Upon hearing this, the two of them stared intently at Su Feng. Inside the restaurant, Chen Menjian and Lu Qian chatted awkwardly for a while. Then, Su Feng briefly recounted his fate with Chen Menjian. He briefly recounted their meeting in college, that party, in just 5 minutes. As he listened, upon learning the truth, George's expression froze instantly, and he gritted his teeth, saying, Xiao Feng, you deserve to die. This is worse than death for me. After not seeing each other for half a month, my best friend has found out that he has a wife who is as beautiful as an angel and a daughter who is so cute. This was a devastating blow to him. Although he can't find a girlfriend, one's own failure is certainly terrible, but his brother's success is even more worrying. What's wrong with me? Su Feng grinned smugly. You deserve to die. Bao Feiyu also said those words through gritted teeth. His expression was one of ferocious envy, his back teeth practically grinding to powder, which reminded Su Feng of a popular internet joke, damn, haha, Beizai, don't you have a girlfriend? Can they be the same? You already have such a beautiful, cute, and well-behaved daughter. What's her name? George asked curiously, reaching out to pinch little Yueyu's chubby cheeks. Little Yueyu refused, burying her head in Su Feng's chest with her back to her Uncle George. Little cutie, why are you hiding? I'm your Uncle George, George said, making a face. Su Feng said irritably, little Yueyu, she is little pig George. George's name happens to be his nickname, Fat Tiger. Xiao Feng, is your sister-in-law your classmate from university? Bao Feiyu asked curiously. Su Feng shook his head and explained, it was a teacher, the teacher from the elective course I took back then. What the hell? A teacher? You married a teacher? You're a monster. You even went after a university professor. You, a student who only scored 248 on the college entrance exam, how could you possibly be worthy of a teacher of our nation? You deserve to die. George growled in a low, suppressed voice. My best friend, who was a complete academic underachiever, actually married a university professor. This made him so envious that he almost ground his back teeth to powder. What's going on? Of the 3 best friends, he's now the only one who's single? Running a restaurant must be very hard work, right? Inside the restaurant, Lu Qian asked with a smile. Chen Menjian nodded and smiled. It's all right. My husband is very hardworking. I'm only responsible for the cashier and taking care of our daughter. The restaurant is run entirely by him. Wow, that's amazing. What a great man, working hard to earn money to support you and your daughter. Lu Qian's mind went completely blank. What happened? She listened to Bao Feiyu talk the whole way in the car about how Su Feng himself was a lazy slacker, a complete homebody. The rumors I've heard are completely different from what I'm seeing in real life. Su Feng carried Xiao Yueyu back to the restaurant and introduced Bao Feiyu and George to Chen Menjian. Xiao Feng, you didn't tell me you had a wife and kids earlier. You're making your brother look bad. Fat Tiger scratched his head anxiously, pacing back and forth, feeling extremely embarrassed to have arrived at the restaurant empty-handed. Bao Feiyu grinned, Xiao Feng, you go ahead with your work, Pang Hu and I are going out to buy some fruit juice and milk tea. Before Su Feng could even open his mouth to speak, Bao Feiyu dragged Lu Qian and Pang Hu out of the restaurant. What's wrong? Chen Menjian asked with a smile. She thought it would be good to know some of Su Feng's friends, so that she could learn more about Su Feng at the dinner table. Get to know the child's father. Su Feng pursed his lips and sighed. Fat Tiger felt embarrassed coming empty-handed. He's a proud guy, so he probably went to buy a gift for little Yueyu. He was so embarrassed just now. Of the 3, he is the greatest. He is 2 months older than Bao Feiyu and 1 year older than George. No need to buy gifts, go and persuade them. Chen Menjian gently nudged the man's arm. Ding dong, host has successfully completed the daily sales of 3,000 task. Reward, 1 chance to win the world's best noodle soup topping. Would you like to participate? While Su Feng was busy cleaning the stove after 5 p.m., a system notification suddenly sounded in his mind. The system has detected that he has completed the daily sales target of 3,000 and has started a prize draw. Lottery. Ding dong. Su Feng was quite looking forward to the lottery, just hoping it wouldn't be as disappointing as my Hoyos. I remember getting hooked on a few games last year and constantly grinding for gacha pulls. The system has completed the lottery draw, and the host has obtained the Jade chicken noodles. Jadeite chicken noodles? Review the detailed cooking methods in your mind. Su Feng's lips twitched. It really was a very elaborate job. He also wants to continue to unlock the culinary delights of mixed noodles, because while egg mixed noodles are certainly delicious, some repeat customers will definitely get tired of eating them for several days in a row. He desperately needs to launch new products. The shredded chicken noodles with jade are sure to appeal to some female college students. For some people who are obsessed with appearances, the taste and quality of the food are secondary when it comes to meals. However, the food must be presented exquisitely and beautifully to make people want to eat it. Su Feng didn't care. Even if the food didn't look very appealing, as long as it tasted good and satisfied his appetite, that was fine. However, just by looking at the appearance of a bowl of noodles or a dish, one can roughly guess its taste. The jadeite chicken noodle soup, both in appearance and taste, is enough to make some female college students want to take photos and check in online. But the price? It would naturally cost at least 20 yuan per bowl. Little Yuiyu was sleeping in the inner room. After Chen Menjian helped wash the dishes, she took off her apron, sat on a chair, rested her chin on her hand, and stared blankly into her beautiful eyes. At the restaurant entrance, Su's mother, Lu Fangfang, led Tong Tong into the restaurant by the hand. Xiaofang, I'm leaving Tong Tong here with you. Take good care of her. The office is having a dinner party, so I'm leaving now. Lu Fangfang casually placed Tong Tong's school bag on the dining table near the door, glanced at Chen Menjian who was resting her chin on her hand, assumed she was a customer who had come to eat, and turned to leave the restaurant. Mom, why don't you chat with your son for a while? Su Feng rushed out of the kitchen. What's there to talk about with you, brat? Keep an eye on Tong Tong, don't buy her popsicles, they've ruined her stomach, she even had diarrhea last night. At this moment, Chen Menjian's pretty face had turned blood red. The future mother-in-law in front of me. Little Yuiyu's grandma. Knock knock knock. She felt her heart pounding nervously. Her heart was in her throat, her little hands were clenched together, and she sat there restlessly with her head down. Okay, no popsicles for Tong Tong today. Su Feng nodded. Mom, where's Dad? It feels like I haven't seen him in ages. You still know your dad. He takes care of Baibai, the golden retriever, every day by himself and talks about you all the time. Find some time to help your dad walk the dog and visit your grandparents. New. Lu Fangfang said, next weekend, I'll buy you a car. I'll also ask your Aunt Wang to introduce you to a few girls. You can find some time this week to pick out a car brand you like online. She started to care about her son's important life events. The old mother inquired and found out that these days, boys need to own a house and a car to go on blind dates, otherwise no girl will be willing to date them. Back when Su Feng was in junior high school, she had already bought him a 3-bedroom apartment outright. Now, all we lack is a car. How much does the car cost for me? Su Feng asked with a grin. Around 300,000 yuan, you can choose. Once you've chosen, Mom will accompany you to the Ford store to pick up the car. I'm leaving now. Remember, don't let Tong Tong play with the phone. Before Su Feng could even open his mouth to say another word, his mother rushed out of the restaurant. As a result, they ran into Bao Feiyu and George at the door. Not only are the children like brothers, but their mothers are also best friends. Lu Fangfang chatted briefly for a few minutes before quickly leaving the restaurant. Sister-in-law, where is Yuiyu? Tong Tong skipped and hopped over to Chen Menjian, a smile playing on her lips. She had prepared jelly and small cakes for Xiao Yuiyu. Little Yuiyu is sleeping in the inner room. Chen Menjian took a deep breath and said softly, Tong Tong's braids are so cute today. Sisitong smiled sweetly after being praised. Sister-in-law is beautiful, prettier than Teacher Zhang. Thank you for the compliment, Tong Tong. Su Feng bent down and pinched Chen Menjian's cheek. You got so nervous when you saw my mom that you didn't dare to speak? No way, she pursed her lips awkwardly. It's just, it feels too early, I'm still with you. The two did not have a formal relationship and did not become husband and wife. They are not a couple. So you went straight to meeting the parents. How embarrassing, how shy. She didn't know what to do. Let go, stop pinching my cheek. Chen Menjian spat lightly and slapped the man's arm. Xiao Feng, Bao Feiyu, George, and Lu Qian entered the restaurant, carrying bags of gifts. Su Feng chuckled and said, You've been buying a glass of juice for over 2 hours. George grinned and said, These are diapers for my niece, and some toys for the little ones. Bao Feiyu complained, It's really hard to find a parking space around here. As he spoke, he placed some fruit, milk, and nutritional supplements on the dining table. You bought so much stuff? Su Feng felt somewhat helpless. Sometimes, good brothers are too polite to each other. TCH, don't mind me, I bought this for my little niece. Fat Tiger chuckled heartily. Brother Fat Tiger. Tong Tong called out, looking up. George then noticed the short, chubby girl and grinned excitedly. Oh, it's Tong Tong, give me a kiss. Ice popsicles, I'll give you one if you buy an ice popsicle. Tong Tong pouted her little mouth and said, There's juice, it's orange juice. George quickly opened a glass of orange juice, helped insert a straw, and bent down to hand it to Tong Tong. Tong Tong picked up the juice glass, gulped down 2 mouthfuls, and then kissed George on the cheek. Hello, Brother Beazai. The chubby girl greeted them politely. Bao Feiyo picked up Tong Tong and asked, Did you miss your brother, little girl? No, you won't buy Tong Tong an ice pop. Purchase. This made young Master Bao's mouth twist in anger, and he generously declared, What do you want to eat? Your brother Beazai will buy you whatever you want. He. She's so cute, Lu Qian exclaimed. Your sister is so beautiful. Lu Qian continued to praise, "You're so cute, your braids are so unique, and your mouth is so sweet." Tong Tong, the chubby girl, had a high ponytail and a cute, well-behaved face. She looked incredibly adorable. However, in her own brother's eyes, this pigtail sticking straight up is a little bit fierce. Tong Tong is so good at praising people. Chen Menjian pinched Tong Tong's chubby little face. The chubby girl is so sensible. Her mouth is as sweet as if it has been coated with honey. Let's have some tea first, and then after Xiaoyu wakes up, we'll go eat barbecue, drink beer, and have some skewers. Bao Feiyo asked, "What's Xiaoyu's full name?" Su Zio, a fairy name. George exclaimed. Lu Qian repeated it once, then exclaimed in amazement, "What a beautiful name. My brother Feng is really something else. This afternoon, he and Xiao Qian were just about to show off their love in front of you, and look what happened, you already have a child, and a cute little princess at that." Fat Tiger gritted his teeth. "You deserve to die." At that moment, a middle-aged man in a suit walked into the restaurant. "Sorry, the restaurant is closed." Su Feng stood up and gave the man an apologetic smile. Half an hour earlier, he had already hung up a sign at the door that said, "Closed for today." "Hello boss, I'm a beverage salesperson from Uni President. Does your store need a beverage counter? Depending on the size of your store, our company can provide a beverage counter free of charge." Upon hearing that it was a beverage sales promoter, Su Feng immediately stood up and greeted her with a smile. "How exactly does it mean it's free?" "That's right, all you need to do is stock our beverages every month. There are no other requirements. With a certain deposit, you can get a free double-door refrigerated beverage counter." The salesperson answered very seriously. Su Feng was very tempted. "Uni President, huh? I don't think Uni President has any good drinks, right?" Bao Feiyo raised an eyebrow and asked with a smile. This handsome guy is really joking. Uni President is a well-known brand and a big company. Popular drinks like Uni President Iced Tea and Uni President Assam Milk Tea are all products of our company. Su Feng asked directly, "How much is the deposit?" He heard that many big-name beverage brands offer free use of freezers if you become their distributor. Deposit 1,200. So expensive. Su Feng pursed his lips. The salesperson smiled calmly and said, "That's right, if you use it for 6 months, your deposit will be refunded unconditionally, and the refrigerator will be given to you as a gift. This is an event organized by our company. Given the size of your store, you can apply to us for 2 refrigerated display cases. The company will definitely approve it. We'll also be giving away 5 free drinks, just for a month." The salesperson rattled off a whole bunch of things, which instantly made George the Fat Tiger a little impatient. "Hey buddy, stop trying to sell. My brother is clearly a newbie to opening a shop. Leave him your business card and let him think it over. After all, you're not the only business doing this kind of agency and delivery of beverage coolers. Brands like Pepsi and Master Kong are even more popular. Okay, young man, if you need anything, you can call the number on the business card," the salesperson said. "Okay, no problem." George grinned and said, "Don't believe any of this. My second uncle owns a chain of supermarkets, so he knows a lot about these things." "Any tricks up your sleeve?" Su Feng asked, squinting his eyes. He definitely has to consider the gains and losses. Even if you are an agent for a cold drink counter, it will definitely not be unification. Master Kong beverages are one step ahead of Uni President. Coca-Cola, for example, owns popular beverage brands such as Fanta, Sprite, and Minute Maid. Pepsi's 7-Up, Gatorade, Mirinda, Mountain Dew, and some other beverages are all very delicious. George explained, "Of course there are many more little tricks. This thing gives you a few cases of drinks and water every month, and they keep asking you to restock. Every few days they ask you to take some stock to meet your sales targets, and they drag their feet on expiration date replacements. In short, there's too much hassle. You might as well just buy one yourself. Xiaofeng, you can just buy a refrigerator when you have some free time. If you use the store's beverage cooler, you can only display their company's branded drinks," Chen Menjian said. Su Feng understood. Okay. He casually tossed the business card into the trash can. The weather is quite hot in early June, and soon the college students will be on holiday. Take advantage of this period to make some money for Xiaoyu's milk powder. When young people enter a restaurant, they always ask if there are any cold drinks. Su Feng thought about adding some cold drinks to increase sales, to better complete the system's tasks. "Tomorrow I'll go to the second-hand market to see if I can find a decent freezer." Bao Feiyo almost spat out his tea, his eyes widening as he exclaimed, "When did our young master Su start buying second-hand products? He's so frugal. We're not that desperate." Su Feng snapped his fingers. "New ones are too expensive. The restaurant is just starting out. Customers are buying drinks, they don't care if your beverage cooler is second-hand or new." "Fine, I give up." Bao Feiyo shrugged. Su Feng shook his head. "Beizai, is starting a restaurant easy for me? I'm off tomorrow, Xiao Feng, come help me out, George said. Su Feng shook his head. I won't stand on ceremony with you. Tomorrow morning, I'll drive your Land Cruiser and help you wholesale some drinks. When you're buying yarn, my second uncle and I will ask for the phone numbers of those beverage salespeople, and they'll deliver the drinks and beer right to your door. Wow! Little Yueyu's cries were like a radar, and Chen Menjian quickly ran back to the inner room, where Tong Tong was gulping down juice. Xiaofeng, when are you getting married? I just saw your aunt and asked her when you're getting married. She told me to ask you. Bao Feiyu asked with a smile. Su Feng grinned, my mom doesn't know yet. Ha, Gao Fei, you don't know? Fat Tiger asked with a puzzled look in his eyes. Su Feng sighed, how could I dare to tell my mother the truth? My mother thought the child's mother was a customer and didn't say anything, so I didn't introduce her to anyone. You. Bao Feiyu opened his mouth, speechless and dumbfounded. George laughed, but it was a laugh tinged with tears. Even a salted fish can turn its life around. Suddenly you're a dad. Damn, if my mom knew you were a father, she'd be dragging me to find a wife, nagging me to death. Then let's find one. Su Feng said. Finding a partner is easier said than done. Suddenly, he took a drag of his cigarette, feeling somewhat sad and forlorn. At this age, I no longer have the energy or the desire to get to know someone new. Saying the same things and doing the same things doesn't feel like dating, it feels like a play, just following a script. This copywriting. So emo. Su Feng, Bao Feiyu. They knew that George hadn't dated anyone since breaking up with his girlfriend of 3 years in college. Who knew that this silly-looking kid was such a romantic? After comforting Xiao Yueyu and dressing her daughter, Chen Menjian carried her out of the inner room. Little Yueyu blinked her playful big eyes, and when she saw Su Feng, she immediately kicked her little feet. Hug me, hug me. Her fair, delicate hands patted the air as she opened her arms to Su Feng. My daughter wants a hug. Oh, you want daddy to hold you? Come here, daddy will hold you. Seeing this heartwarming scene, George and Bao Feiyu grimaced and started clenching their teeth again. Lock up the restaurant and stroll through the night market streets. The bustling night market was already packed with people, shoulder to shoulder, and incredibly lively. Yan. Su Feng held Xiao Yueyu in his left arm and gently touched Chen Menjian's arm with his right hand. His elbow twitched slightly, and Chen Menjian's eyebrows furrowed in confusion. After a moment of surprise, she saw a wicked smile spread across the man's lips and instantly understood what he meant. This? He asked her to take his arm. Swish! Her pretty face instantly flushed crimson. They haven't even held hands yet, and they're already trying to link arms. This is something that only couples do. How could the child's father be like this? How embarrassing. His friends were all standing there. Hurry up, give it to me, give it to me. No, please take my arm, do me a favor. Su Feng said in a low voice. In an instant, the woman's pretty face turned as red as a monkey's bottom. Give it to him? You stinky man, what exactly are you going to give him? How could he do this? Chen Menjian bit her lip, feeling quite helpless at the man's shamelessness and domineering attitude. After thinking for a moment, I decided to give him some face in front of his friends. She generously reached out and took Su Feng's right arm. Feeling the softness on his side, Su Feng walked on calmly and steadily, though his heart was already pounding with nervousness. But a smile was on his lips. To Chen Menjian, that smile was incredibly smug. That jerk. All he does is bully her. Isn't her progress with Su Feng a bit too fast? Oh well, they're living together anyway. Linking arms, holding hands. He only does this in front of his friends. That moment. A woman's thoughts were in turmoil. Sister-in-law, your face is so red, Tong Tong said, skipping around. Chen Menjian chuckled. It's so hot today, Tong Tong, aren't you hot? Tong Tong isn't hot. She's wearing shorts and a short-sleeved shirt. The chubby girl was overjoyed. Both Tong Tong and Xiao Yueyu love lively, crowded places. They get incredibly happy whenever there are many people around them. Looking at the sweet and loving Su Feng family of 3, George was so envious that he almost ground his teeth to powder. Even the Toyota Prado car key in his pocket didn't seem so appealing anymore. Beazai, are you envious? How about I have a baby for you too? Lu Qian asked. Bao Feiyu shook his head abruptly and said, no, other people's children are always better. Raising them yourself will be a huge headache. I'll wait until I'm over 30 to have children. The group arrived at a barbecue restaurant in a night market. This meal. Of course, Su Feng will treat us. After dinner, Bao Feiyu left with his girlfriend and George. As she walked back to the restaurant entrance, the woman pursed her lips and abruptly shook off Su Feng's arm. She looks like this. They're so cute. Her shy yet restrained demeanor made Su Feng feel, he's in love. Yan, would you like some boiled skewers? Chen Menjian shook her head and glared at him. Are you trying to make me fat? I've eaten so much barbecue, my stomach is already full. Tong Tong pouted and said, brother, I want to eat boiled skewers, but I don't want spicy food. Eat your food and go back to do your homework. Su Feng tapped his little sister's head. She was the biggest eater of all, devouring lamb skewers, sausages, and all kinds of crayfish. The chubby girl even wanted some spicy skewers. The next morning, Su Feng got up from the sofa around 4 o'clock. On the bed, Chen Menjian was in no sleeping position whatsoever, her long, fair legs exposed to the air. Little Tong Tong was curled up and fast asleep, while little Yui's sleeping posture was even more peculiar, kneeling with her little bottom sticking up, drool stains on her little pillow, having sweet dreams. Go prepare the ingredients first. He washed his face by himself, got dressed, and rode his electric scooter all the way to the wholesale market. My mom will buy me a car next week. It makes going out shopping and buying ingredients from wholesalers much more convenient. After purchasing all the ingredients needed for the jade chicken noodles, it was already dawn when I returned to the restaurant. Su Feng first prepared to simmer the broth. Chicken soup. Blanched chicken is then placed in a pot of cold water to simmer in soup. As the water temperature slowly rises, the chicken begins to fully release its original nutrients. Adding goji berries, red dates, and a secret ingredient, along with ingredients cooked at the same temperature as the water, creates an irresistible flavor. Ding dong, system notification, world's #1 chicken soup can increase diners' hunger. When hunger arises in the heart, it will arouse some diner's primal desire for a certain dish. Call. The chicken soup was ready, and as he lifted the lid, an enticing aroma filled the air. This soup smells delicious. It's incredibly tempting. It is refreshing and invigorating. The key point is, just smelling the chicken soup, Su Feng felt a strong hunger and craving for delicious food well up in his heart. The chicken soup in the bucket was still boiling, and its aroma was so enticing that it immediately captivated Su Feng's stomach. He couldn't resist picking up the bowl and spoon, scooping a spoonful of chicken soup into the bowl, blowing on it to release the steam and aroma, and taking a small sip. Damn, I'm even hungrier now. System notification, the chicken soup is ready. Any diner who smells the aroma of the chicken soup will have their hunger attribute increased by 1. The most complicated step in making this dish is to shred the chicken thigh meat that has been stewed in the chicken soup by hand. Put a little bit of shredded chicken thigh meat on top of the cooked noodles in a bowl, and pour in the delicious chicken soup. A secret recipe authentic jade chicken noodles is then ready. Certainly, the jade chicken noodles requires juicing spinach to make juice, and then using the green spinach juice to make good noodles. Pure, natural, and green noodles are what's known as jade noodles. Honey, little Yu pooped. It stinks. Tong Tong ran out of the inner room, her voice trembling with tears, pinching her little nose. Her dear niece was left in a diaper. When Chen Menjian helped change the diaper, that smelly odor wafted into her nose. I was woken up by the stench. Puffed, I'm drinking chicken soup right now. Hearing what my sister said, instantly, Su Feng's hunger level -1. That's normal. When you were as big as Xiao Yuiyu, you still pooped on the bed every day, Su Feng said, pursing his lips. You and Xiao Yuiyu are in the same boat. She just started kindergarten. You're still wearing diapers. She wears diapers even when she sleeps at night. You finally stopped wearing diapers in the 2nd semester of kindergarten. So, let's not look down on each other. Nonsense, Tong Tong won't pull me onto the bed. The chubby girl said, blushing. Wow, it smells so good. Bro, what are you making? When little Diodia ran to the kitchen and smelled the aroma, she stood on tiptoe to try and see the chicken soup, but she was too short, she couldn't reach it at all. Su Feng patted his sister's head and said softly, I've made chicken soup. Go wash up quickly. I'm going to make some bread and steamed buns. I'll give you some delicious steamed buns later. Oh, he started kneading the dough. Today's plan is to sell steamed buns for the last time. At the same time, tofu pudding is also. There are so many dishes to choose from that he can't possibly manage them all by himself in the kitchen. Even if he could, he'd be exhausted, like a poor donkey. He washed the green spinach, put it in the juicer, and started to extract the green juice. Before long, he had completed all the preparations for the jade chicken noodles. He turned off the stove, grabbed a damp rag with both hands and rubbed it against the handle of the large bucket, then placed the bucket of chicken soup on the ground. It smells so good. The aroma of the chicken soup, so rich and delicious, is incredibly appetizing. In that instant, Su Feng felt incredibly hungry, as if he could devour a whole cow. On the top layer of the chicken soup, there is a layer of golden-colored chicken soup oil droplets. He stirred it gently with a spoon. Call this fragrance. It's even more concentrated now. The snow-white, milky white broth appeared before Su Feng's eyes. Using a slotted spoon in his right hand, he scooped the boneless chicken thigh meat into a bowl, let it cool, and then shredded it into strips. This bucket of chicken soup is so white, how about? Su Feng grinned. It's so damn light, why not add some serious processing and technology? Maybe I should buy a case of Carnation evaporated milk wholesale tomorrow? Or chicken broth flavoring, chicken powder flavoring, concentrated chicken fat paste. In the 21st century, there aren't many vendors as conscientious as me on the Sycamore Night Market Street. Like when he brews a pot of chicken soup. It requires chicken carcass bones, an old hen, and simmering for nearly 3 hours. Prolonged simmering will increase the cost of gas. That's the cost price, damn it. The price of a gas cylinder. It costs a full 120 yuan. The snacks at this night market. I'm afraid 8 out of 10 restaurants will try something really ruthless with you. Wutong Lane was relatively quiet in the early morning. After preparing the ingredients, Su Feng rode his electric scooter alone to the nearby second-hand appliance market. After careful selection, he spent 1,800 yuan to buy a second-hand beverage cooler. Master, just put it here by the door, against the wall. It was nearly 10 o'clock at this point. Thanks a lot. Su Feng thanked him. Don't mention it, the boss will pay for the shipping. Young man, you'd better get back to work, I see the room is full of customers. When Su Feng turned around, he realized that there were already more than a dozen guests in the restaurant. It was still led by Brother Lu. Young man, each of you, 1 basket of steamed buns and 1 bowl of tofu pudding. By the way, do you have any new dishes today? Brother Lu asked. We have a new dish, jade chicken noodles, it's on the menu. Su Feng pointed to the small blackboard next to the counter. Brother Lu grinned excitedly. Brothers, I trust the owner of this shop 100% completely. You can try all the noodles, buns, and new products to your heart's content. One of the younger guys chuckled and said, haha, Brother Lu, do you think everyone is a big eater like you? Our stomachs are already bursting after 2 bowls. Ha ha. Kinlixian jade chicken noodles, 24 yuan/bowl. The DJ at 0 Point Bar is called Sister Hong. She's heavily made up and quite attractive. When she opens her mouth to smile. Handsome, we've all heard that a fantastic restaurant opened here at 0 Point Bar. Everyone's here despite being exhausted from staying up all night, just to eat a bowl of your cooking. Just bring me whatever you have to offer. Brother Lu, we have a new product. This lady. Su Feng grinned and said, you can try the new jadeite chicken noodles. Sure, you can decide what to do. Sister Hong winked at the man. Goodness, there are so many handsome guys at the bars every night, but she feels none of them are as handsome as Su Feng. Su Feng quickly walked to the kitchen, tied on an apron, and familiarly served everyone tofu pudding and steamed buns. Everyone lined up, carrying their meals. I've done the math, I'll order 8 bowls of jade chicken noodles. Brother Lu said. Su Feng nodded, no problem, let's get started. Chen Menjian filled a basin with hot water and helped clean the nearly new second-hand beverage cooler. This cabinet doesn't look like it's been used much, but it's covered in a layer of dust. She carefully cleaned the freezer inside and out. Tong Tong stayed inside playing with Xiao Yuiyu. Brother Lu finished a basket of steamed buns and a bowl of tofu pudding in no time, then stood up and watched Su Feng's movements with great interest through the transparent glass. Goodness! This rolling pin? I'm afraid a rolling pin could kill someone instantly. A rolling pin that's over 2 meters long. Luckily, the kneading table is long enough, otherwise it definitely wouldn't fit. Young man, is that rolling pin a bit too much? Brother Lu said with a smile. Anyone who dares to cause trouble in the restaurant. If the boss had hit someone on the head with a rolling pin right away, he probably would have been taken away by an ambulance and put in the ICU. This thing is ruthless, thick, and long, it could probably kill someone. Su Feng chuckled. Haha, this is an heirloom rolling pin. I heard it was part of my grandmother's dowry when she got married. She spent her whole life rolling noodles in the countryside. It's more than just a rolling pin, it's a symbol of her soul and emotions. Now, this golden cudgel has been passed down to me. As he spoke, he kneaded the dough vigorously. The firmer the dough, the tastier and chewier the noodles will be. As Chen Menjian was changing the water and preparing to wipe the beverage cabinet a second time, she almost burst out laughing when she heard the man's serious-sounding nonsense. An heirloom rolling pin? Brother Lu nodded excitedly. He believed it. I had already guessed that the jade noodles would be spinach and vegetable noodles, but I didn't expect them to be hand-pulled noodles, Brother Lu said. Su Feng started rolling out the dough. Brother Lu, this night market doesn't usually have many people in the morning and at noon. Thanks for your promotion. Brother Lu waved his hand and smiled. Young man, why are you being so polite? Delicious food should be known to the whole world. Besides, I'm not your shill. Your shop doesn't have many kinds of food, but the taste is absolutely amazing. Brother, your dough rolling technique is really professional. Su Feng was genuinely embarrassed by the praise. So. He held both ends of the rolling pin with both hands and pushed it rhythmically up, down, left, and right. Sometimes he would spread out the dough and sprinkle flour on it, and sometimes he would roll the dough sheet onto a rolling pin and then roll it out again. The rolling pin, so domineering, was wielded by Su Feng, sometimes up, sometimes down, sometimes left, sometimes right. It's truly art. After rolling out the dough, Su Feng used a knife to fold it into multiple layers of thin dough sheets, and then quickly cut it into even, thin noodles. Xiao Feng, you roll out noodles even better than my mom. Even Chen Menjian was amazed by the man's dough rolling skills. Such a handsome man, and he's such a good cook too. He's still the child's father. Did she strike it rich? In the pot, boiling water was bubbling continuously. Su Feng grabbed a handful of freshly rolled, bright green noodles and poured them into the pot. After stirring with long chopsticks, grab a handful of washed greens and throw them into the pot. After the noodles were cooked, they were scooped out one by one with chopsticks, and 4 bowls were scooped out at once. Xiaofeng, should we sprinkle shredded chicken drumsticks on top? Chen Menjian asked softly. Su Feng nodded. Okay, like this, sprinkle some shredded chicken leg meat, then lift the lid of the chicken soup bucket, ladle in a spoonful of chicken soup, and let the soup completely soak into the noodles, and you're done. When he opened the lid, a rich fragrance quickly filled the air and spread. This fragrance, it smells so strong, it hits you right in the head. Boss, is it ready yet? I'm so hungry. I can already smell the chicken soup. It smells so good, my mouth is watering. It smells so good. I can smell the delicious aromas coming from the kitchen even when I'm sitting at the restaurant entrance. Damn, I'm drooling all over the table. A group of people were eagerly watching Su Feng and Chen Menjian cooking in the kitchen, while Brother Lu, a big foodie, licked his lips. This smells amazing. Boss, how do you make this chicken soup? It smells so good. No one can resist it. Brother Lu asked. Sister Hong chuckled. Do you think I'd easily tell you the boss's secret to getting rich? That's true, but it smells so good. Depend on. A group of people had already lined up and stood at the counter to pick up their food. Every man, upon sipping the steaming hot chicken noodle soup, looked as if he had seen the girl of his dreams, his eyes lighting up. Please enjoy your meal. Chen Menjian gently placed bowls of chicken noodle soup at the small window. It smells so good, so delicious. Brother Lu, carrying a bowl of chicken soup noodles, couldn't wait to sit down at the dining table. My mouth is practically drooling. The person at the table asked in surprise, Brother Lu, don't you like cilantro? Why didn't you put any in? Cilantro, chopped green onions, chives, and garlic are displayed on one side of the counter for customers to take themselves. Brother Lu glanced at him, grinning excitedly. Coriander is a good thing, a great condiment. However, how can we let coriander ruin the original flavor of such a delicious bowl of chicken noodle soup? That's true, haha. Lu didn't even care whether the soup was too hot for her mouth, she just slurped it up. The intense chicken soup flavor instantly overwhelmed her taste buds, and her whole body trembled. Hunger +1. The feeling of fullness in my stomach almost instantly disappeared after I finished eating a bowl of tofu pudding and a basket of steamed buns. Instead, a feeling of hunger arises. As if he had just woken up in the early morning, a feeling of hunger surged into his heart. This bowl of chicken soup made his very soul tremble. Awesome, so delicious. Glug glug. A rich, fragrant aroma wafted into everyone's nostrils. Like dynamite, it danced and roamed on their tongues, igniting everyone's hunger and appetite. This bowl of chicken soup, it smells so good. The jade chicken noodle soup is ready. Su Feng clapped his hands. I stretched. It smells so good. The soup is delicious. Is this noodle soup chicken broth? Seriously, after drinking a bowl of chicken soup, I feel like my soul is floating away. The owner's skills are absolutely amazing. Invincible, nice. It was definitely worth the trip. I'd like another bowl. Su Feng cooked 4 bowls of noodles first, and Chen Menjian helped ladle the soup into the other 4 bowls of noodles as they were being cooked. Damn, are you guys serious? Can't we stop acting like we're sleeping with women when we're having a meal? Yeah, otherwise, since we're colleagues, we'd think they were planted by the boss. That's right. Just eat properly, don't act like you're moaning in bed, okay? The bar manager, who was visiting the restaurant for the first time, was dumbfounded. The noodles smelled amazing, but let's not act like idiots. Although we are all migrant workers in the city, we can't be so pitiful that we've never even eaten a bowl of hand-pulled noodles, right? Otherwise, that's so pitiful. Even the others felt that Brother Lu and these 4 people were being too exaggerated. They admitted that the tofu pudding and steamed buns were indeed delicious. Of the group of more than 10 people, 8 chose to eat the jade chicken noodle soup, the remaining half only ate xiaolong bao and tofu pudding, and 4 people were queuing to pick up their food. Sister Hong smiled and remained silent. If someone eats so extravagantly, they might be a shill. If a group of people praise it like this, then this bowl of noodles must be delicious. Just look at how Brother Lu is wolfing it down, and you can tell that the boss's skills are absolutely top-notch. Xiao Su, can we add more noodle soup for free? Brother Lu asked. Can I have some soup with me? The noodle soup is so delicious. This is the best noodle soup I've ever had in my life. Su Feng gave Brother Lu an apologetic look and said, the noodle soup is just pure chicken broth, which is not easy to make. I'm really sorry. Okay, then another bowl of noodles, less noodles, more soup, is that alright? Brother Lu asked with a smile. No problem. Okay, I'll have another bowl too. I want one too. The 8 people who initially chose not to try the new dish, jade chicken noodles, suddenly felt hungrier after smelling the rich and enticing aroma of the chicken soup. Seeing how much everyone enjoyed their meal, they couldn't resist and started clamoring for a bowl of shredded chicken noodles. Boss, I'll have a bowl too. I'd like a bowl of shredded chicken noodles. Holy crap, don't look like starving ghosts. To prevent the rolled out noodles from sticking together, Su Feng grabbed a handful of corn flour and sprinkled it on top. He casually grabbed a handful of noodles, shook and tossed them around, then arranged the noodles neatly in portions. Whenever a customer ordered, he would simply grab a handful of noodles and toss them into the pot. Brother Lu wanted him to give him more chicken soup for free. That's not to say he's stingy, and so on. Rather, it was his pot of chicken soup that was truly difficult to prepare. There wasn't any added technology or grueling work. They didn't add any more water. He could easily pour the boiling noodle soup from the stove directly into this bucket of chicken soup and simply add some salt. But he didn't, because that would ruin the umami flavor of the chicken soup and half of its aroma would be lost. He wants to guarantee the authentic taste. The chicken soup smells really good, and it's so addictive. Did the owner add some poppy shells? A customer whispered to Brother Lu. Brother Lu slurped down his second bowl of noodles in no time and gulped down all the broth. I'm not sure, I don't know, I don't think so, right? Don't say things like that. No, Brother Lu, I've never drunk noodle soup before, and I've never been so addicted to it. Let you drink it for a while before we talk about it. The two whispered to each other. Sister Hong wiped her mouth and paid her bill separately. Handsome young man, beautiful lady, your food smells amazing. The tofu pudding and this bowl of noodles are so delicious, they're so fragrant. Chen Menjian smiled and said, thank you for the compliment, sister. Come again if you like it. Sure, will you be open tonight? Open, temporarily until 10 p.m., she chuckled. They made the decision for Su Feng. This restaurant is located in a prime spot in the night market. Most other shops, restaurants, and snack bars remain open until 2 or 3 a.m. Some barbecue restaurants even stay open until 4 or 5 in the morning. We close at 10 p.m., we're already pretty lazy. Okay, I'll invite a few of my girlfriends over for noodles tonight. Just as everyone got up to pay their bills, a delicious aroma wafted from the kitchen. Su Feng pulled and dragged the large iron pot with his left hand. The spoon in his right hand stirred the savory braised eggs in the pot. Whoosh! The enticing aroma filled the air. As the group finished paying and were about to leave, they were drawn in by the delicious aroma. It smells so good, it smells like eggs. It smells so good. Unfortunately, I'm already full. Let's come tomorrow. No, let's come again tonight. Can the roundworms in my stomach please stop making noise? We need to get going. This boss. A group of diners ate with rosy cheeks, and before leaving, they all scanned the QR code posted on the wall. This is the customer group that Chen Menjian helped him create. She printed out the group's QR code and pasted it on the wall. After a while, when business gets better and better, he can get a cash register and run some VIP discount recharge activities. Call. Su Feng took a deep breath. Roll out the dough. It's definitely a physically demanding job. His forehead was soaked with sweat, especially when you have to roll out such a large dough ball. However, it would be a disservice to our 2-meter-long ancestral rolling pin if we didn't roll out such a large dough ball. Brother Lu asked, young man, are you selling breakfast tomorrow? You know, we guys who work in nightclubs should be sleeping at home at this hour. Brother Lu, as you know, Butong Lane is a night market, so we don't sell breakfast anymore. In fact, tomorrow, we won't even sell tofu pudding and steamed buns anymore, we'll start focusing on lunch and dinner. Su Feng replied. What? This sentence completely baffled Brother Lu, who stared wide-eyed and asked, this tofu pudding is so delicious, it's like a divine treat. Aren't you going to make it? Su Feng shook his head and smiled. Well, I'm the only one in the kitchen. There are too many dishes to handle. My wife only helps out in the kitchen and spends most of her time taking care of our baby who is less than a year old. Upon hearing this, Chen Menjian, who was cooking noodles for Xiaoyu and Tong Tong, gently bit her lip and gave the man a big eye roll. The word wife was spoken so fluently, and without the slightest blush. Own, isn't she his wife? Degree. Oh, what a pity. Brother Lu sighed heavily. I won't be able to eat such delicious tofu pudding again. Yes, I also said I'd come over tomorrow for a bowl of tofu pudding and a basket of steamed buns. Boss, you whetted people's appetites, and then you stopped selling them. What do you mean by that? I've been coming here every day for a week now, and I've gotten into the habit of having 2 bowls of tofu pudding. Alas! Such divine deliciousness, we'll never be able to taste it again. Faced with everyone's complaints, Su Feng just smiled and remained silent. He has already explained it very clearly. My wife has to take care of the child. He was alone in the kitchen, even the body of a god. Even he couldn't withstand such extravagance. Brother Lu smiled and said, everyone should understand this young man. He's a stay-at-home dad with a 1-year-old daughter. Besides, it's unreasonable for him to sell breakfast at the night market. We just happened to pass by this street on our way home from get off work. If we hadn't, his business would have been even harder. Thank you for your understanding, Brother Lu. Su Feng gave him a grateful look. Even so, when he gets busy, his shirt is basically soaked. There are 3-dimensional air conditioners at the entrance of the restaurant, but they don't reach the kitchen, they only provide a slight coolness. Especially when cooking noodles in boiling water and with the buzzing stove fire, he will always be in a state of heat. Su Feng's family is well off. If it weren't for Xiao Yuiyu, he wouldn't even bother to walk the dog, let alone work so hard. The most crucial person is the child's mother, Chen Menjian. This silly woman. From the first day she moved into the restaurant, she tirelessly helped with washing dishes, cleaning up the messy tables left by guests, tidying up the restaurant, sweeping, mopping, wiping the stove, and so on. It doesn't matter if he tries harder. Brother Lu chuckled in a deep voice, young man, could you pack 10 baskets of steamed buns and 5 servings of tofu pudding for me? Brother Lu, you? Pack it up. I'm definitely taking this heavenly breakfast home. I'll heat it up and eat it for breakfast tomorrow morning. If I miss this opportunity, I'll never have such a delicious heavenly breakfast again. When you run a restaurant, you love encountering such cheerful and easygoing customers. Su Feng smiled genuinely and said, okay, haha, Brother Lu, with your taste and eye for food, you could be a popular food blogger. Oh, oh, internet celebrity? We're not up to the task of reviewing restaurants. Maybe we could start a Douyin account and become a food vlogger. I could eat your food forever. Ha ha, HH. Everyone burst into laughter. Brother Liu's appetite is truly terrifying. Young man, I'd also like to take away 2 baskets of steamed buns and 2 bowls of tofu pudding. I'll take mine to go too. Me too, 1 of each, to go. Once you miss this village, you'll never be able to eat such delicious tofu pudding again. Yes, enjoy it while you can, it's divine food, this is the last time I'll try it. Next, to Su Feng's surprise, it wasn't just Brother Lu who took away the immortal tofu pudding and Wanlixiang steamed buns, the other dozen or so people also asked to take them away. Seeing everyone's enthusiasm, Su Feng was quite touched and quickly packed up everyone's orders. For a chef to be evaluated, you prepare a dish. This dish is to be served to 100 guests. If there are 70 people, and 70% of the guests say it's delicious, 20% say it's okay, and 10% say it's so-so, that's already the highest praise for a chef. Moreover, this is most likely the pursuit of someone in the catering industry. The Clean Plate campaign is the highest praise for a chef. Every dish at Xiao Su's gourmet restaurant, whether it's a bowl of porridge, steamed buns, or the new mixed noodles, is a must-try. Every dish receives a 100% perfect rating. After a group of guests left, it was 11:30. Just then, 2 more customers arrived, wanting to try the new dish, jade chicken noodles. Su Feng asked Chen Menjian to cook, while he carried 2 bowls of noodles back to the inner room. I want to feed my daughter myself. He finally figured it out. Little Yuiyu's hidden foodie nature. Little Yuiyu, Tong Tong, come and eat. Eat, eat, eat. Little Yuiyu blinked her big eyes, stared at the steaming chicken noodles on the coffee table, and immediately climbed to the edge of the bed. Come here, let daddy hold you. Brother, Yuiyu is very smart, she can get out of bed by herself, Tong Tong said with a smile. Sure enough, little Yuiyu stuck out her bottom and moved step by step toward the edge of the bed, her 2 short legs hovering in the air, slowly, her bare feet landing on the smooth floor. Su Feng was worried that his daughter would fall, so he kept his arms outstretched to catch her. Wow, little Yuiyu is so smart. She can get out of bed by herself, Su Feng praised. Su Feng helped her to the edge of the bed. Tong Tong had already picked up the noodles with her chopsticks and started slurping them into her mouth. Tong Tong, wait for Yuiyu to eat with you, Su Feng said irritably. Tong Tong slurped up her soup. No, Xiao Yuiyu only has a few small teeth and eats very slowly. Chen Menjian cooked the noodles for her daughter until they were very soft and tender. Ah, daddy's feeding you, open your mouth. The chubby girl pouted her little mouth, and Su Feng gently fed her the food into her mouth. The next second, her cute, pretty eyes lit up, and she chewed contentedly with her 3 remaining teeth. Ah, ya, ah. Before he had even finished 1 bite, he reached out with his other hand and grabbed the noodles from the bowl with a slap. Fragrant. It smells so good. Even a baby less than a year old couldn't resist such delicious shredded chicken noodles. Don't be so irritable, don't be so rude, you. We are girls, you know. We should eat more gently and elegantly. As he spoke, he tapped Tong Tong on the head. Did you hear that? Girls should eat elegantly. Puffed, whoosh, slurp. Tong Tong slurped her noodles, chewing them as she spoke perfunctorily. I know, Mom said I should eat slowly. You know you should eat slower, but you still eat so fast. Tong Tong explained, it's because the noodles are so delicious. This is the best noodles I've ever eaten, 100 times better than Mom's cooking. Chen Menjian pushed open the door and called out, a customer wants egg noodles, go make the noodles. Good. You. Looking at Xiao Yui's clean white clothes, her chest was covered in noodle paste. She bit her lip. Su Feng, when feeding Xiao Yui, you must put a bib on her, otherwise it will fall off everywhere and be difficult to clean up. Su Feng immediately picked up Xiao Yui and placed her in her arms, his mouth twitching. I understand. Humph. Brother Tong Tong wants another bowl. The chubby girl handed the empty bowl to Su Feng. The soup in the bowl was completely gone. They were practically licking the ceramic bowl clean with their little tongues. Ding dong, a side quest has been activated by the system. The theme of this task is Father's love is as solid as a mountain. The host can complete this task by personally cooking and preparing a month's worth of complimentary foods for Xiao Yui. At that time, the prize draw series for top-tier kitchenware will officially begin. Su Feng grinned, this task is simple. Making baby food for my daughter, isn't that a piece of cake? Ding dong. System notification, once the daily turnover reaches 10,000, the system will officially reward this shop. Please continue your efforts. On any given day, the turnover reached 10,000. At that time, this shop, worth at least 3 million, will belong to him. Ding dong, the system continues the main quest, famous reputation. Accumulate 500 returning customers within a week to unlock a new perfect level noodle lottery. Perfectly mixed noodles? Interesting. Ding dong, the super invincible all-powerful mall is not yet open. The system has officially started the mall mission. The mission for the in-game store is spreading fame. Within a limited period of 100 days, you must achieve 5,000 returning customers. The system will then officially open the in-game store and unlock reputation points. Note, after opening the store, you will unlock reputation points. 1 returning customer equals 1 reputation point. Friendly reminder, reputation points can be used to purchase kitchen utensils, special items, top-notch cooking techniques, various secret sauces, and divine recipes from the system chef shop. A divine recipe? Su Feng couldn't help but feel a little expectant. Xiao Feng, I'm here. At this moment, a familiar loud voice rang out. Isn't Jian busy today? The person who arrived was none other than George the Fat Tiger. George grinned and walked into the kitchen. No rush. My lousy wedding planning company is almost going out of business. I'm planning to switch to another company. My good brother is opening a restaurant, so I have to try Chef Su's cooking. Please enjoy. With your looks, why did you become a lousy cook? Upon meeting, Su Feng was then reprimanded by George. Puffed. He opened his mouth and laughed. What kind of talk is this? Does being handsome preclude someone from being a chef? Even as a chef, I'm the most good-looking chef in the world, okay? My daughter's first birthday is in about 40 days. Can you come over and take some birthday photos for us, like a family portrait? Can you print them? Su Feng asked. George smiled and glared at Su Feng. What are you saying? I've been a professional photographer for many years. Leave Xiao Yui's birthday photos to me. Just set a time in advance, and we'll take the photos. Photos of my daughter's first birthday. You can start filming a month in advance. Su Feng asked, Fat Tiger, you haven't had lunch yet, have you? I'm not busy right now, what would you like to eat? Give me one of your braised egg noodles, and bring me a double serving all at once, so I don't have to order extra. Fat Tiger shouted and plopped down in a dining chair, leisurely lighting a cigarette. No problem. Su Feng's mouth twitched. Jian is such a beast. He knew his brother's appetite. Fat Tiger Girl ate with gusto, her appetite was no less than that of Brother Lu. Just as Su Feng was making ramen for the 2 customers and George, 2 seemingly very important people walked into the restaurant. Su Feng remembered the 2 brothers. Last time, after they swiped a few baskets of steamed buns, they boasted that they would take a walk to digest their food and then go swipe for a barbecue. When the 2 walked side by side, Su Feng felt like he was a walking human wall. The 2 guys' combined weight is definitely over 500 pounds. Infinite continuation? Although the fat man was fat, his eyes were tiny. He squinted his small eyes and looked at Su Feng with a smile. That smile seemed like a provocation. They were just waiting for Su Feng to speak and confirm whether it was infinitely continuing the story. Yes, unlimited refills. 1 bowl of egg sauce and 1 plate of noodles, and you can get unlimited refills after you finish eating. Su Feng nodded in response, but his hands didn't stop. He quickly scooped the 2 portions of noodles into the ice water and then used a slotted spoon to transfer them to a plate. Since they dared to open it. If they dare to advertise like this, they're not afraid you'll eat it. What's that saying about buffets? You might get a good deal, but the business definitely doesn't lose money. The noodles for table number 1 are ready. He kept shouting. Wow, it smells so good. It looks really good, I can't wait to eat it. The 2 were completely irresistible to the delicious food, practically drooling. They excitedly carried the noodles back to the table and poured the fragrant, savory egg sauce over them. The 2 chubby brothers, who were waiting to order, couldn't help but exchange a glance after Su Feng confirmed that they could have unlimited refills of noodles, and that no extra portions were allowed. We'll have 1 tomato and egg sauce and 1 savory egg sauce, and the noodles need to be rinsed in cold water. All right, Su Feng shouted. The 2 grabbed 4 heads of garlic and walked to the table to start peeling them. Your noodles are ready, Tiger, Su Feng jokingly shouted. Fat Tiger got up and quickly carried the noodles. Not bad, it looks really good. George exclaimed. The braised eggs with soy sauce, topped with red and green chili rings, look so appetizing, and the taste is absolutely amazing. If you need more, just call me. There are condiments over there, chopped green onions, cilantro, and the like. Okay. Fat Tiger started swishing the noodles in big gulps, a clove of garlic still clutched in his left hand. 1 bite of noodles, 1 clove of garlic he ate with absolute gusto. Within 2 minutes, 2 drops of sweat had already trickled down his forehead. Moreover, he was sitting directly in front of the air conditioner. Phew, that's fucking awesome. Eating these chewy, delicious, and smooth noodles, with this divine egg sauce, mixed with garlic. A mouthful of noodles and a clove of garlic, I wouldn't trade them for even a god. Xiao Feng, when did you learn to make ramen? This plate of mixed noodles is really delicious. The topping is fragrant, and the noodles are chewy. I'm sweating buckets while eating it. George couldn't help but say excitedly. This plate. 1 word, awesome. My cooking skills are always pretty good, is that enough? If not, I'll add more for you. That's enough, that's enough. Fat Tiger nodded hastily. Gentlemen, your noodles are ready. Su Feng called out to the 2 chubby brothers, who were diligently peeling garlic cloves at an incredibly fast pace. He looked up and saw that the 4 heads of garlic on the table had been broken into more than 20 cloves. Holy crap. These 2 chubby brothers are about to start making a mess. Hiss, whoosh. Fatty blew on the steam from the tomato and egg sauce and poured half of it onto the noodles. After mixing well, they quickly started slurping the noodles, both of them with their heads down, completely focused on eating. However, the way they ate was a bit frightening. Even more shockingly, 6 female college students who frequented the restaurant were so frightened by the sight of 2 flying pigs frantically eating noodles that they dared not take another step forward. Seeing this, Su Feng gave a bitter smile. Ladies, please come in. Sit here, the air conditioning is nice. Oh. The 6 beauties exchanged glances, looking somewhat apprehensive, and sat down in their chairs with extreme shyness, not daring to speak loudly for fear of disturbing the 2 chubby brothers who were focused on eating their noodles. Especially since these 2 fat brothers look really fierce, like gangsters or loan sharks on campus. The girl named Xiaoxiu thought to herself, eating so loudly, they're like 2 beasts, disturbing everyone. Boss, another bowl of noodles. The fat guy shouted. Boss, another bowl of noodles. 2 more, please. 1 more, please. Another serving of braised meat, please. So, the 2 brothers each got a bowl of savory braised eggs. Fatty let out a burp and laughed. Boss, this time, give each of you another bowl of noodles, but not cold water, just hot ones will do. Even the gluttonous George frowned at this scene. That's really scary. This made the other diners in the restaurant afraid to speak loudly. Madam, how much is it in total? The 2 brothers finally finished eating, stood up, patted their round bellies, and let out a loud burp. A total of 84 yuan received Viaduct WeChat Pay. Fatty squinted and praised, this is such a satisfying meal. It's even more enjoyable than eating at a seafood buffet outside that costs 200 yuan per person. Boss, your cooking skills are absolutely amazing. Come again if you like it. Su Feng replied with a smile. When you open a business, especially in the catering industry, you can't just refuse to serve customers because their table manners aren't very elegant. The food was so delicious that it was truly amazing. On the contrary, just by looking at these 2 fat guys, you can tell they are supersized gluttons. Once you've mastered the dishes at this restaurant, you'll definitely become a repeat customer and come back often. Excuse me, boss, how do you make this braised egg noodles? What kind of sauce do you use? It smells so good. Fatty number 1 asked curiously. Chen Menjian quickly bypassed the 2 chubby men and went to clear the table. At this moment, even the air seemed to be filled with the smell of garlic. Su Feng chuckled and said, it must be soybean paste from northeast China, it smells amazing. Really? I'll get a whole bottle of soybean paste and try making my own, maybe a savory egg stir-fry. Su Feng laughed heartily. Sure, just ask me if you don't understand. There's a QR code for our food exchange group on the wall. If you too are interested, you can join the group. We'll announce any new dishes that come on the menu in advance in the group. Okay, the sauce in the braised egg noodles is indeed soybean paste, but it also contains another type of sauce called dried yellow sauce. Moreover, even the soybean paste is made by him soaking and stir-frying soybeans, resulting in a secret recipe for an unbeatable flavor. The soybean paste from the supermarket tastes completely different from the soybean paste in the bucket in his kitchen. Therefore, the stir-fried, savory braised eggs is absolutely unique, so delicious that it's addictive. Okay, I've joined the group. The two chubby men, with their large bellies sticking out, leisurely left. The voices of the other customers in the store were finally no longer whispers, especially the female students from the medical school at that table. Xiaoxiu, you need to eat garlic. How can you eat noodles without garlic? No, I absolutely refuse to eat garlic. I have a date with my boyfriend tonight. The girl named Xiaoxiu shook her head frantically in refusal. Eating noodles without garlic diminishes the flavor by half. But we are girls, it's not elegant for us to eat like this. Isn't it good enough to eat comfortably and enjoy yourself? Come on, everyone, let's peel the garlic together, and each person should eat at least 2 cloves. Xiaoxiu shook her head, her voice trembling with tears. I won't eat it. If I eat garlic on my date, I feel like I'm disrespecting my boyfriend. After eating garlic, my mouth feels sour all day long. Talking to someone mouth to mouth is really awkward and can be quite jarring. Even if you spray perfume on your clothes or fresh breath on your mouth, the garlic smell in my mouth still won't go away. Sister, aren't you being too good to him? My best friend and roommate continued. Think about it carefully and seriously. If a man can't even stand the smell of garlic on your breath, does he really love you? It's just a simple clove of garlic. Does this mean I can't even eat garlic on our date? The other two roommates continued talking. Xiaoxiu's expression suddenly changed. Yes, you're right. If a man starts to dislike the smell of garlic in his mouth, that would prove that my love for you is not enough, that I don't truly love you. She understood. So, she ate 3 cloves of garlic with a plate of egg noodles. When she actually ate the garlic cloves, she felt a little regretful. She felt that her mouth must be full of garlic flavor. Her boyfriend hadn't even started to dislike her yet, but she was already disliking herself. As she opened her phone and tapped WeChat to scan the QR code to join the group, her boyfriend sent her a message. Little Shui, the movie tickets are bought. I heard this movie is a super touching love story, so I've prepared tissues for you. Ugh, Xiaoxiu let out a loud burp. A strong smell of garlic hit my best friend and roommate right in the head. Her best friend and roommate frowned inwardly, without saying a word, because she ate the most garlic, a full 6 cloves of raw garlic. At noon, the restaurant gradually filled with customers, and there were even some college students waiting in line. Many members of the Agricultural University's basketball team invited their roommates, and a group of 5 or 6 people, nearly 50 or 60 in total, lined up to eat. The spectacular queue scene truly surprised Su Feng. Even so, he and Chen Menjian continued to work methodically in the kitchen. He was in charge of mixing, kneading, and serving the noodles, as well as frying the eggs and making the sauce. Chen Menjian helped serve the sauce to the customers, put the noodles that had been rinsed in ice water into a plate, and washed the bowls and plates. The couple worked hard to run the business, busy but not chaotic, but they had no time to rest. Su Feng didn't even have time to smoke a cigarette. Fortunately, Tong Tong was very sensible and took care of Xiaoyu. Even George joined the fight, helping to clear plates and wipe tables, doing the work of a waiter. And so, I was busy until 2 o'clock. Starting at 1:30, a group of students from the university and medical school left the cafeteria and returned to their schools. Each student has a different class time. Some students have to enter the classroom as early as 1:30 p.m. However, some students are quite free even when they go at 3 p.m. Some college students who missed out on the divine mixed noodles decided to wait until they had more free time in the evening to try and get in line again. I'm exhausted. I'm here to be your free waiter. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, George, exhausted and covered in sweat, plopped down in a chair and took a deep drag on his cigarette. I don't even have the strength to flick cigarette ash. Su Feng lit a cigarette and took a puff. George, you've really worked hard. Bullshit, I don't need your thanks, I'm exhausted. You have to treat me to barbecue another day. Su Feng grinned and said, 1 meal won't do, you'll have to treat me to 2 or 3. TCH, those drinks by the door, put them in the refrigerated display case, and then sell them when customers come in for noodles at night, Fat Tiger said. Have a smoke before you get going. The drinks he ordered last night have just been delivered to his door. It includes popular drinks like Coca-Cola, Fanta, and Sprite, the kind of divine, fat guy happy water you'd find anywhere. Su Feng also ordered some iced black tea, green tea, and some sugar-free drinks. Some girls constantly talk about losing weight, but when they go out shopping, they prefer to drink milk tea, various flavors of soda water, Genki Forest, alien drink, and rows of sugar-free sparkling water were also on display. Beer is a must too, two kinds, Tsingtao bottled beer and green stick snow deer beer. George stood up and said, "Phew, my clothes are soaked. Xiao Fen, go home and change your clothes, then come back for another meal with Beizai tonight." "Okay, no, let's buy some digestive tablets in advance. Get out of here." Fat Tiger strode confidently out of the restaurant. When the kitchen range hood was turned off, the large dining room immediately fell silent. "Xiao Feng, go and rest, I'll clean up." Seeing the man pick up a broom to sweep the floor, Chen Menjian stepped forward, snatched the broom from his hand, and began cleaning the restaurant. Look, your hair is all wet. Go inside and change your clothes and let the air conditioning cool down. The air conditioning outside isn't very cool." A smile played on Chen Menjian's lips as she pushed Su Feng back into the inner room. "Man, it must be so tiring. Just looking at it makes me feel so tired. Whether it's making ramen or hand-pulled noodles, it's all physically demanding work. Little Yu will sleep when she's tired from playing. Tong Tong, you little rascal." Seeing his younger sister napping soundly with her head resting on his daughter's bottom, Su Feng grinned and almost burst out laughing. "If Yu poops in her sleep, won't she cry from the smell?" Su Feng cherishes his time. He took a 3-minute cold shower. After putting on shorts and a short-sleeved shirt, I leisurely walked out of the restaurant in my slippers. "Go and rest and get some sleep while there are no guests dining now," Chen Menjian asked, frowning. "Why are men like stubborn donkeys? He won't go to rest even when we tell him to." Su Feng sat comfortably against the wall, crossed his legs, and lit a cigarette. "I'll have a smoke while I knead and roll out the dough. I'll sell a little later tonight so I can sleep in tomorrow morning. Anyway, I'm not selling breakfast anymore." Removing steamed buns and tofu pudding makes the morning preparations much easier, especially steamed buns. To ensure the perfect texture of the xiaolong bao, he always cuts the meat into small cubes, whether it's pork or chicken. It is not directly ground into minced meat using a machine. In this way, he can probably sleep until 9 o'clock or even 10 o'clock. In fact, more than 70% of the shops on this night market street are likely to open for business in the afternoon. Only 30% of shops, such as rice bowl restaurants, fast food restaurants, and stir-fry restaurants, are open at lunchtime. "Hello." Su Feng stubbed out his cigarette. "Hello, what would you like to eat?" "I'm not here to eat, I just wanted to ask if you're hiring waiters/waitresses, there's a job posting on the door." The short-haired girl asked softly. Her eyes, fixed on Su Feng, kept darting away. In her hand, she was also pulling a huge suitcase. Chen Menjian raised her eyebrows slightly. The girl in front of me clearly looked like a high school student. "Waitress? How old are you?" she asked. 17. The girl lowered her head involuntarily. She came from the countryside 300 kilometers away to Longcheng, the capital city of the province, hoping to find a job. Whether she's working as a waitress serving dishes or washing dishes and doing odd jobs, she can handle it all. But when people asked her age and she was found to be underage, she immediately gave up on hiring her. Even some big restaurants wouldn't hire her, so she tried working at a small restaurant. Look at how thin and frail the girl is, a gust of wind could probably blow her over. "Aren't you going to study anymore?" Chen Menjian asked. The girl shook her head. A hint of regret flickered in her clear eyes. "I didn't like studying, so I dropped out of school. Since I'm not an adult, I'm willing to accept a lower salary. Isn't being a waiter just about serving dishes and doing odd jobs? I can handle that. I often help my parents with chores at home too," the girl said confidently, worried that she might be rejected. "I've been looking for a job for 3 days now. I'm about to run out of money." So pitiful, so wronged, so pathetic. Silence. Silence. Su Feng's throat moved, unsure of what to say. The girl in front of me looked innocent and naive. Her cheeks were a little dirty, and her 2 little hands were clenched tightly, making her look very nervous. This is the first time I've encountered this situation. Even though Su Feng wanted to help. But, minor? A young girl? Wait a minute, Chen Menjian said to the girl, and pulled Su Feng quickly to the kitchen. She lowered her voice. "Shall we help her?" How can I help? She looks so pitiful, let's keep her as a waitress." The woman was a bit silly, simple-minded, and kind. Not only would she help an old lady cross the street, but she would also give 5 yuan to a beggar kneeling on the ground under an overpass. Perhaps, once the beggar finishes get off work, he'll find a place to change into clean clothes, then drive off in a BMW or Mercedes. Yan, it's not that I feel sorry for her, it's just that we happen to have a helper. I'm exhausted from washing dishes today. I've never done this much work at home. Don't you care about me at all? Puff. When saying this, Chen Menjian felt embarrassed for herself. Good heavens, that tone. A touch of shyness and coquettishness, a soft, gentle whining and complaint. It breaks my heart, I have to break my heart for the mother of my child. Su Feng patted his chest. I got really excited by his straight man tone. It's rare to see a mother so shy and coquettish. Ouch. Su Feng took a deep breath, his eyes filled with complex emotions, and sighed softly. I'll go talk to her. Step out of the kitchen. Congratulations, you've been hired. Thank you, phew. The girl patted her chest gently and took a deep breath. What's your name? Are you from out of town? Where's your hometown? Su Feng asked directly. Chen Menjian glared at the man. Hiring waiters is like conducting a census. Don't they have any manners? Yan Yan, hee, you talk to her, I'll go ask the egg supplier to deliver some eggs. Su Feng chuckled awkwardly, exhaling smoke as he walked out of the restaurant. Zhang Yufeng, who lives next door, was standing at the door with a cigarette in his mouth. Xiao Su, your business is doing great. It's booming. I saw a long line of college students at noon. Su Feng smiled modestly. It's better than I expected, the two of us are still a bit overwhelmed. Zhang Yufeng said, a restaurant this big needs at least 4 or 5 people to work on it. You should hire 2 more people, don't make yourself suffer. Haha, thanks for your concern, brother Zhang. My wife just hired a waiter. Under Chen Menjian's questioning, some information about the girl was learned. Hearing Su Feng's voice, I felt a little sorry for him. The girl's name is Guo Yu, and she comes from a remote rural area in City A. At an age when they should be blossoming in their youth, they chose to go out and work instead. My father accidentally limped in one leg while working in a factory and was unable to work to earn money. My mother was just an ordinary rural farming woman. There's a younger brother and sister in the family who need food and tuition fees. As the eldest sister in the family, Guo Yu wisely dropped out of school, thinking of working to alleviate the family's financial burden. Xiao Feng, Guo Yu is really pitiful. She's temporarily staying at her cousin's house and asked me if I could help her with the accommodation issue. Ah, one sentence made Su Feng grin. Do we need to arrange accommodation? If we don't make arrangements, we'll have to pay her 2,000 yuan of her salary in advance. She said she's going to find a cheap place to share with someone. Su Feng reached out and pinched the woman's cheek. You can cry your eyes out just by someone telling you a story. The woman's eyes were slightly red, clearly indicating that she had been moved to tears by Guo Yu's story. Mind your own business. She pursed her thin lips. Su Feng nodded. Idiot, you can get an advance on your salary, but of course you need to see my ID card, and you also need to leave a copy of my ID card. You also need to sign a labor contract. If you want to quit, you need to give me half a month's notice. I'll go ask her if she brought her ID card. Then, out of Chen Menjian's soft heart, Su Feng took in the little girl who had dropped out of school to work. Guo Yu, what a beautiful name. The contract is very simple. Take a look at it carefully, and if there are no problems, you can sign it. Whether she signs or not doesn't really matter. Su Feng wants to give her an advance of 1 month's salary. 3,800 a month. Of course, you should leave a photocopy of your ID card, since scammers are everywhere these days. Guo Yu nodded gently, glanced at the contract, and wrote her name on it. Su Feng said calmly, the salary is 3,800. We start work at 9:30 every morning and work until 10 o'clock at night. We get 3 days off a month, and lunch and dinner are provided. Okay. She went to find an apartment to rent on her own. I heard that my cousin was able to save money by sharing an apartment with other people when she was working. Rent only 1 bed, sharing the kitchen, bathroom, etc. with other people. The rent was very cheap, only 300 yuan a month. Chen Menjian even helped her deposit the money into her mother's bank card, and she only kept 500 yuan for herself as living expenses. After doing all this, she was so moved that she knelt down on the ground in front of Chen Menjian, feeling that she had met a good person. What? Xiao Feng, this kind of underage girl should be left to my Panghu to take care of. Around 6 p.m., when he heard Su Feng recount that he had recruited a young girl that day, George the pervert chuckled lewdly. Your thoughts are really dirty. Bao Feiyu complained. George retorted, what filth? I was simply saving a minor girl. It's about boundless love and caring for those who lack love. What's wrong with an uncle offering a warm embrace? As night falls, the night market in Wutong Lane becomes increasingly lively. Pedestrians came and went in an endless stream, and many tourists from other cities also strolled through the food street. The business of Xiao Su's gourmet restaurant is booming. For some reason, the restaurant suddenly became very popular, with many college student customers willing to queue up. Especially the students at the agricultural university, they spread the word from 1 to 1, from 2 to 2, and from 8 to 10. Even if there are no seats available, people are willing to wait in line. Everyone wants to taste just how delicious the Jadai chicken noodles are, and how divine the divine mixed noodles are. In Xinjiang, it's perfectly normal to have unlimited refills of noodles when mixing noodles. However, in the Lungxing area, restaurants that offer a bowl of divine braised noodles and a plate of noodles with unlimited refills are still relatively rare. In Shaanxi, perhaps only the Shaanxi Gansu Ningxia region can surpass the popularity of noodles. Little beauty, 5 bowls of shredded chicken noodles, please. The person speaking was Sister Hong, who frequented the bar at noon. She was dressed fashionably and had a mature and sexy style. Her profession was a bar DJ. Chen Menjian smiled and said, "Sorry, sis, the chicken noodle soup is sold out." "Ha, what time is it? This isn't even their working hours at the nightclub yet." By 7 p.m., the jade chicken noodles were already sold out. "Sister Hong, I'm so sorry, we only have egg noodles left now. And for everyone in line, the chicken soup for the jade chicken noodles is sold out. I can't just add water to the soup and sell it, which would ruin my reputation. I'm really sorry to everyone in line," Su Feng called out. The restaurant was packed with people, and many customers were queuing up to wait for their food. "No way. My brother just praised your shredded chicken noodles at noon and asked me to come and try them. I've been waiting in line for 10 minutes already." "Me too. I heard your shredded chicken noodles are addictive. I have a sensitive stomach, so I'd like something with soup." I could hear a chorus of complaints and wailing. Su Feng was truly at his wit's end. "I'm so sorry everyone, the dough is easy to make and can be prepared in no time. However, the chicken soup is sold out. It takes more than 3 hours to make a pot of chicken soup, and we've almost run out of ingredients. I guarantee it will be available all day tomorrow, and I'll prepare an extra bucket of chicken soup." It's all right, boss. We'll have the egg noodles then. My classmate told me that your egg noodles are divine." Su Feng chuckled. "We have egg noodles, with savory soy sauce and tomato. You can tell how good it is by how this male student eats it. The male student is eating noodles with gusto. Slurp, slurp, pft, pft." He lowered his head and focused intently on eating, slurping his food with obvious enjoyment. Then, everyone burst into laughter. "The chicken noodle soup is sold out. There's nothing we can do. We'll come back for lunch tomorrow. We'll have egg noodles for today," Sister Hong said to her 4 best friends. "Okay, anything is fine to eat. I'll just have egg noodles. Eggs, my favorite. I love tomato and egg soup the most." True foodies are relatively few. Most male students can only manage 1 or 2 servings of noodles, which is their limit. Some girls couldn't even finish the noodles that were originally on their plates. Not to mention adding noodles. Su Feng was busy until 10 p.m. today, and even the green peppers and tomatoes were sold out. After the refrigerator was completely empty, Su Feng finally hung the "closed for today" sign at the entrance of the shop. Today's busyness made him realize that students' money is always easier to earn than that of working professionals. Before the meal, some students confidently patted their chests, indicating that they would order 3 or 5 servings of noodles later. As a result, after finishing the noodles on the plate, I felt full. After closing, the two sat inside the shop and ate spicy skewers from the restaurant next door. Su Feng was drinking beer. Chen Menjian was doing the math. The total revenue from cash, WeChat Pay, and Alipay payments reached 6,648 yuan today. We also have to include the drinks in the afternoon and evening. The drinks alone brought in 1,200. The prices of drinks and beer in the restaurant are 1 yuan more than outside, which is reasonable and acceptable to the customers. Yan, we sold over 6,000 in one day. We're going to be rich, said the good-for-nothing Su Feng excitedly. Chen Menjian asked with concern, running a restaurant must be really hard work. Can you still lift your arm? A man's arm. I've been making ramen all the time. Roll out the dough. I was exhausted after a whole day. I can still carry you, Su Feng chuckled. His arm muscles were really sore, even more so than when he worked out at the gym, and the process of making ramen was very boring. Once the restaurant gains popularity and the business is on track, he will hire another chef who will only be responsible for kneading and pulling noodles. No matter how busy or tired I am, as long as I see Xiaoyu's angelic face, all the fatigue in my body and mind will be swept away, and I will be fine even if I stay up all night to work. I'll transfer the money I've earned from collecting payments these past few days to you. You'll definitely need it for things like buying inventory. The woman said softly. No need, you can keep it for now. It'll be easier to calculate your monthly income. Once Xiaoyu is weaned, we can buy her formula. Stretching, Su Feng wearily walked back to the inner room. Brother, Tong Tong wants to eat an ice pop. Tong Tong called out happily. Su Feng tapped her head. What time is it? The supermarket is closed. Let's eat tomorrow. There are many supermarkets that are open 24 hours a day. A little girl rolled her eyes and muttered to herself. Su Feng ignored his sister's grumbling. My little sister deserves to be pampered, but we can't spoil them. Eat, duh. A little Yu ran over quickly. Does my little Yu have no privacy? She's shirtless and only wearing a diaper. Su Feng's lips twitched, and he hugged his daughter tightly, but his gaze was fixed on Chen Menjian. It's hot, so the baby only wears diapers all summer long. He's still so young. She blushed slightly. My dear daughter, Daddy, give me a kiss. Su Feng gently kissed his daughter on the cheek. Feeling her father's kiss, she happily reached out her little hand and pinched Su Feng's face. Compared to her initial attitude, Xiao Yuiyu gradually got used to having her father around. After taking a shower, Su Feng lay on the sofa wearing ice velvet pajamas, idly playing on his phone. Little Yuiyu sat to one side of her, holding a small yellow duck toy in her hand. She wouldn't even touch a duck that makes a quack quack sound, even if she asked her to play with it on the bed. She insisted on staying close to her elderly father, squeezing in with Su Feng on the sofa to play. Suddenly, the chubby girl launched a sneak attack and slapped her elderly father. Pinching his nose and cheeks were routine, gentle actions. As long as he wasn't pulled by the hair or gouged out by the eyes, Su Feng felt he could still survive. The restaurant's fan group is called Xiao Su's Gourmet Restaurant Fan Group. Su Feng, good evening everyone, thank you all for coming. Fat Tiger who loves noodles, I must say, the savory egg sauce topping is absolutely amazing. I ordered 3 bowls of noodles in one go. My good buddy George has started helping to liven up the atmosphere in the group chat. A girl who loves garlic, yes, it's really super delicious. The owner's cooking skills are amazing. Stir-fried century eggs with tomatoes, winking emoji, I think the best noodles have to be the shredded chicken and jade noodles. Qingdao Beer Prince, especially the soup of the shredded chicken noodles, one sip is like eating a peach elixir, filling you with energy. The most heartfelt comment from the Agricultural University, confused, tomato and preserved egg stir-fry? What kind of name is that? Tomatoes and preserved eggs stir-fried together? That's definitely a culinary disaster. Is it even edible? A girl who loves garlic, boss, you're so handsome, you could make a living off your looks, but you insist on making a living off your skills. Your cooking is amazing. Fat Tiger who loves noodles at girl who loves garlic. Smirking, hey sis, how do you know the boss's cooking skills are pretty good? The next morning, as the sun rose, Su Feng kneaded the dough and simmered the chicken soup over a low flame until 8:30 in the morning before opening the restaurant's roller shutter door. Brush. It made a buzzing sound. Sunlight streamed through the glass doors into the restaurant. Guo Yu. The little girl was eating breakfast on the steps outside the restaurant, holding a cup of soy milk and a steamed bun in her hand. Good morning, boss. Guo Yu obediently replied. Su Feng smiled in surprise. You know, we don't start work until after 9 o'clock, so there's still an hour before we start. It's okay, I just can't sleep. The girl smiled with her lips parted, revealing sweet dimples. Guo Yu thought to herself that today was her first day of work, and she had to make sure she left a good impression on her boss. You go into the store first. Brother, breakfast is here. Breakfast is here. Little Tong Tong shouted happily. Little Yuiyu the good girl couldn't walk steadily and ran unsteadily, with Tong Tong protecting her beside her. Yan Yan, how can you put pants on Xiao Yuiyu while she's still wearing a diaper? Su Feng said with a helpless smile. Chen Menjian smiled. When things get busy later, she can stay in the inner room with Tong Tong, it will be more convenient for her to wear diapers. So cute. Is she a boy or a girl? Guo Yu asked. Little Yuiyu was wearing a blue short-sleeved shirt, no pants, just a diaper, and her hairstyle was a simple short haircut. At first glance, it's impossible to tell whether the chubby girl is a boy or a girl. Most people would think that Xiao Yuiyu is a handsome little boy. Girls. Chen Menjian replied. Guo Yu, you're here so early, it's not even time for work yet. She tied her long, black hair into a bun, simply drew her eyebrows, and exuded a cool and intellectual beauty. Guo Yu nodded. I can't sleep, so I'll come to work early. Boss, what do I need to do? Chen Menjian said, it's not time yet. When things get busy at noon, you can help clear the table and wash the dishes after the guests have finished eating. Oh, even though there was nothing to do, Guo Yu still swept the floor, mopped it, and helped wipe the dining table. The girl is very diligent. Chen Menjian kept trying to persuade her. Don't be fooled by the fact that you have plenty of free time to rest now. Once you get busy, you'll work non-stop. Just like yesterday at noon, the business was so booming that from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m., there was no time to eat, let alone rest. Su Feng spent 40 minutes going outside to set up 2 dining tables. Today, the restaurant has 9 tables. There are 8 seats at the 6-person table, but 8 chairs. There was only one large round table that could seat 10 people, but there were 12 stools. If the customer base is like yesterday, and there's a long queue, you can sit and squeeze in to eat. Food tastes better when there are more people around. Roughly speaking, his small shop can accommodate about 70 people dining at the same time. Around 10 o'clock, the number of messages in the food group had already reached 99 plus. Agricultural University's most heartfelt message, drooling boss, what time do we serve food? What time can we have egg noodles? A girl who loves garlic boss, it's Sunday today, and the 6 of us in our dorm have decided to have noodles for lunch? What time will the food be served? Stir-fried tomatoes and preserved eggs at Manager Xiao Su. Manager, buddy? What time do we start serving food? Fat Tiger, who loves noodles, you talked to me until 2 a.m. last night, are you a boy? Stir-fried tomatoes and preserved eggs, rolls eyes, I never said I was a girl. Humph. Fat Tiger who loves noodles, spitting blood. The wind chills my eggs, boss, say something. What time do we start serving dinner? Store Manager Xiao Su at all members, everyone, dinner is served at 11 o'clock. The hot chicken soup is ready. Be prepared to queue up if you come on Sunday night. 11 o'clock. Inside the store. Boss, give me 3 bowls of shredded chicken noodles and 3 servings of tomato and egg noodles. This is what Lu Hao, captain of the Agricultural University's campus basketball team, is shouting, followed by his 5 roommates. Su Feng grinned, handsome guy, you're up so early today. Of course, you'll have to queue if you come late. Lu Hao laughed loudly. In less than half an hour, the store was packed with more than 50 people. Despite this, the flow of customers continues unabated. Boss, do you have shredded chicken noodles today? Sister Hong asked. Su Feng smiled, of course, please sit down, please sit down. Hongja and her friends found seats and sat down. The customers in the store were chatting and laughing. The scene was like a banquet in the store, with a lively and bustling atmosphere. Another bowl of shredded chicken noodles, less noodles and more soup, Sister Hong called out. It's really delicious. The noodles are tasty, and the soup feels warm and comforting in my stomach, making me feel more energetic, her best friend said. Gurgle. Glug. I drank the bowl of noodle soup in one gulp, leaving only the bright green, glistening noodles. Sister Hong, can't we add some soup? You can't add it. The boss said this is pure chicken soup, without any of the technology or fancy techniques, and the taste of the chicken soup is worth the price. She had no choice but to raise her hand and call out, another bowl of shredded chicken noodles, with more soup. Guo Yu called out, table number 2, another bowl of shredded chicken noodles. Hongja gazed at the golden-colored chicken broth oil droplets, gently stirred the emerald green noodles, and the snow-white soup immediately appeared before her eyes. After taking a small bite, I felt another shiver run through my body, and an indescribable fragrance filled my mouth. Fragrant. It smells so good. The soup is rich and fragrant, with a mellow aroma that lingers on the palate and is refreshingly delicious. Xiajia, I drank the soup from this bowl of noodles yesterday at noon, and my lower abdomen felt warm all day. You know, I usually suffer terribly from menstrual cramps and just want to lie down at home, but yesterday was different. How is it different? Xiajia asked curiously. After drinking this bowl of chicken soup, my lower abdomen has been warm, and my stomach doesn't hurt as much as it did during my period last month. This sentence. Hongja spoke very loudly. Even the 6 girls from the dorm at the next table, the girl who loves garlic, and the girls at the other 2 tables heard it. Xiao Jia asked in confusion. Really? Can it also relieve menstrual cramps? Of course it's true. After you finish this bowl of chicken soup, feel it carefully. Immediately, a group of girls in the store started talking all at once. At this time, among the female customers eating, it wasn't just Sister Hong who had her period, other girls also had their periods and were experiencing lower abdominal pain. Hey, they actually put down their egg noodles and ordered a bowl of chicken soup noodles. After drinking the chicken soup, wow, their stomach pain really did feel much better. In the past, when they had their periods and experienced lower abdominal pain, they could only distract themselves by playing games or studying. This bowl of chicken soup. It seems really amazing. A bowl of magical chicken soup. This scene made some of the boys who were eating noodles blush. Since when can girls' periods be discussed so openly? Don't they feel ashamed? Meanwhile, a group of male students at the Agricultural University had a motto etched in their hearts: when you have time, bring your girlfriends here for noodles and chicken soup. Especially when they're on their period. Making your girlfriend a bowl of shredded chicken noodles is both heartwarming and stomach-warming. Before long, Sister Hong had already finished the second bowl of jade chicken noodles. When she got up to pay, she scanned the QR code and asked, Boss, can I take away the chicken soup from the jade chicken noodle soup? I always feel like I can't make chicken soup like this at home. This. Chen Menjian's eyes flashed. She looked at the man. You can take it away separately, it's 12 yuan a bowl. Su Feng replied. Today he was well prepared. After the chicken soup was cooked, he poured it into another bucket and placed it on the counter. Chen Menjian then easily poured the chicken soup over the emerald green pasta. Add half an old hen, some chicken bones, and seasonings to the existing chicken soup pot and let it simmer indefinitely. Frozen chicken is a very low-cost ingredient with a considerable profit margin. Selling chicken soup separately would be extremely profitable. Beautiful lady, one bowl to go. I'll take one bowl with me too. I want one too. Hanja and her two best friends each packed a bowl of secret recipe chicken soup to take away. Boss, what benefits are there for joining the group? Sister Hong asked with a smile after scanning the QR code to join the customer group. Welfare? Su Feng chuckled, of course there are perks. We'll be starting some red envelope promotions soon, like the luckiest person gets a free meal, and the top 3 get meal vouchers. After the group was created yesterday, he had thought about it carefully. On the one hand, it's convenient to notify everyone that the restaurant has new dishes through group chat. New products are definitely going to be launched. No matter how delicious a meal is or how appealing it is, once you eat it for a few days in a row, your mouth and stomach will naturally get tired of it. On the other hand, it allows for the organization of regular events. Once the shop is up and running, we'll launch some VIP promotions for top UPS. Creating a group can be for better promotion. Then let's start looking forward to it. Sister Hong smiled faintly and left the restaurant with several of her girlfriends. The young girl, Guo Yu, was indeed very efficient. She quickly put the dishes and chopsticks in the kitchen sink and wiped the table clean with a rag. To be honest, watching everyone happily devour their noodles and smelling the rich aroma of chicken soup, her mouth was already watering, and she was almost bursting with cravings, though she was trying to resist. Holy crap. Boss, when are we having a promotion? Lu Hao asked. In a while. In a while. Lu Hao pursed his lips and said, Agricultural University, summer vacation is in a week. Yes, I'm afraid the only way to participate in the boss's welfare activities is to wait until the fall semester starts. Sigh, a girl sighed, it's too difficult. I guess I'll just have to come here every day for the rest of the week to eat noodles and drink soup and enjoy myself to the fullest. It's not just the Agricultural University, the Medical University will also be on holiday soon, and everyone will go home. While pulling the noodles, Su Feng called out, everyone's going on holiday. Without your patronage, what am I going to do with my restaurant's business? As soon as Brother Lu entered the restaurant, his lips twitched. Goodness! The handsome boss brazenly cried his heart out in broad daylight. Boss, hang in there. Please don't go bankrupt. Yes, we'll come to your restaurant as soon as school starts. Yes, the food at this restaurant is so delicious. Boss, if you promote it more, the business will definitely boom. Boss, keep up the good work. I hope that when we go back to school in the fall, your restaurant will have a wider variety of dishes and more new items so that we have more choices. The garlic-loving girl called out. Su Feng nodded. Okay, let's work hard to launch new products. Within a week? Shall we get a new product before our holiday? Lu Hao asked with a grin. He is the captain of the basketball team at the Agricultural University. A true local of Longchang, with a particular fondness for noodles. Su Feng forced a smile. Brother, I'll try my best to develop a new product. I absolutely won't release a new one if it doesn't taste good. Right now, everyone is raving about the chicken and egg noodles. I don't want to ruin my reputation. I have to make sure the new product suits everyone's taste and reaches a certain level of deliciousness. Sharp, Brother Lu praised him. He gave a thumbs up. Such people cannot simply be called chefs. They could be called foodies, truly responsible to their guests and foodies. This is a business owner who enjoys delving into the art of food. Boss, a bowl of chicken soup to go. I'll take 2 bowls with me. I might as well take 6 bowls with me, Lu Hao said through gritted teeth. She wanted to pack a bowl of chicken soup for her girlfriend to take away, but then she thought about how her girlfriend's best friend and roommate always made sarcastic remarks about her, so she decided to just buy it instead. The first time Lu Hao brought his girlfriend chicken soup instead of milk tea or desserts, he was incredibly excited. Okay, I'll take 3 bowls with me. This is so damn warming for my stomach. Su Feng shouted, fellow man, if you have a girlfriend, hurry up and pack her a bowl of chicken soup. What should I do if I don't have a girlfriend? Yes, I'm a miserable, pitiful single dog. Woof, woof woof woof. Su Feng chuckled and said, you can bring it to the girl you like. A bowl of chicken soup is like the warm sun in winter. She can truly feel your sincerity. It warms her heart and stomach, and is both thoughtful and comforting. Upon hearing this, even the little girl, Guo Yu, blushed. Some of the female medical students present lowered their heads and remained silent. Heartwarming and comforting, so thoughtful and so soothing, the silly man is so good at this. Chen Menjian's pretty face flushed slightly. When men promote their products, they appear calm and composed, with skin as thick as a city wall, never missing a single opportunity to make money. The key is that our chicken soup is affordable. Think about it, a delicious cup of milk tea costs you 20 yuan, but a bowl of chicken soup is only 12 yuan. Brother Liu's colleague shouted out in rebuttal. Haha, boss, chicken soup won't make girls feel romantic like milk tea. Su Feng chuckled at the man. How vulgar. When you're pursuing a girl, everyone else gives her milk tea, but you give her chicken soup. Wouldn't she be very touched and think you're a special kind of man? Puffed, haha, the handsome boss is so funny. That's right, if a boy were to give me a bowl of chicken soup, I would definitely be touched. Hey beautiful, I'd like to offer you a bowl of chicken soup. Would you mind adding me on WeChat? Okay. Should I sweep, or should you sweep me? Even Su Feng was dumbfounded by this scene. This kid is quite the charmer, directly using someone else's charm to add her on WeChat? Thanks to Su Feng's vigorous promotion, many students from the agricultural university and passers-by ordered a bowl of fragrant and heartwarming chicken soup to take away. Ding dong. System notification, returning customer plus 70. When I was busy until around 3 p.m., the system notification sounded. The restaurant was doing better than usual on Sunday. To Su Feng's delight, as the number of repeat customers increased, the restaurant's reputation gradually improved, and a steady stream of customers poured into the restaurant from all directions. The customer flow was so high that it lasted for 3 hours, and the revenue from noodles and drinks was 4,200. Even after 3 p.m., there were still a few customers coming in. For example, some college students stayed up all night online last night and slept from morning until afternoon. Students like these, who stayed up all night, flooded into the restaurant in waves. System notification, total repeat customers, 162/500. We need 328 more returning customers to complete the famous task. Complete the famous throughout the land quest, and the system will reward you with a chance to win a perfect noodle topping. In just a few days, 162 customers have visited his small restaurant twice. Being both the boss and the head chef is really tiring. I only have time to eat lunch after I'm all busy. Boss lady, that's enough, it's too much, we can't finish it. Guo Yu waved her hand anxiously. Chen Menjian piled half a bowl of chicken into the bowl and covered it with noodles, saying with concern, Guo Yu, you've worked hard. You look so thin, like you're malnourished. Eat more, and eat more chicken too. Thank you, ma'am. Her voice was soft, and her face showed a look of gratitude. Su Feng said irritably, Yan Yan, don't talk about Guo Yu, look at you, you're so thin, you're malnourished too. TCH, if you keep feeding me this much good food and drink every day, I'm bound to get fat sooner or later, Chen Menjian said, pursing her lips. You're not even happy to be served. Yes, absolutely. The boss and his wife are so loving and happy. After finishing her meal, Guo Yu exclaimed, Boss lady, this is really delicious. The noodle soup is so good, it's the best I've ever had. It's the first time I've ever had such delicious noodles. Eat more if you like it. Is that enough? If not, I'll cook you another bowl. That's enough. This is a big bowl, I'm already stuffed, Guo Yu said. She was already stuffed. But, why do you want to eat more? Okay, I'll just have to resist. I'm already full anyway. Guo Yu, the lunch break I told you yesterday was from 3 to 5 p.m., go and rest, you don't need to sweep the floor. After finishing his work and having lunch, the child immediately picked up a broom and started sweeping the floor again. Boss lady, I'm not tired. I feel energetic after eating, so I don't need to rest. Tong Tong and Xiaoyu, what are you two little babies doing so quietly? If the child is quiet, he must be up to no good. Su Feng gently opened the door and first poked his head into the room. He sniffed and smelled a strange odor. That smell? Did you poop? Brother, Tong Tong's aggrieved voice rang out. What's wrong, duck? Su Feng's gaze froze. Just now, little Yu pooped in her diaper, and the chubby girl is trying her best to change her diaper. As a result, she accidentally got poop on her hands and clothes, and she was so upset that she almost cried. Moreover, little Yu mischievously used her hands to smear the poop from her diaper onto the bedsheet. Puffed, I. Upon seeing the stench on the bedsheet, Su Feng's eyes widened immediately. In an instant, his blood pressure suddenly spiked to 120. Idiot, if Yu poops, call me, and I'll change her diaper. She smacked her lips in grievance and said, Tong Tong wanted to help, but who knew she was so naughty and disobedient? It's all Xiaoyu's fault, she's disobedient and naughty. Xiao Feng, what's wrong? Hearing Tong Tong's tearful and aggrieved voice, Chen Menjian curiously pushed open the door, only to see a scene that devastated her. Sheet, don't cry, Tong Tong. Seeing his younger sister's big eyes filled with tears, Su Feng quickly comforted her by stroking her little head. Ah. Seeing her aunt cry, Yu's expression changed slightly, her pink lips pursed, and in an instant, a loud wail rang out. The earth shook violently, mountains crumbled and the ground split open. The cries were like a tsunami, and even Guo Yu, who was far away at the door, could hear them clearly. Yan Yan, you hold Xiao Yu, let's help them take a bath. Su Feng took off his sister's short-sleeved shirt, which was covered in poop, and threw it on the bathroom floor. He first gave Tong Tong a quick bath, and the chubby girl shyly ran to the bed and covered herself with the blankets. Next was Xiao Yu. She cried so hard that her eyes and cheeks turned red, like a ripe little apple. Su Feng kissed his daughter twice, held her in his arms and comforted her until she stopped crying. Fortunately, when I bought the bed sheets, I bought 2 sheets at once, so I even had spare sheets to wash. Brother, Tong Tong has no clothes to wear. Go home and get some clothes, the chubby girl said, feeling wronged. Su Feng gritted his teeth. Okay, I'll go home and get your clothes for you. Yan Yan, how about we rent a place in the neighborhood behind here? This place is still too small. Chen Menjian nodded slightly. I'll listen to you. Little Yu, come here, daddy will put your diaper on. The little girl was quite excited after her shower, crawling around nimbly on the bed, which made Tong Tong bite her lip in exasperation. Little Yu, you're not allowed to climb anymore. Hurry up and put a diaper on her. Even though she just pooped, she might poop again soon. This has happened before, Chen Menjian said urgently, pinching the soft flesh of the man's waist. Ouch, put it on. I'll put it on you, but don't pinch me. Su Feng winced in pain. It hurts and itches when the flesh on my waist is pinched. Su Feng put a diaper on his daughter and gently lay down on his side next to Xiao Yuyu. Oh, mommy, the chubby little hands pinched Su Feng's face. Ha, call me daddy. Mommy. Su Feng pouted, when exactly will you call me dad? I'm dad, not mom. Brother, hurry home and get Tong Tong's clothes. Tong Tong gave the instructions. Your short-sleeved shirt is clean and hanging at the store entrance. It will be dry soon and you can wear it. Mid-June. The weather is scorching, especially the sun around 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon. It was like a fireball scorching the land of Longcheng. I wrung out the water from the clean short-sleeved shirt, hung it on a hanger on the electric scooter by the door, and it'll probably be dry in 3 minutes. Oh dear, brother, Tong Tong said seriously, the clothes are covered in Yui's poop, so I don't want them anymore, I'll just throw them away. Poof. Su Feng reached out and tapped his sister's forehead in an annoyed tone. Don't be disgusted with Yu, wash her clean, her clothes already smell nice. Snort. Guo Yu called out, boss lady, the customer wants to settle the bill. Well, you're not busy now, hurry home and get some clothes for Princess Tong Tong. Chen Menjian rolled her eyes at the man. She knew her sister-in-law, that little brat, had a temper. Little Yu, your auntie dislikes you. Su Feng pinched his daughter's chubby little face. Tong Tong smiled and said, Yu's poop smells worse than Tong Tong's. You even compare pooping? The chubby girl turned her face away arrogantly. Su Feng lay on the bed and poked Xiao Yu's left cheek with his left hand. The next second. She reached out to push her father's little hand away. Su Feng refused and continued poking Xiao Yu's cheeks. Soft and tender, its little body even smells of milk. The aroma of milk made Su Feng feel intoxicated. Keep pinching Xiao Yu's little face, it's so soft. Oh, she defiantly turned her little head to the side, pouted, and threw a tantrum, refusing to let her father pinch her cheeks. Su Feng rolled over and lay face down on the other side of his daughter. Reach out. He gently poked her cheek again. This time it's the right cheek. Yuzong got angry, making a childish yelp in her throat, and slapped Su Feng across the face. Who told you not to call me dad? You little thing, you know how to get angry? Su Feng placed his daughter on his stomach. Her voice was soft and gentle. She rolled down the bed and burrowed under the covers to go play with her aunt. Su Feng was immediately dealt a heavy blow. Yan, Xiao Yu ignores me. The woman said happily, not to mention ignoring you, these past 2 days, with Tong Tong playing with her all day, she's even ignoring me. I'll look online for suitable apartments nearby. The nearest residential complex is called Binjiang Garden. Crossing the Sycamore Line Street, it takes about 15 minutes to walk 500 meters to the next point. The restaurant has a back door, but Su Feng has always kept it locked and never opened it. The back door provides a quicker way to enter the residential area. Su Feng muttered to himself, the apartments in this Binjiang Garden complex are pretty good. They're incredibly expensive, and there are even villas inside. I'll save up and buy a villa in this complex someday. Nowadays, I can only rent a place to live. But the strong desire in my heart to buy a villa must be firmly upheld. Yan? Su Feng took a deep breath, blinked, stepped forward, and gently placed his hands on her shoulders. After a while, are you going back to your job as a university teacher, or will you join me in running this little shop? After all, the child's mother has a teacher's qualification certificate, working in a legitimate public institution. If his parents or grandparents found out, they would absolutely not let Chen Menjian run the shop with them, and would 100% make her go back to school to continue being a teacher. Why are you suddenly asking this? Her pretty face instantly flushed, her body temperature rose sharply, her long eyelashes drooped, and her eyes were full of shyness. Is that so? Su Feng simply gazed quietly into her eyes. Silence. His gaze was gentle and deeply affectionate. What do you mean? It's so annoying when you don't talk, she said shyly, though she didn't mean it. let's go inside and talk. Don't corrupt the children. Su Feng turned around and took her hand. The two went back into the inner room. Guo Yu chuckled. Was she a child? Little Yu ignored her parents and focused intently on playing with her toy train with her aunt. Yan. No, don't call me that. Chen Menjian's delicate body trembled slightly as she bit her lip and pushed the man's arm away forcefully. Su Feng forcefully pulled her arm, causing her soft, delicate body to swirl around and fall into his arms. Eek. She lowered her head and said, "Let go. Who told you to hug me? You're not my boyfriend. You're the mother of my child, my wife." In an instant, Chen Menjian looked up, trembling all over, and said, "Su Feng, you're so shameless. Aren't you greasy? You're so greasy, I hate you. Just say what you want to say. I want to take you home to meet my parents and Xiao Yu. Oh, isn't it too early?" she asked softly. Her pretty face flushed crimson. Clench your fists and rub your palms together. When she gets nervous, she unconsciously rubs her palms together. Su Feng looked at her, a smile playing on his lips, and said earnestly, "Look, Yu is almost 1 year old, and I want to throw her a first birthday party." "Okay, I want to make a beautiful and delicious cake for my daughter myself," she said expectantly. "To hold a birthday party, I have to inform my relatives and friends. Little Yu has never had a full moon banquet, a 100-day banquet, and a first birthday celebration. We must make up for it all. So, I feel we should tell our parents everything as soon as possible. Is the way you're following me around like a nanny?" She bit down hard on the man's arm with her little tiger teeth. "Pa, you're the nanny. Hiss, you were born in the year of the tiger, why do you like to bite people? Tell me quickly, what else needs to be done?" Actually, Chen Menjian was more anxious than Su Feng. After all, as a girl, she couldn't take the initiative in this matter, so she could only wait for Su Feng to take the initiative. "So, you're not a nanny, you're marrying me and becoming my wife. Pa, shameless, don't you know? Have you ever read any online novels about marriage before love or pleasure before love? Stop talking, don't you think I'm old?" she said, her head lowered. Actually, Chen Menjian lacks self-confidence because her child's father has been performing too well lately. She runs a restaurant and has excellent culinary skills, she can cook and prepare meals. He's also handsome, like a big star, with striking yet masculine features, an extremely perfect face shape, and a pair of deep, dark eyes. Every day, many medical school girls would secretly watch Su Feng while eating, and even secretly take pictures of him. She is 3 years older than Su Feng. "I'm 27 years old this year, and 28 years old in the traditional Chinese way." Her age made her somewhat insecure. Moreover, even though she's very pretty, she doesn't know how to do makeup and lacks the energy of a college student, which makes her seem a bit lacking. Moreover, her family's financial situation was not as good as Su Feng's. Her parents lived in the countryside, so they felt they were not a good match. "No, I won't marry you. What if you regret it? Silly girl, look at you spacing out, what are you imagining again?" Su Feng pinched her soft cheek. She feigned composure and said, "It's too early, let's wait a bit longer." "We can't wait any longer. Even if we don't have a wedding, we need to let our parents know first, get our marriage certificate first, and register Xiao Yu's household registration. She'll be 1 year old soon." She turned her head away shyly. Su Feng's tone was too forceful. "It looks so tempting. I promise you I'll meet your parents first, and then I'll go home to meet them during Chinese New Year this year. Don't bring up marriage again, we haven't even started dating yet. You can get married first and then fall in love." "You idiot, who wants to marry you first and then fall in love? You've been reading too many novels, you brat. I'm your teacher, watch your tone." Hearing the words "marriage first and then fall in love," her face turned as red as a monkey's bottom, and in a fit of shame and anger, she slammed a sofa cushion hard against the man. The man, however, gripped her small hand tightly and returned. Serious tone. Yan, meeting the parents is a must." "Okay, see you. I'll go to your house with you another day." "Okay, ha ha ha. Be gentle, don't use too much force, it hurts." Her small hand was gripped tightly by Su Feng's strong hand, and it hurt. The man was clearly agitated. "She's living with him every day, what a jerk, and he's still worried she'll run away. I'm not kidding, the marriage first, love later story is obviously just a joke. You can't take novel stories seriously. When do you think is a good time for us to get married?" Su Feng's eyes were full of tenderness. You," she gritted her teeth and pinched the man's arm hard. The woman said arrogantly, "It's still early. We'll start by testing Yu's father's character. We haven't seen any yet, but all we know is that he's shameless, brazen, and thick-skinned. The restaurant closes at 9 o'clock at night. I'll go home first to tell my mom. I'm afraid that bringing my wife and kids home suddenly will scare her." "Who's your wife? Don't talk nonsense." The woman's complexion was rosy. Even with the arrival of Xiao Yu, she hoped to date Su Feng and then marry him, just like a normal couple. Take it one step at a time. He's so outstanding, what if he suddenly starts to dislike me after we get married? It's not that she really wanted to test Su Feng's character. After getting to know him for a while, his attitude towards Xiao Yuiyu as doting and pampering was enough to tell her a lot. The man in front of her was worth her coming all the way from her hometown to find him. Tell me, is your mother easy to get along with? Is she good-tempered? Chen Menjian blinked. He asked curiously. After this conversation, she had unconsciously put herself into the role of daughter-in-law, her mother. Su Feng smiled bitterly. My mother is a high school teacher with a very bad temper, but she is very gentle and dignified in front of my grandparents. In short, she has a bad temper, but of course, she is very open-minded. Oh, I'm a little scared. Where is uncle? My job is also that of a teacher, a geography teacher. Su Feng chuckled and teased, what's wrong? What are you afraid of? My mom wants me to get married right now. If you come home with me, you'll be treated like royalty, a little princess. But it's just a little. What is it? Su Feng lowered his head, tilting his head to look into her eyes. I'm a little insecure. Yes, as long as the man is by my side, she would feel inexplicably at ease. A soft heart brings great relaxation and comfort. Isn't it me who lacks confidence? With my mom's mindset, even though I scored 248 points on the college entrance exam, have only a junior college diploma, and married a teacher with a master's degree, my mom would probably go to a temple to burn incense and think that the Su family's ancestral graves are emitting auspicious smoke. At 9 p.m., Xiao Su's gourmet restaurant closes for the night. Business is better on Sundays than on weekdays. The noodles and drinks cost a total of 8,200 yuan. When the store closed, Su Feng was practically gritting his teeth. With another 2,000 yuan in sales, he can achieve his daily sales target of 10,000. This million-dollar restaurant truly belongs to him now. There's no other way but to close it and go home to tell his parents everything. He'll just have to wait until tomorrow or the day after to work hard again. Are you coming back tonight? Chen Menjian asked nervously. Su Feng held her hand and said gently, come back, I reckon you'll be back around midnight. A few days ago, Sister Zhang next door said that a drunkard was banging on the door at night, so of course I'm worried about you and Xiaoyu. I'm not afraid of drunkards. If they dare to knock on the door, I'll call the police. I brought you some late-night snacks, what do you want to eat? I'd like a bowl of rice noodles, Yunnan crossing the bridge rice noodles. After closing the shop, Su Feng simply hailed a taxi and drove home. I got off the bus. Su Feng held his younger sister in his arms. The chubby girl's weight was increasing day by day, and he was starting to feel like he couldn't carry her anymore. Brother, why don't you sleep in the same bed as your sister-in-law? The chubby girl asked innocently. Puffed. Ha! Su Feng's mouth twitched, and he tapped the girl on the head. Children shouldn't pry into adults' affairs. The little guy hugged Su Feng's neck affectionately, just like mom and dad, husband and wife should sleep in the same bed. It must be that sister-in-law dislikes brother. Why does sister-in-law dislike brother? The little chatterbox kept chattering away the whole way. Su Feng didn't want to pay any attention to her. I'm home. Oh, Xiao Feng is back? Lu Fangfang was sitting on the sofa with her legs crossed, scrolling through some short videos on Kuaishao. Su Feng smiled helplessly. Mom, don't talk like that. I'm so flustered, like I haven't been home in ages. Lu Fangfang stood up, glared at him, and scolded. Isn't that right? You haven't been home for more than half a month. Su Feng is suffering. It's heartbreaking. Without you, your dad and I will still manage to live a good life. We booked plane tickets for the week after next. We're going to Japan with your Aunt Lu, George's mom, and her family to take a cruise. Su Feng chuckled. Without me as your free babysitter, mother, are you not used to it? Tong Tong, have you been playing on your phone? Cough. Caught off guard for complaining, Lu Fangfang coughed to cover her embarrassment and quickly shifted her attention to her daughter. The chubby girl obediently replied, no, Tong Tong is very obedient and does her homework diligently every day. Mom, are you still going to run your tutoring classes? Lu Fangfang nodded. Yes, the college entrance exam is coming up soon. After the exam, your dad and I are going on a trip. When we get back, we'll be busy making money. Take off your shoes. Su Feng acted like an old man. He crossed his legs and leaned back onto the sofa. Comfortable. People with girlfriends and daughters like me have that kind of confidence. Mom, I have something to tell you, please don't be angry. Lu Fangfang asked in confusion, what's wrong? Did the restaurant lose money? Or are you thinking of buying a more expensive luxury car? None of them. You're a grandma now. That's a lame joke, not funny at all. Mom, you're really a grandma now. Tong Tong giggled and shouted, brother has a daughter. Her name is Xiaoyu. What? Say it again? Lu Fangfang's breath hitched, and she hurriedly turned around to stare intently at her mentally challenged son. A sudden remark startled Lu Fangfang. Before Su Feng could answer, she abruptly sat up from the sofa and stood to the side, looking down at her beloved eldest son. You say it to mom again? My mother's hesitant tone carried a hint of panic and confusion. Yes, you're a grandma now. Upon hearing this, Lu Fangfang finally realized what was happening, her eyes widening in shock, even more so than when Su Feng's college entrance exam results came out. What? I'm going to be a grandma? You got someone else's girl pregnant? No. Then how did you say I'm a grandmother? Although he had thought of what to say the whole way from the restaurant to home, when it came time to explain, Su Feng found himself at a loss for words, unsure how to make things clear to his mother. Mom, let me tell you a story. Su Feng chuckled. Tell me a story? What story? I'm not in the mood to listen. Tell me what happened. How old are you? You're 24 this year, right? When you're out playing around with women, can't you take proper precautions? Getting pregnant out of wedlock, how can you face your mother, or how can you face that girl? As they were talking, Mom suddenly got angry. Tong Tong sensed something was wrong with her mother's tone and dashed into her room. Mom, don't get agitated, I'll tell you right away, Su Feng said with a grin. Lu Fangfang gritted her teeth, staring fiercely at Su Feng with a serious expression, and said, If you're joking with Mom, let me tell you, this joke isn't funny at all. I'm not kidding, you're really a grandma now. Su Feng's eyes flashed, and he quickly turned on his phone. When Lu Fangfang saw that her son's phone screensaver was a photo of him with a strange little girl, she was immediately stunned. Then, Su Feng opened the photo album and showed his mother the photos he had taken of Xiaoyu, including photos of Xiaoyu and Chen Menjian, as well as photos of Xiaoyu and him. The photo looks warm and harmonious, and Su Feng has a smile on his face the whole time. Xiao Feng, you found a divorced woman? This moment, Lu Fangfang's breathing became rapid. His son is going to be furious. How dare he date a divorced woman with a child? The Su family's reputation, the Lu family's reputation, in an instant, felt utterly ruined. I disagree, I absolutely disagree. Let me tell you, our Su family wouldn't go so far as to ask you to marry a divorced woman, especially a divorced woman with a child. You'd better cut ties with her as soon as possible. I can't accept being called grandma anymore, okay? She drew out her words, indicating that she was very angry. Son, why did you have to become a sucker for someone else's misfortune? This? Su Feng felt something was off the more he listened. The word scapegoat were even mentioned. Mom dash. Su Feng drew out his words and said earnestly, Please don't get agitated. She's not a sucker, she's not a divorced woman, she's my dear grandmother. Mom, let me tell you a story, starting from the beginning. Calm down, calm down. He comforted his mother. That temper is too fiery. It's also easy to overthink. Faced with his furious mother, Su Feng didn't dare to hide anything from her. He recounted how he met Chen Menjian, her unexpected pregnancy, and how he ran into Chen Menjian with their daughter, Xiaoyu, at a restaurant. The mother and daughter lived peacefully in the restaurant, and Xiaoyu and Tong Tong got along very well and happily every day. Then, in the past few days, Chen Menjian recounted in detail how hard she had worked with him to run the restaurant, going through every single detail. Tong Tong, pour your brother a glass of water. Oh. The chubby girl ran out of the room, carrying her water cup, and stood on tiptoe to place it on the automatic water dispenser. Thank you, Tong Tong. Mommy is so scary, she's not saying anything. She hid in her son's arms. At this moment, Lu Fangfang was performing a Sichuan opera face-changing act, her facial expressions constantly shifting. Surprise, silence, complexity, and finally, excitement and exhilaration. Son, you're awesome. This bombshell news made Lu Fangfang's brain feel like it was about to explode. Damn it! What terrible things have I done? My son actually did something like this. My daughter-in-law got pregnant before marriage, and my eldest granddaughter is almost a year old already? Tong Tong, quickly get mom a glass of water. Tong Tong pouted and hummed. This family will fall apart without her. The story Su Feng told was quite informative. Lu Fangfang gulped down a glass of water, trying to process the information in her mind. What did you do? Do you think it's easy for a girl to be pregnant for 10 months? You've grown bold and grown wings, daring to harm young girls now. Sigh, speaking of which, how much suffering must my daughter-in-law endure during this time, having to bear the pain of pregnancy and raise the child to 1-year-old? Lu Fangfang's tone, with a touch of sadness. The tone of her voice made it sound as if her precious son was a scumbag. Did he agree to be with you? Lu Fangfang asked. Su Feng chuckled, Of course I agree, we're already living together. You little rascal, you've really gotten something out of you. The tone of my mother's voice. It suddenly became much stricter. Mom, I was drunk at the time and don't know what I did. If I had known she was pregnant earlier, I would have stayed by her side and protected them both, Su Feng explained, feeling wronged. While she was drunk, she vaguely remembered the graceful figure beneath her. although the figure beneath him was somewhat blurry when he was drunk. But when he woke up the next day, he saw Chen Menjian leaning against the headboard, wrapped in blankets and sobbing softly. He knew it all too well. Last night's romance was not a dream. This was an accident. Becoming a father unexpectedly. From the moment Chen Menjian first discovered she was pregnant, he knew nothing about anything. If Chen Menjian hadn't come knocking on his door, he probably still wouldn't know he had a lovely baby, an angelic-faced daughter, a cute little one who could melt your heart. You're so young and have such bad drinking habits. Drink less in the future. Lu Fangfang sneered and continued, getting back to the point. What are your plans next? To keep a mistress in a gilded cage? Or to hold a wedding ceremony? Mom, don't worry, this is the plan. He briefly explained his plans with Chen Menjian to Lu Fangfang. That's good. The two of you can take your time to get to know each other, cultivate feelings and fall in love over time. There's no rush to have a wedding. It will take at least a year from the time your house is renovated to when you can move in. Before Su Feng could recover, my mom has already started giving me countless reminders and instructions. Remember, don't let Yan Yan down. You must treat her and her mother well. Su Feng's facial muscles twitched slightly. Mom, my wife and my daughter are my own people to take care of. You don't need to worry about them. Haven't you worried me enough? It's been half a month, and you and that brat Tong Tong have been keeping it from me. As she spoke, Lu Fangfang's eyes were full of anger and resentment, and she glared fiercely at the innocent and pitiful little Tong Tong. Tong Tong immediately climbed onto the bed and hugged her brother's neck tightly. The elderly mother lost her temper. She was really scared. Where is my dad? Your dad took a vacation and went to visit your grandparents in your new district. On vacation? Su Feng asked in surprise. What number is it? Lu Fangfang said, the children are about to take the college entrance exam, and the senior high school teachers are starting their vacations. Your dad isn't going to be a proctor, so of course he's on vacation. Well, about me, your daughter-in-law, and your granddaughter, you should tell my dad. I'm worried he might try to kill me with a knife. Tong Tong, let's go. Su Feng stood up and stretched. When it came to important matters, Ms. Lu was quite open-minded. Leave? Leave what? We haven't even finished talking, and you're already trying to run away. Lu Fangfang snapped. Mom, is there anything else you want to know? Su Feng pursed his lips. The restaurant is too busy during the day, so some daily chores can only be done in the evenings. Confess and you will be treated leniently. Continue to honestly explain everything that happened. How old is the girl? What does she do? Where is she from? What is her family situation? Looking at his mother's serious and stern expression, Su Feng suddenly felt a headache coming on. She is a teacher, just like you. As I mentioned at the beginning, the child's mother is my university professor. Lu Fangfang grinned. Oh my son's got some skills, managing to find a teacher to marry. Eyes full of contempt. The phenomenon of top students looking down on underachievers is nothing new. Actually, Su Feng didn't know much about Chen Menjian's family situation. I heard that he has a younger sister who is in junior high school, who is also his sister-in-law, and she is studying at a key junior high school in the county. My father was a retired factory worker who lived in a rural village. My mother ran a small shop, a convenience store, at the entrance of the village to support the family. It seems that after the new year, once my sister-in-law starts high school, the whole family will move to the county town to accompany her. I also heard that my sister-in-law is a top student, and I think she ranks something like that in the whole county. After a brief explanation, Lu Fangfang was not angry at all. Instead, she paced back and forth in the living room excitedly. She became a grandmother. This is a big deal. Pack your daily necessities and clothes in advance. Su Feng returned to his room and began to organize the messy moving items. Xiao Tong Tong was helping to fold the clothes. What's it like to have a sensible and well-behaved younger sister? ******. Hello? Su Fen, George's mother, let's cancel the plane tickets to Japan. The plans have changed, and we've even cancelled Jianyi's ticket. Su Fen didn't understand. Xiao Fang, what's wrong? Why? I'll tell you the details another day. It's big news, something really bad has happened to Xiao Fang. Lu Fangfang said excitedly. Su Fen chuckled. Did Xiao Fang bring your daughter-in-law and granddaughter home with you? Immediately, Lu Fangfang's eyes widened, her whole body trembled, and she exclaimed in shock. Su Fen? How did you know? So that's how it is. Even her best friend knows that she has a grandson and has become a grandmother. Is she the only one who doesn't know? What kind of situation is this? George told me that your Xiao Fang is really amazing. He kept it a secret from you and kept a wife and daughter together. Lu Fangfang sighed. Amazing my foot. Luckily I don't have a heart condition. I'm giving George a lecture for criticizing him. You said your Xiao Fang already has a wife and child, and I provided George with a luxury car worth 600,000 yuan, but the passenger seat can't even hold a daughter. Isn't that embarrassing? I'm not talking to you anymore. I'll cancel the plane tickets. Snap. Beep beep beep. Xiao Fang. Outside the door, my mother's fierce roar echoed. Mom, you. Lu Fang's face lit up with joy, her expression a loving mother's smile, and she said softly, Son, when are you going to arrange for Mom, your wife, and your granddaughter to meet? Su Feng looked troubled. I plan to handle this matter once and for all. As he spoke, he gritted his teeth. How do we get there? My dad's at my grandpa's house, right? Tomorrow night, I'll bring her to our house first, and then we'll go straight to my grandparents' house. You brat. Lu Fang raised her hand and smacked Su Feng's arm hard. This is your first time visiting our home and meeting so many relatives. Did you ask Yan Yan if she agreed to it? You're a father now, how can you still be thinking such nonsense? Mom will arrange it for you. The restaurant will close tomorrow. Su Feng smiled helplessly. We can't close down. Closing for even a day will result in losses and a significant loss of profits. We'll earn the money slowly. Mom will help you rent a place nearby first, and we can move out of the restaurant. Do you really want your daughter-in-law to squeeze into that tiny, shabby room in the restaurant with you? Don't you feel bad about it? Our family isn't doing badly. Then, after moving, the whole family went out for a meal together. My mother's cooking skills are not good, and she can't entertain her daughter-in-law, so we went to a restaurant. I'll take some time this afternoon to go to the Ford store to order a car. You're a dad now, having a car will make it more convenient for the whole family to travel. Do you have enough money for rent? Mom will transfer you 50,000 first. Parents' hearts are always full of love and worry. Su Feng felt that his treatment at home had suddenly improved dramatically. His mother spoke to him in a tone a million times gentler than before. Woof, woof, woof woof woof. Just then, a large yellow dog lay on the windowsill, barking excitedly. Having not seen its little master for a long time, the golden retriever Baibai was extremely excited and wagged its tail to give Su Feng a warm welcome. Su Feng opened the side door of the balcony, and Baibai rushed from the yard on the first floor into the living room, leaping forward and landing on Su Feng's chest with its front paws. Oh, don't cry, I just haven't forgotten you, Baibai. Su Feng quickly stroked the dog's head to soothe Baibai's emotions. He used to walk the dog all the time, but suddenly he stopped. Baibai felt extremely wronged, thinking that she had been abandoned by her little owner. Brother, Baibai is crying. Tong Tong exclaimed in surprise, her almond-shaped eyes flashing. Seeing its little owner after half a month, the dog, Baibai, was so excited that its eyes welled up with tears. It barked loudly. Don't cry, Baibai. Come here and let me rub my face against yours. Su Feng squatted on the ground, hugged the dog's head, and rubbed his cheek against it. Woof, woof. Su Feng stayed home until 10 o'clock, and even went out to take Baibai for a walk around the neighborhood before returning home. Tong Tong, let's go back to the restaurant. Tong Tong pouted and pointed to her serious-looking mother sitting on the sofa. You're not allowed to go, Lu Fang said sternly. Honey, Tong Tong wants to go to the restaurant to play, she doesn't want to stay home. Brother. Wow. Tong Tong wants to follow Kuo. Tong Tong doesn't want to play with her mother. That little brat is precocious and incredibly clever. Following my mom meant I couldn't use my phone, but following Su Feng at least allowed me to use it, play games, and watch short videos. Su Feng's Douyin account originally contained only food-related content. Most of them are food bloggers, such as the popular Tang Renja's restaurant reviews, Li Ziki, and Sister Peach. However, at this very moment, every video recommended on his account is about children, toys, anime, songs, silly little games. Adults' TikTok accounts have been mercilessly turned into entertainment channels for kids by little girls. Yan, come have some midnight snack. Upon hearing the familiar male voice, Chen Menjian carefully got out of bed, tiptoed out of the inner room, and gently closed the door. She frowned and made a shushing gesture. SHH, little Yu just fell asleep. Come and eat rice noodles. Su Feng smiled excitedly. Where is Tong Tong? My mom left her at home and wouldn't let her come with me. Chen Menjian's expression was hesitant, her pretty face flushed, and she asked nervously and anxiously, Did you tell Auntie about me? I said it. Ah. In an instant, she became even more nervous, her heart pounding, and she clutched her chest, asking, Auntie, what do you mean? The voice was soft and gentle. I was extremely nervous. Her shy demeanor, like that of a young woman, made Su Feng stare wide-eyed. Her face was even more rosy and alluring. My mom thought I had married a divorced woman. And then? Get to the point. Su Feng gripped her hand tightly, his expression serious. My mom is very excited. She wants to meet you tomorrow and is very satisfied with you. Chen Menjian spat lightly and bit her lip. You idiot, Auntie hasn't even seen me yet and you're already satisfied? You're just lying. Really? I showed her the photos, and she said you look like an angel, much prettier than my brother's wife. It would be a great honor to take you out. Shaw, that's an exaggeration. Really? You're so beautiful even without makeup. If you wore makeup, you'd steal my heart. Upon hearing this, the woman angrily reached out and pinched Su Feng's arm hard. You idiot, aren't you ashamed? Aren't you embarrassed? What else did your auntie say? Su Feng said happily, that's all. Anyway, she was very happy and in a great mood after she found out she had a granddaughter. I'll go rent a house tomorrow morning, and we'll go out to a restaurant for lunch together. Okay. She smiled sweetly. A happy smile graced his lips. What girl doesn't like handsome guys? She's a total fangirl, and she's been smitten with Su Feng's face for a long time. What are the plans? Is the restaurant closed tomorrow? What will you do if your mother doesn't like me? Chen Menjian asked curiously. Su Feng gently stroked her smooth and delicate hands, but she didn't react at all. Or rather, she didn't realize it, her attention was entirely focused on her future mother-in-law's opinion of her. Little hands. So soft. We'll close the shop tomorrow. My mom and I will go rent a place in the morning, and I'll take you to meet her at noon so we can have lunch together. If my mother doesn't like you, I'll sever all ties with her. Chen Menjian couldn't help but burst out laughing, and angrily slapped Su Feng's chest. Speak properly, who told you to joke around? Don't worry, no one will dislike you. Especially once you get past my mom, you can basically ignore the other relatives, including my dad. Su Jianyi, father? At dawn, the sun lingered among the clouds, shining through a shy, rosy glow across the sky. Su's mother, Lu Fangfang, didn't sleep well all night. My son has a wife. My daughter-in-law gave birth. My granddaughter will be 1 year old soon. She's already a grandmother. Oh dear, how much should I prepare as a gift for my daughter-in-law? Is 10,000 yuan enough? If the gift is too small, I don't want to make a bad first impression as a stingy mother-in-law. Lu Fangfang got up early to tidy up the house and prepare a gift for the first meeting. Hello, I'm the one who said I wanted to rent a room on bike last night. We agreed to come and see the room this morning. Around 9 o'clock, Su Feng drove his mother's red car, taking his mother and Tongtong to Binjiang Garden. Are you an agent or an individual? The landlord's voice sounded very old. Personal. It's for an individual, right? We won't let an agency rent out the house. Let's make that clear beforehand. Su Feng said awkwardly, I'm really not a real estate agent. I'm a genuine tenant who wants to rent a house. Where are you? In the residential area. The landlord then generously replied, Building 3, Unit 4, Room 101, I'll rush over in about 15 minutes. Hang up the phone. Su Feng sighed and said, Mom, I'm already so old, why don't you trust me to rent a place? Stop talking nonsense. Go wait at the entrance of the building. Mom will help you look at an apartment later. It's for your future daughter-in-law, so make sure it's nice and fully furnished. Brother, Tong Tong wants to live with her brother too. This home. She'd wanted to move out for a long time. You've really grown bold, haven't you? Don't smoke in front of me, go smoke somewhere else. Upon seeing Su Feng smoking, Lu Fangfang kicked his butt repeatedly and unleashed a barrage of insults. Extinguish the cigarette. Just then, an old man walked by. Are you the ones looking to rent a house? Yes, sir. Su Feng nodded. The old man took a closer look and squinted. Isn't this the owner of Xiao Su's gourmet restaurant? Sir, it's you. Su Feng chuckled. This old man. He had a bowl of jade chicken noodles yesterday afternoon, followed by 2 bowls of chicken soup, so he was very impressed with this elderly customer. Mainly, he's over 60 years old, and he's even getting his hair permed. Lots of hair. That amount of hair is something even young people would envy. Moreover, it's the foil perm that's currently popular among students. Oh, it's Xiao Su. You're looking to rent an apartment? There are 2 apartments in this complex, one on the ground floor and one on the top floor. The first floor and the top floor. Lu Fangfang frowned, thinking to herself. No wonder such a luxurious neighborhood can't find apartments to rent out. Even though the buildings are close together, the first floor doesn't get much light, and the top floor is too hot in the summer, requiring the air conditioning to be on all day. Take a look at the first floor. The old man with a full head of white hair smiled and said, Follow me, this is the first floor, the east-facing unit. Xiao Feng. Lu Fangfang winked at her son. This indicates dissatisfaction with the first floor and the top floor. The first floor is great. I'm thinking of renting the first floor. Once Xiaoyuiyu can walk smoothly and doesn't have to lean on the wall anymore, she can run around and play at home without worrying about disturbing the downstairs neighbors. Renting the first floor is great. Upon hearing her son's response, Lu Fangfang raised an eyebrow. In this way, so that the little granddaughter can run and play freely, the only option is to rent a room on the first floor. The house has an area of 80 square meters and 2 bedrooms and 1 living room. The apartment is fully furnished, including a refrigerator, sofa, television, and water heater. The monthly rent is 2,400, and the annual rent is as low American Samoa 26000 if paid in full upfront. After signing the contract, Lu Fangfang paid the money, ensuring her precious son didn't spend a single penny. What's your name, sir? His surname is Yu. Uncle Yu, thank you for your trouble, Su Feng said politely. Grandpa Yu waved his hand happily. Young man, your cooking skills are really good. You've got the technique. The chicken soup has warmed my stomach. I'll have 2 more bowls at noon. Haha, you're welcome to visit any time, Uncle Yu, but we're closed for lunch today. Grandpa Yu blared, not open for business? What am I supposed to eat then? Ever since I woke up this morning, I've been craving your restaurant's chicken soup. Come have a drink tomorrow, sir. Grandpa Yu pointed ahead. See that? That's your restaurant. You rent my house, just walk 200 meters from the back door of the restaurant, and you'll be home. Haha, I've already noticed. Thank you for reminding me, sir. The landlord, Uncle Yu, is very trendy. Smoking, drinking, getting perms, and loving chicken soup. Xiao Su's gourmet restaurant is located on Wutong Street in the night market, and the residential area behind the rows of shops on Wutong Street happens to be the luxury residential area Binjiang Garden. Renting an 80 square meter apartment in a third-tier city for 2,400 yuan a month is very expensive. In other words, when Su Feng gets home from get-off work, he doesn't need to go around to the main gate of the community, he only needs to open the back door of the inner room. Walk 200 meters, and you'll arrive directly at the apartment building. It's super convenient for commuting to and from get-off work. Of course, if you're driving, you'll have to use the main entrance. Pot. The old man has more hair than my dad. Su Feng's lips twitched, and he pinched her soft, round, chubby cheeks. Luckily, Dad isn't here, or he would have spanked you. The brother and sister walked towards the back door of the restaurant. He raised his hand and tapped on the glass. Oh dear, ee. Seeing her father outside the window, Xiao Yuiyu quickly climbed out of bed, her short legs supporting her as she stood up. Ya. Chen Menjian helped open the security door of the small house, and the chubby little boy stumbled and ran towards his father. I started missing my dad after just 2 hours. Little Yuiyu blinked, a pure smile playing on her lips, and buried her head obediently in Su Feng's chest. Good girl. When you hold her, she's very quiet, but when I hold her, she squirms and struggles in my arms. Chen Menjian said helplessly. After spending some time together, Xiao Yuiyu has become very attached to Su Feng. Of course, my little fairy is my sweet little darling. Su Feng affectionately snuggled against her and rubbed her cheek. Where is Auntie? She asked. The house has been rented. It didn't cost us any money, my mom paid for it, and she's helping to clean up the house. Upon hearing this, she hurriedly reached out and pinched the soft flesh on Su Feng's arm. Idiot, why do you keep pinching me? Su Feng's mouth twisted in pain. You're the idiot. Auntie's here. We rent this place, how can you let her spend money? How could you let the housekeeper tidy up the rooms in the house we're going to stay in? The woman pouted, so angry that she stammered as she spoke. And why didn't you say that? We agreed to meet at noon, and I was thinking about what gift to give Auntie. The woman's hurried manner suggested a slight panic. Su Feng was amused by her panicked appearance. Silly boy, don't be nervous. How can I not be nervous? I've already thought of a gift to buy, so come with me to buy it. The woman gripped the man's right hand tightly in return. What gift? Jade bracelet. Chen Menjian didn't use the money she earned from the restaurant to buy gifts for Su Feng's mother. Instead, she used her wages from her part-time illustrator job. Her work was loved by many people, and the website editors decided to give her better treatment, doubling her price. But she no longer has time to work. She takes care of Xiao Yuiyu on one hand and helps Su Feng run the restaurant on the other. Su Feng pulled her to sit on the edge of the bed, raised an eyebrow and smiled. Don't go. Little Yuiyu is already the best gift I can give my mother. She is her eldest granddaughter, the most precious gift in the world. As he spoke, Su Feng kissed Xiao Yuiyu's little face. Ha. After being kissed by her father, the little baby opened her pink lips and let out a melodious, bell-like laugh. Chen Menjian took a deep breath. I want to make a good impression on your mother when we first meet. It's only a little past 9 o'clock. Will you come with me to the mall to buy a gift? No need. Su Feng sighed. There's really no need to buy a gift. His mother believed that he had wronged Chen Menjian. On the contrary, the whole family was thinking about how to treat her well to make up for the grievances and suffering Chen Menjian endured during her pregnancy and childbirth. What kind of food does your mother like to eat? Are there any dietary restrictions? Su Feng said, both amused and exasperated. Silly girl, you really don't need to do this. You're the idiot, you academic failure. The woman pouted playfully. Under Su Feng's persistent insistence, Chen Menjian finally gave up on buying a gift for Su Feng's mother. Go and get your makeup bag, it's in the cabinet in the bathroom. Okay. Su Feng took the makeup bag. The woman nervously began applying makeup. Stop putting on makeup. You'll look like a fairy if you keep wearing it. You're already beautiful enough. She had the face of a first love, and even without makeup, she made Su Feng's heart flutter. It's not like I'm drawing it for you, she said insincerely, but after finishing her makeup, she licked her lipstick and turned to look at the man. Xiao Feng, is it pretty? Beautiful, gorgeous, stunningly beautiful. The man's inner thoughts, I'd rather not wear makeup, it's too stupid. Really? Won't it make me look a little ugly? She picked up the small mirror, looked at herself from left to right, and felt somewhat dissatisfied. Su Feng said, actually, you don't need to wear makeup at all. Your skin is so fair. Just apply some oil, draw your eyebrows, and put on some lipstick. You don't need to apply any powder. You're a boy, do you even know how to do makeup? The daughter spat lightly. It's not that she doesn't know how to do makeup. Rather, it's because I'm too lazy to learn. How did it go this time? Su Feng stared intently, a hint of embarrassment in his eyes. Yan Yan, you're so beautiful. Absolutely stunning. You're like a fairy descended from the heavens. Her small lips curled up slightly. You're like a complete idiot. Really, light makeup suits you. Your beauty is now unmatched. You are so beautiful. With her lipstick applied, her small, pink cherry lips parted slightly, exuding a delicate allure that made Su Feng's heart itch, almost unbearably so. Idiot, your eyes are terrifying. She immediately turned away, not daring to look Su Feng in the eye. Being praised by a man. Her feelings. Of course, I'm thrilled. I'm confident in my appearance. Sister-in-law, you're so beautiful. You're even prettier than the female celebrities on TV. Tong Tong wants to wear lipstick. Tong Tong exclaimed. Chen Menjian bent down and said, Tong Tong, let your sister-in-law help you put on lipstick. Wow, wow. The chubby girl sat happily on the bed, swinging her short legs. On Children's Day at the beginning of the month, Tong Tong wore lipstick and participated in a group dance performance. She felt that her lips looked very pretty with their red color. Xiao Feng, is this outfit okay? She asked softly. Su Feng's eyes lit up, and he nodded hurriedly, beautiful, absolutely wonderful. With her bun hairstyle, stunningly beautiful face, and fresh, youthful style, she exudes charm. Her white, loose-fitting long-sleeve top and straight-leg light blue loose-fitting jeans accentuated her slender figure. One word, beautiful. I'll let you know in the group chat first. You can send Guo Yu a WeChat message and tell her to take the day off today. The woman's eyes flickered, and she asked in confusion, open at night? There are a lot of people at night, so we can just rest for an afternoon. No, I'm tired. This afternoon, let my mom take care of Xiaoyu while we go on a date, see a movie, and go shopping. A date? Chen Menjian's head immediately felt hot. She was tempted by Su Feng's suggestion. My mindset quickened. The shyness she inadvertently revealed really made Su Feng's heart itch, especially her incredibly alluring cherry-like lips. I just wanted to cup them in my hands and kiss them passionately. If Tong Tong hadn't been there, she probably wouldn't have been able to resist pinning the child's mother off the bed and pouncing on her. No lewdness allowed. The man's lecherous gaze made her tremble slightly. Ah, what's so astringent about it? Isn't it normal for the child's father to openly see the child's mother? He said, his words contradicting his true feelings, while his heart was racing wildly with anxiety. At this moment, he really wanted to make a mistake. Don't make me pinch you. Chen Menjian stretched out her right hand and waved it in front of Su Feng. No, don't pinch me, I give up. Don't look at me like that next time. You're being disrespectful. I'm your teacher. A woman's pretty face. It's so red and ripe, it makes you want to take a bite. You're a teacher, or the mother of the child, and I'm the father. Su Feng said with a grin. Stop talking. Go pack up your clothes and get ready to move. Whenever Su Feng saw a woman display a girlish side, he couldn't resist teasing, playing pranks, and making fun of her. I really couldn't resist. Could it be? Is this what they call being moved? Actually, Su Feng is a slow-to-warm-up person. Honey, look at me. Am I dressed and made up properly? Su Feng pulled the suitcase with one hand, while Chen Menjian carried two bags. The family was moving house. Even Xiao Tongtong was carrying 2 bags of toys. The chubby girl, Tong Tong, pouted, looking exhausted. Without her, this family would fall apart. Su Feng nodded and said, it's already very beautiful. She pursed her lips. Of course it looks beautiful. I'm asking if your attire is inappropriate, or if it's a bit frivolous. No, no matter what you are like, my mom will love you. An answer from a typical straight man. Phew, I'm exhausted. Lu Fangfang stretched. In just 2 hours, Lu Fangfang hired a housekeeping company online to clean the house where her son and daughter-in-law would be living, inside and out, from the kitchen and bedroom to the bathroom, leaving every corner spotless. Even the living room has a brand new floor mat for the eldest granddaughter to play on. Knock knock knock. Hearing the knock on the door, Lu Fangfang jumped up from the sofa and nervously looked in the mirror. After confirming that her makeup was intact and there were no problems, a smile appeared on her lips, and she performed the national treasure of Sichuan opera, face-changing. Buzz, squeak, the door opened. Su Feng met a kind and gentle middle-aged woman with a faint, gentle smile on her lips. "Mom?" Su Feng asked in confusion to confirm. Seeing her mother's expression, she was stunned and speechless, her expression slightly dazed. Even little Tong Tong behind her was dumbfounded, reaching out to rub her eyes before confirming that the woman in front of her was her mother. Yes, it was her kind and gentle mother. Come in quickly, Lu Fangfang said warmly. Su Feng put his suitcase aside. Chen Menjian looked nervous and somewhat at a loss as she placed her luggage aside. Su Feng had just opened his mouth to introduce them to each other when Lu Fangfang's eyes narrowed into slits. With a kind and smiling expression, she stepped forward, looking him over with a gentle smile. "You must be Yan Yan, right? Xiao Feng has already mentioned you to me. I am Chen Menjian." The woman in front of me was kind and seemed easy to get along with. She wasn't the evil mother-in-law from Korean dramas. Chen Menjian couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "I am Chen Menjian, hello auntie." "Hello, Yan Yan." Then, the air suddenly fell silent, and the atmosphere became somewhat subtle. When the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law met for the first time, after exchanging greetings, neither knew what to say next. Lu Fangfang was sizing up Chen Menjian. This child has delicate skin, fair complexion, exquisite features, and a beautiful appearance. Her eyebrows and eyes are curved, and she seems to be a good-tempered girl. Chen Menjian dared not look directly into her mother-in-law's eyes. "Auntie, Xiaofeng said you helped tidy up the house. It's our little home, and we'd appreciate it if you could help us with that too." At a critical moment, Chen Menjian took the initiative to start a conversation. Lu Fangfang waved her hand. "It's okay. You've worked so hard running the restaurant with Xiaofeng. Take advantage of the fact that it's closed today and get some rest." "Okay, thank you for your concern, auntie. You've worked hard cleaning the house. See? You don't even know how to care about me as well as Yan Yan." Lu Fangfang glared at Su Feng, then turned around and immediately put on a gentle face towards her future daughter-in-law. Cough cough. Su Feng felt offended. "Is this really necessary, Mom? Isn't it better to be your true self?" Little Yui saw her aunt dump all her beloved toys on the living room floor mat and couldn't help but kick her little legs excitedly. Okay, don't rush, Daddy will take you to play with your aunt." She placed her daughter on the playmat and quickly crawled over. "Yan Yan, may I call you that?" Lu Fangfang said, taking Chen Menjian's hand and slowly walking step by step to sit down on the sofa. Chen Menjian nodded nervously. "Yes, I can. That brat found such a beautiful daughter-in-law and didn't even tell me. He kept it a secret for so long. Ugh." The word ugh was almost uttered through gritted teeth, and then she raised her hand and gave Su Feng's arm a hard punch. This hammer blow was incredibly powerful. Su Feng looked bewildered and rubbed his arm in pain. "This arm, I just got pinched by my wife, and then my mom hit it. He's so pitiful. Mom, please don't hit me." "Hit you? I'm being nice by not beating you up. Go move the stuff. There's still some stuff from the restaurant that hasn't been moved over yet, right? I'm going to chat with Yan Yan for a bit, don't bother me, understand?" Su Feng felt a flock of crows fly by in front of him. "Okay, I'll go move." Tong Tong. "I'm not moving. Tong Tong wants to play with Xiao Yuiyu." She pouted angrily. Kuo only knows how to boss her around. She's no longer someone you can bribe with a popsicle. At least, two are needed. Left with no other choice, Su Feng obediently carried all of Chen Menjian's packed luggage from the restaurant back to their rented apartment by himself. Since no one is staying at the restaurant at night, many things are unnecessary, such as clothes, baby toys, diapers, etc. So we have to take half of them back and leave the other half. Chen Menjian was extremely nervous. She was a very timid person to begin with, and she sat on the sofa very awkwardly, with her hands on her knees, giving off a very formal and dignified feeling. It was as if she were a student who had made a mistake in class, and was being called to the office by teacher Lu Fangfang during break time. Her little face showed a hint of innocence, but even more so, nervousness. Despite Lu Fangfang's calm and composed demeanor, she was actually quite nervous inside. However, she was good at pretending. For example, in front of Su Feng's grandparents, she always appeared as a refined and gentle lady from a well-to-do family. Think about it. What else can we talk about? Topic. What's the topic? Lu Fangfang chuckled and said, "Yan Yan, I heard you used to be Xiao Feng's teacher." "Yes, you could say that. He's the teacher of Su Feng's elective course in university." This tension. She doesn't even call Xiao Feng anymore. "Are you from Dragon City?" "Yes," Chen Menjian nodded gently and said, "It belongs to Longchang, and is located in Ling County, a surrounding county." "Ling County is great. The grapes and pomegranates there are delicious." As she spoke, she saw Su Feng passing by and raised an eyebrow. Xiao Feng, go boil some water for Mom and Yan Yan. Do you have a kettle at home? If not, go to the hardware store and buy a new one. The restaurant has a kettle, so I brought it over. Su Feng hurried to serve the two of them and started boiling water. After boiling the water, I noticed that Chen Menjian was getting more and more nervous. Her left hand fingers were constantly rubbing her right palm, and he always keeps his head down. Actually, Chen Menjian felt that Su Feng's mother was a very nice, kind, and amiable person who seemed easy to get along with. However, she felt that her mother-in-law's aura was too strong when she spoke. Mom, you haven't had a proper look at your granddaughter yet, Su Feng reminded her. Mom saw it, so cute and chubby, so fair and plump. Reaching out, Lu Fangfang gently hugged Xiao Yuiyu in her arms. Your eyes are so beautiful, like two big grapes, black and shiny, and plump and cute, even cuter than when Tong Tong was little. Tong Tong smacked her lips in grievance and said unhappily, Tong Tong is super cute. Su Feng picked up his little sister and said, don't be angry, sweetie. I'll buy you an ice pop. 2. Large tears welled up in her eyes, filled with grievance. Mom, please hug your eldest granddaughter first. Yan Yan and I will pack our things in the suitcases first. Seeing that Chen Menjian was still sitting nervously on the sofa with her hands clenched into fists on her thighs and looking uncomfortable, Su Feng grabbed her soft right arm at the crucial moment and pulled her up. Chen Menjian bit her lip. She cast a grateful glance at Su Feng. Thank goodness, at least the man can read her mind now. Little Yuiyu, let grandma take a good look at you. Big eyes, delicate nose, chubby and fair-skinned, your eyes are so beautiful, they're just like your dad's eyes when he was little. Come here, let grandma give you a kiss. Lu Fangfang held little Yuiyu in her arms, her eyes full of kindness. Completely different from her initial performance, she is now a kind and natural old lady. Grandma, oh dear. She pouted her little mouth and called out grandma in a childish voice. The next second, Lu Fangfang's cheeks were filled with excitement. He looked up at Su Feng. Son, did you hear me? I heard that, haha. Oh my god, little Yuiyu just called you grandma. Chen Menjian exclaimed, little Yuiyu is so amazing, so smart. Grandma, she called out again. Upon hearing this, Lu Fangfang immediately hugged Xiao Yuiyu tightly. Tears of emotion welled up in her eyes. When she saw Xiao Yuiyu's beautiful eyes, she felt a sense of kinship, and she was so excited and happy that she burst into tears after hearing her call her grandma. Grandma's good grandson, oh my, you've melted my heart. Even Su Feng was surprised and said jealously, Mom, Yuiyu doesn't call me dad anymore, she calls you grandma now. Chen Menjian reached out her left hand and gently poked Su Feng's arm. Mom, you hold Yuiyu for a while, I'll go help Yan Yan tidy up the room. Go ahead, Lu Fangfang waved her hand. The couple carried their suitcases filled with clothes back to the master bedroom and gently closed the door. I'm so nervous. At this moment, she unusually took Su Feng's hand, her expression completely different from when she was sitting on the sofa, finally able to relax. My mom doesn't eat people, why are you afraid of her? Su Feng said softly. She raised an eyebrow and nervously pursed her lips. It's not that I'm scared, it's just that the auntie looks like a veteran teacher with a very strong presence. She always takes the initiative in the conversation, but she's also very enthusiastic, which I find a bit overwhelming. The two stood on the bedroom balcony and talked. Even so, Chen Menjian glanced at the door, worried that Su's mother might overhear her whispers. Show off your teacher Chen aura, Su Feng teased. She rolled her eyes at the man charmingly. How could I dare? I've already asked Tong Tong. Your mother is a tigress. Not only are you and Tong Tong afraid of your aunt, but even your uncle is afraid of her. Of course, I'm scared just hearing about it. That's not it. Why make things difficult for yourself? Su Feng, his father, and his sister have gotten used to it. The key is that my mom doesn't make a fuss for no reason. She's the kind of person who can give you a long talk and lecture for 2 hours if you make a mistake. She can be really sharp-tongued when she gets going, which is why the whole family is afraid of her. Impressive, you've even figured out how to target Tong Tong now, Su Feng praised. Chen Menjian chuckled, silly boy, hurry up and help pack Xiao Yui's clothes. The two of them neatly folded all the clothes they had brought from the restaurant and hung them in the closet. After washing their clothes, customers can only hang them to dry in the cramped bathroom. After moving into the rented apartment, the two put away all their odds and ends of daily necessities. After tidying up, Chen Menjian started washing Xiao Yui's clothes. After washing the clothes and tidying up, the family went out for lunch. Su's mother had ordered the meal. A renowned restaurant with luxurious private rooms. Hello, I'd like to order. Su Feng snapped his fingers. Lu Fangfang glared at her son, let Yan Yan order first, what's your rush? Mom, I already know what dishes Yan Yan likes to eat. When we're not busy, we often discuss food and all kinds of stir-fries, Su Feng said helplessly. Chen Menjian smiled, it's okay, let Xiao Feng order. Yan Yan, you order. Su Feng handed the menu to the child's mother. She appeared very reserved in front of her future mother-in-law, and said in a low voice, "Auntie, I'm not picky, let Xiao Feng order. Auntie's cooking isn't very good, so let's eat at a restaurant." "Yan Yan, don't be shy with Auntie." She glanced at the menu. "What kind of food does Ton Ton like to eat?" A glint of light flashed in the chubby girl's eyes. "Caramelized bananas, shredded pork with garlic sauce, kung pao chicken, prawns, and sweet and sour pork." This child is really not polite at all. She immediately started counting on her fingers and recited her 5 favorite dishes. Lu Fangfang's face darkened upon hearing this. Just as she was about to speak, Chen Menjian had already spoken with the waiter and ordered the dishes. "We have braised shrimp, boiled shrimp, garlic shrimp, spicy shrimp, and salt and pepper shrimp. Which one would you like to order?" the waitress asked with a smile. "Tong Tong?" Chen Menjian looked at her sister-in-law. Tong Tong giggled, "Spicy shrimp. Auntie, is there anything else you'd like to order?" Lu Fangfang chuckled in a low voice. "Yan Yan, order some of your favorite dishes first. Don't spoil that brat too much." Su Feng said, "I'd like a plate of stir-fried tofu." "Mom, Yan Yan loves tofu." "Okay, stir-fried tofu, and a bowl of mint egg soup," Lu Fangfang said. After ordering the food, Su Feng proactively poured water for the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law on either side of him. Little Tong Tong was holding a bottle of Jianlai Bao and gulping it down. This scene made you anxious, so she stretched out her little hand and cried out in a childish voice. The atmosphere in the private room gradually became somewhat subtle. "Mom, when are you going to tell Dad about him becoming a grandfather?" Su Feng asked tentatively in a soft voice. Lu Fangfang smiled and said, "Mom will think about it for a few days first. I'll talk to him when he comes back from your grandpa's house in a few days." "Yan Yan," she drew out her words. "Ah, Auntie." Faced with Lu Fangfang's suddenly serious expression, she felt a little flustered, and her left hand unconsciously and quietly grasped Su Feng's right hand. Feeling the warmth emanating from her palm, she felt a great sense of relief. "You know, Xiao Feng, men are all the same. It's also my Yan Yan's fault for being too beautiful, which led to this accident and the birth of Xiao Yuiyu. Tell me, how should we teach Xiao Feng a lesson?" Lu Fangfang's tone was very angry. "I'm very angry." Even Su Feng's eyes were filled with doubt. Completely bewildered. "Mom is going to." "What? Auntie, actually, it's my fault, it's all my fault." Whenever she thinks about this, her eyes immediately well up with tears. "I could have aborted the child, but I insisted on keeping her and giving birth to Xiao Yuiyu. So, from beginning to end, this was not Xiao Feng's fault, the main reason was me." Su Feng at this moment. Baldness. Disheveled in the wind. "Mom," Su Feng smiled bitterly. Lu Fangfang glared at Su Feng fiercely and even tapped him on the head with her chopsticks. "Shut up. No matter what, Xiao Feng is the culprit behind this. If he hadn't acted impulsively. You're both getting on in years. Xiao Feng is a man, and a man should take on the responsibility of taking care of you and your daughter. Our Su family has been teachers for 3 generations, and our family tradition is a bit strict. We also have our own rules. After a while, you can take him back to your home. Let Xiao Feng meet your parents. If that doesn't work, Xiao Feng's father and I will accompany you to visit them and apologize. He did something foolish, so let him bear the consequences and take full responsibility. So, I'll start preparing the wedding house and get the marriage arranged as soon as possible. Yan Yan, let Xiao Feng be your slave for the rest of his life to make up for his mistakes." Su Feng, Chen Menjian, Little Tong Tong gurgle. Little Yuiyu, ya. The old mother's words were truly shocking. Look at that, and Chen Menjian was stunned, her pretty face turning deathly pale. How? Suddenly, they're getting engaged. Get married? Mom. Su Feng coughed awkwardly and said, "Didn't I already tell you? This matter can't be rushed." "What can't be rushed?" Lu Fangfang rolled her eyes. "Yan Yan and I have just started dating. Everything needs a transition period, right? Yan Yan, we've just started dating, right?" Su Feng shook the woman's arm, and when she realized what was happening, she immediately blushed and felt incredibly ashamed. Yes. She stammered nervously, nodding like a chick pecking at rice. The two were just starting their relationship. Because of Xiao Yuiyu, their relationship progressed at a rapid pace. In just half a month, they had already reached the stage of holding hands. Mom isn't telling you two to get married right here and have a wedding. Instead, I'll take some time to get the marriage certificate first. Su Feng was stunned. He could feel Chen Menjian gripping his small hand tightly, straining with all her might. Mom, you scared Yan Yan. Su Feng gave a bitter smile. It's okay, I wasn't scared. Chen Menjian whispered. At this moment, she couldn't be confident or poised at all. The main reason was that her mother, Lu Fangfang, was being too enthusiastic. She didn't know how to respond to this topic. She couldn't just hand herself over without thinking, could she? Xiaoyuiyu should have been registered a long time ago. We can't keep not registering our granddaughter's household registration. Although Xiaofeng can't give you a grand wedding right now, he can give you a proper status first. Let's get the marriage certificate first, and then we'll get Xiaoyuiyu's household registration settled. Feelings should be cultivated slowly, love will only blossom over time. You'll find that Xiaofeng is quite good once you get to know him better. His mischievous son, aside from his poor academic performance and lack of understanding of textbook learning, is most satisfying to his mother because he has a handsome appearance. He is tall and handsome, without the effeminate air of those young heartthrobs, and is a sunny big boy. Gurgle. Su Feng swallowed hard, his heart pounding. And Chen Menjian is even more so. Nervous, uneasy, my feelings are complicated. Auntie, after a while, I'll take Xiaofeng home to get the household registration book, then get our marriage certificate, and register Xiaoyuiyu's household registration. She took a deep breath. Try to keep your voice from trembling too much. Okay. Lu Fangfang smiled broadly. She resolved her son's lifelong marriage with just a few words. Whether or not they get a marriage certificate depends entirely on fate. If things continue like this, getting a marriage certificate is only a matter of time. Lu Fangfang is just too impatient. Come on, Yan, eat your food. The food at this restaurant is really good. Don't you like tofu? This braised tofu is excellent. Chen Menjian hurriedly said, Auntie, I can pick it up myself. Brother, I want to eat candied bananas, quickly get some for Tong Tong. Ya wa. Little Yuiyu thrashed about in Su Feng's arms, wriggling her little body. The Moon Demon King's beautiful eyes were fixed on the fragrant dishes on the table, and her drool secretly smeared onto Su Feng's sleeve. Grandma. Lu Fangfang smiled kindly. What kind of meat does little Yuiyu want to eat? Xiaofeng, go find the waiter and order a plate of boiled shrimp. It's baby food for our granddaughter, she can eat shrimp now. Okay. Su Feng left the private room to order food for his daughter and paid the bill. In the afternoon, Lu Fangfang, clutching a large sum of money, took her beloved son to the Ford store to pick up the car. Over the years, Su's parents had saved up a lot of money, and they directly took out 400,000 yuan to buy Su Feng a Cadillac XT6. This is the model that Su Feng has been choosing in the past few days. I was busy until 4 p.m. before I finally got home after registering the license plate at the traffic management office. Yan, hurry up and go out for your date, I'll be waiting for you downstairs. Su Feng made a phone call to the child's mother. Even so, he waited for a full 20 minutes. It's so slow, the flowers have all withered from waiting. Did your aunt buy you this car? She noticed the SUV next to Su Feng, a brand new white model, very beautiful and spacious. Su Feng nodded slightly. Yeah, Mom paid for it. See if you like it. It's spacious, performs well, and is convenient for our family to travel and go on trips. Oh, it must be very expensive, right? How much? She doesn't know much about cars. It certainly doesn't look cheap. Su Feng said, 400,000. At first, I wanted to buy a Haval H6, but my mom thought it would be embarrassing for her if I drove a cheap car. She's very concerned about her image. Let's save up and work hard, and pay Auntie back for the car later, okay? Her tone was very serious. Great. Why return the car? I'll just give Mom a villa in the future. With the restaurant's high daily revenue, he was confident that he could provide a better life for his parents, wife, and children. Su Feng opened the passenger door and grinned. Teacher Chen, please get in the car. You naughty boy, where are we going for? A date? Of course, we'll go shopping for clothes, and then go see a movie. The woman smiled slightly. The nearby Zhongshan Road is less than 2 kilometers away from the restaurant, so parking will definitely be difficult. Let's ride electric scooters, and you can drive me around tonight. Good. Su Feng attached the battery to his beloved electric scooter. He inserted the car key and patted the back seat. Yan, let's go on our date on our electric scooter. It's too hot, and the back seat is burning my bottom. Chen Menjian reached out and touched the back seat. It was indeed very hot. She smiled, pursing her lips. You sit on the back, and I'll ride with you. Ha! Su Feng's eyes widened. No way. I'm a student, and you're a teacher. I have to give you a ride. Okay. Chen Menjian didn't argue with the mischievous father about who should sit or ride, and gently sat down sideways. She felt that, sitting on the back of the electric scooter in a normal position was not a very elegant posture. Sure enough, it's very hot. Immediately afterwards, a warm current came from my pages. She bit her lip, her pretty face flushed. Su Feng turned around and noticed the woman biting her lip. He laughed and said, Silly girl, why don't you just go to the restaurant and get a damp cloth to wipe the back seat? I already told you the back seat is hot. Cut. The woman pouted haughtily. It's not like I haven't ridden a scorching hot electric bike in the summer. I ride my electric scooter, always sprinting at 50 miles per hour, sometimes quite fast. Yan Yan, hold on to my clothes. Okay. She reached out and grabbed Su Feng's sleeve. When the electric scooter sped along the main road, the girl was terrified. The man is riding his electric scooter so fast. Idiot, slow down. With a rip, as the red light turned green and Su Feng braked to a stop, she ripped his short-sleeved shirt to shreds. In an instant, she fell backward. At the critical moment, he quickly reached out and pinched the flesh on Su Feng's waist. Hiss! Su Feng instantly turned pale with pain. Call! What are you doing? Are you trying to murder your husband? Two high school girls waiting at the traffic light and two middle-aged women riding bicycles on the right couldn't help but burst out laughing when they saw Su Feng's tattered clothes, his bare back exposed, and his embarrassed expression. Chen Menjian covered her cheeks. Oh my god. This is what the child's father looks like. This is a social disaster. Yan Yan, why are you covering your face? I'm the one who's hurting. It hurts so much. Su Feng turned around and saw his wife covering her face, his mouth trembling with anger. The next second, he reached behind his back, grasped two soft little hands, and pulled them forward forcefully, wrapping them around his strong waist. With a helpless expression, she wanted to cry but had no tears left. Silly girl, hold me tight, don't fly away, stop pinching me. If you strangle your man, what will happen to your sex life? A boy riding a small electric scooter on the side, staring at the stunningly beautiful Chen Menjian and Su Feng dressed in tattered short sleeves, suddenly twitched his mouth. Had me, a single dog, actually mocking him for being socially awkward? Ride slower, ride slower. The man romantically rode a small electric scooter, carrying the woman along in the warm breeze. Zhongshan Road is the closest street to restaurants for eating, drinking, and entertainment, with Wanda Plaza and many large shopping malls and entertainment venues. We're almost at the mall. Oh, press the brake gently, Chen Menjian said softly. Su Feng's short-sleeved shirt was torn in the back, revealing his white back. To avoid embarrassing the man, she kept her arms around Su Feng. Her cheeks were flushed the whole time, but thankfully the weather was hot, so you couldn't tell she was shy at all. However, her heartbeat was clearer than ever before. They pressed themselves against Su Feng's back, foolishly worried that Su Feng would hear their nervous heartbeats. This intimate touch kept Su Feng's lips from curving into a happy smile. Sizzle, crackle. The sound of brakes rang out. Su Feng parked his electric scooter at the parking area under the overpass. The woman pressed herself even closer to his body. I felt a touch on my back. A touch of softness. He grinned. My wife, is there something on you? Are you trying to get yourself killed, you idiot? Chen Menjian gritted her teeth and punched the man's back with her small hand. He just wanted to take advantage of her. He's so happy about this little bit of profit, he looks like a complete fool. Su Feng simply ripped off his tattered short-sleeved shirt. The 9.9 yuan t-shirt on Pinduoduo is really unreliable, the quality is too bad. With that, he threw his plain black t-shirt into the trash can. There were many people strolling around in the evening. Couples, brothers, and best friends strolled along this street in twos and threes. Many passers-by secretly watched Su Feng. Holy crap, this guy's got guts. Walking around shirtless? Even in this heat, it's no excuse to act like this. They have no regard for their appearance. And the best part is, he's so handsome. Is it possible that he went shirtless in the street just to show off his ABS? Having ABS is nothing special. Does having ABS mean you can go shirtless in public? Without a doubt, Su Feng, who was 186 centimeters tall and wearing shorts, slippers, and shirtless, became the most stylish guy on this street. I'll buy you a short-sleeved shirt first. Unable to bear it for even a minute, Chen Menjian bit her lip, took the man's hand, and pulled him into the nearby Ant sportswear store. She was furious. Although he wasn't her man, he was still Xiao Yuiyu's father, and thus she was constantly stared at by some passing women. She couldn't accept it. Why should I? Women are very jealous. Handsome guy, beautiful lady, what would you like? The saleswoman approached with a smile, but upon seeing Su Feng, who was shirtless, she blushed and turned away. This man was just too handsome. Su Feng grinned. What do you think I need? I don't know, handsome. What would you like to buy? Su Feng. Short sleeves. The woman's expression stiffened slightly as she realized she had acted like a complete idiot, staring blankly at the handsome man. She had assumed he was going shirtless to show off his tall, muscular physique and four-pack ABS. At this moment, even the other female employees in the store, as well as some female customers who were shopping for clothes and shoes, couldn't help but glance at Su Feng a few more times. If the man hadn't been so handsome, some girls would have thought he was harassing someone in the store. She's so handsome, has such a great figure, and even ABS. I'd be willing to be harassed even if she did. Chen Menjian was furious that her man was being openly looked at by another woman. He randomly picked a white t-shirt and threw it at Su Feng. Try it on and see if it fits, she said in a cool tone. Good. Actually, Su Feng just wanted to see the woman's reaction, which is why he wasn't in a hurry to buy the short-sleeved shirt. She looks so cute when she's jealous and angry. Yan Yan, it fits perfectly. Do you think this short-sleeved shirt suits me? Su Feng asked with a smile. Chen Menjian stood on tiptoe to demonstrate whether the short-sleeved shirt fit properly. She violently ripped the tag off the neckline of her short-sleeved shirt. I bought it. Su Feng. The saleswoman could tell that Chen Menjian was jealous and angry, but she still couldn't help but glance at Su Feng a few more times. So handsome, what should I do if I can't help but look at him a little longer? Just one more glance, then, never mind. His girlfriend is right next to me, it's not appropriate to stare at her boyfriend like this, it makes me look like a lovesick fool. In just 3 minutes, the saleswoman's inner monologue could be a whole drama of empresses in the palace. Bullshit. The saleswoman took a deep breath. He's just a handsome guy with ABS. What kind of guys haven't I seen? Calm down, calm down. She thought to herself, but her eyes were still glancing at Su Feng out of the corner of her eye. Xiao Feng, you need to buy a good pair of breathable shoes. You'll be standing in the kitchen for a long time, otherwise your feet will get tired. What size shoes do you wear? She asked. Size 46, a pair of big feet that can travel the world. So, with Chen Menjian's careful selection, she bought Su Feng a pair of running shoes with shock absorption and a pair of sports shoes with air cushion foam. I don't have time to play basketball. Chen Menjian laughed and said, I stand in the kitchen for a long time, so wearing these shoes is comfortable for my feet. Su Feng felt a warmth in his heart. Yan Yan, let me pick out a pair for you too. The two of them bought a lot of things, including bags and packages, just inside the Anta store. After paying the bill, Chen Menjian noticed that some of the female sales assistants and customers in the store were still secretly watching her man. She couldn't help but feel jealous. She frowned slightly and took Su Feng's arm, as if to declare that he was her man. Chen Menjian's sudden initiative made Su Feng tremble slightly. What are you looking at me for? Get out of here, you bunch of shameless female perverts, she said unhappily. The sports brands in Anta stores are pretty good, they're domestic brands, and slightly more trendy than Hongsing Erk. Upon arriving at Wanda Plaza, Su Feng dashed to the McDonald's ice cream counter. 2 ice creams, please. I want matcha and strawberry flavors. Okay, handsome, please scan the code. Looking at the man's excitement, Chen Menjian unconsciously smiled a happy smile. This idiot. She finally managed to take Su Feng's arm, and she actually dared to shake him off. Look, you love matcha cake, so you must love matcha ice cream, right? No, I want strawberry flavor. She pointed to the strawberry ice cream in Su Feng's hand. But I don't like matcha flavor. In spite of. Let me take a bite of the strawberry flavor first. Su Feng took a bite without hesitation before generously handing it to Chen Menjian. You, how can you be so naughty, just like a little kid? Looking at the strawberry ice cream that had been bitten into, leaving only 2/3 of it, she bit her lip and reached out to pinch Su Feng's soft waist hard. Unfortunately, Su Feng was prepared and dodged in an instant. You've almost pinched my waist until it's swollen. Don't you know a man's waist is related to his happiness for the rest of his life? Well, her eyes curved into crescent moons as she opened her small mouth wide and took a big bite of the matcha-flavored ice cream. Here, you can have what I left. Su Feng took it without any disgust and happily rubbed it in his mouth. Seeing this scene, the woman felt a sweet warmth in her heart, as if she had eaten honey. The girl who shared the buy one get one half price ice cream is finally not little Tong Tong anymore. Chen Menjian took a small bite of ice cream and smiled faintly. Tong Tong will definitely be very angry if she knows that you dislike her. Little Yu, don't cry. Look what this is. A toy car. Beep beep beep, toy car. 4-year-old Tong Tong sat on the living room floor mat, coaxing Xiao Yu in a very professional manner. But little Yu showed absolutely no interest in the toys. She misses her mom and dad. She pouted, tears welling up in her eyes. Good baby, come and eat some steamed egg custard, puff, who? Lu Fangfang held a spoonful of delicious egg soup, blowing on it with a small spoon to keep it warm, worried that it would burn Xiao Yu. But Xiao Yu refused to eat it at all, and this time she cried even more pitifully. Wow, ah, Mom. The crying was piercing and heartbreaking to hear. Little Yu is so naughty. Kuokuo's baby loves to cry, such a crybaby. Seeing that she couldn't soothe her, Tong Tong simply gave up and lay on the sofa with her legs crossed to watch TV. Is little Yu hungry? Where's the formula? Where's the formula? Lu Fangfang was an impatient person. Hearing her granddaughter crying, she paced back and forth between the inner room and the living room, searching for formula and a bottle. But she only found the bottle, there was no formula. She anxiously and hurriedly called Su Feng. What? Little Yu is still breastfeeding? Son, come back first. Little Yu has been crying loudly, her eyes are red, she won't eat the egg custard or drink water, and Mom can't soothe her. I'll go back with Yan Yan right away. Su Feng and Chen Menjian, who had just bought a little dress for their daughter Yuiyu, had to abandon their date plan when they arrived at the mall to go see a movie. The two were worried about Xiao Yuiyu, so they rushed back on their electric scooter as fast as they could. Little Yuiyu, don't cry, mommy will hug you. Entering the house, Chen Menjian casually threw all the shopping bags on the sofa and couldn't wait to hug the little cutie in her arms. She cried until she was exhausted, and her voice grew softer. Oh dear mommy. The crying stopped instantly. Little Yuiyu, daddy's always here too. She pouted, pinched Su Feng's face, and then buried her head in her mother's chest. Grandma, the great demon king Yuiyu cried out in grievance. Mommy will feed you milk now. The mother and daughter returned to their bedroom. Lu Fangfang then realized that the grandma her little granddaughter was calling out for wasn't her, but rather the milk from the milk powder. She wanted milk. Son, is Yuiyu still breastfeeding? She's already 10.5 months old. Tong Tong was weaned at 6 months. Lu Fangfang asked, frowning. Su Feng opened his mouth helplessly. The mother couldn't bear to part with the baby and thought that as long as she had breast milk, she should keep breastfeeding. Sigh, we should stop breastfeeding as soon as possible. The older the baby gets, the harder it is to stop. Mom will discuss with Yan Yan about weaning Xiao Yuiyu later. Su Feng grinned. Maybe the complementary food for Xiao Yuiyu has been a bit better lately, so she's been breastfeeding less often. She's even stopped nighttime feedings and is only eating 3 meals a day. Let's hear what Yan Yan has to say later. Tong Tong, your sister-in-law bought you these shoes. Try them on and see if they fit. Do you like them? Su Feng opened the shoebox and took out a pair of pink, kawaii sneakers. What beautiful shoes. Tong Tong loves them. The chubby girl smiled. Su Feng personally helped his younger sister put on her new shoes. I'll thank my sister-in-law later. Okay. She put on her new shoes and ran around the living room, jumping and cheering like a lark. Thank you, sister-in-law, she exclaimed happily. Chen Menjian smiled. No need to thank me. I should thank the sensible, well-behaved, and adorable Tong Tong for taking care of Xiao Yuiyu and playing with her. As soon as this series of flattering remarks were uttered, sure enough, Tong Tong's little face immediately turned into a bright red apple. Her little mouth was upturned in a childlike smile, as if she had been praised and complimented by the teacher in front of the whole class, and she was extremely happy inside. If Yuiyu didn't cry, Tong Tong would be more willing to play with her. Yuiyu is such a crybaby. Su Feng took the daughter from Chen Menjian's arms. Did you hear that, Yuiyu? Your aunt doesn't like playing with crybabies. She had just finished crying, her eyes were red, she pouted and stared at the shopping bags on the sofa. The little girl is particularly interested in novel gadgets that she's never seen before, no matter what they are. Su Feng helped you try on the blue and pink dresses he had bought, one by one. It seems that you doesn't really like the little dress. She grabs and pulls at it with her little hands, treating the princess dress like a toy. Yan Yan, when do you plan to wean Xiao Yuiyu? Lu Fangfang asked with concern. My granddaughter has been weaned, so she'll be easier to take care of and look after. Chen Menjian whispered, the plan is to start weaning Xiao Yuiyu after her first birthday. The reason we don't wean Xiao Yu is simply because breast milk is more nutritious than formula. Although there are various conflicting opinions online, she firmly believes that breast milk is more nutritious than formula. Lu Fangfang said, breastfeeding means you'll have to go through a lot of hardship. You need to make sure you get enough nutrition. Auntie will order some food for us, and we'll go out for dinner. No need. She waved her hand gently. Auntie, we can eat at the restaurant. Xiao Feng's cooking is very good. Okay, let him stew some pig's trotters and fish for you, and make you drink some fish soup. You should eat some good food to help with lactation every day. Lu Fangfang smiled slightly. Accustomed to giving orders at home, she turned to Xiao Feng and said, Xiao Feng, go to the market and buy pig's trotters and crucian carp. Okay, Su Feng nodded. My mother's orders. It cannot be disobeyed. Tong Tong, come with me to buy pig's trotters and fish. Tong Tong resolutely refused to go out with her brother to buy fish. Because it was already drizzling outside, she didn't want to get the new shoes her sister-in-law had bought for her dirty. I'm too lazy to change into my old shoes for now. You little brat, you've grown wings. Su Feng bent down and pinched his sister's cheek. He. Tong Tong rolled her eyes and mischievously made a face at him. At that moment, Lu Fangfang suddenly remembered something and slapped her forehead. I forgot something very important. She frantically rummaged through her backpack and took out a thick stack of red envelopes. Yan Yan, this is a gift from your aunt. She said she felt like she had forgotten something, and it's all because of that brat Xiao Feng who keeps hanging around in front of me. Su Feng, Auntie, I really don't want your red envelope. When the bulging red envelope was handed to Chen Menjian, she bit her red lips, clearly refusing, and gently pushed Lu Fangfang's arm. Don't refuse me, child. It's not much money, but it's a token of my appreciation. Chen Menjian frowned anxiously. I have enough money on me. The restaurant's income is quite good. Xiao Feng entrusted me with all the profits from the restaurant, so we don't lack money. The house she's renting now has already cost her mother over 20,000 yuan in rent, so how could she possibly accept a red envelope from Xiao Yui's grandmother? Besides, I feel really bad about taking money from other people. It's not much money, just 10,001 yuan. Please accept it, child. Raising a child is expensive. I'm raising Tong Tong too. Please accept this and don't be shy with your auntie. When Xiao Yuiyu was born, I, her own grandmother, didn't even give her a red envelope. I, as her grandmother, didn't contribute any money for her 100th day, so you can just accept it as pocket money. Chen Menjian was a little overwhelmed by Su's mother's enthusiasm. She turned around, picked up Xiao Yuiyu, and said earnestly, "Auntie, it hasn't been easy for you raising Tong Tong." Seeing this, Su Feng chuckled, "Don't refuse, Yan Yan. 10,001 yuan represents 1 in 10,000. You're already my mother's approved daughter-in-law, right, Mom?" Lu Fangfang nodded hurriedly, "Yes, my Xiao Feng can't live without you, and Auntie has already decided that you will be her daughter-in-law." What? Now that things have come to this point, Chen Menjian opened her mouth, but if she refused any further, it would seem like she was being a bit pretentious. Accept it first, and have Su Feng pass it on to his mother-in-law later. "Thank you, Auntie." She clutched the red envelope in her hand. Su Feng snapped his fingers and said seriously, "Mom, Yan Yan and I will save this money for you first, and use it to buy a villa for you and Dad in the future." "Oh ho? Buy a villa?" Lu Fangfang looked at Su Feng in surprise. Her son had grown up? He actually knew how to make empty promises to his old mother? Evening. The light rain was pattering down outside the window. After dinner, Lu Fangfang went home alone. Bored, Su Feng lay on the sofa and opened a group chat on his phone. Unread, 99+. "Sorry everyone, we're closing today to take some time off to handle some household chores. We'll be working on new products in the coming days, thinking. The most heartfelt comment from the Agricultural University, "Boss, you finally showed up." Winking emoji. A girl who loves garlic, "Do you know how much damage closing the store for a day did to my stomach?" Greedy. Big fat number 1, "Boss, have you come up with any new products? I'd like some stir-fried pork noodles, I want something meaty." Stewed shoebugs, smirking, "The boss is here. Are you opening tomorrow? I'm so hungry." Guzzi, who loves eating sheep testicles, sad, "I'm heartbroken and can only turn my back pain into appetite." "Boss, open the store early tomorrow morning, I just want to have a big feast." Braised grasshoppers, winking, "Boss, bring out some new dishes. Egg noodles are delicious, but eating too much can cause kidney stones." Xiao Feng, the name the customer used to save their contact in the group chat, is so strange. These foodies are truly amazing. Su Feng chuckled. He messaged everyone, "We'll be working on the new product tomorrow morning. If I feel the taste is good, I'll let you know in the group." Wow, finally some new products. Hunger. The most affectionate guy at the Agricultural University, the number 1 jungler at the Agricultural University, skilled at Dianwei and Liu Bei, the Chenhanen of the jungle, and a support girl, "My CP is Diddy, press 1. 2. Shouldn't the jungle kings of the rift be Li Bai and Han Xin? That's right, winking emoji, Dianwei can only be called a mad dog. After chatting idly in the food group for a while, Su Feng put down his phone, went to the bathroom, and took a comfortable hot shower. Back in the master bedroom, looking at Xiao Yuiyu, Chen Menjian, and Tong Tong lying on the bed. "Yan Yan, I want to squeeze in with you and Xiao Yuiyu," the man asked without batting an eye. Chen Menjian blinked, "No way. Man. How shameless. Let's squeeze in." The living room and the second bedroom don't have air conditioning. It just rained outside, and it will be very stuffy inside if we don't turn on the air conditioning. Thinking about how the man had to get up at 4 o'clock tomorrow to go to the market, Chen Menjian's eyes flashed, she abandoned her reserve, and her heart softened. "You lie down on the left side of the bed, Yuiyu sleeps in the middle, and Tong Tong is next to you. I'll lie down on the right side of the bed." The next second, Su Feng's gaze froze. He thought Chen Menjian would refuse again, and stammered, "Yan Yan is so good to me." Chen Menjian lay down on one side of the bed. "Don't just go to bed for nothing, you have to do some work. Go and dress Xiao Yuiyu in her air conditioning clothes and adjust the air conditioner temperature." "Yes, ma'am." Before 10 o'clock, Xiao Yuiyu and Tong Tong could be heard breathing softly. Little Yuiyu was sleeping soundly, as peaceful as an angel. The little one's mouth was still moving, as if he was nursing in a dream, and his gentle smile melted the old father's heart. "Ah yeah wa." She made a sound by slightly opening her small mouth. "Ha, ah. The daughter laughed as she slept, her innocent laughter causing Su Feng and Chen Menjian to exchange a glance and smile at each other. Little Yuiyu had a sweet dream. "I'm curious what she dreamed about," Su Feng said softly, feeling that it was so much fun, and couldn't help but reach out and poke her soft little face. Chen Menjian frowned anxiously, but said softly, "Idiot, you woke up the little princess, you won't be sleeping tonight. Isn't it because little Yu is just too cute? Does Tong Tong just sleep hugging you like this when you're at home?" she asked, a little jealous. The chubby little girl, Tong Tong, was sleeping on her side, tightly hugging her brother's arm, a slight smile on her lips, just like Xiaoyu. She was having a sweet dream. "No, this is outside. Tong Tong sleeps with me. At home, she sleeps in a separate room." "Oh, a 4-year-old really should sleep in his own room. Are you jealous?" "No way, you're even jealous of Tong Tong?" Su Feng said, suppressing a laugh. The two spoke very softly, worried about waking up Xiaoyu and Tong Tong. Chen Menjian twisted the air in embarrassment and anger, striking a defiant and angry pose, indicating that if Su Feng provoked her again, she would get out of bed and pinch him. Biting her fragrant lips, she spoke fiercely. "You're so vain and narcissistic. Who's jealous of you? Hee, you're just jealous." Tong Tong released her hands from Su Feng's arm, murmured a soft moan, turned over, and hugged Xiaoyu. "Turn off the lights and go to sleep. I almost woke Tong Tong up." She turned her back to Su Feng, leaving behind a graceful silhouette. Just as Su Feng was staring blankly at the back of his wife, Chen Menjian reached out and turned off the lights in the room. Unable to sleep in the pitch-black night, Su Feng opened Douyin, TikTok. After scrolling through 1 Peppa Pig video, 2 Teletubbies videos, and 4 JoJo's Bizarre Adventure videos, he sighed softly, turned off his phone screen, and quietly closed his eyes. An hour later, Su Feng lay awake, tossing and turning, still unable to fall asleep. "Yan, are you asleep?" "No." Chen Menjian turned over to face Su Feng, and in the bright moonlight, she secretly gazed at Su Feng's profile. Lying in the same bed again after so long made her think of that night. Su Feng's drunken arrogance and beast-like behavior. In the darkness, Chen Menjian's fair face flushed hot and her delicate body trembled slightly. "Ah!" Hiss. Just like little Yu, with her cherry-like lips, she started sucking her fingers. "This is to alleviate the astringent and filthy thoughts in my heart. I need to introduce you to all my relatives and friends within a week at the latest. I've also arranged for George to take Xiaoyu's first birthday photos on July 1st, Su Feng said softly. "First birthday photo. We're going to film that day. However, some close-up photos and full-body photos need to be taken in advance." "I want to sleep next to you," Su Feng said softly. "No." She said it insincerely. "Get some rest. You have to get up early tomorrow to research new products, don't you? Idiot, be careful not to lose your hair from staying up late and go bald." "If I go bald, will you still like me?" A blush rose to her forehead as she whispered, "Silly boy, have I ever liked you? Good night." The next morning, Su Feng drove to the vegetable market early. Today, he's going to develop a new dish on his own, without relying on the system. Jjajangmian, noodles with soybean paste. It was a little after 7 in the morning. Su Feng began his busy work on his own. He first simmered the chicken soup over a low flame on the stove. It took him a full half hour just to knead the dough for hand-pulled noodles and hand-pulled noodles. "Hello? Xiaofeng, Mom's here. Are you in the restaurant?" "Exist." I opened the restaurant door and saw my mom waiting with her bag slung over her shoulder. "Mom, you're up so early." As Lu Fangfang smelled the aroma of chicken soup wafting from the kitchen, and saw the 2 large dough balls on the counter, as well as the flour clinging to Su Feng's apron, her nose tingled with sadness. "You said Mom would find you a good job, but you refused. Now you run a restaurant and work from dawn till dusk every day. What are you trying to achieve with all this?" "Mom, Su Feng grinned. "Why are you crying? I'm enjoying myself." Lu Fangfang wiped away her tears and scolded with heartache. "Enjoy what? Close the shop as soon as possible, and Mom will find you a job with a better salary so you can go and make a living. Opening a restaurant would be great. After Xiaoyu turns 1 year old, we will hire a chef who will only be in charge of ramen. The ramen chef is only responsible for kneading the dough, rolling it out, and pulling the noodles. He will find it much easier to delegate the heavy lifting to others. You decide for yourself. If you don't want to keep the shop open, then close it." Her son has grown up, and although she feels sorry for the hard work of being a cook, she doesn't want to interfere too much with Su Feng's future. Otherwise, she wouldn't have let Su Feng stay at home for a year after graduation. "Mom, Yan has already taken Xiao Yuiyu to the inner room. Mom went to take care of her granddaughter. And your daughter too," Su Feng said irritably. 4-year-old chubby girl, cute and well-behaved little Tong Tong, also needs to be taken care of, right? Su Feng aims to achieve a turnover of 10,000 today, so that he can own this shop, which is worth over 2 million. "I'm afraid the shop will have to close down, and even if it ends up in his hands, the mature woman system will take it back." Putting his mind aside, Su Feng began to focus on researching the new product. The condiment cabinet displays his secret recipe soybean paste, dried soybean paste. He plans to try making a savory egg topping, figuring out the ratio of dry yellow soybean paste to soybean paste, and then use that ratio to make fried sauce. Zhejiangmian, noodles with soybean paste. Zhejiangmian and Zhejiangmian are not typos. The two are fundamentally different. Zhejiangmian noodles with soybean paste is salty, refreshing, and chewy, while Zhejiangmian noodles with minced meat sauce is light, sour, and spicy. Moreover, Zhejiangmian is more popular in northern China, such as Old Beijing Zhejiangmian, which is popular in Tianjin and Hebei. In Longcheng, a city that is very tolerant of noodles, the only thing that matters about a bowl of noodles is whether it tastes good or not. It doesn't matter whether it's authentic or not. There aren't many rules. Delicious, tasty, and satisfying to eat is the key. Meanwhile, Zhejiangmian noodles with soybean paste is a popular folk dish in the Sichuan and Chongqing region. The core of the cooking is the red chili bean paste. The ingredients used in the two are also quite different. Zhejiangmian uses diced meat, while Zhejiangmian uses minced meat. Passing by on my way home from get off work. Boss, you're open pretty early today. Brother Lou walked into the store alone, looking tired. Judging from those panda eyes, you can tell he's a skilled cultivator who often seeks enlightenment. Su Feng chuckled and replied, of course, we're going to try out a new product today, we're working on it right now. Oh? What new product? Brother Liu's eyes lit up, filled with intense curiosity. Noodles with soybean paste. Zhejiangmian noodles with soybean paste. I remember trying it in the capital region in Tianjin when I traveled last year. Su Feng asked with a smile, which region's food is the best? The tastes are different. The ones in Tianjin are slightly sweet, but I prefer the ones with a hint of sweetness. I tried a place in the capital, but the sauce was too strong and lacked aroma, and it was also too salty. Most people wouldn't be used to it. And what's more, the side dishes are all complete, with various small side dishes for noodles. Hey, I must say, it's quite sophisticated. Su Feng chuckled and said, Brother Lu, I was just about to make some sauce, would you like a bowl to try? Sure. Brother Lu sighed, I'm thinking of quitting. If I keep going like this, I'll be on my deathbed sooner or later. It's not easy to make a living in the nightlife industry. Hey boss, if you want to come to the bar for dancing and drinking, contact me, I'll treat you to a free meal. Ha! Thanks in advance, Brother Lu. The two chatted happily while Su Feng prepared the ingredients for making fried sauce. 3 main ingredients, minced scallions, ginger, and garlic. Next, cut the best pork belly into small cubes the size of soybeans. To be honest, Su Feng's knife skills weren't very good. In order to cut well, he cut one slice at a time, which was very slow. Heat oil in a wok, then add the diced pork belly. Sizzle. Stirring the pork belly with a spoon, the pork fat is slowly rendered out, making a sizzling sound. Then add the scallions, ginger, and garlic to the pot, and spray a little 60-proof liquor along the edge of the pot. Whoosh! The moment the aroma burst out, Su Feng put the lid on the pot. He wanted the aroma of the Beiju Chinese liquor sprayed into the pot to fully infuse the diced pork belly. Next, pour the prepared sauce into the pot and turn the heat to low. Xiao Su, I can already smell the aroma of meat. It smells so good, it's amazing. Su Feng laughed heartily. Brother Lu, I've covered the pot with a lid on. Brother Lu took an awkward puff of his cigarette. Haha, I'm giving you a compliment, but I really did smell something delicious just now. While the sauce was simmering, he definitely needed dough for 2 people. Mom, you guys eat fried dough sticks and soy milk, I want to eat the noodles I cooked. Su Feng shouted into the inner room, where his mother had just brought out fried dough sticks and soy milk. Chen Menjian laughed, Auntie has already finished breakfast, she didn't leave you a single fried dough stick. My own mother. I was just feeling sorry for him working so hard from dawn till dusk, but in the blink of an eye, he didn't even get a single fried dough stick. At this time, the fried sauce in the pot was simmering over low heat, and the diced pork belly in the pot was bubbling away. He rolled out 2 portions of noodles and prepared the condiments, which are known as noodle toppings in the old capital. Shredded cucumber, shredded radish, and peanuts. Whoosh! The next second after lifting the lid, Su Feng picked up the pot and poured the stir-fried sauce into a bowl. The rich, enticing aroma filled the air through the kitchen window. The fried sauce in the bowl clearly shows layers of oil, indicating that the sauce is now ready. The so-called layering, in professional culinary terms, is called oil sauce separation. It smells so good, the sauce flavor is amazing. Brother Lu sniffed hard, and the roundworms in his stomach were already drooling. Haha, almost done. Su Feng didn't rinse the noodles with cold water before serving them in the morning. Instead, he scooped them directly into the bowl. At this moment, Grandpa Yu, who had his hair permed, pushed open the door and entered. Oh my, Xiao Su, you're opening so early today? We haven't officially opened for business yet, but we're already researching new products. Su Feng nodded. Grandpa Yu sniffed the air, such a rich aroma of soy sauce, such a familiar smell, it smells so good. Brother Lu was already standing at the kitchen window, unable to wait any longer. He carried a bowl of noodles with soybean paste back to the dining table. "Oh my, is that zhejianmian noodles with soybean paste?" Grandpa Yu exclaimed after taking a closer look. Su Feng held the noodles with soybean paste he wanted to eat, and used chopsticks to mix the soybean paste with the hand-pulled noodles evenly as he sat down at the table. He wanted to eat garlic, but considering that after finishing his work, he would occasionally go back to the inner room to kiss little Yu. "I'll hold back. Brother Lu, won't you eat a couple of cloves of garlic?" Brother Lu smiled helplessly. "Eating garlic so early in the morning, my mouth will smell like garlic. I'm afraid I'll get a beating from my wife when I get home." Grandpa Yu said, "Little Su, my hometown is Tianjin. I grew up eating zhejianmian noodles with soybean paste. I've been eating zhejianmian for 60 years now. The way to make this stuff is very particular. There's no real gourmet food in the capital, it's all about being picky about food." Brother Lu chuckled. Su Feng said, "Brother Lu, you can't say that. Regardless of whether it's fancy or not, I only care about whether it tastes good." "Yes, taste, deliciousness speaks for itself." Brother Lu first took a photo and posted it on his WeChat moments. The white, hand-pulled noodles are topped with a thick layer of diced pork belly and fried sauce. The meat sauce glistened with a cool, oily sheen. Green cucumber shreds and orange radish shreds are used as garnish on one side. There are also crunchy peanuts. This bowl of zhejianmian noodles with soybean paste truly has everything in terms of color, aroma, and taste. Brother Lu couldn't wait to stir the steaming hand-pulled noodles. The aroma is enticing and refreshing. Don't talk to me about whether the noodles with soybean paste are authentic or not, or whether they taste good or not. Taste is the most important thing. The chewy, hot noodles in the bowl, each one coated in a rich fried sauce, stimulated the taste buds. The aroma was so enticing that Brother Lu opened his mouth wide and scooped up a large mouthful with his chopsticks. Slurp slurp. Puff puff. Phew, that's great. It's delicious. As expected of the big eater Brother Lu, he ate the noodles as if they were rice, shoveling them into his mouth non-stop. A bowl of zhejianmian noodles with soybean paste may not be a large portion, but it's definitely not small. It smells so good, so incredibly good. The aroma of the pork belly itself is fully released through the stir-frying, blending perfectly with the secret sauce flavor, clinging to the noodles and elevating their aroma to another level. Take another big bite, and then crack a couple of peanuts. Slurp, slurp. He gave a compliment, then demonstrated his lightning-fast speed in eating noodles. A bowl of noodles with soybean paste was emptied in an instant. Brother Lu stuck out his tongue and licked the sauce off his lips. Su Feng shoveled a mouthful of noodles into his mouth and praised, "Brother Lu is eating so heartily and enjoyably. It seems the new zhejianmian noodles with soybean paste has been successfully developed, and it can be served at noon. We'll definitely be able to launch new products." Brother Lu wiped his mouth, leisurely flicked out a cigarette and lit it. It seemed that all the fatigue from the night had vanished in an instant. A cigarette after a meal is better than being a god. What if you eat a bowl of divine food and then start smoking? After Su Feng finished one bowl of noodles, he wanted another one. This bowl of noodles was just a small treat for him. "Uncle Yu, what are your thoughts on zhejianmian noodles with soybean paste?" Su Feng asked while eating. The old man, Mr. Yu, who was getting his hair permed, spoke with a slight Tianjin accent, but not too strongly. Grandpa Yu chuckled and said, "The Beijing-style fried noodles are not bad. It's just that the local environment shapes the local people." "Is there any particular reason for it?" Su Feng asked with a smile. The slurping of noodles in his mouth didn't stop. Grandpa Yu said, "To truly make a seemingly ordinary bowl of zhejianmian noodles with soybean paste, with a lingering fragrance and rich flavor, there are indeed many intricacies involved. When eating zhejianmian noodles with soybean paste, the key is that the soybean paste should be dry-fried in a small bowl." What does dry frying in a small bowl mean? There are many ways to say it, but the standard for dry frying in a small bowl is just one. When the fried sauce is placed in a bowl, you can use chopsticks to cut it in the middle, and the gaps should not stick together. This is the finest fried sauce, Grandpa Yu explained with a smile. Su Feng nodded. Separate the oil and sauce, then? That makes sense, but, Xiao Su, what is the best fried sauce? It's the kind of fried sauce that, when poked or drawn with chopsticks, should be clear to the bottom at a glance, with a thin layer of oil and a rich, thick sauce. Understood. Our Beijing folks are indeed quite particular. Grandpa Yu sighed. Since my mother passed away in Tianjin 20 years ago, my whole family moved to Longcheng, and it's been a long time since I'd had a decent bowl of zhejianmian noodles with soybean paste. Finally, there are side dishes, which are served with various seasonal fresh side dishes, called all-around side dishes. In early spring, we use bean sprouts with their heads and tails removed, small radish leaves with only 2 cotyledons, and pour on the leftover laba vinegar from the Lunar New Year. In late spring, the toppings for the noodles are green garlic, tune sprouts, pickled mustard greens, green bean tips, and small radish greens. In early summer, the noodles are topped with fresh garlic, blanched fresh peas, cucumber strips, green bean strips, and chopped chives. Grandpa Yu earnestly explained to Su Feng that jjajangmian, noodles with soybean paste, of Beijing. Su Feng's bowl of noodles with soybean paste was almost empty. This bowl of zhejiangmian, noodles with soybean paste, is not only considered a success by Brother Lu. He felt the taste was perfect, no less delicious than the soy sauce and egg topping. One is the aroma of eggs, and the other is the rich aroma of diced pork belly. Grandpa, would you like to try a bowl of zhejiangmian made by Brother Su? I've eaten at noodle shops in Beijing several times, but the taste is really not as good as Brother Su's handmade zhejiangmian. Brother Lu grinned as he looked at Grandpa Yu. He was annoyed by Grandpa Yu's nagging. Why be so particular? It's like the internet celebrity Neodeo, a show full of fuss and pretentious nonsense that only attracts a bunch of people to curse him. Okay, Xiao Su, give me a bowl. Grandpa Yu called out. Su Feng nodded. Please wait a moment, sir. Brother Lu called out, Little Su, give me another bowl too. Is the chicken soup ready? Grandpa Yu asked with a smile. All right. Xiao Su, I'd like another bowl of chicken soup, Brother Lu said. So, each of them had a bowl of noodles with soybean paste and a bowl of chicken soup. Sir, your noodles and chicken soup are ready. Ah, this fragrance, it's hitting the old man right in the head. He took off his watch, put down his phone, lowered his head, and sniffed it with a look of pure bliss. Mix well. The noodles were fed into Grandpa Yu's mouth bit by bit. The meat pieces were chewy and tender, and the thick fried sauce coated the chewy noodles. Together they were crushed into pieces by his teeth. In an instant, Grandpa Yu felt completely refreshed, as if all the pores on his body had been opened up. Then, the divine noodles slid down his esophagus into Grandpa Yu's stomach, as if every cell in his body had been taken over by the noodles. Boom! My taste buds were hit by an explosion of savory sauce flavor. A tear slid down Grandpa Yu's cheek. Even Su Feng was stunned by this scene. Slurp slurp. Grandpa Yu couldn't stop eating once he started, looking incredibly satisfied, and there were even tears in his eyes. Even Brother Lu was completely bewildered. Puff, puff, whoosh. Grandpa Yu's head started steaming, and he cried out with tears streaming down his face. The taste of Mom's cooking. It smells so good, it's so good it makes my mouth go numb. He lowered his head like a starving ghost, eating even faster than Brother Lu, and finished a bowl of delicious noodles in just 3 minutes. Glug glug. Grandpa Yu wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes and drank the chicken soup with a look of enjoyment. Then, he gave Su Feng a thumbs up. Xiao Su, a bowl of zhejiangmian, noodles with soybean paste, has brought back so many memories for this old man. The rich aroma of the sauce is just too delicious. This is more than just a bowl of zhejiangmian, noodles with soybean paste. More than anything, it was his longing for his mother. Su Feng said modestly, I'm glad you've had your fill, sir. Brother Lu said, this bowl of noodles with soybean paste is unmatched in the entire capital. Brother Lu, don't praise me too much, or I'll get arrogant, haha. Su Feng laughed heartily. After gulping down the chicken soup, Brother Lu let out a satisfied burp. How much is it in total? Brother Lu, I won't accept any money from you as the brand ambassador who helps promote my restaurant. Brother Lu helped him attract and introduce many customers, and he was so supportive that he felt embarrassed to accept money. You have to pay for the meal. There's no reason to eat out and not pay. Su Feng said helplessly, I really won't accept it. No. Well, I'll just give you the price of a bowl of chicken soup. We're not open for business yet, you're just helping me sample it. Seeing Su Feng's embarrassed and polite expression, he didn't stand on ceremony and scanned the code to pay 12 yuan. Go back and get a good night's sleep, and have a bowl of shredded chicken noodles tonight. At this moment, the Xiaosu Food Exchange Group had already exploded. Agricultural University's most heartfelt message, drooling. Oh my god, the boss has new products. Braised grasshoppers, they look pretty good. Like noodles with soybean paste? Thinking, stewed shubug boss, is your fried sauce noodle soup authentic? If it's not, I won't eat it. Winking face. Fat Tiger loves noodles. Hashtag it's steamed shoeboardworm. This taste is so authentic, so genuine, so delicious. Best wishes to you. Stewed shoebugs. Hashtag at Fat Tiger loves noodles. May you be blessed with good fortune. Anger. A girl who loves garlic. Wow. Crying, I can smell the aroma even through the screen. Boss, you're tempting me. The most heartfelt comment from the Agricultural University side. Ever since the day I started eating noodles, in just a few days my living expenses have been gone, and I don't even have the money for the trip home. Braised grasshoppers. Hashtag at Agricultural University's first affection. Don't blame the boss, blame yourself for finding a girlfriend. I'm still single and saving up to buy the arcade kid skin. After Su Feng posted a picture of noodles with soybean paste in the group chat, it quickly sparked a lively discussion among everyone. Ding dong, the host has developed the perfect grade fried sauce noodles by using the egg fried sauce topping. Congratulations, host, on completing the hidden task, learning by analogy, and independently developing a new product. The system reward is an appetizer, Sichuan and Chungching appetizer pickles. Learn by analogy? Su Feng immediately smiled with delight. Just as I launched a new product, the system rewarded me with another one. He pondered for 10 seconds before deciding on the price of the noodles with soybean paste, 24 yuan. Perfect grade Zhejiangmian. If it's not priced under 20, it wouldn't live up to the word perfect. Little Su, how much is it in total? Grandpa Yu asked with a smile. His eyes were bloodshot. A bowl of noodles stirred up my longing for my mother. I couldn't help but cry, and my eyes turned red. Uncle Yu, chicken soup 12, noodles with soybean paste 24, total 36. This old man is definitely rich. Just look at the Rolex Submariner on his left wrist. Su Feng really didn't have the guts to doubt that the old man was wearing a counterfeit watch. I've already scanned the code. When are you going to get a membership card so the money can be deducted directly from the card? It's such a hassle to scan codes to pay every day, Grandpa Yu said cheerfully. This bowl of Zhejiangmian noodles with soybean paste. She completely won over his stomach. I've decided to enjoy some good food at the restaurant for a while now. Ah. Su Feng was stunned for a moment by the old man's words, then chuckled. After a while, the entire cash register will start issuing membership cards. Most of the restaurants on this street are long-established businesses. Many established stores offer membership cards and various top-up promotions. Because the dishes in the restaurant are expensive, it's more cost-effective to pay extra to eat there if the food suits your taste. Boss, I'm here, Guo Yu waved and greeted. Su Feng smiled and said, you're here early again. It's not early, it's already 9 o'clock. This silly girl. Have you had breakfast yet? Chen Menjian asked with concern as she came out of the inner room. Guo Yu nodded slightly. I've already eaten. There's a pancake stall by the roadside. After saying that, she quickly cleared away the bowls that Brother Lu had eaten from, and cleaned the table up neatly. At noon, some loyal customers in the group rushed to the restaurant as soon as school was over, afraid that if they were late they would not be able to get a seat and would have to wait in line. Boss, 2 bowls of noodles with soybean paste, 2 bowls of chicken soup noodles, and 2 bottles of Urumqi beer. A young man from the agricultural university shouted. Another young man, whose ID in the food discussion group was braised grasshoppers, and whose real name was Li Hao, slowly began to speak. Boss, can I add extra chicken thigh meat to my chicken noodle soup? The jade chicken noodle soup will be served with a small amount of chicken thigh meat. Like Lanzhou beef dishes, not too much meat is used. The real soul is the noodle soup. Su Feng looked apologetic. I'm sorry, young man, the shredded chicken can't be added separately. There's a specific ratio between the stewed chicken thigh meat and the broth. Once it's sold out, there won't be any left. Good. Li Hao smiled helplessly. The boss really has the confidence. It's not that Su Feng doesn't want to make money from adding extra meat, but rather that he's gradually adding new items. The variety of food is vast. Moreover, the shredded chicken in this chicken noodle soup was actually hand-shredded by him and Chen Menjian while wearing disposable gloves. It can be described as clean and hygienic. Boss, 2 servings of braised egg noodles and 2 bowls of noodles with soybean paste. Bring the noodles with soybean paste first, and replace all the carrot shreds with cucumber shreds. The first table of guests had just sat down when fatty number 1 and fatty number 2 successfully arrived at the battlefield. The 2 obese walls completely occupied a 6-person dining table. Alright, please wait a moment. The 2 men looked fierce and were also obese. They were practically 2 walking cannonballs of flesh. Lu Hao and Li Hao were startled to see these 2 older brothers again. Judging by the speed at which they peeled garlic, they were definitely experts at eating noodles. The noodles for 2 tables were just ready when 10 guests walked into the restaurant. Most of the customers are male and female students from medical and agricultural universities. There are new faces and regular customers. After ordering their food, some customers went to the refrigerated display case to get their favorite drinks. Su Feng printed the prices of all the drinks on an A4 sheet of paper and pasted it on the freezer. As someone with social anxiety, he understands some customers who are afraid to ask the price of a drink. Some customers are also worried that the restaurant's drinks are much more expensive than those in supermarkets, and they don't know whether they should buy them. These drinks and beers are clearly priced. At 1 p.m., the store is busiest. One group of customers leaves and another group sits down, all praising the new invincible fried noodles. Why is my stomach so small? I can only eat 1 bowl of noodles. If I were a little fatter, I'd be a big eater. Then I could order a bowl of shredded chicken noodles and a bowl of noodles with soybean paste at the same time. Amazing, boss, your Zhejiangmian noodles with soybean paste smells amazing. I used to never eat pork belly because I was worried it would be dry, but it really is true that the fat isn't greasy and the lean meat isn't dry. It's a pity about my little tummy. You'll have to suffer. You can only eat 1 bowl of noodles per meal. The girl who loves garlic patted her tummy with a melancholy expression. Her real name is Lin Mikey. Her roommates number 1, 2, and 3 all ate 2 bowls, but she only ate 1. Eating too little is such a waste. I'm so angry. Roommate number 1 said, Mikey, how about we film a video and post it on Douyin later? Want to check out the video of Xiao Su's gourmet restaurant? Lin Mikey asked with a smile. No, I'm just filming a short video of my chibi-style roommate. Lin Mikey immediately rolled her eyes at her roommates. She is short, only 148 centimeters tall, commonly known as the Q version roommate popular online. Nowadays, restaurant customers are divided into several categories. One group consists of students from agricultural and medical universities, and the other group consists of some employees and customers of 0 Point Bar. The third category is passers-by and nearby residents and customers of the Binjiang Garden residential community. Su Feng recognized one of his customers as Lin Mikey, a girl who loves garlic. Straightforward and tough girl Xiaoxiu and her roommate. The group of 6 teenagers who stayed up all night playing League of Legends, Coach Wu and Captain Lu Hao of the Agricultural University basketball team. Panda-eyed brother Lu from 0 Point Bar, sister Hong from 0 Point Bar, and her best friend. Then there's Grandpa Yu, the trendy old man. Here they were, Grandpa Yu, with his wife, son, daughter-in-law, and grandson, all standing at the restaurant entrance waiting in line. Dad, stop queuing. Is the noodles at this restaurant really that good? Why do we have to wait in line for a table? Let's find a stir-fry restaurant to eat at. Yu Chaoyang said, frowning. Is my old man having a mental breakdown? I followed a group of college students as they lined up for a meal at a small restaurant. Grandpa Yu scolded, what's the rush? You have to be patient when you eat. Let me tell you, Xiao Su's noodles with soybean paste are even better than your grandma's. Dad, this. His facial muscles twitched slightly, showing some displeasure, but he dared not refute the old man's point of view. Chaoyang, it's just queuing for food. The restaurant is packed with people, so the food must be good. After waiting in line for 10 minutes, the family finally got a seat to eat. Grandpa Yu called out, young lady, 4 bowls of noodles with soybean paste and 3 bowls of chicken soup. Boss, table number 4 needs 4 bowls of fried sauce and 3 bowls of chicken soup. Xiao Kuyu immediately relayed the message. Su Feng's mind went blank at this moment, turning into a ruthless ramen cooking machine, pulling and cooking noodles with his little hands almost non-stop. Chen Menjian scooped out the noodles, prepared the toppings, poured chicken broth over the noodles, added fried sauce, and sprinkled on the seasonings. Even though the sounds of customers eating noodles, discussing, and chatting in the shop are somewhat disruptive, the husband and wife team works together with ease. Busy but not chaotic. One word, stable. To be honest, feeding others is quite fulfilling. Watching each customer eat their noodles with gusto, looking so comfortable and satisfied, Su Feng felt an indescribable feeling. This might be an affirmation of a bowl of noodles. Being a chef is not only a technical job, but also a physically demanding one. He could clearly feel the soreness in his biceps and triceps. The constant pulling and rolling of noodles is as intense as lifting weights at the gym, so I've decided to stretch my arms a bit after I'm done with this. Phew, so good. Boss, another bowl, please, Yu Chaoyang shouted. Grandpa Yu picked his teeth with a toothpick and said, Chaoyang, I told you Xiao Su's handmade fried noodles with soybean paste were delicious, right? They taste really good. Yes, Dad, I feel like it's been so long since I've had such delicious hajang maiyan. A bowl of noodles. He ate so much that his face became rosy and glowing, his forehead was steaming, and his pupils even dilated a little. According to people from Sichuan and Chongqing, this bowl of noodles. It's great. It's really great. When the second bowl of noodles with soybean paste was served, he opened the condiment bowl and scooped out 2 large spoonfuls of fragrant chili oil. Let's get started. The first bowl didn't have chili oil, it was all about the savory flavor of the fried sauce. The second bowl had chili oil added, allowing the savory and spicy flavors to blend together. Swish, swish. After stirring the noodles, the white noodles are not only coated with the fried sauce, but also with a layer of red chili oil. The chili peppers and chili oil from the chili oil coated the noodles, giving off a rich spicy aroma. Slurp, slurp. Phew. The noodles, chewed in his mouth, gave his taste buds a completely new experience, a sublimation of taste on the tip of his tongue. At this moment, Yu Chaoyang was reminded of his childhood. Whether it was the burning sensation in his eyes or the memory it brought back from years ago, it's hard to tell. Wander through the streets and alleys of the countryside, enjoying games with your friends such as flipping cards, flipping gold ingots, playing marbles, flipping matchboxes, and playing jacks. Scenes from my childhood flashed before my eyes. After playing with my friends, my shoes were still covered in mud. I went home and ate a bowl of hot noodles with soybean paste made by my grandma. Memories flooded my mind, and tears welled up in my eyes. But his mouth was frantically shoveling noodles into it. Chaoyang, eat less chili. Look, you're crying from the spiciness. Grandpa Yu handed over 2 tissues. This child. Well, his grandmother passed away. I doubt I've ever had such delicious zhejianmian noodles with soybean paste. Her mother, an old woman, is also a complete culinary idiot. He picked up a tissue to wipe his mouth, trembling all over, and said, "It's okay, it's so delicious. The chili mixed in with the noodles is so fragrant. Dad, don't even mention queuing for 10 or 20 minutes, I'd rather queue for the whole lunch break to eat this bowl of absolutely amazing jjajangmyeon." Yu Shiyang's wife glared and cursed. "How dare you speak like that? What a terrible name, it's awful. Really, add 2 spoonfuls of chili oil, and the flavor. Sizzle, it's so clear and transparent." The family finished their meal. Grandpa Yu called out, "Little Sue, when are you going to get some snacks to go with your drinks? I'm tired of eating noodles every day. I'd like to sit in the restaurant and have a couple of drinks." "Yes, boss, when will you have snacks to go with your drinks?" Sister Hong asked. "Noodles with alcohol? This is way too hard. I can't eat noodles with alcohol because my stomach will feel uncomfortable." Many people started asking questions. His tone was full of anticipation for the snacks to go with his drinks. "Everyone, I can't guarantee when the new products will be available, especially since they're meant to be appetizers, but they'll definitely be available. You can join the group now, and I'll let everyone know as soon as the appetizers are ready." "Okay, join the group first. Xiaosu, how about some braised meat as a snack with your drinks?" Grandpa Yu asked. While Chen Menjian was helping to cook noodles, Su Feng lit a cigarette and went out of the kitchen to get some fresh air. Sister Hong said, "Actually, it's not necessary. Boss, you can make some cold dishes. Peanuts with the cold dishes will be a good accompaniment to the drinks." Looking at the enthusiastic crowd, Su Feng smiled leisurely. I'm not entirely sure. It could be stewed meat, or it could be braised meat. Since it's going to be served with drinks, we should definitely get something substantial." "Solid stuff?" Everyone's eyes lit up, and they began to look forward to the snacks to go with their drinks. Many people also scanned the QR code to join the group. As lunchtime reached its peak, the lines inside the restaurant grew longer and longer, and even the entrance was crowded with people. "He's aiming for a daily sales target of 10,000 yuan today." Seeing this, they worried that these college students would run away. Su Feng quickly shouted, "For those of you waiting in line, if you don't want to wait any longer, just eat your noodles directly from my porcelain bowl. It's heat resistant and won't burn your hands." "Boss, bring me a bowl of noodles with soybean paste. I'll just eat it." "Me too. Classes start soon this afternoon." The short girl said, "My hands are so small, I need 2 hands to hold the bowl, how am I supposed to eat with it?" "Oh, oh, why don't you let your boyfriend feed you?" So, some boys started eating their noodles, standing at the restaurant entrance and inside the restaurant, everywhere. Some customers, undeterred by the scalding heat or the blazing sun, would sit directly on the steps by the door and frantically swirl the noodles in their bowls. Tempted by the delicious food, some male customers were quite easygoing and didn't make a fuss. They were even willing to eat standing up. Su Feng was busy until after 7 p.m., and he barely got any rest. Even when he goes to rest, he only takes a moment to smoke a cigarette. Ding dong! Congratulations, host, your sales have exceeded 10,000, and you have completed the initial novice task of daily sales exceeding 10,000. Su Feng was thrilled when he heard the system notification. But the system actually said that daily sales exceeding 10,000 were a newbie task? What the hell? What a load of rubbish, the newbie quests are exhausting. You're telling me that achieving 10,000 in sales is a beginner's task? A hint of surprise appeared on Su Feng's face. Slightly surprised. On second thought, it is, after all, the #1 cooking system in the universe. Who knows, a daily income of 10,000 yuan is just a small goal for it. Ding dong. System notification. The shop at number 8, east of Wutong Street, Phoenix Avenue, Longcheng New District, has been officially transferred to the owner's name. Detailed property ownership documents, including information on water, electricity, heating, and other utilities, have been officially changed. This detailed information has been sent to the storage compartment of your newly purchased vehicle. Please check it. Whew. Su Feng's breathing became rapid. Oh my god. This shop is worth over 3 million. Now, success belongs to him. He was just an ordinary nobody, but suddenly, he owned a luxury shop. Awesome, system. Mwah. System. Ding dong. The system's mature female voice was several times louder than usual, reverberating in his mind. Congratulations, host Su Feng, on owning your first gourmet shop. You have completed the hidden quest Spring Breeze of Success and are rewarded with 1 draw for the secret recipe of world's #1 braised pork, red braised. A line of subtitles appeared in my eyes. An introduction to braised food. Braised meat is divided into 2 main categories, red braised meat and white braised meat. The 2 flavors are basically the same, belonging to the complex flavor profile. It has a salty and savory flavor with a rich 5-spice aroma. The seasonings and spices used are basically the same. Red braising involves adding caramel coloring to the braising liquid, resulting in a golden or coffee-colored dish, such as braised beef, braised pork intestines, etc. White brine is a type of braised food made without added sugar coloring. It is colorless or its natural color. Examples include braised chicken, braised beef tripe, and braised pork tripe. Looking at the system's virtual lottery wheel, which was filled with a bunch of recipes, such as braised chicken legs, braised beef, braised pig's feet, braised duck necks, braised pig's knuckles, braised pig's head meat, and braised duck feet, it seemed like any one of these recipes could be thrown out at random. Perhaps its value. It's truly immeasurable. 100,000? Million? Host, would you like to participate in the lottery? Drawl. Su Feng gritted his teeth and began to silently pray. Laozi, Buddha, Guanyin, Shinichi Kudo, Saraski, Hanamichi Sakuragi, and Tei Dongwang, please bless me with good luck in the lottery. Hey, the lucky draw wheel has stopped spinning. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the world's #1 braised beef recipe. Also, the system is giving away a free packet of its secret recipe spices, which has been stored in the spice cabinet on the left. Phew, cool, I'm so happy. Night, 9:40 p.m. Looking at the 6 portions of hand-pulled noodles remaining on the counter, and the bowl of egg topping that was already empty, he saw the crowd still enthusiastically queuing up and helplessly shouted to them, "Everyone, we're out of zhejiangmian noodles with soybean paste and spicy egg noodles, only jade chicken noodles are left. We can probably only sell about 5 bowls. I'm really sorry, brothers." At this time, the store was almost entirely devoid of students from the Agricultural University and the Medical University. They were all local residents of Longchang, or tourists from other places who came to visit the night market. "Boss, this is a night market," someone shouted. "Puft, boss, I saw them eating egg noodles, and they were enjoying it so much so that they were really having a blast. I want to eat some too, but I'm just here in Longchang for tourism, and I have to go back to Kixian tomorrow morning," a chubby man with glasses exclaimed helplessly. "Yes, boss, we've been waiting for 10 minutes. I'm a tourist too." Su Feng walked out of the kitchen, covered in sweat, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth. "It's really exhausting, but I'm willing to keep working and keep earning money." Seeing that everyone was still standing in the restaurant, looking miserable and resentful for not getting their noodles, he couldn't help but grin. "If everyone is willing to wait, I'll make some more noodles. There's still some chicken soup left. Everyone can have some shredded chicken noodles. We're really out of egg noodles. All the eggs and other ingredients are gone." "Wait, we're willing to wait. That's right, how long does it take to knead the dough?" "Surely we can wait an hour." Su Feng nodded. "It will be done within half an hour. There are 12 of you." Seeing the man leaning wearily against the counter, Chen Menjian quickly walked out of the restaurant, hung the closed sign on the door, took back the small blackboard with the menu, and put it back behind the bar. Then, she went to the kitchen. "Xiaofeng, let me knead the dough," she said with a pained tone. The man's clothes got wet. Her hair, hidden under the chef's hat, was already soaked with sweat. "Okay." Su Feng didn't stand on ceremony with the child's mother. "Guo Yu, you're off work, go home and rest." Guo Yu chuckled and said, "Boss, the shop isn't closed yet. I'll close it at night from now on." "You." Su Feng stubbed out his cigarette, his tone turning serious. "Hurry up, it's time to get off work, hurry home." Upon hearing this, the customers in line and those already dining immediately smiled as they watched the scene. This boss is such a kind person. He doesn't exploit his employees at all and doesn't even want the waiters to work overtime. "Young lady, your boss already told you to go home." "Yes, it's rare to find such a good boss. How much does this girl earn a month? I'm tempted to work for her." Some customers made light of the situation with smiles and jokes. Guo Yu, who was very shy, lowered her head, her face slightly flushed, and ran back to the kitchen. She bent over and started washing the dishes without saying a word. "This child." Su Feng shook his head. "Haha, it was definitely worth the wait." Phew. A bowl of shredded chicken noodles, so satisfying. It was worth the half hour of waiting and queuing. It was definitely worth it. I just want to eat more mixed noodles and fried sauce noodles. At worst, I'll just stay in Dragon City for another day. Su Feng said enthusiastically, "Everyone, come back to eat again tomorrow, eat to your heart's content before leaving Dragon City. These are tourists from other places. Customers can come from within the province or from outside the province. Once you've visited the restaurant twice, the system will designate you as a repeat customer, which will increase your progress and give you a chance to win the perfect noodle topping prize." The last table of guests was Brother Lu and his bar colleagues. A group of people were smoking. "Young man, take care of yourself. If your business is good, hire more people. Don't overwork yourself. Your body is your own responsibility. Making money is one thing, but don't ruin it. Making noodles and rolling out the dough looks like hard physical labor, most people couldn't do it. Brother Lu sighed, today is my last night at the nightclub, and I'm resigning. Young man, you must take care of your health. When you're done working, take a break and have a nap. Chen Menjian's distressed gaze and the guest's caring words moved Su Feng deeply. Perhaps. He was indeed tired. Thank you for your concern. Men should be working, and the kids are still waiting for their milk powder. Haha, let's go. After Brother Lu and his group of guests left, Chen Menjian and Guo Yu cleaned up the dining table, put the chairs back in their places, mopped the floor, and cleaned the kitchen. Then, Chen Menjian took Guo Yu out for a late-night snack. Brother, Tong Tong wants to go home and sleep. The chubby girl rubbed her eyes sleepily. I'm sleepy. Su Feng pinched her cheek, let's go home right away. Watch your favorite JoJo for a few minutes first. Put your phone down. It was handed to Tong Tong. Lu Fangfang glared at Su Feng but didn't say anything more. Normally, she absolutely forbids Tong Tong from playing on her phone. Sitting on the bed, clutching Patrick's star in her hand, Xiao Yuiyu saw Su Feng appear, threw the toy away, and excitedly crawled from the head of the bed to the foot of the bed. E-I-A-Ah. N-A-Ah-ya-yi-ya. The little girl's mouth agape with a smile, her speech unclear, babbling in baby talk, and she cried out happily. So cute, come here, let daddy give you a kiss first, and then I'll hug you after your bath. The cloying reduplicated words just slip out of my mouth. Su Feng's fatigue instantly dropped by 100. To reward Guo Yu for working overtime and being so diligent, Chen Menjian treated Guo Yu to snail rice noodles, chicken rolls, and milk tea, all of which are popular among girls. Mom's going home now. Lu Fangfang stood up and stretched. Taking care of a child is really tiring. I've been looking after my granddaughter all day, and I don't want to take care of her anymore. During the holiday, let Tong Tong take good care of Xiao Yuiyu. Tong Tong? Without her, this family would be. Su Feng smiled and said, Mom, if the restaurant is too busy, I'll hire another kitchen helper so that Yan Yan can keep Xiao Yuiyu company. Mom's leaving now, she'll come over to help tomorrow afternoon. Lu Fangfang bent down and kissed Xiao Yuiyu, glared at Tong Tong who was watching JoJo with a grin, and then hurriedly slung her bag over her shoulder and walked out of the restaurant. As soon as her elderly mother stepped out of the restaurant, Tong Tong lowered her head and said happily, Brother, don't let Mom come over. She won't let Tong Tong play on her phone. Su Feng patted his younger sister's head, how can this be? Mommy wants to play with Yuiyu. Tong Tong should keep Xiao Yu company. Give her a new and interesting toy, and she can play with it for a long time by herself, Tong Tong said earnestly, looking up, thinking that her little niece was easy to take care of and easy to coax. Mom won't be coming for a while. Su Feng said. Mom, even Tong Tong's own daughter doesn't want to be taken care of, not to mention her own granddaughter. Little did he know that his elderly mother had already submitted her retirement application to the school and the education bureau. Even the classroom I rented from Kaiming Education has been cancelled. The idea of hiring students and distributing flyers for tutoring classes has long since vanished. I've decided to retire and take good care of my daughter and granddaughter. I'll take a shower back at my rented room. He opened the spice cabinet and carefully examined the packet of world's #1 braised beef. In the eyes, a flash of inspiration. Hoo-ha! The spice packet contains star anise, white cardamom, black cardamom, angelica root, and cloves. It also contains lemongrass, fennel, dried tangerine peel, and licorice. The variety of spices is complete. Su Feng carefully separated each seasoning, arranged them, and placed them on a scale to weigh each ingredient. Larger seasonings, such as star anise, were weighed individually. 8 octagons, 3 grams of angelica de Hurica, 7 grams of fennel. He recorded the exact amount of seasoning in his phone's notes app, successfully locked the secret formula. The recipe for the world's best braised beef, which he obtained through a system lottery, didn't include details about the amount of seasoning packets. He could only learn it by stealing the recipe in this manner. Guo Yu went back? Chen Menjian nodded slightly. This girl is really good at enduring hardship. Sigh, we pay high wages, don't overthink it. In some hotels in Longcheng, 3,000 yuan is considered a high salary for a waiter. Su Feng pinched the woman's cheek. Actions, subconscious. He likes to pinch other people's faces. He pinches Tong Tong's and Xiao Yuiyu's little faces every day. You need to hire another ramen noodle maker quickly. Watching you makes me feel so tired, she said, frowning. Su Feng grinned. What's tiring? It's tiring, but it makes money. We'll talk about it after Xiao Yuiyu's first birthday. Back to the rented room. After taking a shower, Tong Tong played with Xiao Yuiyu on the bed. The couple calculated their income for the day. 12,860 yuan. Yan Yan, we made so much money. My God, over 10,000. Su Feng exclaimed excitedly. Chen Menjian's heart was also pounding, and her delicate body trembled. Wow, that's amazing. Aren't you going to reward me with a hug? Su Feng said, grinning. She rolled her eyes at the childlike Su Feng, pursed her lips, and said, "You think so?" Before she could even utter the word beautiful, Su Feng grabbed her fair arm and pulled her forcefully, causing her to sit directly in his lap. At Su Feng's age. But, even against the wind, you can pee 3 feet deep. Even if you've been carrying bricks all day, a rest, a meal, and a hot shower will help you recover quickly. The sudden attack made her pretty face tighten. Idiot, let me go. A burst of heat shot out from her forehead. She was so embarrassed that even her CPU seemed to overheat. She felt her body suddenly become very hot, and her face involuntarily burned. The shyness in her eyes made Su Feng's heart flutter. Thump! Chen Menjian's heart raced. She gently bit her lip, blushing with embarrassment. Men are too domineering. A pair of small hands, looking somewhat helpless and at a loss, clutched at Su Feng's clothes. Feeling the woman's body tremble slightly, Su Feng chuckled. "Teacher Chen? What are you thinking about?" "Huh? What are you thinking?" Su Feng raised an eyebrow. "Believe it or not, I just want a hug, a pure hug." "You're lying. You're just trying to take advantage of me." Realizing she was being teased, Chen Menjian pushed Su Feng away forcefully. Her face wasn't flushed with embarrassment, but rather flushed with anger and shame. "Go sleep in the second bedroom. No sleeping in the bed." Just before sitting up on the sofa, she gently pinched Su Feng's cheek. They pinched it back. "Xiao Feng, more than 10,000 yuan, how much profit can it make?" She blinked and asked curiously. Su Feng shook his head. "I'm not sure about the exact profit margin, but the profit margin for a bowl of noodles is at least 70%. Even more. 1 pound of pork belly costs 16 yuan. A pound of chicken drumsticks costs 7 yuan. A bowl of noodles costs 20 plus. Aside from the cost of ingredients, the additional costs include water, electricity, and gas. He used up 4 gas canisters in just 1 day yesterday. There's also the cost of seasonings. It tastes like chili oil. 1 bowl of chili oil was finished by the customers in a single day. In short, the profit for a bowl of noodles priced at 20 plus yuan is around 7 or 8 yuan, and will not exceed 10 yuan. But, if he makes braised beef, this profit. Things are different now. Can you not get up early? Getting up early is so tiring. You can just buy it in advance tonight. Chen Menjian asked softly. She was too busy at noon, so she told the man to take a nap, but he didn't rest and worked in the kitchen like a donkey. Su Feng shook his head. "I'm used to waking up early. I need to go out early to buy fresh ingredients. I'll just hire people in a while." "Oh, honey, you pooped." The chubby girl walked barefoot to the door and called out. "Go change the diaper," she said to Su Feng. "Yes, sir." Su Feng quickly ran back to his bedroom. "Little you've pooped again. It's all Daddy's fault. Daddy should have come home and helped you poop right away." Actually, Chen Menjian wasn't refusing to let Su Feng go to the master bedroom to rest. Worried about taking advantage of her, she stayed in the back room of the restaurant for a long time, and dared not wear a nightgown every night, as it was easy to expose herself. I've seen what she looks like in her pajamas, and I've seen it all before. The two of them took care of Xiao Yuiyu together. "Let's make steamed buns together and run a restaurant together." We ate together and comforted Xiao Yuiyu together. Together, we share the daily necessities of life: firewood, rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea. They do almost everything together, having long since let down their guard when they first arrived. The reason they don't let Su Feng sleep in the master bedroom is because they're worried that Xiao Yuiyu will disturb Su Feng in the middle of the night. After all, the child's father is so tired during the day, and they want Su Feng to have a quiet night's sleep in the guest bedroom. Su Feng slept soundly that night. I woke up at around 5 a.m. When we arrived at the wholesale vegetable market, it was already close to 6 o'clock. "Boss Su, you're 2 hours late today." The pork vendor's owner, surnamed Lu, was over 50 years old and so fat that he was called Old Man Lu by some of his fellow vendors. Su Feng addressed him as Uncle Lu. "Uncle Lu, I slept well last night, give me 10 pounds of pork belly." Uncle Lu wielded a sharp meat cleaver, skillfully slicing pork belly for Su Feng. "Xiao Su, your restaurant looks like it's doing really well. Where is it? I'd love to come and try it sometime." He bought his pork, the ingredient for Xiaolan Bao, from Uncle Lu the first time he bought it. The two were already quite familiar with each other. "Welcome, Uncle Lu, to come and try our food. Scan the QR code to add us on WeChat." "Okay, do you still want the pigskin?" Uncle Lu asked. He pondered for 3 seconds. "No, shave off all the pigskin." He shook his head. "I secretly wanted to make some pork skin jelly, but considering that he also had to make Sichuan and Chunqing pickled vegetables, he was too busy to handle it all, so he gave up the idea." Total 166, give me 160. Become. Su Feng didn't stand on ceremony with the pork vendor. He paid, scanned the QR code to add Uncle Lou on WeChat, and asked him to reserve some good stuff for him next time. His divine eye for quality allowed him to see that the quality of today's pork belly was not as good as yesterday's. Of course, it's also possible that Uncle Lou himself couldn't tell the difference between good and bad, since he doesn't run a restaurant. Two pigs that grew up together, went to the slaughterhouse together, and were placed on the pork vendor's cutting board together, may still have different meat quality. Different meats have different textures, so they will naturally taste different when you eat them. Uncle Lou, where can I buy beef? Can you recommend someone you know? Old Lou opened his mouth. Go buy it from that beef beauty. Boss Sue, you have a good-looking face, maybe she can give you a discount. Which one? Number 8, when you go there, call her slutty, no, sisterly. Okay. Su Feng nodded slightly. Old Lou chuckled, tell me I introduced you, and I can give you a discount. You can negotiate the price yourself. Number 8. This is it. He looked up. A woman wearing a low-cut top, with fair skin and an apron tied around her neck, was skillfully cutting beef for a customer. Handsome young man, would you like some beef? The woman smiled at Su Feng, her smile carrying a hint of allure. Su Feng was stunned by the woman's attire and smile, and quickly said, do you have beef shank? The main ingredient for braised beef is beef shank with tendons. Yes, how much do you want, handsome young man? Su Feng said with a smile, about 30 jin. 30 pounds? Are you sure, handsome? Zhu Lily blinked, looking at Su Feng with slight doubt. Yes, I'm sure. I own a restaurant, and I'll use it to make braised beef. Upon hearing that it was to be used to make braised beef, Zhu Lily immediately understood. She helped Su Feng weigh some beef shank and asked, this totals 33 jin, 16.5 catties. Do you want it all? I'll take them all. Zhu Lily helped pack the food. How much is it per pound? 50 yuan per jin, handsome young man, you want this much, and you're good looking too. I'll give you a discount to 48 yuan. After saying that, she raised her sexy little eyebrows at Su Feng. Su Feng curled his lip, so expensive. This isn't expensive at all. You run a restaurant, how about I get you some frozen meat? Fresh beef shank is definitely more expensive, but frozen meat is 34 yuan per jin. Su Feng shook his head and smiled. I want fresh meat. The price difference between frozen meat and fresh meat is significant. The taste is naturally worlds apart. Even with the same braising liquid, the beef cooked in it can still vary in quality. In the residential areas surrounding him, the housing prices in Longcheng, a third-tier city, have reached nearly 20,000 yuan per square meter. As long as it tastes good, I'm not worried about it not selling. Students will be on holiday soon. After the university and agricultural university reopen in the fall, we'll get some cheap braised chicken feet, chicken gizzards, and other meats. It's for the students to enjoy. Besides, today's students born in the 2000s. Many parents are not short of money, but some are worried that their children will not eat well or suffer at school. How could I not afford a serving of braised beef? Sisterly, I was introduced by old man Lou. Could you give me a discount? Oh, it's Lou the softy. Su Feng, ignoring his feelings, since you're the most handsome customer I've ever had at my stall, I'll give you an extra $1 off per pound. She gave Su Feng a seductive smile, and deliberately bent over to reveal her cleavage. Su Feng looked sincere. Sister, I own a restaurant. We're looking for long-term cooperation. Who knows, I might come back to buy from you again tomorrow. How about 40 yuan per jin? 40 yuan a pound is really not going to work. How can you bargain like that? You handsome guy, I've already made an exception and given you a discount. The lowest price is 46 yuan. Do you want it? Zhu Lily smiled. Even though they were acquaintances, she only gave them a discount of 1 yuan. Okay, take it. Su Feng nodded. These tendons weigh 33 jin, totaling 1,518. Zhu Lily said, pressing the computer. Okay, the payment has been made. Zhu Lily rolled her eyes charmingly. Oh, handsome, you should come often. With this price, you'll be the only one of its kind in the entire market. Okay. Su Feng turned his head. Add me on WeChat. If I order more, will it be cheaper? Of course, the more often you buy, the cheaper it will be. Zhu Lily glanced at Su Feng's WeChat. The profile picture was a photo of Su Feng and Xiao Yuiyu. This handsome young man is married? Next, Su Feng went to Aunt Lu's vegetable stall, which he frequented, and selected some ingredients for Sichuan and Chunqing pickled vegetables. Vegetable stems, cucumbers, small red chilies, green beans, and garlic. There are also celery, red, white, and green radishes, and purple cabbage. In short, there aren't many requirements for the ingredients used in kimchi. Anything can be made into kimchi. This stuff may not go well with alcohol, but it's definitely good with rice, especially noodles. Around 7 a.m., Su Feng was making kimchi when Brother Lu and Grandpa Yu strolled past the restaurant and greeted each other. Good morning, sir, Brother Lu called out. Oh my, young man, something's wrong with your eyes. Grandpa Yu exclaimed in surprise. Brother Liu's dark circles under his eyes had become even more pronounced, even more panda eyes than yesterday. This is absolutely terrifying. Brother Liu smiled helplessly. Your dark circles are even worse now. Oh well, I have to work the night shift. He was supposed to leave work early, but today is the day he resigned. He's been drinking with his colleagues at a 24-hour restaurant until now. Celebrating resignation. Drink heavily and heartily. Young man, you need to take care of your health. This won't do. Thank you for your concern, sir. Brother Liu grinned and handed the old man a cigarette. Dark circles under the eyes are normal, especially with continuous late nights and drinking, plus the weight gain day by day. As long as you quit drinking and stop staying up late, you can definitely recover. Boss Su, are we launching new products today? Brother Liu asked. Su Feng was slightly taken aback when he saw Brother Liu's panda eyes. Not knowing what had happened, he thought that Brother Liu's eyes had been punched twice. Let's get started. Everyone's been asking for some snacks to go with the drinks, so let's try some braised beef tonight. Brother Liu's mouth twitched violently. Hiss. Appetizers, braised beef, braised meats, a real hearty dish. He sued. The moment I stood up from the table, I made a strong decision to quit drinking. His panda eyes. The body is empty, harmed by wine and women. Xiao Su's gourmet restaurant is launching new dishes, perfect for pairing with drinks. How can we resist ordering a couple of pounds? Let's enjoy this moment. Grandpa Yu chuckled and said, braised beef? When can we eat it? This old man also wants to have a couple of drinks. 2 ounces of liquor? That's too little. It's just for rinsing your mouth, isn't it? We have to have 2 gin. Brother Liu chuckled. As long as the snacks to go with the drinks are substantial enough. Let alone 2 ounces. 2 gin of liquor is no problem for me. Su Feng said with a smile. The beef shank needs to be soaked and marinated first, and it should be ready by evening. Okay, haha, I'll smoke a couple more cigarettes and go home to sleep. I'll come back this afternoon for some delicious braised beef. Brother Liu chuckled. Young man, so now, can I cook some noodles? Su Feng shrugged and smiled helplessly. I don't have time, so I can't cook new dishes. Alright, then come this afternoon. Where's the chicken soup? Do you have any chicken soup? Grandpa Yu asked. Su Feng shook his head. It's too early, the chicken soup will be ready around 10 o'clock. The 2 men smoked and chatted. After finishing his cigarette, Brother Liu played on his phone by himself. Grandpa Yu went out and left the restaurant. Su Feng first made kimchi, and then planned to braise beef. Sichuan and Chunqing pickled vegetables. It's appetizing and refreshing. He first rinsed the 72-year-old kimchi jar with clean water. All the chopped kimchi ingredients were poured into a large bowl. He almost couldn't resist using his feet to stir the vegetables. Sprinkle in salt. Stir vigorously with both hands. First, salt is used to remove some of the moisture from the kimchi, which is then placed into a 72-year-old kimchi jar. Add plenty of garlic, young ginger, and fresh ginger to enhance the overall flavor of the kimchi and improve its freshness. Sprinkle in some Sichuan peppercorns, dried ginger, small red chilies, a bucket of pickled pepper water, and a large piece of rock sugar. Finally, pour in a large 15-liter bucket of mineral water to fill it up. Holy crap, young man, this is too extravagant. Just as Brother Liu was about to leave the restaurant, he looked up at Su Feng and saw him directly invert a large bucket of drinking water into the kimchi jar, letting the water flow into the jar. This action made him widen his eyes in disbelief. Do you need mineral water to make kimchi? A 72-year-old kimchi jar naturally needs some 72-year-old spring water. Haha, Su Feng responded with a hearty laugh. Upon hearing this, Brother Liu gave a thumbs up. They are particular about their food and are truly generous when it comes to cooking. To be honest, Brother Liu, the first batch of water for this kimchi is extremely important. In the industry, it's called mother water. You can use regular water, but since we happen to have mineral water, we just use that. Hopefully, it will make the kimchi taste even better. Haha, young man, your culinary skills have already reached the pinnacle at such a young age. These words made Su Feng blush slightly, but he smiled calmly and said, the theory is okay, I'll gradually master the practical skills. Don't be modest, come over for braised beef tonight. Brother Liu smiled and turned to walk out of the restaurant. At last, add a handful of salt. Pour in some high-proof liquor. The purpose of the white wine is to prevent the mother brine from forming a white foam. Even if a white foam does form, just add a little more white wine to remove it. Seal the jar, put the lid on, and you're done. Any new products today? Chen Menjian pulled out the small blackboard from the counter. Su Feng shook his head. I need braised beef, but that won't be ready until tonight. Okay, Xiaofeng, shall we hire another kitchen helper? You're working too hard by yourself, Chen Menjian asked softly. She felt. The man is in the kitchen. It was really too hard. She doesn't resemble a boss at all. She can cook, but she doesn't know much about professional culinary skills. I'm thinking, let's forget about the ramen chef. Let's hire a dishwasher, who will only be responsible for washing dishes, and a kitchen helper who can do simple vegetable chopping. Of course, those with work experience will be given priority. Salary can be discussed in the interview, Su Feng said to his wife with a smile. Also, the tomato and egg noodles are off the menu, we're not selling them anymore. She saw the pain in her child's mother's eyes. Su Feng felt a surge of joy in his heart. Pooh, this idea. That's a simp mentality. Okay, recruit 2 more. Chen Menjian nodded gently. A job posting was written on the blackboard. We are hiring 1 dishwasher. Salary negotiable. Our store is hiring 1 kitchen helper. Salary negotiable. Kitchen experience preferred. After finishing the kimchi, Su Feng began preparing the braised beef. You must soak this beef in cold water after buying it to remove the blood and reduce its gamey smell. The beef shank was soaked in water for more than 2 hours before Su Feng lit a fire to boil water and poured the beef shank into the bucket. Add scallions and ginger, then pour in cooking wine. First, give the beef a bath to remove the fishy smell. This is known in the industry as blanching. After the water boils, skim off the foam and let it simmer over low heat. Some braised meat broths require stock, and the ingredients for making stock are nothing more than pork bones, chicken carcasses, and beef bones. Meat broth is not called stock, only bone broth can be called stock. The broth for Su Feng's braised beef is made from beef and chicken bones. This thing, the first batch. It is also known as old broth. Su Feng did not skip any steps, but cooked the dish step by step according to the secret recipe for the world's #1 braised beef that the system had rewarded him with. After blanching the beef shank, take it out and prick it with a knife and fork to make lots of holes. This will allow the braised beef to absorb the flavors better after it's cooked. After piercing the meat, pour it into the flavorful and rich broth. Boss, what do you need me to do? Guo Yu, who came to start her work, asked. Su Feng smiled and said, you can just sit here. You'll only get busy when guests arrive. It's not like you have to work all the time during working hours. Oh, she nodded. The boss is busy in the kitchen. She sat there in the dining chair, feeling uncomfortable all over. Slightly, a little bit embarrassed. Chen Menjian laughed, take a good rest now, you won't have time to rest when things get busy later. Okay, Guo Yu chuckled and gulped down her water. When I get busy. She felt like her soul was about to fly away. My head is a mess, and my thoughts are all jumbled up. Boss Su, the eggs are here. At this moment, the egg vendor carried stacks of eggs and enthusiastically placed them in the corner of the kitchen. Take the empty egg carton out of the kitchen. He made 3 trips in a row. Boss Su, business is booming. Some hotels and big restaurants don't even use 50 trays of eggs a week. Your business is really good. Egg boss praised with a smile. Su Feng said modestly. It's alright, my restaurant mainly relies on egg noodles. Egg grinned, sure, boss, your business is booming. I'm rushing you over here. I came yesterday at noon, but there was a huge crowd at the door, so I couldn't deliver it. Hey Mr. Egg, how much is it in total? 1,000. A tray of 30 eggs costs 20 yuan, which works out to a purchase price of a little over 60 cents. Mr. Dan handed the delivery note and invoice to Chen Menjian, who then paid 1,000 yuan. Boss Su is now my #1 customer, and I'll deliver to you first from now on. Boss Dan shouted after receiving the money. No rush, as long as it doesn't interfere with business. It is not that Su Feng took it upon himself to give someone a nickname, calling him Egg Boss. His head is bald and shiny, he looks like a hard-boiled egg, and his WeChat nickname is Egg Bossly. Xiao Feng, how much is the braised beef? Chen Menjian asked softly. She was holding little Yu. Yu Zong was extremely naughty. While watching Su Feng busy in the kitchen, she sat in her high chair and kept yelling, I'm a little foodie. I can smell the aroma of chicken soup. The boss was so excited he screamed. Don't yell, your dad's cooking for you, Tong Tong said fiercely, hands on her hips. Little Yu, however, kept her eyes fixed on her father, who was busy in the kitchen. Su Feng said, bye weight, 12 yuan per tael, 120 yuan per jin. Okay, after Brother Lu in the group said that our new product is braised beef, a lot of people are discussing it. A bunch of people in the group have really gone crazy. Braised grasshoppers and braised beef, I can't wait. The most heartfelt comment from the Agricultural University, braised beef must be very expensive, right? I can't afford it, I really can't afford it. This stuff is such a luxury for a student like me, crying. Stewed shoe bugs, hee. Rolls eyes, you idiot upstairs, you can afford braised beef once you break up with your girlfriend. A girl who loves garlic, +1, the person upstairs is right, good idea, winking emoji. The most heartfelt comment from an Agricultural University student, the girl who eats garlic is so disgusting. I need to take out a loan to buy my girlfriend braised beef. A girl. Why does everyone keep sending the smirking emoji? It's really sleazy, isn't it? Lamb stew with flatbread at Xiao Su's gourmet restaurant. How much is the braised beef? 12 yuan per tael. Wow, so expensive. We really can't afford it anymore. Brother Lu, who loves food, let me give you some information. A pound of braised beef may shrink after braising, weighing less than 7 or 8 ounces. Our Weitong Street night market is a popular night market, so it's normal for it to be a bit more expensive. A girl who loves garlic. Anyone want to treat me to braised beef? All 5 of my best friends and roommates are single winking emoji. I'll trade a few ounces of braised beef for one WeChat contact. Like what Brother Lu explained. To braise 7 or 8 ounces of beef shank without adding any additives, one would probably need 50 years of chef experience. Under normal circumstances, 1 pound of raw meat yields 7 ounces of braised beef. If your cooking skills aren't good enough, you'll probably only get 6 ounces. Su Feng uses fresh meat, not frozen meat from a cold storage facility, so the cost is naturally higher. Moreover, he doesn't use a pressure cooker, he uses a pure gas stove to make the braising liquid. Costs increase by 1 again. At 12 yuan per 50 grams, what a truly honest and conscientious merchant. After inheriting the system's rewards yesterday, the secret recipe memories told him that most of the cooked food in some braised meat shops, such as braised beef, is made with technology and ruthless skills. Take a pound of beef shank, add some thickener, growth enhancer, carrageenan, soy protein, and sodium triple-phosphate. After a pot of braised beef is cooked, it's not impossible for 1 pound to turn into 2 pounds. Enlargement and thickening, would you dare to eat it? Su Feng has no intention of adding any additives. He braised beef. It's absolutely clean and hygienic. After preparing some ingredients, Su Feng began braising the beef. Heat oil in a wok. Splash. Throw the rock sugar into the pot. The braising liquid naturally requires sugar water. The first step is to caramelize the sugar. Splash, splash. Su Feng's strong arms stirred the pot with the spoon, melting the rock sugar as he continuously turned it clockwise. Glug glug. Caramelize sugar in a pan, and the big bubbles will turn into small bubbles. The color turned yellow, then reddish brown. If he keeps frying it, it'll become sticky and stringy. Seeing that it was all done, I immediately added a large spoonful of boiling water, and with a whoosh, the sugar water bubbled and boiled. After making the sugar syrup, I poured it into a bowl and set it aside. The purpose of caramelizing sugar is not to make it sweet, but to give it color. It enhances the flavor and aroma, and also makes the sauce for braised meat turn a deep reddish brown. Wash the pot clean and pour all the ingredients from the system reward package into it. Dry fry. The reason for dry frying is to allow the flavors of the seasonings to be more fully stimulated by the high temperature. When the spices are fragrant and aromatic, add 2 large spoonfuls of soybean oil. Add more ingredients to the pot, such as cilantro, scallions, and ginger slices, and stir-fry slowly. Continue by adding a tiny bit of black tea to the pot. Black tea can effectively reduce the gamey smell of beef shank, and the last ingredient is a secret recipe soybean paste and a small spoonful of dry soybean paste. Put the soybean paste in. Sizzle. Glug glug. This irresistible fresh flavor is so intoxicating, it goes straight to your head. The various fragrances blended together, creating an irresistible aroma that was simply irresistible. Finally, add boiling water. Use boiling water to simmer the spices. The aroma of spices wafted out once again. The final step is to remove the spices, place them in a spice bag, and then throw them into the stock pot. This seasoning packet is the soul of the entire braised beef. After finishing the hardware, we started working on the software, which included salt, light soy sauce, and dark soy sauce. Do not add too much salt or adjust the salt level too high, otherwise it will make the beef fibrous. Once it becomes fibrous, it can no longer retain moisture, and the beef will become tough and dry, and it will also shrink. It's not impossible to get half a pound of meat from a pound of raw meat after braising. There's no need to add chicken bouillon to the broth, as the broth itself is already very flavorful. Even if you add chicken bouillon, it won't enhance the flavor. Cover the pot and wait for the prepared sauce to boil. Then turn the heat to low and let it simmer. The principle of braised beef is simple. The sauce must be fragrant and the meat thoroughly cooked. As noon approached, the restaurant began to fill up. Boss, is the braised beef ready yet? Wasn't there a discussion in the group about braised beef? This meat smells so good. Medical school is about to have its summer break, and I won't be able to eat the food my boss serves anymore. Boo-hoo. The male and female students from the medical school alone occupied half of the restaurant. Su Feng looked at everyone and replied, "Sorry, the braised beef won't be available until tonight. Tonight, it's so hard to wait. I'll start with a bowl of shredded chicken noodles. I want some zhejiangmian noodles with soybean paste and a Coke." Someone shouted, "Boss, are you making beef noodles because you're cooking braised beef? I'm from Liuvai, Lanzhou, and I've been craving a real bowl of beef noodles for ages." Hee hee, there are Lanzhou restaurants everywhere. If you want to eat Lanzhou noodles, it's easy. My roommate said to him. The Lanzhou cuisine restaurants on the street are just ramen shops with halal signs, not beef noodles. Most of them are run by people from Qinghai. Our Lanzhou is authentic Lanzhou beef noodles, not ramen, the boy said firmly. When talking about the beef noodles from his hometown, his tone was filled with a strong sense of pride. Roommate number 2 raised an eyebrow and said, "Really? Lanzhou noodle shops are so stingy. One cow could probably last a Lanzhou noodle shop 3 years. Hee hee, 10 yuan for a bowl of noodles, how much beef do you want? You can add beef separately if you want." The young man from Lanzhou retorted with a laugh. Su Feng smiled and said, "Don't get excited, handsome. We don't have beef noodle soup right now, but maybe it will be available when you start school in the fall." The young man from Lanzhou patted his chest and grinned broadly. "Okay, boss, I trust your cooking skills." After the beef had been simmering in the sauce pot for 3 hours, Su Feng turned off the stove and left it to soak in the pot. Around 3 p.m., the beef had been soaking in the broth for more than 3 hours. This step is to allow the beef to fully absorb the savory flavor of the braising liquid. Finally, the beef pieces were scooped out one by one and placed on the cutting board. "Ah, yeah, mommy, eat, eat." Little Yuiyu, wearing her little shoes, ran from the inner room to the outer room, stumbling and staggering all the way into the kitchen. "Little Yuiyu, do you miss your dad?" Su Feng was startled. This girl runs so fast. He quickly picked up little Yuiyu and held her in his arms. "Eat, eat, eat." She grabbed Su Feng's collar with her small hands, but her big, grape-like eyes were fixed on the fragrant braised beef on the counter. "You can't eat it, you're still young, your teeth haven't all come in yet," Su Feng said softly. "Let's eat." She turned her head and glanced at Su Feng. "You can't eat it." Su Feng shook his head. Upon hearing this, her expression immediately fell, she pouted pitifully, and burst into tears. "I was so tempted I cried. Even as I cried, I stretched out my chubby little hands, trying to grab the braised beef. Yan Yan, why don't you feed her some milk?" Chen Menjian bit her lip. "Didn't you see she wanted to eat meat? She's such a little foodie." Tong Tong raised her head, gently poked Su Feng's sleeve, and stood on tiptoe, looking at Su Feng pitifully. "Brother, I want to eat meat. The meat smells so good. Shall we eat later? I want to eat," she said, pouting. Su Feng affectionately patted his younger sister's head. "You can't eat it now, it's not cooked yet. If the beef isn't cooked through, there might be parasites, and it's really scary to eat that. Be good, wait until tonight when it's cooked, and I'll make you braised beef." Listening to her brother's nagging, she rolled her eyes, pouted, and ran back to the inner room. Her brother was definitely trying to comfort her. The beef was clearly cooked. After coaxing Xiao Yuiyu, who was crying because she was craving braised beef, Chen Menjian simply closed the door to the inner room and let Tong Tong play with Xiao Yuiyu. Otherwise, with her very sensitive nose, she might have smelled the aroma and run into the kitchen. The key point is that although she walks unsteadily, but it has a good sense of direction and can accurately run to the kitchen. The braised beef was laid out on the counter. Su Feng brushed each piece of meat with a layer of refreshing oil to help it shrink further, then put all the braised beef into the freezer to cool it down quickly. This allows the surface adhesive to solidify quickly, slowing down the evaporation of moisture. Don't underestimate this moisture content. Just like when you go to a restaurant to eat malatang, a spicy hot pot dish, and you scoop up a handful of lettuce and bean curd sheets, you'll definitely habitually shake off the water. After all, we need to weigh the items and calculate the price. Moisture is important. In this way, he braised beef. 1 pound of raw beef, without any additives, was braised to produce nearly 8 ounces of cooked beef using only technical skill. At that moment, a Land Cruiser Prado drove towards Wutong Street. There were 2 men and 2 women sitting in the car. After getting off the bus, Fat Tiger chuckled. "No way? George, Xiao Feng really opened a restaurant and became a chef." A slightly chubby girl with small eyes, who was 178 centimeters tall and weighed nearly 200 pounds, widened her eyes when she heard that Su Feng had become a chef. Another petite, short-haired girl chuckled. "Really? I'm a little skeptical. Auntie teaches the best high school's elite class in the city. Is Su Feng really going to become a chef? Look at your tone. What's wrong with being a chef?" Bao Feiyo shrugged and said, "There are 360 professions, and every profession can produce an expert. Xiao Feng is making a lot of money now, and he also has a wife and children." George nodded. "Yes, being a chef is great too. Everyone has different pursuits in life. For example, my mom even tried to find me a job as a traffic cop, but I refused. I prefer photography." "What wife and children?" the slightly chubby girl asked in astonishment. Her focus is different. Seemingly. "Did you hear that Su Feng has a wife and child? What the heck?" The slightly chubby girl and the short-haired girl looked completely bewildered. So, Bao Feiyo recounted the major events that had recently occurred. Impressive, impressive. You either remain silent until you make a stunning debut, or you stay single to the death and don't even date in college, or you go straight to the top and find a wife and have kids. The slightly chubby girl said casually. Her name is Zhang Meng. Strong and healthy. Height 178 centimeters, weight 200 jin, 100 catties. This contrasts sharply with her adorable name, Zhang Meng. The short-haired girl is named Guan Huiwei, and she has a rather introverted personality. Both of them were Su Feng's childhood friends. They had all attended the same elementary school and lived in the same neighborhood. We kept in touch frequently during junior high school, but we had less time to play together after starting high school. After all, boys and girls are different. Zhang Meng still lives in the same neighborhood as Su Feng, and they only greet each other occasionally when they meet in the neighborhood. Hello, welcome. Upon seeing George, Guo Yu couldn't help but choke on the word Lin. Hello Guo Yu, Xiao Feng, come and see who Beizai and I met on the road. George called out. He sat down in the dining chair as if he knew the place well. Ha! Su Feng clapped his hands. She took off her apron and walked out of the kitchen. Oh, it's Meng Meng and Huiwei. Meng Meng, you've lost weight. Puff. George, who had just taken a sip of tea, couldn't help but spit it out. You son of a bitch, I just bought a new short-sleeved shirt. Bao Feiyo cursed angrily. I just bought a short-sleeved shirt, and less than half an hour later, my best friend spat a mouthful of tea at me. Unlucky. Zhang Meng immediately glared at George. Fat tiger, what do you mean? No, it doesn't mean anything. Although she had gained weight, hearing Su Feng say that she had lost weight made her feel very happy. You haven't lost weight, you've actually gained weight. Su Feng, you're amazing. You opened a big restaurant, and I heard you have a wife and kids. Why don't you introduce me to your wife? Zhang Meng asked, rolling her eyes. I must explain, she is taking care of the child and should change the baby's diaper again. Guan Huiwei. She didn't speak. His eyes, however, were wide open. My childhood friend suddenly has a child. That was really terrifying. Beizai, where's your girlfriend? George asked. Bao Feiyu laughed. Lu Qian went to work, she's too busy as a salesperson. I'm still waiting for you to introduce me to a girlfriend. Meng Meng Huiwei, do you two have any best friends or sisters you could introduce to me? George asked with a smile. At this moment, Chen Menjian carried the mischievous little Yuiyu out of the house. The little cutie insisted on going out of the inner room to find her dad. Oh, she glanced at Su Feng with her large eyes. Short legs taking steps. Tap tap tap. Wow, what an adorable baby. What a beautiful baby. Zhang Meng exclaimed. She dashed to Su Feng's side, and Su Feng caught Xiao Yuiyu, pulled her into his arms, and spun her around, whispering, kiss me. Sister, you're so fat. You're even fatter than Tong Tong. Tong Tong's words immediately darkened Zhang Meng's face. You little brat Tong Tong, you've gained weight too. Meng Meng, Tong Tong likes chubby people. When she says you're chubby, she's complimenting you. Don't misunderstand, Su Feng explained. Zhang Meng pinched Tong Tong's cheek. It's okay. I ran into Tong Tong and her aunt a while ago. Tong Tong is really chubby. Hee, my older sister is fat too. Guan Huiwei's attention wasn't on Xiao Yuiyu, but rather she squinted at Chen Menjian. So beautiful, so elegant. The woman's appearance completely overshadowed both her and Zhang Meng. She's such a good match for Su Feng. A perfect match. They're a perfect match. Don't say it. Among their childhood friends, all three girls had secretly harbored feelings for Su Feng. In the end, Guan Huiwei felt that they were too familiar with each other to make a move. However, she was still kidnapped by someone else, but Su Feng introduced. Yan Yan, these two are my childhood friends, Zhang Meng and Guan Huiwei, and this is the baby's mother, Chen Menjian. Zhang Meng's face was beaming with a smile. Hello, sister-in-law. Everyone says Su Feng stays home playing video games, but I never expected he'd be secretly up to something big. Chen Menjian chuckled and said, hello, I'm so happy that Xiao Feng has so many friends. Sigh, it's been so long since we childhood friends have all gotten together. We're just missing Shen Qin. Once everyone's here, we'll be all together. George sighed softly. Shen Qin. When George uttered a name, everyone's expression stiffened slightly, and they all turned to look at Su Feng. Su Feng coughed. Ahem, why are you looking at me? George gave an awkward smile. Hey, Meng Meng Huiwei, try Su Feng's cooking. His jjajangmian, noodles with minced meat sauce, tastes so authentic. Zhang Meng nodded. It's not lunchtime yet, but we ate breakfast at 10 a.m., so it's time for lunch and dinner. Su Feng smiled and said, everyone, order whatever you want. We'll be busy soon, but we have some newly made braised beef. Is the braised beef ready? Hurry up and cut up a plate of it, what are you waiting for? Fatty Tiger shouted in a boisterous manner. Su Feng chuckled, if I want to roll out the dough, I'll come into the kitchen and cut it myself. Hee hee, here I am. He was very blunt. Walking into the kitchen, I saw a large piece of braised beef on a wooden stool, so I picked up a knife and quickly started cutting it. Holy crap. Phew. He bent over, lowered his head, and sniffed hard. It smells so good. It smells amazing. That bastard cut 2 pieces and put one in his mouth. In the blink of an eye, a plate of braised beef was sliced. Xiao Feng, brother, your knife skills are really bad, haha. George laughed shamelessly. He sliced a plate of richly flavorful braised beef into thick slices. Each slice could sell for 20 servings of Lanzhou cuisine. Instantly, Su Feng said with heartache, I'm sorry, Fei, you cut too hard. Haha, your knife skills aren't very good. You told me to cut it myself. Su Feng smiled faintly, don't rush, let me add some vinegar. The vinegar isn't ready yet. Result: a plate of braised beef. The vinegar sauce hadn't even been served yet, and it was already gone in a flurry of activity. Not bad, Su Feng, your cooking skills are amazing, just like a master chef. Zhang Mengmeng said with a giggle, and the taste of a slice of braised beef was an explosion of flavor for her taste buds. It has a rich, savory flavor. The meat is firm yet tender, and smooth and delicious. Cool. That was awesome. Bao Feiyu said. Xiao Feng, another plate of braised beef. Don't look at me like that. Damn, don't worry, we'll pay. We'll pay, okay. Soon. What kind of noodles are Hui Wai and Meng Meng eating? Noodles with soybean paste. The two said in unison. We want 4 bowls of Zhejiangmian noodles with soybean paste, Bao Feiyu continued to shout. Chen Menjian cut a huge plate of braised beef, piling the meat into a small mountain that almost overflowed the plate. Sister-in-law, this is too much, Zhang Meng said. Look at the robust physique of Zhang Meng, the father of the child. This plate of braised beef. It's probably not even enough to fill a tooth gap. Chen Menjian laughed, it's not much, I'm just afraid it won't be enough for you. Call again after you finish eating, there's still plenty of meat. Thank you, sister-in-law. Would you like some alcohol? Chen Menjian asked. Fat Tiger and I will do it ourselves. Bao Feiyu got up and ran to the freezer, taking out 4 bottles of Urumqi beer. 2 weeks ago, when the group first met, Bao Feiyu and George went out of their way to buy some diapers and toys for Xiao Yuiyu. When the two were putting away their toys that night, they found 2 red envelopes in the bag. Not much. A red envelope containing 1,000 yuan. Su Feng also mentioned it to Pang Hu and Beizai via WeChat. Both of them said that they should give red envelopes to make up for the red envelopes given when Xiao Yuiyu was born. They said that the amount of money was not much, but it was a token of their goodwill. Meng Meng, don't snatch the food. Mind your manners. Zhang Meng grinned widely and said, when did I ever care about my image? If I don't eat now, you'll all eat it all. While slicing the braised beef, Chen Menjian quickly stuffed a piece of meat into her mouth while Su Feng cooked the noodles. This scene. Su Feng, who was scooping noodles, noticed it. He couldn't help but grin and wink at her. Silly girl? Teacher Chen, you're the boss's wife, do you have to be like this? Mind your own business, I'm happy to. Her pretty face flushed slightly. Although they were already quite familiar with each other, she didn't want to completely let loose in front of Su Feng, and still retained a bit of her foodie reserve. The noodles are ready, Fatty Tiger, come and get them. Su Feng called out. Okay. The group ate their noodles heartily, but Guan Huiwai was the only one who was rather reserved. Being introverted by nature, she ate her noodles in small bites. Braised beef should be eaten with dipping sauce, vinegar, light soy sauce, minced garlic, sesame oil, and a little chili oil. After mixing the sauce, Su Feng scooped out half a bowl of sauce, added a large spoonful of chili oil, and then added some scallions and cilantro. His best friends and childhood buddies all love cilantro. Here, braised beef tastes best when dipped in the sauce. Su Feng personally brought the sauce to the table. Bao Feiyu's face turned red as he ate the noodles, and he chuckled. Wow, this sauce looks delicious. George said, try it quickly. Zhang Meng picked up a slice of braised beef and placed it in the sauce bowl, giving the beef a bath. Chili oil, minced garlic, and cilantro coat the richly flavored slices of beef. Just looking at them makes your mouth water, they're irresistibly tempting. 2. It smells so good. Call. Zhang Meng put a slice of braised beef coated in sauce into her mouth. The aroma of braised beef, mixed with the spiciness of chili oil, and the delicious sauce clinging to the tongue. Take a bite of the chewy beef. That feeling. It was simply a delightful treat for the taste buds. That's wonderful. Wow, it's so delicious, so incredibly delicious. Whether it was from being choked by the spiciness or from being moved by the deliciousness, Zhang Meng actually shed a tear. Turning to Chen Menjian, he said, Menjian, I'm so envious. I envy you for marrying Su Feng and being able to eat such delicious food every day. A bowl of noodles, a clove of garlic, a plate of peanuts, and a plate of braised beef. She felt incredibly happy. It was both exhilarating and satisfying. Su Feng, could you please have another serving of egg noodles? Just a little less noodles, I'll just have a taste. The handmade fried sauce noodles are so delicious, the egg noodles must be just as good. Jiang Meng slurped down a bowl of noodles with soybean paste in no time. She spoke shyly. I want to eat. I felt a little embarrassed. Is it a bit unladylike for a girl to finish 2 bowls of noodles in a row? When did our Meng Meng become so shy? You'd better eat 2 more bowls of noodles. Su Feng teased. Upon hearing this, she glared fiercely at Su Feng. No, 1 bowl at most. It's as if she has such a big appetite, but don't say it out loud even though she feels she could at least eat 2 more bowls. It is at least. Alright, Meng Meng, wait a moment. Come to the kitchen to get the braised beef when you're done. Don't be shy. Su Feng called out. George shouted, I'll have another bowl each with Beizai, just some savory egg sauce on top. The 2 of them carried their bowls to the kitchen. After the noodles are cooked, Bao Feiyu said, no, just put the noodles in the used bowl. Yes, it's too wasteful to use a new bowl. Okay. Su Feng ladled out a large bowl of ramen for the 2 of them. George couldn't wait to pour himself a spoonful of savory egg sauce. Sprinkle with chopped green onions, cilantro and minced garlic. Wow, this smells delicious. Xiao Feng, I saw on the blackboard by your door that you're hiring waiters. How much do you pay them a month? Maybe I should apply, George asked. Su Feng angrily cursed at the fat man. Get lost. Beizai chuckled and said, with your dinosaur-like appetite, would our boss Su dare hire you? And you especially love braised beef, you probably eat more food than you earn each day. Jiang Meng chuckled and said, if you didn't ask for a salary, Xiao Feng might still dare to hire you. No, we don't dare ask for wages, we can't afford to hire them. Meng Meng, we're in the same boat. Jiang Meng looked like a furious tigress. Say it again? No, I won't say anymore. Su Feng cooked a bowl of noodles for Jiang Meng and also sliced a large plate of braised beef. Huiwai, aren't you going to eat? The chibi-style elementary school student Guan Huiwai nodded slightly. 1 bowl of noodles is already the limit. Su Feng, your cooking skills are really good. Why is she so short? Not only is she short, but she's also so thin. My stomach is still so small. If it were a little bigger, I could try the divine egg noodles that's on the menu. You know what? We've all grown up together, and we never imagined that Xiao Feng actually had such a hidden talent for cooking, George said, grinning widely. Slurp, slurp. Jiang Meng nodded as she ate her noodles. Yes, Xiao Feng could have relied on her looks, but she makes a living with her skills. Su Feng walked out of the kitchen. Stop praising me. Have Meng Meng and Huiwai found boyfriends yet? Just as he was about to chat, Grandpa Yu arrived at the restaurant with his son Yu Chaoyang, daughter-in-law, and grandson. Xiao Su, I can smell the aroma of braised beef. Grandpa Yu's beady eyes lit up, and he grinned. He was carrying a half gin, 250 ml, of loose liquor, which looked like a valuable bottle of pure grain liquor. Would you like a drink, sir? Of course, we have to order some braised beef if there's any. At this moment, another group of customers filed in. They were tourists from Kixian County who had arrived the previous evening. Immediately afterwards, another dozen or so people arrived, including Brother Lu and his 2 friends. 3 people. Each person was carrying a bottle of 53-degree yellow-cap deadly fan. Brother Lu walked to the kitchen window and took a closer look. I woke up to drink right away. I came early to grab a seat. Brother Su, the braised beef is ready. The aroma is so enticing, it's already filling my nostrils. How many? 5 ounces of meat and a plate of peanuts. He was carrying a bag of groceries, laughing heartily. A little cucumber, tofu skin, and scallions. Could you please chop these up for me, young man? My 2 friends and I are having a few drinks. Okay, no problem. Su Feng took the bag of vegetables. I noticed the yellow-capped Fenjiu liquor in the hands of the 3 brothers. Just looking at it is terrifying. He can drink a pound of this stuff, his alcohol tolerance is quite impressive. Brother Lu is a regular customer of his, so washing vegetables is a piece of cake for him. He naturally couldn't refuse this request. On the other side, Guo Yu was writing down the menu for the new guests when she called out to the kitchen. 8 servings of egg noodles, 4 servings of shredded chicken noodles, a plate of peanuts, braised beef, and 3 ounces for the whole table. Okay. With so many people suddenly arriving at the restaurant, Jiang Meng felt embarrassed to continue spinning the noodles, and she, along with Beizai and George, ate in quieter voices. Let's eat quickly, there will be more and more guests later, so don't take up seats, George said, raising his beer and gulping down more than half of the bottle. Chen Menjian laughed, don't rush your meal, eat slowly, there are still 2 empty tables. It's alright, sister-in-law, I'm already full. I'm just forcing myself to eat more because the food is so delicious. Such delicious braised beef. If I don't eat more, how can I let my little tummy, which loves to hold food, suffer? Su Feng washed the cucumbers, scallions, and tofu skin that Brother Lu had brought and put them on a plate. He also scooped out a spoonful of the secret recipe soybean paste. In northeast China, it is commonly known as soybean paste. But this dish of soybean paste is 1,000 times tastier than regular soybean paste. Thanks, young man, Brother Lu said, holding out his plate of vegetables with dipping sauce. Su Feng waved his hand and smiled. Brother Lu, you're a true regular customer. Cutting some vegetables is just a piece of cake for you. Haha, quickly cook some noodles for these brothers from Kixian. We'll have some drinks first, and the noodles will be served later, Brother Lu said. Become. Looking at the neatly arranged braised beef on the plate, Brother Lu licked his lips, like a child seeing a beloved toy. The rich, savory flavor of the beef slices instantly ignited his craving. He picked up 3 slices of beef with his chopsticks. Dip the braised beef thoroughly in the sauce and stuff it into your mouth in one bite. First, the beef is dipped in the delicious sauce, and as you chew it, the juices burst in your mouth. Next, the chewy and flavorful beef. After chewing, it is tender and soft, giving your tongue an indescribable feeling of comfort. It's no exaggeration to say that chewing just one bite of braised beef is more comfortable than kissing your dream girl or girlfriend. After finishing the braised beef, the lingering fragrance on my lips and teeth left me with an unforgettable aftertaste, and I immediately picked up a second slice with my chopsticks. Tasty. Invincible. Tasty. That's wonderful. Old Lu, the braised beef is really delicious. Are you still giving up alcohol? Liu's friend asked. Brother Lu was biting into the fragrant, crunchy cucumber dipped in sauce. I will quit drinking, but I'll do it slowly. Tomorrow I'll go to the nearby gym to get a membership and find a personal trainer. I'll focus on getting back in shape this year. This side. Guan Huiwei personally carried the empty bowls, plates, and chopsticks left over from the meal back to the kitchen. Just put the bowls and chopsticks there and let Guo Yu clean them up, Chen Menjian said softly. No need, we'll clean up ourselves. When I heard Su Feng call you Yan Yan, can I call you that too? Zhang Meng asked with a grin. Sure, I'll call you Meng Meng. Zhang Meng asked with a smile, do you need any help? There are so many customers, I'm so nervous. No need, you guys can rest. Su Feng cooks noodles very quickly. I've already prepared the toppings, and the guests will bring them to their own tables. Okay. George asked with a smile, Xiao Feng, how much did we spend in total? You ate so much, how can you not pay? How much is it? Guan Huiwei looked up at Chen Menjian. Braised beef. They probably ate about a pound of it. Chen Menjian's brow twitched, and she gave a slightly embarrassed chuckle. This, you and Xiao Feng are such good friends, how could you accept money? Don't mention it, we don't accept money. Su Feng's face was beaming with a smile. I won't charge you money, but each of you needs to invite at least 3 colleagues to dine here and bring me some customers. Is that alright? You've got a really clever plan. Okay, no problem. I'll bring a few close colleagues over for a meal later, George said with a grin. A slight smile appeared on Zhang Meng's lips as she waved her hand. Xiao Feng, Yin Yan, we're leaving now, you work hard, I'll come back for dinner tomorrow. Guan Huiwei whispered, bye-bye. Let's go. That was a really enjoyable meal. I got a free dinner, I'm so happy. Bao Feiyo patted his bulging belly and even let out a burp with a wide grin. Bye-bye, Chen Menjian smiled with her lips pursed. Su Feng laughed and said, I'm a bit busy, so I won't see you off. I'll treat everyone to dinner when I have time. Before leaving, Zhang Meng and Guan Huiwei scanned a QR code to join a fan food exchange group. Braised grasshoppers, deep-fried cantaloupe, stewed grasshoppers, ants climbing a tree, a dish of minced pork and vermicelli, stir-fried rabbit heads, gaobuli claypot rice. As Zhang Meng walked out of the restaurant, she glanced at the names of the people chatting in the group. How bizarre. That's scary. Many fans followed suit and changed the dish name. Hee, she immediately changed her recipe to cold pig ear salad. Boss, a bottle of beer, please. I want 5 bottles. Do you have any Beiju, Fenjiu, or Urquatu in green bottles? Someone shouted. In the blink of an eye, before 6 o'clock, the restaurant was already packed with people, with only one empty table left. Chen Menjian smiled and pointed to the left. Sorry, we don't have any Beiju. There's a supermarket at the intersection, you can buy Beiju there if you want to drink it. Thank you, boss. Is braised beef the only appetizer you have? It's delicious. Do you have any stir-fried dishes or anything like that? The man at the next table chuckled. Brother, be content. There's no stir-fry, but there are peanuts. Okay then. The menu says braised beef. Many customers ordered 1 or 2 liang, 50 g, of the food. While eating braised beef, I couldn't resist wanting to drink some alcohol. Guo Yu was very observant. Seeing that the beer in the freezer was empty, she immediately bent down and put both cases of beer back in. Xiaofeng, my head is spinning, so spinning, I can't figure it out. Chen Menjian shook her head, bit her lip, and felt a little stupid. She seemed somewhat annoyed and remorseful. Su Feng chuckled. Which table? Let me figure it out. With the restaurant so busy and packed with people, and in such a chaotic situation, even if Su Feng kept trying to calculate the accounts, he still wouldn't be able to figure it out. When I'm extremely busy, I get nervous. Even if my brain CPU burns out, it's not enough. I can manage the calculations, but I get confused when keeping accounts, she said softly. Bang bang bang. After pulling the noodles and tossing them into the pot, Su Feng stretched. I had the delivery man leave the cash register at the Kaniao station. My mom will pick it up for me later. We'll figure out how to use it after we close the shop tonight. Her lips curved into a smile. Okay. Last night, Su Feng bought a cash register from JD.com, similar to a supermarket's cash register and change machine, and started to study and tinker with it. Let customers pay first and then eat, similar to a fast food restaurant, and have them take a number to pick up their food. This way, when things get busy, your mind won't get scattered. Give Brother Lu a cold beef salad to try. Regular customer. This brought him many guests. He found a small bowl for mixing vegetables and grabbed a handful of sliced braised beef. I chopped some scallions and cucumbers, sprinkled in a handful of cilantro, chili peppers, and minced garlic, and ladled in a spoonful of chili oil. I poured in light soy sauce, aged vinegar, Sichuan peppercorn oil, a little salt and message, stirred it well, and tasted it. Fragrant and delicious. He poured a small plate for Chen Menjian and put the rest on another plate. Guo Yu, take this plate of meat up to Brother Lu. Okay. Guo Yu smiled and placed a plate of cold beef salad on the table. Brother Lu asked in surprise, Little Su, what's this? Try it and see how it tastes. Su Feng raised an eyebrow and smiled. He tasted it. Chew slowly. The crisp cucumber is coated with a hint of beef flavor. The large slices of beef are chewy, and the aroma of chili oil, vinegar, and minced garlic blend together. The large slices of beef are truly impressive. He made a comment. As he spoke, he actually drank half a glass of wine down his throat by himself. Brother, don't rush, we haven't had a drink yet. Yeah, why the rush to drink? Brother Lu slowly took a drag of his cigarette and sighed. Try it, the cold beef salad is really good. Unlike the smooth texture of chicken, fish is soft and tender, and when you eat a large slice of thick beef, you can feel the distinct stripes. The more you chew, the more fragrant and delicious it becomes. It doesn't have the generous texture of pork, instead, it has a delicate texture. It is both rough and meticulous. Overall bouncy, with smooth and delicate texture. Domineering, invincible. In short, Brother Lu felt that Su Feng had cooked a plate of braised beef to perfection. Especially when eating beef slices with more tendons, the taste is even richer and more mellow, making it one of the true delicacies of the world. No wonder Wusong dared to go up the mountain to fight the tiger after eating braised beef and drinking 3 bowls of wine. Eat quickly, Yan Yan. Oh. She was a little embarrassed as she picked up the small plate of cold beef salad. It's delicious, it smells so good, it fills my mouth with fragrance, you should have some too. Ah, I want you to feed me. Su Feng said while pulling noodles. Dream on. You think I'll feed you in front of all these guests? Grandpa Yu ate braised beef and drank beiju, Chinese liquor, his face glowing with health. Xiao Chen packed 2 pounds of braised beef for me to take away. He learned that the proprietress's surname was Chen. Sir, would you like it already sliced? Chen Menjian asked with a smile. No need to cut it, just cut it yourself when you get home. Such delicious braised beef. Once you get home, slice the beef, add some green peppers and chili peppers, stir-fry it all together, and it'll be absolutely delicious. Okay. How much is it in total? Yu Chaoyang asked. 5 bowls of noodles with soybean paste, a plate of peanuts, and 2.5 pounds of beef, totaling 428. The restaurant is bustling with activity. One group of guests after another finished their meal and left. When they left, they all praised it and gave it a good review. Ding dong, system notification, there are currently 468 returning customers. Unbeknownst to them, the restaurant had accumulated nearly 500 repeat customers. More than half of these repeat customers are students from nearby agricultural and medical universities. He needs 32 more people to complete the system's famous task. Little Su's wife, give me 2 jin of braised beef. How much is it in total? Brother Lu asked, standing up. 3 people, 3 bottles of deadly liquor. The 2 went outside to find a place to vomit. Only Brother Lu looked quite strong, though his eyes were slightly glazed over. 3 bowls of noodles, a plate of peanuts, and then we added half a pound of meat, totaling 416 yuan. Good. He readily scanned the code, paid, and then leisurely walked to the restaurant entrance carrying 2 pounds of braised beef. Hey, Xiao Su, the cost of the cold beef salad is included in that too. Chen Menjian responded. It's already included. That's good. Actually, Su Feng didn't include it in the calculation, he gave him a plate of cold beef salad for free. 10 minutes later, Lu Fangfang arrived at the restaurant and helped Su Feng in the kitchen, while Chen Menjian went to comfort Xiao Yuiyu, who was crying and calling for her mother. After playing in the inner room for a while, Ms. Su couldn't stand it anymore. She stood at the door, looking pitiful, wanting to go out and find her parents. However, Tong Tong wouldn't let Ms. Su go out. Then, she cried hard. I'm crying so hard. Son, this braised beef is really good, so delicious. Lu Fangfang praised, giving the guest 2 ounces and eating 1 ounce herself without caring about her image. Su Feng grinned, Mom, let's eat together as a family later. Is what you're going to eat after you finish your work dinner? That's a midnight snack. Lu Fangfang rolled her eyes in annoyance. During this period, he and Chen Menjian always ate breakfast around 9 a.m., lunch around 3 p.m., and dinner after closing up shop at night. Only Xiao Yuiyu's 3 meals a day are normal. When it's mealtime, Su Feng will prepare supplementary food for his precious daughter separately and let Tong Tong feed her. Ding dong, congratulations host for accumulating 500 repeat customers and completing the famous reputation task. The system rewards you with a perfect grade mixed noodles lottery. Would you like to participate in the lottery? Suddenly, the system's voice rang in Su Feng's mind. The prize draw will be held later. Boss, 2 pounds of braised beef, please, to go. Please take some of the sauce with you, thank you, boss. I'll take half a gin with me. Just take 3 ounces. After tasting the braised beef, the guests praised it highly and wanted to pack some to take home for their family and friends to enjoy. As a result, by 9 p.m., the entire large bucket of braised beef was sold out. It simply wouldn't sell. Boss, 3 ounces of braised beef and 3 large portions of braised egg noodles, shouted Wu Gang, the basketball coach of the Agricultural University. Sorry, the braised beef is sold out. At this time, there were some students inside the store. Even some fans and customers in food groups were completely bewildered and shocked. I filed a false accusation? That's it. The braised beef. I was just thinking of playing some basketball and games after class, but the braised beef is all gone? No way. I've been looking forward to it all afternoon, and it's sold out. Boss, you've broken my heart. Su Feng could only give him an apologetic look. Sorry everyone, if you come for braised beef tomorrow, I'll be braising it overnight. He braised beef. The meat should be cooled down to lock in moisture, then rolled up layer by layer with plastic wrap to make the meat fibers thicker. Then freeze the braised beef and put it in the freezer. This way, when you take it out to cut, it will be easier to cut it into smooth slices. The taste is fuller and richer. But Su Feng didn't have time to wrap it up or put the braised beef in the freezer. Before we could even process it, it was already sold out. Boss, could you please stop letting customers take the braised beef to go? If they come later, it'll definitely be gone, a boy complained. The guy who was with him lowered his voice and said, Don't say that. The boss is just trying to make money. He's not stupid to turn down business. Sorry, young man, I'll try my best to ensure we have stock tomorrow. Okay, then I'll have a bowl of shredded chicken noodles. Every day, he would think about preparing more ingredients, and continue preparing after selling out, kneading dough, stir-frying toppings, and simmering chicken soup. But when all the ingredients were sold out at 9:40 p.m., Su Feng simply hung a sign at the door that read, The shop is closed. It's not fair to say he's lazy. Instead, I just don't want to move after I'm done with my work. He dialed the WeChat message of Zhu Lily, the beef beauty. Oh, it's a handsome young man. What can I do for you? Can beef shank be delivered directly to your door now? Zhu Lily laughed, Young man, if you only want a small amount, of course I can't give it to you. How much beef shank do you want? Give me 40 jin. His braising pot can hold up to 40 jin, 20 catties. After the first batch of braising, this pot of soup can be called the old broth. 40 jin? If we're going to start by delivering at least 2 items, that's 60 jin. Zhu Lily said. Okay, I'll take 60 jin. I'll send you the address. He hung up the phone immediately. This handsome young man, doesn't he want to say a single word to me? Hello? A woman who looked to be around 50 years old walked into the restaurant. Chen Menjian smiled and said, I'm sorry, auntie, we've already closed for the day and there's no food left. Young lady, I saw a job posting for dishwashers on the door. How much do you pay us per month? Xiao Feng, she waved to Su Feng. She went back to the kitchen to steam rice by herself. The family has been eating too many noodles these past few days, so we're cooking some rice to change things up. Ma'am, would you like to apply for a dishwasher job? Yes, young man, how much do you earn in a month? The older woman asked. Su Feng opened his mouth and smiled. 3,500. The hours are a bit long, from 10:30 a.m. to 10:30 p.m., the salary is 3,500, and there is a 2-hour break in between. 3,500. When can I start work? The older woman stared intently at Su Feng. If you want to come to work, you can come tomorrow morning. Okay, 3,500 a month, just washing dishes, or do I need to do something else? The older woman asked with a smile. Su Feng nodded. Do you have any experience washing dishes and cleaning the kitchen? Just the bowls and chopsticks. He looks so worrying. Yes, I've worked as a dishwasher in the hotel kitchen. I'll start work tomorrow, the woman nodded. I was secretly delighted. Hotel dishwasher. Her boss only gives her 2,300 a month. Su Feng offered her a salary of 3,500. It's just cleaning the kitchen, right? That's a piece of cake. After a detailed conversation, we learned that the woman's name was John Quillian, 49 years old, and that she had previously worked as a dishwasher at a hotel. Su Feng promised to pay wages on the 12th of each month, but would hold back 12 days' wages. If you didn't want to work, you had to give him half a month's notice, otherwise he wouldn't pay the held wages. Guo Yu, with someone specifically in charge of washing the dishes, your life will be much easier, Su Feng said. Guo Yu lowered her head shyly and said, It's okay, washing dishes isn't that tiring. I'm going to cook some dishes. While the rice was steaming in the steamer, Su Feng started stir-frying the beef. He left more than half a pound of braised beef unsold, intending to eat it with his family after closing time. Slice the beef and chop some bell peppers, chili peppers, and small red chilies. Stir-fried beef with chili peppers. Put the pot on the stove and start a fire. Pour the green peppers into an empty wok, sprinkle in a little salt, stir-fry until just cooked, then remove and set aside. Pour a spoonful of soybean oil into the wok, turn the heat up to high, add minced garlic and dried chili peppers and stir-fry until fragrant. Then pour the stir-fried chili peppers and beef into the pot. Add a little light soy sauce and oyster sauce, then stir-fry over high heat until evenly mixed. Before taking it out of the pot, Su Feng sprinkled some minced garlic and cilantro on top. His whole family loves cilantro. A pot of incredibly delicious stir-fried pork with chili peppers is ready. Next, I made a simple dish of stir-fried eggs with chives. Zhang Yufeng's family next door not only serves spicy skewers, but also has a new spicy mixed dish. Chen Menjian was worried that there wouldn't be enough food, so she went next door and bought 2 servings of spicy mixed dish. Auntie, dinner's ready. Chen Menjian called out. Lu Fangfang laughed. Hey, your mealtime is practically like having a midnight snack. Mom, there's nothing we can do about it. The restaurant is just too busy. We need to make money, much more than your tutoring classes. Upon hearing this, Lu Fangfang glared at Su Feng. Okay, then mom can apply for retirement directly. Su Feng chuckled. Retire? It's not like we can't afford to support you, old man. Wow, it smells so good. Su Feng lowered his head and sniffed. This brother's spicy mixed salad is really good, it smells so appetizing. Little Guo Yu stared at the table full of food, her mouth watering. Su Feng changed into a short-sleeved shirt before holding Xiao Yuiyu in his arms. Dinner's ready. Dinner's ready. Lu Fangfang placed the rice cooker pot directly on the dining table so that everyone could refill their bowls after finishing their meal. She picked up a piece of beef and a piece of chili and put them in her mouth. The tenderness and savory flavor of the beef, combined with the aroma of chili peppers, create an ultimate taste sensation for the palate. Then, he quickly ate a bite of rice. This stir-fried beef is really good. It smells so good in your mouth. I never knew you had such a talent for cooking. Su Feng first gulped down a mouthful of cold beer. Wow, this is so refreshing. Yeah. Little Yuiyu stretched out her hands and gripped the beer bottle tightly. Her little hands were surprisingly strong. Oh, Su Feng kissed his daughter's face. Oh, does little Yuiyu want to drink with her dad? Guo Yu, just make yourself at home. Don't be too shy. Eat and drink as you please. Take whatever you want to drink, Su Feng said while eating. A mouthful of stir-fried beef with green peppers is placed in the mouth. After chewing, as the lips and tongue savor the delicious flavors of the peppers and beef, in an instant, I quickly shoveled 2 mouthfuls of rice into my mouth. The taste of it was so delicious and satisfying. It was so incredibly fun. Steam was rising from his forehead. The chopsticks kept picking up the meat. Add another large spoonful of spicy fish balls and grilled sausage. That feeling, it's like your soul is taking flight. Okay, Guo Yu nodded slightly. It was Chen Menjian who helped get a bottle of orange juice, unscrewed the cap, and the little girl started drinking it. After she finished eating a bowl of rice, Su Feng offered to serve her more rice. She felt that although it was harder and more tiring to work outside, the food was much better than at home. Yeah. Little Yuiyu pouted her little lips. She set her sights on the beer on the table. Be good, little hands, be good. Seeing Xiao Yuiyu reach out her hand, Su Feng quickly grabbed it to prevent her from touching the beer bottle. Eat. She frowned, eager to eat the rice in Su Feng's bowl. The key point is that the little cutie was muttering something under his breath, and he was also making bubbles. The bubbles are saliva. After finishing her meal, Guo Yu waved goodbye to her family. Bye-bye, sister. Xiao Tong shouted. Don't underestimate Tong just because she's small, but she likes to eat spicy food. He mixed the beef and chili peppers into the rice, and ate it so quickly that he ate much faster than Su Feng. Seeing this, Lu Fangfang frowned at Tong and said, "Girls should eat elegantly and with more restraint. What kind of little girl eats like that?" Tong smacked her lips, munching on the rice. Mom, it's delicious. It's all because my brother's cooking is so good. Hee, Tong is right. Xiao Feng, how much money do you make in a day at your restaurant? Lu Fangfang couldn't resist asking after Guo Yu left. Su Feng snapped his fingers. 10,000. What? Lu Fangfang, seeing his mother staring blankly, her chopsticks holding beef suspended in midair, looking utterly shocked, Su Feng calmly shoveled rice into his mouth. Say it again, how much? 10,000. 10,000. Lu Fangfang stared wide-eyed, her face filled with disbelief. His son's restaurant, even after a busy day, can make 10,000 yuan? Believe it or not, her colleague's son became a corporate manager at a company, and his monthly salary had reportedly increased to 10,000, plus 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund. He often showed off to her, making her extremely envious. When will her lazy son finally rise? How much can you earn if you sell 10,000 a day? 70% profit margin. Lu Fangfang's voice was excited. My son has made something of himself. Su Feng. Today we added braised beef, and business was even better than yesterday. The restaurant even closed early. The braised beef alone sold for nearly 3,000 yuan. Even so, there isn't enough braised beef to go around. He's not worried about making money now. What he's thinking about is how to increase his fame while making money more easily. To further increase brand awareness, the only way is to continuously introduce new products, but currently there are still too few new food items in the store. Looks like I wasn't just bragging about buying Mama Villa, Lu Fangfang said happily. A slight smile curved Su Feng's lips. Of course it's true. When have I ever bragged? Chen Menjian rolled her eyes at the man. This money isn't easy to earn. The man has to work overtime later to braise beef. System, begin the lottery. Ding dong. Would the host like to participate in the lottery for the perfect grade mixed noodles? Su Feng was beaming with excitement. I'm sure. Ding dong, the system lottery has started. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the new perfect grade mixed noodles, 6 Ding mixed noodles. Su Feng, when the detailed cooking recipe for Liuyuting mixed noodles entered his mind, he couldn't help but smile. So that's what Liuyuting mixed noodles means. Ding dong, the system has activated an extra task, quit smoking. Quitting smoking for 1 week will reward you with one of the prizes, God-grade braised pork rice. Quitting smoking for 1 month will reward you with 1 serving of all-purpose cold dressing. Everything is difficult at the beginning. Please make up your mind to quit smoking and complete the mission. Su Feng, who had just thrown away the empty cigarette pack and was about to go to the supermarket to buy cigarettes, was suddenly stunned by an extra task that came his way. Should he quit smoking? This is divine braised pork rice. A universal dressing? I'm so tempted. The key is still for little Yu. The baby is still young. Yu. Su Feng had thought about quitting smoking. Compared to when the restaurant first opened, he smokes less and less each day. Because I'm too busy, I simply don't have time to draw more, unlike before when I stayed at home and spent my days playing games. Thud he threw away the cigarette pack and took a deep breath. His gaze then became incredibly firm. I'm not smoking anymore. He shook his head to clear his mind of the jumbled thoughts, placed the purchased cash register on the counter, and plugged it in. Bite. This thing. Liuyuting mixed noodles, at least 35 yuan a serving. Although the new products haven't been launched yet, Su Feng directly entered them into the POS system. Pickled vegetables. Sichuan and Chunqing pickled vegetables, 12 yuan a plate. Hard-boiled eggs, 3 yuan each. He can scoop out some of the braising liquid from the braised beef, add some water, and simply season it. The original broth is the old broth from braised beef. The prepared braising liquid is used to braise peeled hard-boiled eggs. You can bet the taste of the braised eggs is absolutely delicious and full of flavor. 1 bite will bring you pure happiness. Absolutely ruthless. Then, the prices of chicken noodles, peanut noodles, egg noodles, fried sauce noodles, and some beer and beverages were all entered into the cash register. Done. Tomorrow morning, have Chen Menjian enter her payment QR code, and the radio will be ready to use. Certainly. His payment QR code also needs to be recorded. For small restaurants like those on the street, as long as their monthly revenue does not exceed 150,000 yuan and their total revenue for 3 months or a quarter does not exceed 450,000 yuan, they can generally be completely exempt from taxes by the Administration for Industry and Commerce. Chen Menjian's name was not entered into the business license for sole proprietorship. So, on the other hand, the income in Su Feng's card is what counts as the restaurant's income. After finishing the braising and stewing of the beef, it was already 2 a.m. when I returned to my rented room. He gently opened the door and saw the woman wearing a cartoon pink pig pajama, half lying on the sofa, watching a TV show. Yan Yan, aren't you going to sleep yet? She stretched lazily and chuckled as she spoke. Don't work too hard, otherwise I'll feel embarrassed. I'll sleep after you get home, otherwise I won't be able to sleep no matter how much I toss and turn. She didn't know why either. I just can't fall asleep. Hearing the slight nervousness in her voice, Su Feng couldn't help but pinch her cheek. The child is asleep, shouldn't we? Su Feng raised an eyebrow and smiled at her. Dream on. Her pretty face flushed red. What kind of lewd words were those? How strange. She reached out and shoved Su Feng's waist. Quick, go back to your room and sleep. Don't sleep. Baby's turning 1 soon, Yan Yan. Why don't you tell me about your family? When Su Feng brought up this topic, a hint of sadness flashed across her face. In the dead of night, I think of home countless times. Countless times, I picked up my phone, wanting to call my mother. But, remembering the words of abuse she had just heard, the thought would be abandoned. As I mentioned before, my dad is a retired factory worker. She didn't rush to the bedroom, but instead sat down gently on the sofa. My mom owns a supermarket, my dad usually stays home to run the store and farms when he's off work, and my younger sister is in middle school. Su Feng shook his head and said softly, No, Yan Yan, did you have any major conflicts with your family when you were pregnant with Xiao Yuiyu? I want to know, when are we going back to your home? He opened his mouth. He grinned, showing off his pearly white teeth. I'm really curious about these things. She bit her lip, her eyes deepening with sadness. After I returned home from my pregnancy, my dad kept trying to set me up on blind dates and find me a boyfriend so I could get married. He has a rather old-fashioned way of thinking and keeps introducing me to potential partners. They think I have a postgraduate degree, am pretty, and am of marriageable age, so I can marry into a good family. I'm newly pregnant, and I really don't want to go on blind dates. I absolutely hate them. I just told them I quit my job, and after my whole family found out, my mom didn't say anything, but my dad started yelling at me. Su Feng pricked up his ears. Be a quiet listener. Actually, the most important reason related to my family is that I'm pregnant. At that time, she told her whole family that she was pregnant. The father was initially calm, asking who the child's father was. She didn't know how to answer for a moment, and said, We broke up. Then, she had a fight with her father and had no choice but to go to the county town to rent a house. During that time, when she gave birth to her daughter, her best friend was there for her. She dared not bring Xiao Yuiyu home, fearing she would not receive her father's forgiveness. It's okay, I'll go home with you when I have time. Put all the blame on me and let your dad beat me up. Su Feng gently held her hand. Although I don't know exactly what happened. But he dared not think about it, it must be too difficult. Chen Menjian sniffled, trying to compose herself, but her voice still trembled slightly. No, if I take you home, my dad will definitely beat you. He has a bad temper. I can take a beating. Someone patted his chest. Listening to Chen Menjian recount her experiences, Su Feng felt genuinely sorry for her. Moreover, it sounds quite serious. But Su Feng felt that things that needed to be resolved had to be resolved. After all, Xiao Yuiyu was almost a year old. He was also thinking of going home with Chen Menjian before Xiao Yuiyu's first birthday. Then invite your future parents-in-law to attend Xiao Yuiyu's first birthday party. It seems, this is a bit difficult. Su Feng never expected that the conflict between her and her father would be so great. Yan Yan? Mentioning her father, her eyes reddened, and tears welled up in her crystal eyes. Even her nose was twitching, and her aggrieved look was heartbreaking. Su Feng gritted his teeth, reached around her back, and pulled her directly into his arms. Yan Yan, don't overthink it. Everything will be alright. My father-in-law is definitely all bark and no bite. I'll handle him when I get there. Besides, why did you tell my mother-in-law and uncle that you wanted to break up with me? She reached out and pinched the woman's delicate nose. If this happens, your whole family will think I'm a scumbag who started a relationship and then abandoned her. No, you have to take me back to your home when you have time. I need you to explain things to your family. No, I can't go back suddenly. I need to call my mom first and sound her out. As she spoke, she buried her head in Su Feng's chest. Feeling the delicate body in his arms tremble slightly, Su Feng took a deep breath. The child's mother is so pitiful. I miss my grandma, she said, her voice trembling. Su Feng couldn't help but hug the delicate body in his arms tighter. Then I'll close the shop right away and go with you to see grandma. My grandmother has been gone for several years now. In my memory, my grandmother's hunched back and the figure of her bending over to roll out dough are so heartbreaking and memorable. My maternal grandmother's countryside home. I remember every time I visited her, I would cook her stir-fried vegetables and meat, and make her a bowl of steaming hot hand-pulled noodles. What impressed me most was her grandmother going to fetch water. When she was a child, in the countryside, they would fetch tap water at a fixed time every day. They carried buckets of water and poured them into the water tank in the kitchen. That's how you fetch and pour water. She wanted to help, but her grandmother wouldn't let her carry water. That kind, hunched figure will always remain in my heart. Today, my grandmother's small courtyard in the countryside is uninhabited, overgrown with weeds, and has become an abandoned old house. Xiao Feng. She was so upset that she hugged Su Feng's neck tightly. Su Feng felt the woman trembling all over, and gently patted her back to comfort her. Although your grandmother has left you, she has turned into a star, watching over you and accompanying you forever in the sky. Her love will always remain in your heart. Su Feng forced a smile. Don't be sad, Xiaoyu, and I will always be with you in the future. Let's make money together, buy luxury cars together, buy big villas together, live in big houses together, and travel to the stars and the sea together. His tone was full of tenderness, hope, and unwavering determination. Good. Su Feng gently stroked her hair. If you want to cry, just cry it out. Don't hold it in. Once you've cried once, no matter what happens in the future, we'll face it bravely, okay? Wow, This time, she was no longer sobbing softly. Instead, she burst into tears. I disturbed. Little Yu and Tong Tong, her voice choked with emotion as she pressed Su Feng down beneath her little head pressed against Su Feng's chest, while her hands tightly wrapped around Su Feng's neck. Now. Su Feng's body stiffened. She was sobbing in this position, so the sound of her crying wouldn't reach the bedroom. However, Su Feng's chest was covered in her tears and saliva. Chen Menjian decided to call her mother first to test her father's reaction. After preparing herself mentally, she took Su Feng home. As he said, we must bravely face everything. No longer alone, but facing it together. She took a deep breath, sniffed, and pinched Su Feng's cheeks like a mischievous little girl, a smile curving her lips. Su Feng, you'll be good to me for the rest of your life, right? 10 lifetimes wouldn't be enough, it would take countless lifetimes. You're so cheesy. Chen Menjian wiped away her tears. After I get home and pick up my household registration book, I'll go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get our marriage certificate. As she said this, the stars and the sea were reflected in her beautiful eyes. Yan, good morning. Ha Wu. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Su Feng stretched and walked out of the second bedroom, yawning sleepily. Quick, take little Yu to pee, we can't carry her anymore. Chen Menjian picked up Xiao Yu and felt how heavy her arms were. As she grows older, the little girl is getting fatter and fatter. Su Feng took the super excited Xiao Yu and went to the bathroom. Shh. He was whistling as he helped Xiao Yu pee, while Chen Menjian brushed her teeth and washed up. Yan, my mom just messaged me saying that we're coming home tonight. My dad's coming home too, and so are my grandparents. Chen Menjian smiled and said, okay, then we'll be open at noon and close in the evening. After their heart-to-heart talk last night, there was a tenderness in her eyes when she looked at Su Feng that she hadn't shown before. Their hearts drew closer. Papa who? Ha Papa. After peeing, little Yu wiggled her little feet and actually called out the word Papa. In that instant, Su Feng's pupils suddenly dilated. Yan, did you hear that? I heard you. She called you dad. Little Yu can call you dad now. Su Feng carried her to the living room and spun her around 360 degrees to celebrate. Little Yu, say daddy again, dad. Dad. Su Feng guided her word by word. Dad, iya. She waved her little hands, trying to pinch Su Feng's face. Hearing Xiao Yu call him daddy, Su Feng's heart melted. He felt his whole body trembling and going limp. He couldn't help but lean back and fall onto the sofa, leaving Xiao Yu standing on his stomach. Give daddy a kiss. Ya who? She opened her little mouth in a childish voice, uttering a soft, sweet, and tender childish tone. Su Feng's heart melted. Xiao Yu's voice was absolutely the most beautiful voice in the world. Haha, little Yu called daddy. Tong, little Yu is calling her brother daddy now. He almost cried with joy. When he saw Xiao Tong walk out of the bedroom in a daze, he hurriedly and excitedly showed off to his sister. That's right, showing off to Tong. Tong? The chubby girl rubbed her sleepy eyes. Tong is hungry. Say daddy again, baby. Su Feng affectionately pressed his face against his daughter's. Oh, daddy, she said daddy more fluently this time, and reached out her little hand to pinch the flesh on her father's face mercilessly. The next second, puffed, Su Feng's brow twitched. What was that sound? Puffed. 10 minutes later, Su Feng had cleaned the stench off his pants and short-sleeved shirt. He carried Xiao Yu back into Chen Menjian's arms, gritting his teeth as he said, okay, stop calling me dad, call me mom. Chen Menjian rolled her eyes at the man, put a diaper on her daughter, and said irritably, I've already told you not to hold her for too long when she's not wearing diapers, she might just give you a surprise. Su Feng wanted to cry but had no tears. How could I know? I just finished peeing. Instead of going to the wholesale market this morning, Su Feng bought the ingredients at a nearby vegetable market. The price of pork belly differs by 2 yuan per jin, 500 g, between a regular vegetable market and a wholesale agricultural market. At 10:40 a.m., the water supply to the store was cut off. Just as I stepped out of the restaurant, I ran into Grandpa Yu, who was smoking a cigarette. Sir, were you aware that the water supply to our neighborhood has been cut off? Damn it! Grandpa Yu cursed, uttering a national treasure with a displeased expression. Su Feng looked puzzled. What's wrong, sir? Grandpa Yu muttered and cursed. During road construction on the east side of the main road leading to the community gate, a young construction worker accidentally broke a water pipe. The water supply was cut off due to the broken pipe, and it's estimated that it won't be repaired until evening. I sue a false accusation. Su Feng elegantly cursed. Xiao Su, do you have any chicken soup? Sir, there aren't any available right now. Su Feng rubbed his hands together, raising his eyebrows anxiously. I need to hurry up and store some water, find a place to get some, otherwise I won't be able to get anything done at noon. This was the first time he had encountered a water outage since opening his shop, and he felt quite terrible. He immediately drove to a hardware store and bought 5 portable water buckets. I found a public toilet by the roadside and filled 5 buckets with water. After he finished filling the water bucket and was taking it out, a parking ticket was clearly visible on the left side of the car window. Calm down, Su Feng drove back to the residential area and parked the car at the back door of the inner room. It was now 11:30, and the restaurant was full of customers. Even some students were standing in line outside the door, while many people from the neighborhood were sitting inside the restaurant. The water pipes were broken, causing a water outage at home, and many people were unable to cook and had to eat out. This is Wutong Street. The night market street only had a few lunch stalls, and coincidentally, Xiao Su's gourmet restaurant was the closest one to the entrance of the residential area. Therefore, the business was already packed even before mealtime. So many people. Su Feng took a closer look. The restaurant was packed with about 60 or 70 people. People were crammed together. The seats were completely full. Xiao Feng, hurry up and start cooking noodles for the guests. Su Feng poured water into the noodle cooker and lit the stove. He first rolled out the noodles and then addressed everyone. Everyone, the noodles will be cooked soon, please wait 2 minutes. Grandpa Yu called out, no rush, Xiao Su, take a rest, don't tire yourself out. Uncle Yu is really considerate of me. Yan Yan, the new kimchi is written on the menu, 12 yuan a plate. Okay. Chen Menjian nodded slightly, skillfully picked up the chalk, and wrote a line of words. Delicious kimchi for 12 yuan/plate. Su Feng quickly rolled out the dough. This enormous rolling pin attracted many elderly people. Young man, your rolling pin looks a bit old. Why is this rolling pin so long and so thick? Thick and long dough is easier to roll out. Many people were discussing it, and were very curious about the rolling pin in Su Feng's hand. Especially some elderly people, and even children, are very curious and ask their mothers to buy them a rolling pin to play with. 12 yuan for a serving of kimchi? That's too expensive. Isn't kimchi just pickled vegetables? 12 yuan a serving is a bit expensive, but it's still acceptable. Grandpa Yu said, Little Chen, order a plate of kimchi. Okay, sir. She had already prepared 7 or 8 dishes in advance, so that the food could be served directly when the customer ordered. I tried it myself, and it had a full texture. It was crunchy and refreshing. Give me one too. I want one too. Let's eat half a pound of braised beef. Chen Menjian laughed and said, we'll add more tickets and order food again. Grandpa Yu was the first to taste the radish and the kimchi, and his eyes widened instantly. Wow, these little radishes are so crisp and crunchy. One bite and the taste is absolutely amazing. At this moment, the fan group exploded once again. What's going on? She, or he, rushed over the moment school was over, but heavens, he was told there were so many people in line and no seats available. Seriously? There are no seats available, and there are so many people. Lin Mikey pouted, looking at the group of people in line with a slightly annoyed expression. Medical University. The holiday has officially begun. Tasty. Wow, I never imagined that a plate of ordinary kimchi could taste so good. It tastes even better than meat. It's sweet and sour, crunchy, and so fragrant. Yes, especially the green beans and white radish in the kimchi, the taste is absolutely amazing. The spiciness of these chili peppers has been reduced by half after soaking, resulting in a sour, sweet, and spicy flavor that is both appetizing and refreshing. I never thought that kimchi and braised beef could taste so good together. Wow, so delicious. Grandpa Yu shouted to his grandson. Grandson, wait until the noodles are served before you eat the kimchi. Don't eat it all. The grandson stared wide-eyed, taking a bite of the kimchi with a look of pure enjoyment. "Grandpa, it's so delicious. Why is Grandma's kimchi only salty?" Grandma's face immediately darkened. "They're professional chefs. Grandma only knows how to cook simple home-style meals at home," the grandson shouted excitedly. "When I grow up, I want to learn to be a chef, to learn how to cook, and to make delicious meals." Many people rave about the delicious kimchi, saying it's the best kimchi they've ever tasted in their lives. Hearing others praising it, some customers who hadn't ordered kimchi couldn't resist their cravings and ordered a plate of it. As a result, there were even more praises. When the fragrant and piping hot egg noodles were served, some customers stirred the mixture vigorously with their chopsticks, and after taking a bite, exclaimed in surprise, "Damn, it's really good that the water was cut off in this neighborhood. Otherwise, I would never have known that there are such good restaurants on Wutong Street. Yeah, if the water hadn't been cut off, I really wouldn't have known to cook, and even if I did, I wouldn't have come to this night market street. The noodles here are absolutely amazing. Every time they introduce a new dish, it gets unanimous praise from everyone. Tisk, wow, this egg and soy sauce noodles, the owner's got some skills. A mouthful of chewy noodles, a bite of braised beef with chili oil and vinegar sauce. Add another clove of garlic, and a bite of appetizing and refreshing kimchi. Hiss. Such divine deliciousness, and such a divine way of eating it, made people in the crowd exclaim that they were enjoying the food to the fullest. That was incredibly satisfying. That's called the first tunnel. It's absolutely beautiful. Thumbs up. Wow, that feels so good. Many people praised Su Feng's cooking skills. No one complains that a plate of kimchi costs 12 yuan anymore. Some people even felt that 12 yuan a plate was too cheap, and that such delicious kimchi should be sold for 18 or 20 yuan. One wave after another of guests kept Su Feng extremely busy. Finally, Lin Mikey, the girl who loves garlic, and her roommate managed to snag a spot. There were also several tables of students from the Agricultural University and the Medical University. These days, unless your restaurant has loyal customers and fans, no one is willing to spend half an hour queuing, and everyone in the Xiaosu Food Exchange group is undoubtedly a loyal fan of the restaurant. Lin Mikey and her 3 roommates invited 4 other students from the Agricultural University. This was essentially a campus-style social event, a cross-school event between male and female dormitories, and the venue was surprisingly set up at Su Feng's restaurant. She once said in the group chat that if someone wanted to treat her to braised beef, she would give them her roommate's WeChat ID. And look, a warrior has taken the order. The price, 2 pounds of braised beef, 2 pounds of braised beef, 4 bottles of Sprite, 6 bowls of shredded chicken noodles, a plate of peanuts. Boss, how much? The boys in the dormitory pooled their money for the meal, and the young man bravely opened the payment QR code. Ding! Received 426 yuan Viaduct WeChat payment. As a result, after the meal, the 4 girls were eating large cloves of garlic with gusto, which genuinely startled the other 4 boys, especially the way Lin Mikey eats garlic. Oh my god. Eat a clove of garlic in one bite, swallow it directly into your mouth, and chew the garlic with great relish. If you didn't know she was eating garlic, you'd think she was chewing beef, since she was eating it so heartily. Lin Mikey looked at Su Feng. Boss, I'm from Guangdong province, and I eat chili peppers and noodles every day. I feel like I'm turning into a northerner. Oh, you're from Guangdong? I thought you were from northeast China. Of course they're from Guangdong province. She opened her mouth and smiled, then continued. Boss, I hope that when I return to school in the fall, there will be a braised pork rice dish available in the store. Yeah, boss. Someone shouted, wolfing down their braised beef. I'm from Sichuan and Chunqing. Your pickled vegetables have brought back memories of my hometown. When are you going to serve rice bowls? Or braised pork rice is fine too. As long as there's rice, I'll eat until I'm like a noodle. Sigh. Don't let my current love for noodles fool you, this Hunan boy still has rice genes etched in his veins. That's right, a big southern guy like me gets itchy all over if I don't eat rice for a day, and I always crave a plate of stir-fried pork with chili over rice. Lin Mikey called out, handsome boss, I hope you can bring out a new dish before school starts in September, like braised pork rice or claypot rice. I heard someone bring it up. Other southern students who prefer rice but don't particularly like noodles, but who now love noodles, excitedly suggested that Su Feng quickly serve some braised pork rice. Don't worry, handsome men and beautiful women. Su Feng smiled and said, at this rate of new product launches, I reckon you'll have a braised pork rice dish during the holiday season, and by September, it'll be selling like hotcakes. Go, boss. Lin Mikey pumped her fist. Su Feng grinned sheepishly. Have a great holiday, everyone. Yesterday, the system released an extra smoking cessation task. If he quits smoking for 7 days, the system will reward him with a secret recipe for God-level braised pork rice. There are many kinds of braised pork rice. Dishes like chicken leg rice, duck feet rice, and pig's feet rice can all be called braised pork rice. The most original form of braised pork rice is made with pork belly. Spread the prepared braised pork on top of rice, sprinkle with some greens or broccoli, and add a braised egg to make braised pork rice. What was that saying again? A plate of Long John braised pork trotters rice. It's the romance of working class. The rest of the braised pork rice dishes are similar, consisting of braised pork, vegetables, and braised eggs. In some regions, corn kernels are added as a side dish to enhance the overall taste of the rice. The 6-ingredient mixed noodles that the system rewarded yesterday, and the braised egg that I wanted to get, haven't been added to the menu yet. That's strange. The couple had a heart-to-heart talk last night, but it was late. I secretly slept in, and then the water was cut off. Mikey, are there really handsome guys in the claypot rice dishes from Guangdong province? Roommate number 1 asked. Lin. Mikey's lips curved into a smile. Yes, our claypot rice in Guangdong province is filled with people from Fujian. A group of people in the restaurant? What does this girl mean? At that moment, Tong Tong rushed into the kitchen, phone in hand, clicking away rapidly. Dad, no, honey, Dad's calling. The chubby girl stammered incoherently, holding Su Feng's phone high in the air. She had been talking to the caller for 3 minutes, and the caller's name was displayed as Bald Boy Su Jianyi. Looking at the 7 large characters, Bald Boy Su Jianyi, Su Feng felt a sudden panic for no reason. He used to be completely unafraid of his father. But this time, what happened was completely different from before. The Su family is typically run by the mother, Lu Fangfang, who is in charge, while he, his father, and Tong Tong are usually the ones being educated. So basically, the father and son stood on the same side, and although their relationship wasn't that of brothers, it was very pleasant. Mutual understanding between father and son. But this time, Xiao Feng, can you hear me? Su Jianyi shouted. Su Feng held the phone to his ear. Dad, I can hear you. Su Jianyi's tone was very serious. Such a big thing happened, and you didn't even tell your family sooner. Do you even care about this family? You should have told me about this first, then your mother. Luckily, your mother was understanding this time and accepted this daughter-in-law. Su Feng rebelliously responded with, if you don't acknowledge me, I'll run away from home. You unfilial son, you really are an unfilial son. Su Jianyi roared, you brat. Even Tong Tong knows that Dad is a grandfather, but Dad is the only one who doesn't know. Even your grandfather was almost shocked to the point of fainting. What did my grandma say? Your grandma says you're really awesome, no wonder you're her grandson. Su Feng smiled calmly. Dad, I'll explain when we meet tonight. I'll bring your daughter-in-law and granddaughter home later. This is a long story, and Mom should be able to explain it to you. Hey, you little rascal. Su Jianyi sighed heavily. A while ago, he even asked a colleague to introduce Su Feng to a woman for a blind date. In the blink of an eye, they had a son, a wife, and a daughter. Su Feng chuckled, Dad, you're the grandpa, and I'm the dad. What a delightful thing this is. How wonderful. Daddy, bring your daughter-in-law home to meet your grandparents tonight. Snap. Beep beep beep. The call was disconnected. Little Tong Tong looked up. Hey buddy, phone, Tong Tong wants to keep watching JoJo. Here you go, take a look. Keep your eyes away from the phone, sit down to look at it, don't lie down or hunch over to play with it, or you'll make your eyes nearsighted. Su Feng added a word of caution, the nearsightedness rate among young people is too high these days, and she doesn't want her adorable little sister to grow up to be a glasses-wearing girl. Note that this JoJo is not that JoJo, not Tsurudo, Kono Dioda, Ora Muta Muta, or JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, but JoJo's Super Baby. What did Uncle say? What did he say? Chen Menjian asked curiously. Su Feng grinned, showing his teeth. It's nothing. My dad told us to close the shop early and go home tonight. My grandparents are here too. Upon hearing this, she nervously rubbed her palms together. Okay, let's close the shop, go to the supermarket, and buy some milk, fruit, gifts, and health products for the elderly. Oh, it's time for you to grow up, The water supply in the surrounding area of the community is cut off. I wonder how many water pipes this young man broke. The restaurant was doing incredibly well. By the time Su Feng closed at 4 o'clock, the turnover had reached an astonishing 8,200 yuan. He was basically standing in the kitchen without stopping, constantly busy like a cooking robot. Business. That's great. This money is earned honestly. Busy but not chaotic, especially since a new dishwasher was hired to also clean the kitchen. Su Feng's work became much easier instantly. He no longer needed to clean or tidy up the stove, he only had to cook. After finishing their chores, the whole family returned to their rented apartment. After taking a shower, Su Feng changed into shorts and a short-sleeved shirt. A one-piece collaboration design. Yan Yan, who are you talking to on the phone? Your eyes are all squinted with a smile, what are you laughing at? Walking back to the bedroom, Su Feng picked up Xiao Yuiyu and looked at the child's mother with a bright smile. SHH. Chen Menjian shushed Su Feng. Chen Menjian, have you lost your mind? You actually went to find Xiao Yui's biological father? And you actually found him? How did you find him? A rough, girlish voice came through the phone. That's right. It can be described as rugged. It's very simple, we found it. She didn't know how to answer her best friend. You're going to drive me crazy. The girl's voice on the phone was almost frantic. And then what? You found out, and you're not coming back? I asked the landlady, and you even gave up the apartment. Yes, I'll live with him for now. This sentence immediately ignited her best friend's emotions. Living together? What? You've only known the child's father for a few days and you dare to live together? Chen Menjian, are you stupid or just plain dumb? You hopeless silly girl. The girl on the other end of the phone fell silent. What I'm thinking? What's so special about this best friend? Sending someone to their death from 1,000 miles away? Sending a gift from afar. He is very considerate, mature and steady, and we live a good life together. Oh my go. And then what? You gave yourself to him again? Immediately, Chen Menjian blushed and looked up at Su Feng, shaking its cute little head through the phone screen. No, not at all. I'm not that casual. You're not human when you act recklessly. Chen Menjian bit her lip. Anyway, I'm planning to celebrate Xiao Yui's first birthday. I'll call my mom and then take him home. Can you tell me what's so great about the child's father? How did he manage to win you over in just a few days? And why did you willingly bring him home with you? The girl really thought her best friend had gone crazy. She knew all of Chen Menjian's secrets. Otherwise, the reaction wouldn't be that strong. Him? I feel like he's great in every way. Alright, I think you've been drugged, you're possessed, you've been brainwashed. The girl's tone was tinged with helplessness. My rent expires the month after next, and then I'll go to Longcheng to rent a place. But I'll come to see you on Xiao Yui's birthday. What do you want from me? Chen Menjian asked, puzzled. Let's see which man has such charm, what magic he possesses that makes our Ms. Chen willingly follow him. Oh, thank you for thinking of me, dear Ms. Wu. Love you, moi. Get lost, I don't love you. Beep beep. Su Feng stared at Chen Menjian with a look of astonishment, his mouth slightly agape. Yan, is this how you chat with your best friend? You're quite lively and outgoing. Chen Menjian chuckled and said, her name is Wu Maimei. She is my only best friend and my closest friend. She has been by my side from when I was pregnant until the birth of my daughter, Xiao Yuiyu. Wow, you're such good friends. When she comes, I'll definitely cook a delicious meal to thank her. Well, I'm always very grateful to Maimei, but I'm worried about how she'll ever get married with her tomboyish temper. Puffed. Su Feng choked on a mouthful of water. Instead, she became concerned about her best friend's marriage. Hurry, my mom's going to rush me, get dressed, Su Feng said. Chen Menjian pouted and said shyly, you need to go outside to change your clothes. It's inconvenient for you to stand here. With her thin lips pursed, she looked towards the door, subtly reminding Su Feng, if it were her best friend Wu Maimei, she would definitely roar like a typical straight woman. How am I supposed to change my clothes with you standing here? Are you trying to take advantage of me? Get lost. Let's go. Tong Tong was carrying a bag of Xiao Yuiyu's toys. When I went to her house, if Xiao Yuiyu cried, I would think of bringing her toys to comfort her. If she didn't cry, I would let her happily play with her favorite toys. Dad. Once outside, Tong Tong sat obediently in the passenger seat. Chen Menjian held Xiao Yuiyu in her arms as they sat in the back seat, and Xiao Yuiyu babbled daddy. As she grew older, Xiao Yuiyu became more and more curious about unfamiliar things. The family first went to the supermarket before rushing back to Su Feng's home. First floor. Enter the building and knock on the door. Chen Menjian wore white tracksuit pants and a light green short-sleeved shirt, her fair forehead adorned with no bangs. Recently, the style of dressing for quiet girls has become popular on Douyin. Such an outfit, pretty face, plus a postgraduate degree. Bring it home for Chinese New Year, and even if you just walk around to a couple of relatives' houses, no matter the occasion, you can just go wild. Bang bang bang. A knock sounded, and after 3 seconds, the door slowly opened. It's Lu Fang. To everyone's surprise, little Yuiyu, standing on the ground, babbling in her babyish voice, was the first to rush into the house, Naiyawa super excited, letting loose. Grandma, I miss you so much. Su Feng shouted before he even saw the person. Unexpectedly, Lu Fang pulled Chen Menjian's hand and walked into the house. Oh my, Yan looks so beautiful today. The food is ready, just waiting for you. Come on in. With that, she slammed the door shut, almost hitting Su Feng on the head. Mom? Hearing the loud bang, Su Feng was dumbfounded. Mom, have you forgotten that your precious son hasn't come inside yet? Su Feng called out anxiously, hurriedly reaching out to knock on the door. The door was opened again. The door was opened by the dog, and the big golden retriever, Baibai, pounced on him. Baibai, stop fooling around. Can't you see how much stuff I'm carrying? Su Feng patted the dog's head and walked back into the house. A huge pile of gifts was laid out on the ground. Where did little Yu run off to? The little one is so lively, he climbed off the bed. Lu Fang said. After running back into the house, Xiao Yu climbed right up to Su Feng's bed. Hey, little one, come out quickly. How can you crawl off the bed as soon as you get home? Grandma Su called out. At this moment, a very funny scene unfolded inside the house. Grandpa Su, Grandma Su, Lu Fang, and Su Jianyi all knelt down on the floor, staring at little Yu who had crawled under the bed. Su Feng witnessed this scene. His mouth twitched suddenly, and his expression froze. Dad, Mom, what are you doing? Lu Fang turned to look at Su Feng. Little Yu is so lively. She climbed under your bed like a little kitten. Your eldest granddaughter is so naughty. Climbed off the bed? How naughty. She's like a little monkey. Su Feng blurted it out. Bang! Lu Fang stood up and pinched Su's ear hard. How can you talk like that? What kind of father calls his daughter a monkey? It's okay, don't worry about Yu. It hurts, Mom, don't pinch my ear, give me some face, I'm already so old. Lu Fang let go of her hand in annoyance. The brat said his daughter is a little monkey. Su Feng helped his beloved grandmother up. Then he helped his grandfather sit up on the bed. Xiao Feng, quick, think of a way to call Grandpa's great-granddaughter out. It's so dirty under the bed, and the little one is so naughty. You all don't need to worry about this. Leave it to Tong Tong. Tong Tong, climb under the bed and pull Xiao Yu out, Su Feng instructed. Tong Tong pouted and rolled her eyes at her brother. This home. She's not here. Have to. She rummaged through Xiao Yu's toy bag, like teasing a cat, trying to get Xiao Yu to crawl out from under the bed by herself. Chen Menjian sat demurely on the sofa like a reserved young woman. Seeing the family emerge from the second bedroom, she quickly stood up. Atmosphere gradually becoming tense. Grandpa, Grandma, this is your granddaughter-in-law, Chen Menjian, Su Feng introduced. Grandpa Su is 78 years old this year, and you can't see a single hair on his head. The old man, wearing reading glasses, wore a kind smile. Xiao Feng's wife, please sit down. Hello, Grandpa and Grandma. She greeted them with a gentle smile and a generous manner. His expression was slightly tense. Grandma Su's temples were white, her face was full of wrinkles, and like Grandpa Su, she wore a pair of reading glasses on her nose, but her smile was very kind and gentle. Granddaughter-in-law, Yan, don't be nervous, don't be polite, just make yourself at home. Thank you, Grandma. Don't thank me, kid. She nervously rubbed her palms together. Try your best to appear more composed and dignified. Little Yu excitedly crawled out from under the bed and ran to the living room. Her pale face was covered in dust, and even her newly changed pants and short-sleeved shirt were covered in dirt. Her hair was filthy, but a pure, innocent smile played on her lips. Dad, ba. She saw Su Feng. Open your little mouth and shout. He staggered towards the sofa. Xiao Feng, Xiao Yu, she. Chen Menjian opened her mouth slightly, her expression somewhat surprised. Her daughter. She climbed under my bed. Heaven knows how filthy Su Feng's bed is. It's been half a year since the big cleaning last December, and he hasn't cleaned under the bed. Okay, she's starting to misbehave. Tong Tong, let Tong Tong play with her. Looking at the dirty little Yu, Chen Menjian suddenly felt a little lost. Her daughter was anything but quiet. Sister-in-law, she's so dirty. Seeing that Su Feng disliked that Xiao Yu was covered in dust and wouldn't hold her, Lu Fang glared at her son and then took her granddaughter into her arms. Are you bringing a change of clothes? Yes, there's one in the car. Tong Tong, go and take Xiao Yu's clothes home. Tong Tong pouted and reluctantly took the car keys. At that moment, Su Feng felt someone poking him from behind. Turn around. It turned out to be his elderly father. Dad, it's been a long time. Su Jianyi gritted his teeth. Dad. Su Feng suddenly slapped his forehead, realizing he had almost forgotten about his elderly father, and quickly took Chen Menjian's hand. Dad, this is your daughter-in-law, my wife, Chen Menjian. Chen Menjian was genuinely startled and almost burst out laughing. At the same time, she was glad she didn't, otherwise, she felt she would be doomed, she would be so embarrassed, because Su Feng's father's hairstyle was just too funny. Bald in the middle. It is long on both sides. A typical Mediterranean. In that instant, the image of Su Feng with a bald head flashed into his mind. Oh my god. Uncle, hello, uncle. The whole family assumed she was just nervous. Su Jianyi smiled faintly and said, hello, I'm Su Feng's father. Seeing his son and daughter-in-law holding hands, their expressions full of affection, he felt relieved. Goodness! Su Feng directed Tong Tong. Tong Tong is directing the dog. With the clothes bag rope in its mouth, the golden retriever Bai Bei gently placed Xiao Yui's clothes bag on the sofa. Yan Yan, go to my room and change Xiao Yui's clothes. Okay. Su Feng led Chen Menjian back to his room, trying to make her feel more relaxed. Grandpa Su, the old scholar, sat on the sofa wearing reading glasses, holding a newspaper. His expression was so rigid and serious, exuding the air of a leader that even Su Feng was afraid of him. Indeed, only Su's father and mother are all right. Chen Menjian was indeed somewhat at a loss when facing Grandpa Su and Grandma Su. Su Feng gently held her hand and said softly, "Wait here in the room for a while. I'm here, so don't be nervous. Look at the photos on the bedroom wall, they're all pictures of me growing up." Okay. She lowered her voice, a slight blush on her pretty face. I don't know why. She not only blushed with shyness. Even when she's extremely nervous, her face will flush, and her cheeks will unconsciously turn red. After changing Xiao Yui's dirty clothes, Su Feng carried his daughter out of the room. Grandfather! You silly child, well, what's done is done. Just think about the future. She has a higher education and a better diploma than you, and she even suffered injustice and had a child. Treat her well in the future. Grandpa Su sighed softly and put down the newspaper in his hand. He felt somewhat helpless about this second grandson. Grandpa, Yan Yan and I have opened a restaurant. Come and eat there sometime. His grandfather was a senior professor in the Chinese department who published many short stories on realistic themes in his youth. He was considered an old author and a scholar. Xiao Feng is amazing. He found a beautiful girl. His granddaughter-in-law is so pretty, so charming. Grandma Su praised. The word Xiren is a dialect word from the Longcheng area. It symbolizes beauty and attractiveness. Listen to Grandma Su praising. Lu Fangfang's lips were all pouting. She was extremely satisfied with her daughter-in-law in every way, from her figure and appearance to her education and the personality she had shown in front of her recently. Gentle, dignified, virtuous, and generous, she completely outshone Su Feng's sister-in-law, the wife his brother long married. Women are inherently competitive. When they are young, they compare looks, figures, income, family background, and even skin, as well as who finds the best man. After they get married, they'll compare whose son is smarter and has better academic performance. What pleased her most about Su Feng since childhood was his good looks. As for his education, it was truly a mess. When she reached middle age, her son married a beautiful woman, and she was overjoyed. Xiao Feng is a very strong-willed girl. Quick, let Dad hold Xiao Yuiyu. Father Su paced back and forth, his eyes filled with urgency. Little Yuiyu, this is Grandpa. He gently placed Xiao Yuiyu in Su Jianyi's arms. The adorable little girl was a little shy around strangers. When she left Su Feng's arms, she immediately pouted. However, when she saw her grandfather's receding hairline, her expression returned to normal, and she reached out her little hand to him. Hiss, why is this kid pulling people's hair? Su Jianyi winced in pain, but gently took his granddaughter's little hand in his. Iya. The little cutie smiled. Su Jianyi wore a kind smile. So cute. Don't pull Grandpa's hair, okay? Grandpa only has these 2 strands of hair, and if you pull them again, they'll be gone. Ah. She tried to pull, but her little hand was grabbed, and she immediately cried out in distress. My dear granddaughter is so cute, chubby, and adorable, but she's a little mischievous. Although his granddaughter had pulled out a few strands of her hair, he still beamed with joy. He Su Jianyi. I'm a grandfather now. Woof woof woof. Bai Bei, the golden retriever, sat on the ground, panting with its tongue lolling out. It's been a long time since so many people have come to our house. Even the dog was incredibly excited. Ah. When Xiao Yuiyu first saw the big dog, her eyes widened slightly, and she stretched out her little hand, looking at the big dog with curiosity. Little Yuiyu, this is your Aunt Bai Bei, Su Feng introduced. Su's father. The whole family took turns holding little Yuiyu, and Tong Tong pouted, a little jealous, as she watched. Grandma, give me a hug, hug Tong Tong. Tong Tong is such a good girl. Grandma's granddaughter Tong Tong is the best. Let Grandma see her. It's been a while since I've seen my good granddaughter. Her face is rounder and she's gotten a bit chubby. Little Yuiyu and little Feng looked so alike when they were little. They have similar eyes, beautiful big eyes. The nose and eyebrows are also very similar. The whole family was discussing it. Xiao Feng. Su Jianyi gave Su Feng a wink. Su Feng followed his father. We arrived at Xiao Tantang's room. Dad, what's wrong? What do you mean? Don't you have any explanation for your father? Su Jianyi asked, feigning seriousness. Su Feng shrugged and smiled. Dad, I feel that Mom is more accepting of this matter, so I told her first. It was Mom who kept telling me to keep it from you. Besides, I was also flustered and didn't dare to tell you. He felt wrong to some extent, but shifted the blame onto Lu Fangfang. Do you have any money on you? Is it enough? Su Jianyi asked with concern. Su Feng laughed. Enough, more than enough to spend. You can keep your money. Dad won't say anything more. Treat that girl well. It wasn't easy for her to give birth to your daughter. As a man, you have to shoulder the responsibility. With that, Su Jianyi sighed and patted Su Feng on the shoulder. Half a month. He felt that his son had become a different person. A lazy, good-for-nothing otaku who stayed at home doing nothing has become a responsible father with a family. My wife told me that my son has been working very hard every day lately, busy making money at the restaurant. Sincere. I feel for my son. It grew up in just over half a month. But he still couldn't help nagging, and began to give instructions. You must always remember, now that you're a father, think twice before you act. I heard your wife is from Ling County, right? Although it's not far, she's with you, so you have to take responsibility. Women need to be pampered. Look at your mother. Dad, it's all right, don't worry. Just wait to enjoy your retirement in a villa, taking your granddaughter fishing and walking the dog every day. Su Feng patted his father's shoulder in return. I drew a sweet picture for my dad. Su Jianyi. Grandma Su beckoned to Su Feng, and Su Feng walked over and obediently sat down next to her. Grandma explained some important principles about marriage to her. Only through mutual understanding and tolerance can a family live in harmony, go further, and last longer, and only then can a home truly feel like a home. Grandma Su and Lu Fangfang went to the kitchen to prepare food, while Xiao Yuiyu played with Tong Tong. Back in the room, I saw Chen Menjian staring blankly at the photos on the wall, lost in thought. Yan Yan. He stepped forward and gently embraced the woman's slender waist from behind. She was startled, her delicate body trembling slightly. She turned around, biting her lip. What are you doing? Are you trying to bully me? Yeah, I want to tease you. You idiot, you've been handsome since you were a kid. Lost in her infatuation, she didn't resist and let Su Feng put his arm around her waist and rest his chin on her shoulder. But, in my heart, I kept trying to remain calm, not wanting to appear shy in front of men. However, her rosy cheeks proved everything. Of course, look. Photos of him growing up are pasted on the wall. From kindergarten to elementary school, middle school, high school, university, and even university graduation photos, they were all posted on the wall. Wouldn't it be all right for us to stay in the room? Who's taking care of Xiao Yuiyu? She asked softly. My mom is cooking, and Yuiyu and Tong Tong are playing. Oh, let go, release your grip. She was in close contact with Su Feng, their faces almost touching. His warm breath was on her face as he spoke, making it feel like they might kiss at any moment. This. Yan Yan, you look so beautiful when you smile. No, I'm going to help in the kitchen. Su Feng grasped her hand. You're a guest, what can I do to help? Let go, don't do anything naughty. The man's awkward expression made her heart pound with nervousness. She forcefully shook off his hand, pushed open the door, and headed towards the kitchen. Su Feng was immature. She needs to be sensible. July 21st. Xiao Yuiyu's first birthday. Lu Fangfang counted on her fingers. Xiao Yuiyu didn't have a 100-day celebration, so her first birthday should be celebrated in a grand way at the hotel. At the dinner table, the family chatted happily, but Chen Menjian was extremely reserved and didn't even dare to pick up food that was too far away. Su Feng kept picking it up for her. Su Jianyi said, in a few days, I'll take some birthday photos of Xiao Yuiyu, turn them into short videos, and then show them on the LED screen in the lobby. Xiao Feng. Ha! I'm here. Did you hear me? Su Jianyi smiled helplessly. I've already made an appointment with George. He'll take photos of my little Yuiyu's birthday and help me with editing. Actually, he was just suddenly curious about Xiao Yuiyu's zodiac sign. Cancer girl. Lu Fangfang smiled slightly and said, I don't know how to explain this, Jianyi. Let's tell your older brother and Susu 3 days before his birthday. For Xiao Yuiyu's birthday this time, Lu Fangfang and Su Jianyi discussed it and decided to only notify Su's close relatives. As for Su Feng's maternal grandmother, uncles, and aunts, we won't tell them for now, because it's a large family with just too many relatives. Su Feng's maternal grandmother is 92 years old this year and can jump rope 500 times. And then, his maternal grandmother had 7 children. Therefore, he has 4 maternal uncles and 2 paternal aunts. Lu Fangfang is the 6th child in her family. Visiting relatives during the Chinese New Year is a very troublesome thing, but with such a beautiful and charming daughter-in-law, Lu Fangfang feels incredibly confident whenever she visits any of her relatives. On the other hand, on the Su family's main side, there were Su Jianyi and his 2 siblings. Su Feng has a second aunt and an older uncle. My uncle's family has a son named Su Long, who got married and had children. However, the wife he married was not as pretty as Chen Menjian, nor as considerate, gentle, sensible, or highly educated as Chen Menjian. Therefore, Lu Fangfang felt extremely embarrassed. Xiao Feng, the fact that you can open a restaurant and make money from it proves that you've grown up. Su Jianyi took a sip of tea and looked at his son with a deep gaze. Su Feng ate with his head down. I'm getting ready to listen to my dad's teachings. Making money is one thing, but I heard that you're busy from morning till night and don't have time to spend with Xiaoyu. I suggest you change this restaurant to a weekend-only schedule. Puffed. Su Feng almost spat out a mouthful of chicken leg. Dad, I've never heard of a restaurant closing on Saturdays and Sundays. Why can't I? It's not that it's impossible, but I'm just thinking about making more money. Lu Fangfang suggested. While making money, don't let life move too fast. While being busy, you should also take care of Yu and spend more time with her. Yan Yan, what do you think? And Chen Menjian gently opened her mouth and smiled. Let's leave this to Xiao Feng and let him make the decision. Hiss, Wush Su Feng took a deep breath and grinned. Okay, we'll rest on Saturday and Sunday, go for a walk in nature, visit the park, go shopping, go to the children's playground, and accompany Xiaoyu as she grows up. Grandson, you're out of money? Grandma has some here. Grandma Su smiled. She habitually took out her wallet from her pocket and pulled out a bank card. Su Jianyi said in a deep voice, Mom, Xiao Feng's restaurant is very profitable, he doesn't lack money. According to Lu Fangfang, the restaurant could earn 8,000 yuan a day. Even with weekends off, operating 20 days a month, they can earn 160,000 yuan, their whole family combined. They didn't earn as much as Su Feng. Su Feng was deeply moved. Grandma, your grandson has money to spend, not your and grandpa's pension. His grandparents' combined pensions amount to at least 25,000 yuan per month. Saturday and Sunday are holidays. Yan Yan, what do you think? I'll listen to you. Phew. As Chen Menjian walked out of Su Feng's house, she felt much lighter on her feet and gently patted her chest. Xiao Feng, how did I do? She asked softly. That's great. Look how happy my mom is. I feel like she hasn't been this happy in a long time, to have found such a wonderful daughter-in-law. Chen Menjian rolled her eyes and smiled, pursing her lips. My aunt is so kind to me. She's extremely happy with you. That's why she's going to take you to visit relatives during the Chinese New Year. Ah. Chen Menjian's pretty face was filled with shock and disbelief. I have many relatives on my maternal grandparents' side, including my maternal grandparents, my eldest uncle, second uncle, third uncle, fourth uncle, fifth aunt, and seventh aunt. Sky. She opened her mouth, staring at the man in disbelief. The father of her child had many uncles and aunts. She thought to herself, Su Feng's maternal grandmother is so fertile, so amazing. Feeling the warmth of Su Feng's family atmosphere, she felt very happy. Being able to introduce herself to his grandparents and parents made her feel even sweeter, proving that she held an important place in the man's heart. I can't help but look forward to it. The moment I brought Su Feng home to meet her parents. Su Feng, Yan Yan. A slightly chubby girl named Zhang Meng walked towards the two of them with a bright smile on her lips. Zhang Meng, what a coincidence. Su Feng greeted her. Tong Tong looked up and politely called out. Hello, sister. Good evening, Tong Tong. Zhang Meng complained angrily. George promised to treat me to dinner, but he stood me up. Then I went to Wutong Street to have a bowl of egg noodles, but you were closed. I made a wasted trip. My mom called me and Yan Yan home for dinner, so naturally we don't have time to open the shop. We have to close it. Check the group chat messages, I've been notified. Oh, your customers are too chatty in the group, so I blocked them. I haven't looked at it for 3 minutes. Group chat messages, 99 plus. Chen Menjian chuckled and said, come to the restaurant early for lunch tomorrow. Xiao Feng is going to introduce a new product. Wow, a new product. Upon hearing this, Zhang Meng's small eyes lit up. What new product? Can you tell me in advance? You'll find out tomorrow at noon. Okay, keep me in suspense. Keep me in suspense. Don't let me see that bastard George, or I'll beat him up. He asked you out? Su Feng asked jokingly. One sentence left Zhang Meng speechless. What kind of date are you talking about? We dislike each other, we'll always just be buddies. I need to lose weight and find a better man. Lose weight, I want to be a little dog. Su Feng could only smile. He gave a thumbs up. Go Meng Meng. Going home now, bye bye Yan Yan, see you tomorrow. Zhang Meng waved her hand and said, bye bye. Bye bye, sister, Xiao Tongtong called out. Zhang Meng comes from a well-off family. She holds a position at a state-owned enterprise and her family also runs an internet cafe, which is managed by her brother. Now, she manages the internet cafe, chess and card room, and billiards hall for her brother. Therefore, Su Feng has never experienced what it's like to pay for internet access since he was a child. However, when I was a child, I would go to Jiang Meng's house to surf the internet with George and Beazai. You can only find those corners, places where you won't be easily discovered, and you have to sneak in and turn on the machine. Of course, the chances of being caught and taken home are 80%. It was past 10 p.m. when Su Feng rushed back to Binjiang Garden from home. He happened to pass by a print shop and printed out a notice, which he then posted on the glass door of the restaurant. Business hours, Monday/Friday, Saturday and Sunday off. Night. Join the Xiao Su's food exchange group. He sent a message. We're launching new products tomorrow. They're absolutely delicious and incredibly satisfying to eat. The group was in an uproar after seeing Su Feng's message. At Xiaosu store manager, our entire basketball team is going out for dinner tomorrow. Hope the boss stocks up on some good stuff. Winking emoji. Braised grasshoppers and our football team. A girl who loves vinegar. Wow, I'm back in the next city. The boss has even launched new products. Rolls eyes. Xiaoxu loves donuts. What? I'm already home, and you're only just launching the new product, eating melon. A girl who loves garlic. Holy crap. They launched a new product during the medical school break? Boss, you're such a jerk. Angry, exploding. What exactly is this new product? Ah, boss, don't run away. Where are you going? Don't keep us in suspense. Su Feng replied. Braised eggs in the broth of braised beef, and mixed noodles with 6 kinds of meat. Brother Lu, who loves noodles, eating mixed noodles. What the heck? Wow, sour, braised eggs, I love braised eggs the most. Braised grasshoppers, the braised beef is so delicious, the braised eggs must taste absolutely amazing. Looking forward to it. A girl who loves garlic, I'm so angry. Boss, you old idiot, you should have launched the new braised eggs yesterday. The girl who loves vinegar, boss Lao Lu. Su Feng pouted, looking aggrieved. He's not the 6th son at all. What Lao Lu meant, wasn't he a whiny winner? At 4:30 a.m. on a summer morning, the east was already tinged with white light. Bathed in the morning breeze, Su Feng hurried to the vegetable market. He bought some pork tenderloin, potatoes, eggplant, king oyster mushrooms, green peppers, and carrots. The perfect mixed noodles awarded by the system through a lottery are an upgraded version of the eggplant mixed noodles, as is widely known. The topping of minced meat and eggplant sauce is definitely the best among all mixed noodles. The Lu Ding mixed noodles, on the other hand, include diced potatoes, diced king oyster mushrooms, and diced carrots. The variety of ingredients makes the toppings even more flavorful and satisfying. One bite and the fragrance lingers on your lips and teeth, leaving an unforgettable aftertaste. After preparing all the ingredients, he lay down to rest in the back room of the restaurant. Chen Menjian told Aunt Zhang and Guoyu, who came to work, that they would have full days off every Saturday and Sunday, and that no wages would be deducted. The new notice gave the two of them a lot of motivation and energy. It's a 2-day weekend. I work 5 days a week. You get 8 days off every month. The two of them helped Chen Menjian peel the boiled eggs. After boiling the eggs, she poured them all into a basin of cold water. Let the eggs cool completely so that the shell and egg can be separated when peeling them. Otherwise, if you don't put them in cold water and keep them in the hot water used to boil the eggs, or take them out and let them cool naturally, the eggs will stick to the shell and be difficult to peel. When boiling eggs, make sure to let them cool down promptly. Peeling will make it easier. Place the peeled eggs in the braised beef sauce that Su Feng prepared, and simmer them over low heat. Dad! Little Yu pouted and pinched her father's cheek, but her father continued to snore and ignored her. Tong Tong said with a smile, Little Yu, your dad is asleep, don't disturb him, let's play a game. As a result, she stopped playing, let out a cry of awe, and started waking up while clinging to Su Feng's arm. Yan. Zhang Meng arrived at the restaurant alone. Chen Menjian smiled and said, Meng, you can't wait to try the new product. It's getting late. I don't like eating breakfast, so I'll combine lunch and breakfast, Zhang Meng said. I'll go wake Xiao Feng up. Zhang Meng blinked. Is manager Su Feng sleeping? Let him continue sleeping, there's no rush to eat. At 11 o'clock, Coach Wu arrived at the restaurant with more than a dozen basketball players, plus his close friend Coach Sun from the football team, who brought 21 football players. A group of people rushed in, a group of young men, which startled Aunt Zhang, the dishwasher. The restaurant was completely full. Moreover, it's very crowded. So many handsome guys. Zhang Meng felt her eyes were dazzled for a moment. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Men, all men. Zhang Meng, a complete fangirl, stared wide-eyed and excitedly sent a message to her best friend Guan Huiwei. Oh my god, handsome guy, man, come look at this handsome guy. I feel like I'm suffocating. Su Feng rubbed his eyes, gently kissed Xiao Yuiyu's forehead, covered her with a summer blanket, and then quietly left the room. I almost blurted out how? The restaurant suddenly became completely full? Coach Wu said. They said in the group chat that we have a new product. Luckily, the team has a subsidy, so I brought the team members to try the new Liuting mixed noodles. How many portions? He spoke to Coach Wu. It looks familiar. Even if he doesn't come every day, he comes to eat at least once every 2 days. He's definitely a regular customer, as is Coach Sun next to him. Puffed, this mixed noodles, what a price. Lu Hao was startled, but thinking of the delicious taste of the food, he quickly calmed down. He believes. The delicious food cooked by Su Feng. I'm willing to accept any price, even outrageously expensive ones. 6-ingredient mixed noodles, NT $35/serving. We really can't afford to treat everyone to braised beef for our basketball team. So, 1 serving of 6-ingredient mixed noodles and 1 braised egg for each person. That's 16 servings for our basketball team. Kimchi with noodles, it's so delicious, coach. Lu Hao shouted. Yeah, coach. Even if we can't afford braised beef, we should at least get a few plates of kimchi. Coach, how about 2 servings of kimchi on the table? Okay, add 4 more plates of kimchi. Any money exceeding the basketball team's budget has to be paid out of his own pocket by the coach. Just show the payment code. Chen Menjian pointed to the lit-up QR code payment tool. A notification sounded. 656 yuan received via Duct WeChat Pay. On this side, the football team's expenses were very generous. Coach Sun not only provided each person with a bowl of 6-ingredient mixed noodles, but also 2 caddies of braised beef for each table. It seems they participated in a provincial university campus football competition and won first place, which made the basketball team members green with envy. Holy crap, boss, this braised egg is absolutely amazing. It smells so good. It's amazing. Compared to this braised egg, the braised eggs from the school cafeteria are like a grandson meeting his grandfather. College students are better at using metaphors and descriptions. The light brown marinated eggs are covered with fine lines and are steaming hot with a rich aroma. They are not only chewy but also have a rich and flavorful taste, especially when you bite into the egg white and yolk at the same time. It was absolutely delicious. Braised eggs with soy sauce flavor, fragrant, tender, and bouncy. The texture is incredibly bouncy and juicy, with a rich egg flavor and a hint of braised beef taste, further enhancing your palate. Wow! Whoosh! Wow! These braised eggs taste absolutely amazing. How, shall we split the cost and order some braised beef and hard-boiled eggs? And 2 hard-boiled eggs each. When the vice captain saw the group of people from the neighboring football team, enjoying fragrant braised eggs with braised beef and drinking refreshing ice-cold beer, he immediately felt his mouth water. On the other side, hiss, whew, that feels so good. The soccer captain, Sad Frog, has gone mad with food. I'm so hungry. How are these eggs made? Have I been eating fake eggs all these years? Sad Frog, the football captain, exclaimed in surprise. Sad Frog's real name is Tao Shija. Because of his large, protruding eyes and double eyelids, he looks a lot like the internet celebrity Sad Frog on Douyin. That's how this nickname came about. Some people find it cute, while others find it scary. Whoosh! Boss, are these eggs free-range from the countryside? They smell so good and taste so delicious. Sad Frog asked. Su Feng chuckled. These are not free-range eggs from the countryside, but they are of better quality than regular eggs. Over here, Chen Menjian was serving braised eggs to a group of basketball players, but after serving half of them, she realized that the pot of braised eggs was already empty. She looked at everyone with a slightly apologetic expression. I'm sorry, we didn't prepare many, we only have 7 left. Holy crap, only 7 left? Who's going to get any more than that? Yes, we can't afford braised beef, but we can afford eggs. Boss, please prepare more. How about we boil some eggs now? I see there are so many of us, we'll definitely have to wait in line for a long time. Boiling them for half an hour should make them flavorful, right? Looking at the group of enthusiastic young men, Chen Menjian felt embarrassed and smiled faintly. I'm sorry, we're busy cooking and serving noodles here, so we don't have time to cook eggs. If you want to eat them, please come tonight or tomorrow. We'll make sure to prepare plenty of eggs. These people's appetite. She was scared just looking at it. What kind of duck swallows an egg whole like that? The football team members at several tables each ordered 2 eggs. The group of boys grinned and opened their mouths wide, looking like elementary school students who hadn't gotten their favorite spicy snacks, revealing their eager and craving expressions, which made Su Feng laugh. What does this braised egg taste like? Is it really that fragrant? He hasn't tasted it yet, so he shouted to the crowd. If you have boiled eggs and can help peel them, you can definitely eat braised eggs before finishing your noodles. Okay, we'll help you peel it. Peeling an egg is a piece of cake. Let's all peel it together. Damn it, I can't even afford braised beef, let alone eggs. Do I even want to continue my studies at university? Yeah, why not just go get a job? Then, let's all help peel and remove the shells from the eggs. The group peeled the eggs very quickly. In less than 5 minutes, they had peeled all 50 boiled eggs. Su Feng opened fire. Let the braising liquid fully cook the eggs. A group of big boys pooled their money and bought 2 pounds of braised beef. Only. The appetite of these big boys was astounding. 2 pounds of braised beef were placed on the table and the plate was empty in less than 3 minutes. They practically scrambled to eat the braised beef. 6-ingredient mixed noodles. The method is not too difficult. Once all the ingredients are prepared, you can start cooking. He first marinated the pork tenderloin. The reason for marinating is to make the meat more tender, juicy, and flavorful, rather than dry. Add salt. 2 spoonfuls of Sichuan peppercorn powder. Some light soy sauce, egg white, cooking wine, and cornstarch. Adding Sichuan peppercorn powder to the marinated meat is to remove the fishy smell of the pork tenderloin. This is more effective at removing the fishy smell and enhancing the aroma than cooking wine. The main reason for adding cornstarch is to lock in moisture and prevent the tenderloin from losing its own moisture. This makes the meat even more tender. Heat oil in a wok. With a crisp sizzle, the pork tenderloin is added, stir-fried until fragrant and cooked through, then removed and set aside. As usual, add another spoonful of lard. Sizzle. Bring to a boil over high heat, then add minced scallions, ginger, and garlic, followed by the stir-fried diced meat, diced eggplant, and diced king oyster mushrooms. Swish, swish. Su Feng's wok flipping skills weren't very good, so he had to use a spatula to stir the food in the wok. Once the eggplant and king oyster mushrooms have released their excess moisture, add the diced potatoes. Add oyster sauce and secret recipe soybean paste. Finally, add light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, and salt. Turn the stove to its highest setting, stir-fry for a while, then add a bowl of water to cover the ingredients. Cover and simmer over low heat. Let it simmer slowly. Notice, he only washed the surface of the potatoes he cut, and didn't wash them again after cutting them into small cubes. The reason for not washing the potatoes is to allow the starch in them to be fully extracted. This method produces a thicker topping, making it even more suitable for mixing with noodles. So many people? Grandpa Yu was a little dumbfounded as he looked at the room full of people. The Su family's business. Isn't that amazing? Xiao Feng, so many people are eating noodles, you. Su Feng opened his mouth and smiled. Are you worried about me? Making ramen isn't tiring. While the toppings were simmering in the iron pot, Su Feng had already divided the kneaded ramen dough into small portions for easy cooking. Splash! He lifted the lid of the pot, and a burst of steam escaped. I can already smell the topping. Lu Hao took a deep breath. Goodness! They were at the dinner table. The braised beef and several plates of kimchi that the group had shipped in to order were already completely empty. The plates were cleaner than their faces. It'll be ready soon. The 6 ding have been incorporated into the 5 ding. Only the last remaining soul, ding, or jingtiao ding. This type of chili is different from the bird's eye chili. Its spiciness is not unbearable, but rather moderate, yet its aroma is unbeatable. This bowl of diced chili peppers, poured into the topping, has a slightly pungent, tingling flavor that makes it even more fragrant. Su Feng ramen. Chen Menjian scoops the topping. The sad frog licked its lips. Oh my god, it smells so good. Just the aroma is enough to make my mouth water for 3 kilometers. Lu Hao's eyes shone. Boss, let's give our basketball team a go first. The football team has funding, they're still eating braised beef. Immediately, the football team glared angrily at Lu Hao. This most affectionate student from the agricultural university immediately shrank back and obediently shut his mouth. Chen Menjian didn't care who gave it to which table. After all, it's a window service for picking up food. Whoever lines up first gets their food first and eats first. Clearly, Sad Frog was the first to get the toppings and a plate of noodles. Su Feng cooked very quickly. In less than 10 minutes, all the noodles for the table were served. He also cooked a bowl of hand-pulled noodles for Zhang Meng, topped with 6 ding topping. Taking advantage of the fact that these guests came in one group and there were no other guests, Su Feng took advantage of the spare time to cook noodles for himself, Chen Menjian, Tong Tong, and Xiao Yuyu. Certainly, little Yuyu's noodles need to be cooked until very soft and mushy. Basically, she puts them in a spoon to cook until they're almost mushy. Only add a tiny bit of the topping. Then, even Aunt Zhang and Guo Yu's lunch were cooked. Zhang Meng lowered her head, took a deep sniff, and couldn't help but say, "Wow, this smell. The steaming hot and fragrant topping is intoxicating. Glug glug. I'm so hungry. Ah, it smells so good. I want another spoonful of chili oil." Whoosh. Hoo. Zhang Meng's eyes lit up as she skillfully stirred the liuting noodles with her chopsticks. Her nearly 200-pound figure is enough to show that she is definitely a foodie who has absolutely no resistance to delicious food. Chen Menjian smiled at Zhang Meng. If there's not enough food, ask Xiaofeng to cook some more. Don't be shy. This is one of the advantages of having a group of guests filling the house. You can have a leisurely lunch. The same group of guests can fill the restaurant, relax by watching videos on their phones, scrolling through short videos, or go into the back room to spend time with their daughter, Xiaoyu. She also put half a bowl of kimchi on Zhang Meng's plate. The bowl was also piled halfway with braised beef. I remember the first time we met. George the Fat Tiger inadvertently revealed someone's name. Her name was Shen Qin, and everyone's eyes were on Su Feng at that moment. The atmosphere was still very stiff and awkward at the time, so she was very curious. This girl named Shen Qin must have a relationship with the child's father. She was incredibly curious. That evening, she wanted to ask Su Feng about Shen Qin, but she hesitated for half an hour and couldn't bring herself to speak. So she started with Su Feng's childhood friend Zhang Meng, curiously trying to learn about Su Feng's mysterious past. Glug, glug. Chen Menjian's tummy was so stimulated by the aroma that it started to rumble with hunger. It smells so good. I'm so hungry. I really want to eat it. I still need to feed little Yuiyu first. Wow, this is so delicious. It's so much better than the food at kindergarten. Brother is amazing. I want to eat your cooking every day from now on. The chubby girl slurped the noodles, her mouth dripping with oil. Humph. Tong tong? Zhang Meng asked with a grin. Girls grow up and get married. Your brother won't let you live off him forever. The chubby girl, Lulyu, playfully stuck out her little tongue. Tong Tong doesn't want to get married, she wants to eat the food cooked by Kuakuo. Slurp 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 slurp. Zhang Meng went crazy, slurping noodles without any manners, and excitedly said, so delicious, Yan Yan, I'm so envious of you marrying Su Feng, being able to eat such delicious food for the rest of your life. You can do that too, just come and eat every day. Chen Menjian fed Xiaoyu. My little cutie is so hungry. My mouth was covered in a mouthful of noodle paste. Oh dear, let's eat, let's eat. She ate and talked in a childish voice. Zhang Meng wiped her mouth. This little cutie is such a foodie. Look how happily she's eating. She complains that you're feeding her too slowly, so she just starts eating with her own hands. Really? The Moonlit Demon King let out a cry of surprise, stretched out her chubby little hand, and stuffed the noodle paste into her mouth. 2/3 of the noodles fell onto the pink apron. Chen Menjian sighed and said, Xiao Feng's cooking, even if it's just boiled noodles, she'll eat it with gusto. My cooking skills are just not good enough. Puffed, then let him do it. I won't be polite, I'll make him cook another bowl of noodles. This bowl of mixed noodles. It's absolutely perfect. Whether it's the texture of the noodles or the deliciousness of the toppings. One bite reveals tender and juicy pork tenderloin, followed by soft and fluffy potatoes, then crunchy radish cubes and bursting with juicy eggplant cubes. And, finally, a bite of diced Jingtiao chili peppers. 6-ingredient mixed noodles. The flavors of the 6 ingredients blend together, and then you take a bite of chewy noodles soaked in broth. Absolutely amazing. The taste is indescribably delicious. In the words of people from Sichuan and Chongqing, it's absolutely fantastic or very comfortable. In the words of people from Henan, it's medium medium medium. And in the words of people from northern Xinjiang, bad. That's outrageous. So beautiful. Slurp slurp. After feeding Xiaoyu, Chen Menjian began to eat the noodles in her own bowl. However, Zhang Meng had already carried the second bowl into the inner room, and said happily, I also added half a spoonful of egg sauce to Xiao Feng's liuting noodles. Wouldn't that make it even tastier? Chen Menjian laughed, if you put too much topping, the noodles will be too salty. It's not salty at all. Just add more noodles. Besides, I prefer it stronger, so I also added 2 braised eggs. Yan Yan, you're not paying and just freeloading. I'm really feeling a little embarrassed. She blushed as she spoke, realizing that she seemed to have eaten a bit too much. However, the movements of stirring the noodles with chopsticks were remarkably swift and precise. Chen Menjian said, no need to pay. You're Xiao Feng's best friend since childhood, and I'm so glad he has such a cheerful childhood friend like you. Then I'll help wash the dishes later, she said, grinning. Chen Menjian shook her head, raising an eyebrow slightly. No need to pay, and no need to wash dishes, there's Aunt Zhang who washes the dishes. Who is this Shen Qin that George mentioned the other day? Puffed. The sudden appearance of the name Shen Qin startled Zhang Meng, causing her pupils to dilate instantly. She spat out a mouthful of noodles into the bowl, and the chili oil choked her throat. Cough, cough. She kept coughing. Chen Menjian reached out and patted his back to help. Zhang Meng finally calmed down, her chubby face still flushed. She took a deep breath and lowered her voice, saying, why did you suddenly ask this? Didn't Su Feng tell you anything? No. Chen Menjian shook her head. He ate his noodles, pretending to be very calm. Oh, she's Su Feng's ex, Zhang Meng said. She felt this wasn't a secret. These days, in this era, who doesn't have an ex? Oh, why didn't you look for the duck anymore? Sigh, I heard it was a really bad breakup. It's no secret among us childhood friends, everyone knows it. Mentioning Shen Qin, Jiang Meng got angry. The veins on her brows bulged, and she cursed in a deep voice. She's a shameless bitch. Why, Shen Qin and I agreed that none of us would pursue Su Feng or find him to be our boyfriend. Why and I know our own limitations, we're not pretty. But Shen Qin secretly went after Su Feng. Speaking of this, she was so angry she wanted to grind her teeth. Chen Menjian could tell. The child's father is very handsome and would definitely be popular with girls, but she is not jealous at all. Because, she's smart, she knows that Xiao Yuiyu is Su Feng's everything. Then what? She asked. Jiang Meng glanced furtively at the door and whispered. At first, Hui and I just scolded her, humped, and didn't care. Who told her to be prettier than us? She betrayed the agreement, so be it. But, in terms of looks and figure, Yan, she's not even half as good as you. Let's not talk about that. Chen Menjian smiled and pursed her lips. The key question is, why did Xiao Feng break up with Shen Qin? At this time, a woman's gossipy nature is on full display. I don't know the specifics, Jiang Meng shook her head and said, but it's obvious that Xiao Feng was dumped by Shen Qin. At first, Xiao Feng was very sad. When we asked him why, he said it was because he only scored 248 points on the college entrance exam and was rejected. Puff. Chen Menjian couldn't help herself. He burst out laughing. What a bizarre reason for breaking up. Don't worry about it, don't be angry. These days, everyone has a first love or an ex. She didn't sleep with Su Feng. George found out about that. Jiang Meng rolled her eyes and made a shushing gesture, worried that Su Feng would hear. Little Tong Tong, who was standing nearby, heard everything clearly. I don't care at all, she pouted, clearly not meaning it. Xiao Feng is so outstanding, why did she dump him? Didn't she know Xiao Feng's grades were bad from the beginning? Obviously not, you two are childhood friends who often play together. Tone of voice. It seemed to imply that they were standing up for Su Feng. Boss, one more bowl of noodles. Boss, I'd like to add 6 more servings of noodles. Add more to our table, boss, and give us an extra bowl of noodles. Ugh, why is my stomach so small? Sad Frog raised his hand. Boss, give me 2 more servings, and 5 more eggs. Lu Hao, the captain of the Agricultural University basketball team, has already eaten 7 eggs and still wants to eat more. A bite of egg, a bite of Liuting mixed noodles. Seeing that everyone was addicted to eating eggs, Su Feng raised an eyebrow and smiled. Everyone, while hard-boiled eggs are delicious, eating too many is bad for your health. Please try to eat fewer eggs. Scientific evidence suggests that eating too many egg yolks may cause high cholesterol and lead to gallstones. His kind reminder. My former roommate in college used to work out with me and ate 8 eggs every day. Finally, the diagnosis was indeed cholecystitis. Of course, if you haven't eaten for a long time, eating a large amount at once is definitely not a big problem. But looking at how Sad Frog, Lu Hao, and the rest of the group were wolfing down their eggs, each person's consumption of braised eggs alone was over 30 yuan. I'm not afraid of having stones in my stomach, I'll just cultivate immortality and become a core formation stage expert. Someone shouted, baring his teeth. Su Feng. Coach Wu smiled at him and said, young man, don't worry, keep cooking the braised eggs. For a physical education student, it's okay to digest whatever they eat, as long as they don't eat like this every day. Okay. He completely forgot that these beasts were physical education students. Before the dozens of people had finished eating the noodles on their plates, Su Feng had already cooked a new batch of noodles and rinsed them in cold water and then in ice water, to prevent the noodles from sticking together. He also cooked a bowl of noodles for himself, poured meat sauce over them, and added a few slices of braised beef to the bowl. Slurp, slurp. The reason for wanting to kiss Xiao Yuiyu. He shouldn't eat garlic. The way eggs are eaten is even more straightforward. Cut the egg in half, scoop a small spoonful of chili oil into the middle, sandwich the egg with the chili oil, and then swallow the whole braised egg in one bite. This is how it's eaten. Enjoy the ultimate explosion of flavors. Wow, this young boss really knows how to eat. He's even eating braised eggs with chili oil inside. Boss, give me 2 more braised eggs. Seeing Su Feng's culinary skills, Coach Sun got up and went to the bar. He also wanted to try Su Feng's delicious way of eating. As a football team coach, although I don't exercise much normally, but eating 10 eggs in one meal shouldn't be a problem, right? At this moment, Chen Menjian placed the empty bowl and plate in the kitchen sink. Sorry, we're sold out of braised eggs. The fresh eggs are just boiled and need some time to braise. If you'd like to wait. This. Coach Sun smiled helplessly. Let's wait until next time to eat here. Actually, there were still a dozen or so braised eggs left in the pressure cooker. Jiang Meng was going to pack them up and take them home so her parents could try the delicious braised eggs. Su Feng, I'm leaving now. Thank you for your hospitality. I'll treat you to pool and internet access another day. Jiang Meng waved her hand. Not only did she eat so much, but she also packed 8 braised eggs to take home. She felt really bad about not paying. However, Chen Menjian resolutely refused to accept it. Su Feng smiled with his mouth open. Great. I'll invite George and Beazai to your billiards and internet cafe sometime. You guys haven't come to my house to play games online in ages. You must come sometime. Jiang Meng called out enthusiastically. I'm busy opening a restaurant, but I'll definitely go when I have time. After Jiang Meng left the restaurant, the group of older kids from the soccer and basketball teams finally finished their lunch. Everyone was so full that their mouths were greasy and their stomachs were bulging. Ugh, I'm so full. Me too, it's so delicious. I ate 7 eggs. Holy crap, I'm so full, all I want to do is go back to school, lie on my bed in the dorm, and sleep like a corpse. Let's go back to the dorm and lie down to sleep together. What's going on? Coach Sun treated us to dinner, and we each ended up spending 40 yuan. Wow, it's all because the boss's cooking is so good. Even an ordinary egg can be so addictive. I'd call this braised egg a divine braised egg. Su Feng didn't forget to remind him. Everyone, please join our fan group. We'll have freebies from time to time. So, everyone scanned the QR code to join the food chat group. Lu Hao waved his hand, his face beaming with smiles. Boss, school's about to go on holiday. Do you need any holiday workers? I'd like to work for you, what do you say? Ha, a waiter on holiday. Su Feng gave an apologetic smile. We've already hired waiters, I'm so sorry. Okay. Lu Hao sighed helplessly. Holy crap, Captain, I heard you plotting this outside the door. Are you thinking of becoming a waiter at the restaurant and eating 8 meals a day? Lu Hao curled his lip and said, I'm a local from the coal-producing province, and I genuinely love the noodles the owner cooks. Whether it's the fried sauce noodles, the emerald chicken shredded noodles, or the new mixed noodles, I love them all. Some people have an extreme contrast. Lu Hao is that kind of person. He doesn't like to eat a single bite of rice. He only likes to eat all kinds of noodles, steamed buns, twisted rolls, pancakes, and other foods made from wheat flour. Some people only like to eat rice and won't touch noodles at all. Students who can't accept noodles won't take the first step to try them, no matter how delicious the noodles in the store are or how much they're praised. The restaurant has added Saturdays and Sundays as weekends off. Actually, having Guo Yu and Aunt Zhang together is enough. He doesn't need waiters. Instead, they are short of a kitchen helper. Help him chop meat, vegetables, and other ingredients, and do some professional preparatory work. It's best to wait a while. If we hire another kitchen helper to distribute the work more evenly, it will be even more perfect. A group of male sports students had just walked out of the restaurant when another group of agricultural university students, Sister Hong and her group from the nightclub, along with Brother Lu and Uncle Yu chatting with each other, filed in. The dishes and chopsticks on the table had not yet been cleared away when the group of people found seats and sat down. We need to grab a seat. One step too late. We waited in line for so long for nothing. The companions reserved seats, while the person treating others lined up to order food. Beautiful lady, I'd like 2 bowls of jade chicken noodle soup and a plate of freshly made 6-ingredient mixed noodles, Sister Hong called out. She enjoys eating noodles and drinking soup at the same time, finding it to be an ultimate pleasure. She's getting older, and working in nightclubs every day involves too many drinking parties. She needs to protect her little belly. Chen Menjian laughed. The shredded chicken noodles have been taken, now it's chicken leg noodles. When making the noodles for jade chicken noodles, spinach should be juiced in a juicer. Su Feng used spinach juice to knead the dough. After kneading, the dough was rolled out, cooked, and then placed in a bowl, where it turned a bright green color. For chicken noodle soup, the chicken leg must be shredded into shreds by hand. Therefore, the initial fancy cooking steps were eliminated, saving even more time. The jade chicken noodles on the menu has been changed to the simple and straightforward divine chicken leg noodles. After placing the hand-pulled noodles in a bowl, add a whole chicken leg and pour in the delicious chicken broth. The price has been changed from 20 yuan to 24 yuan. Ha! The shredded chicken noodles are no longer on the menu? Sister Hong asked in surprise. Chen Menjian nodded and chuckled. It's no longer on the menu, sis. You can order the chicken leg noodles instead. Sister Hong's eyes widened. Does it taste the same? Chen Menjian explained. It tastes the same, and it uses a whole chicken leg, so the texture is unchanged. The broth is exactly the same as the original chicken soup. A smile finally appeared on Sister Hong's face. Okay, I'll have the divine chicken leg noodles, a plate of peanuts, a plate of kimchi, 2 servings of 6-ingredient mixed noodles, and 3 braised eggs. We're out of braised eggs right now, sold out. Brother Lu grinned and shouted. Brother Su, congratulations. Your restaurant has made it onto Longchen's food trending list. A trending list of food-related topics? Su Feng smiled in confusion, his gaze fixed on Brother Lu. Brother Lu asked with a smile, "Don't you know? Someone in Longcheng spontaneously started a food forum and even created a topic list. However, there are basically no small restaurants on it. Most of the top 20 are big restaurants like barbecue, hot pot, and skewers." Oh, Su Feng's lips curled up. I immediately became interested. How do I search? Using Baidu? Brother Lu nodded and said, "There's a little app that you can register with your email address. It's called World Food Forum." "Thank you, Brother Lu. I'll browse the forum when I'm done with my work." 1 serving of mixed noodles, 2 ounces of braised beef, and 3 braised eggs, Brother Lu said. There were still quite a few people queuing outside the restaurant. To be honest, watching a group of customers inside slurping noodles, eating large chunks of braised beef and braised eggs made my mouth water. Sister Hong tried the immortal chicken leg noodles. It tastes exactly the same as the jade chicken noodle soup, except the noodles aren't emerald green and the shredded chicken is replaced with a large chicken leg. And the big chicken leg was so satisfying. You can finish the shredded chicken in 1 bite, and then you can happily gnaw on the chicken leg. When they were busy until 2:30, Su Feng told Aunt Zhang and Guoyu to rest for 2 hours. Tong Tong held Xiao Yuiyu while she took a nap. The store was busy until 3:30 p.m. before all the customers left. He took all the dishes and utensils from the table back to the sink. Once Aunt Zhang is at work, she can wash herself up. Then, the water used to cook the noodles was poured out, and a new bucket of clean water was added. To ensure the texture of the noodles, he goes to great lengths, making sure to change the broth every night before cooking them. Otherwise, the noodles will be sticky and won't be as smooth as the noodles cooked in the first batch of broth. Finished with work, Su Feng opened the World Food Forum. This food forum has rankings within the province. The top-ranked topic in the province is Lokeng Yuguo Yangziza, but the address is in the neighboring Jie City, not Longcheng. The most popular topics in Longcheng are Water Margin Barbecue and Baiwak Siang Hot Pot. This app has 3 sections: Food Recommendations section, Food Discussion section, Trending Topics section. When you click into the Food Recommendations section, most of the listings are shops that are advertising. However, this is an authoritative food forum. If you paid for advertising. However, if customers who dine and find the food unpalatable, they will receive negative reviews in this section. While this won't necessarily bankrupt the restaurant, it will certainly put it in a very low-class position. He's really bold enough to give you feedback. If a dish is bad, they can list 10 reasons why it's bad, making you think you should close down your restaurant as soon as possible and stop ruining other people's lives. They all frequent food forums, connecting with each other online, and they're not afraid of offending anyone. What idiot would actually go through the internet and chop someone up? Some of the tourists browsing this food forum are seasoned foodies. It takes courage to advertise here, and it's not uncommon to get malicious negative reviews. The food discussions section is for pure food discussions. How should a dish be made? What seasoning should be used when stewing meat? Is Haitian soy sauce actually a product of advanced technology and ruthless craftsmanship? Differences in cuisine between the North and South, and the debate over sweet versus savory tofu pudding, will all be discussed in this section. His restaurant. It actually made it into the top 30 of the trending topics list. Hashtag Xiao Su's food restaurant hashtag is located in Wutong Alley, a popular night market in Ardalongchange. Their egg noodles are really delicious. Empty bowl check-in. I added 3 servings of noodles today. Their braised beef is very good, but it's a bit pricey. I ate 8 of the new braised eggs they brought out today. They were incredibly delicious. The owner of hashtag Xiao Su's gourmet restaurant is super handsome. I'm totally swooning. Ladies, you can eat noodles while watching this handsome guy. It's so exciting. I can't help but drool while eating. My review of Xiao Su restaurant. The owner's ramen making skills are the best I've ever seen, bar none. He turns a lump of dough into an art form. The noodles are chewy, somewhat similar to Xinjiang's hand-pulled noodles, but not exactly the same. I've heard that the soybean paste used in the topping of the flavorful soy sauce egg noodles is a secret recipe made by the owner himself. Su Feng looked on with great interest at other people's comments about his restaurant. Wow, some experts have actually commented on this. He analyzed each of his new products in great detail. There are approximately 200 discussion posts about the restaurant. The reason it made it to the top of the trending topics list is entirely because of Lin Mikey, the girl who loves garlic, who kept posting and posting, pushing the post to the top. This girl is truly a foodie. Foodie Xiao's Hwayat Domania reviews, hashtag Wutong Lane Xiao Su Food Restaurant hashtag, it's packed with customers, there's always a queue at lunch and dinner, and no seats are available. The menu isn't extensive, but every dish is exquisite. Visiting the store? Su Feng raised an eyebrow. Some people even tagged the food blogger in the trending topics post about his restaurant. Reviews of the restaurant are all over the place. There were all sorts of reviews, both professional and non-professional, but he still managed to get 100% positive feedback, which attracted a lot of questions. Hey, this is overhyped. Is it really that delicious? Yeah, you guys are such obvious shills, bro, that's not how you act. Stop praising them so enthusiastically. How much did the company pay you? Despite receiving 100% positive reviews, it still faced skepticism from many people. Then, the garlic-loving girl and the foodie handsome guy launched a fierce counterattack, defending his restaurant and refuting his claims in various ways. What are you laughing at? You're grinning like a fool. Chen Menjian reached out and poked the man's arm. Su Feng laughed and said, "Didn't Brother Lu say back then that our restaurant was on the list, on a local food forum?" Upon hearing this, her eyes lit up. Wouldn't that mean even more people would come to dine? No, this forum only gets about 5 or 6,000 visitors a day, but they're mostly seasoned foodies discussing all sorts of cuisines, and some are even discussing the 8 major cuisines. Topics like the 8 major cuisines and various cooking methods are far removed from Su Feng's interests. He's just a complete novice in the culinary world. There's still a possibility. Not even a complete newbie. Ask him to stir-fry a simple dish like shredded pork with garlic sauce, and he wouldn't even be able to do it properly. If you ask him to cut a plate of potato shreds, he'll probably cut them all crooked and uneven, and they'll most likely turn into potato strips. Yan, I'm thinking of changing the name of the restaurant. The 6 characters Xiao Su's Gourmet Restaurant sound a bit long and it's not easy to remember. No way, we've already accumulated so many repeat customers. She paused, looking confused. Su Feng grinned and said, "As long as the address isn't changed, it's fine. Just rename it Su Ji Food." Every day during mealtimes, the restaurant is packed with customers. However, it has only been open for a short time and can be said to be just getting started. Let's change to a name that's simpler, more elegant, and straightforward. Su Ji Food. Xiao Feng, you can change your name if you want. Chen Menjian sat to the side peeling the hard-boiled eggs, and then said, "We've already boiled 15 trays of eggs, and they're all sold out. The braised eggs are very popular." Pfft, you boiled 15 trays of eggs. Su Feng glanced at the dozens of trays of eggs piled high. Chen Menjian's sweet smile. "Yes, each guest eats 5 eggs, and we can't even cook them all. We might as well not use a pressure cooker, but just cook them in a bucket." The revenue from braised eggs alone. They sold nearly 1,500 yuan worth of goods in just one noon. "Okay, we'll just cook it in a bucket later." Su Feng nodded. He used a pressure cooker to cook braised eggs, but he didn't actually pressurize them, he was just using the pressure cooker in a simple way. Yan, you're an art teacher." Su Feng winked at her, his eyes crinkling into a smile. She pouted and said, "Oh, I'm an art teacher. I studied this major throughout college and graduate school because I like it and I'm passionate about it. What are you good at drawing?" She was surprised that Su Feng brought up this topic. Su Feng squinted and asked, "What's wrong?" When the topic of interests and majors came up, Chen Menjian gazed at the man with bright eyes for 5 seconds, then pursed her pink lips. "I'm surprised you asked this. You're good at portrait drawing, right?" "I teach people how to draw sketches, but I prefer landscape painting. I draw it myself occasionally, but since I became a full-time illustrator, I prefer drawing anime characters." "Wow, that's amazing. You can even draw anime characters." "I'm an anime otaku, can you draw One Piece characters?" She shook her head and chuckled softly. "I can't draw, but I can draw Conan and some other anime I've watched." Su Feng gave a thumbs up and said, "You know so much. Tonight, I'll hold Xiaoyuiyu, and you can draw a picture of us holding our daughter." "Okay, sure." She nodded slightly, but his hands deftly peeled the eggshell. Looking at her fair, delicate hands, Su Feng asked softly, "It would be such a waste for Teacher Chen's hands, which are so good at painting, to peel eggs. Maybe we should hire another waiter." She pouted and rolled her eyes at the man. "Do you think I'm the kind of woman who never lifts a finger? At home, my mom and I do all the cooking, and my dad and sister just wait to eat." "Oh, how old is my sister-in-law this year?" Su Feng asked with a smile. "She's 15. I'm going to call her later tonight to ask how her high school entrance exam went. She's always done very well, so she should be able to get into Lingxian High School. Her younger sister's name is Chen Chuchu." Su Feng snapped his fingers. "Why don't we just let my sister-in-law study at Longcheng No. 1 Middle School? As long as her grades are good, I'll have my mom find someone to help her board at school. Even if she doesn't go back to the countryside on weekends, she can stay at our rented apartment." One sentence from Su Feng. It made her stare blankly. These words really touched her. My younger sister's future. She had heard that Longcheng No. 1 High School was the best high school in the province. Moreover, there are many places available for Tsinghua and Peking universities every year. "Really?" she asked expectantly. "Of course. My mom is an outstanding teacher at the city's No. 1 high school. She's been ranked No. 1 in the city for several years in a row." She'll definitely find a way to get my sister-in-law into the city's #1 high school and find her a good teacher. When talking about his mother, Su Feng looked quite proud. Hold head high. I am waiting for Chu Chu's high school entrance exam results to come out. She nodded gently. Xiao Feng, what are your strengths? These words made Su Feng grin and spread his hands, saying, advantages? Think about it carefully, is being good-looking an advantage? You're so vain and narcissistic. She smiled brightly. I'm asking what you're good at. Seemingly, the two of them spend so much time together every day, they didn't even know each other's interests or hobbies. However, all I know is what the other person likes to eat, what they enjoy eating, and whether they have any dietary restrictions. They know each other perfectly well when it comes to food. Of course, the topic we talked about most every day was Xiao Yuiyu. Secondly, we talked about food, but actually talked very little about each other. What are you good at? That's a tough question for me. Su Feng scratched his head and said proudly, Diamond King in Ionia Continent, 88-star King of Glory in Android Q Zone, and Super Ace in Peacekeeper Elite. Pfft, you're just a kid. She couldn't help but laugh out loud. The child's father was actually a homebody who loved playing video games. You're asking a question you already know the answer to. I'm a self-taught chef, and I'm good at cooking. A smug and shameless smile crept across his lips. Actually, before opening the restaurant, I was a complete culinary idiot. Hey, Xiao Su, your shop is really hard to find. There's nowhere to park nearby. At this moment, old Lu, the pork vendor from the wholesale market, and his plump wife with a waist of 90 centimeters walked into the restaurant. He was also carrying 3 pounds of pork tenderloin in his hand. Su Feng got up, took the pork tenderloin, and casually tossed it onto the kitchen cutting board. Old Lu had been saying he wanted to come here for the past few days. After all, he frequented old Liu's pork stall every day. Old Lu felt embarrassed if he didn't come to the restaurant again. Uncle Lu, sister-in-law, please have a seat. Su Feng greeted them warmly. Old Lu glanced at the menu on the small blackboard and exclaimed in surprise. Oh my, Xiao Su, this bowl of noodles costs 35 yuan? That's so expensive. In Longcheng, a small third-tier city, a bowl of noodles can sell for over 30 yuan. Only some tourist attractions would dare to sell it like that. Old Lu was genuinely surprised. This is comparable to the prices at noodle shops in the capital. They have cheap egg noodles, 28 yuan a serving. The fat woman punched Uncle Lu and said, Little Su comes to our stall to buy pork every day, and he still complains about the price. He'll have a bowl of Liuting noodles to try. Then I'll have one too. Old Lu grinned. Another plate of peanuts, 1 serving of kimchi, and 2 braised eggs. 94 yuan received Viaduct WeChat Pay. Old Lu muttered to himself, oh dear, I can't afford to eat anymore, I can't even afford noodles. It costs 94 yuan for 2 people to eat noodles out. He didn't even dare to order 2 ounces of braised beef. The cheapest noodles were surprisingly Zhejiangmian noodles with soybean paste. He ordered the mixed noodles, which cost 35 yuan a serving. Goodness! That's enough to buy 2 pounds of his pork belly. Su Feng clapped his hands and laughed. Uncle Lu, please wait a moment, it will be ready soon. They make a living through their skills, and their prices are a bit higher than those of ordinary noodle shops. There are plenty of customers, and every day during meal times, there are long queues and it's hard to get a seat. Moreover, they are praised by the system as perfect level mixed noodles. The topping is incredibly fragrant, and you can get unlimited refills after finishing 1 plate of noodles. Su Feng didn't think that 35 yuan for a bowl of noodles was expensive. Old Lu ordered 2 more bowls of noodles, and his wife proved with her prowess what a glutton really is. The strong woman ordered 3 more servings of noodles. He praised it after eating. Xiao Su, selling your noodles for 35 yuan a serving is too cheap. Such delicious noodles should sell for 66 or 88 yuan. Wow! Today's haul is a whopping 14,500 yuan. Without exception, at 10 p.m., when the night market was at its busiest and most lively, Su Feng chose to close the shop and rest. He and Chen Menjian routinely checked the bills and then excitedly hugged each other. From evening until now, all the stacks of eggs on the kitchen trays have been cleared out. That is to say, we sold over 1,000 braised eggs alone. We need to make braised beef again tomorrow. I'll have Mr. Eggley deliver another 50 trays of eggs early this morning. Xiao Feng, if we work a little harder, we can definitely break 20,000 in sales. Chen Menjian gently punched his chest. Silly boy, why are you holding me and won't let go, even though we've already celebrated? Didn't I need you to draw sketches for me and Xiao Yuiyu today? Let's try our best to break 20,000 in sales another day. He couldn't help himself and reached out to pinch Chen Menjian's soft, fair cheeks. She didn't resist directly, but subconsciously waited for Su Feng to let go. Do I have to get up early tomorrow? She asked with concern. Su Feng nodded and said, of course I have to get up early. After buying the ingredients and preparing them in the morning, I can go to sleep and rest. His daily routine is a little irregular, but it's not a big problem. Oh, she placed Xiao Yuiyu in the stroller. The chubby girl yelled and screamed, not wanting to sit, she just wanted to walk. Before closing the shop each day, Su Feng would check the water, electricity, and gas switches. After the inspection, he walked out of the inner room and out the back door. Oh dear. Upon seeing her father, little Yuiyu excitedly kicked her short legs in the air. There's no need for a stroller, just hold Xiao Yuiyu in your arms. Tong Tong looked up and smiled. Brother, Tong Tong wants to ride in a little car, but unfortunately the car is too small. How old are you? This is a baby stroller for a small child. Back home, after taking a shower, Su Feng and Chen Menjian began to bathe Xiao Yuiyu together. This baby bathtub, which allows for comfortable reclining, is perfectly designed. The little guy's skin was soft and smooth, even his little feet were smooth and tender. The baby's skin is so beautiful. Of course, a baby's skin is several times better than an adult's, Chen Menjian said. When Su Feng carried Xiao Yuiyu into the bathtub, her little body struggled and thrashed like a little mudfish. It resisted, refusing to lie down inside. Don't move, mommy and daddy will make sure you have a nice, relaxing bath. Su Feng quickly grabbed the chubby girl's little hand and gently helped her lie down in the bathtub. The little cutie looked innocently at her old father with her bright, sparkling eyes. Beep beep daddy. She didn't want to take a bath. It's so hot. After a nice bath, go to sleep. Be a good girl, little Yuiyu. Su Feng picked up his daughter's little feet and kissed them passionately. They smelled so sweet and milky. Ha, ha, ha. She laughed happily, her voice ringing like bells. Su Feng was full of surprise. Yan, her solace are ticklish, ha ha ha. As he spoke, he tickled the little cutie's solace. Really? Her small body twitched from side to side, a smile playing on her lips, as she struggled fiercely and began kicking the water in the basin. Chen Menjian tapped Su Feng's hand and said reproachfully, don't bully our daughter. I won't bully you anymore, Tong Tong. Bring me the frog and duck that can croak for Yuiyu. Oh, Tong Tong got off the bed, picked up Xiao Yuiyu's toys, and threw them directly into the bathtub. The little girl held a small frog and a small duck in each hand. A gentle pinch. A quack quack quack. I quack. After giving Xiao Yuiyu a bath, applying body lotion, putting on a diaper and air conditioning clothes, I carried her to the bed. Su Feng kicked off his slippers, climbed into bed, picked up Xiao Yuiyu, and sat down against the headboard. Be good, mommy is drawing pictures for us. Tong Tong pouted, huffed, and sat down next to her brother, resting her little head affectionately on Su Feng's arm, her lips pursed unhappily. Sister-in-law, Tong Tong wants to draw too. Sister-in-law, draw Tong Tong. Yan, let's draw together as a trio. Su Feng affectionately patted his little sister's head. He can't forget his sister now that he has a daughter. This home, without Tong Tong, we'd be okay. She pursed her pink lips, set up the drawing board directly opposite the bed, and moved a small stool to sit down. The paintbrushes were all ready, and they were prepared to draw a sketch portrait of the father and daughter, as well as the sister-in-law. Tong Tong exclaimed, oh dear, little Yuiyu has run away. Chen Menjian glanced at Su Feng intently, then made a few strokes with her paintbrush, looked up again, and drew again, repeating this motion with practiced ease. However, after only a few times, a blush appeared on her face. Looking into Su Feng's eyes, she felt a little embarrassed. She was openly looking at a handsome guy. It's all right, let her run. The outline is already drawn, and the image of little Yuiyu has already deeply penetrated your heart. She answered seriously. Result. Little Yuiyu moved her bottom backwards, trying to reach the floor with her little feet. She moved her small body step by step, glanced at Chen Menjian, and then moved faster and more urgently. I want to get out of bed and play with the paintbrush in my mother's hand. She's smart, she knows that rolling off the bed will cause injury. Don't run away. Su Feng quickly leaned forward and reached out to scoop Xiao Yuiyu back up. Little Yuiyu pouted angrily and reached out to pinch Su Feng's cheek. You stinky dad, didn't you see she got out of bed right away? Su Feng pinched Xiao Yuiyu's cheek with his other hand. The father and daughter pinched each other's cheeks. Mom is drawing, so we need to sit quietly and behave well, just like your auntie. Tong Tong pouted with a smug look on her face. Little Yuiyu is disobedient and extremely naughty. She can't be quiet for even a second. Aside from sleeping, she is really busy every day. Busy playing with various toys, busy eating and drinking milk, basically never stopping. She is not a quiet little lady. Note, can't be quiet for even a second is Lu Fangfang's catchphrase, which Tong Tong has picked up. She was very focused when she painted, and her delicate and beautiful face captivated Su Feng. It's said that serious men are the most handsome, but serious women are equally charming. Are you finished drawing? Su Feng asked. He was so sleepy he was almost asleep. Little Yuiyu was already dozing off against his chest. The little cutie's drool soaked his white t-shirt. Phew! Chen Menjian took a deep breath, stretched lazily, and smiled confidently. Look, it's finished, she said, turning the drawing board around. She likes to draw. When I'm painting, it feels like I'm back in college. I feel like I can calm down and the whole world becomes quiet. SHH. Su Feng gently placed Xiao Yuiyu down. The little girl murmured something, her pink little mouth still sucking air in her sleep. Good night, little Yuiyu. Su Feng kissed his daughter's forehead, tiptoed carefully off the bed, picked up the drawing board, and went to the living room. Tong Tong and Chen Menjian followed behind. Wow, that's amazing. Sister-in-law is so amazing. Tong Tong opened her eyes wide and reached out to touch Su Feng's face on the drawing board. It looks just like my brother's drawing. Little Yuiyu is so cute. As she spoke, she pouted her lips. Sister-in-law, Tong Tong's face isn't round enough. It would be perfect if it were a little rounder. Idiot, no boy will like a girl who's too fat. Stepping out of the living room, Su Feng bent down and pinched his younger sister's cheek. She pouted, her chubby, adorable face full of arrogance, and let out a huff. Tong Tong likes to be chubby. It's better if she's a little chubby. If she's chubby, she'll be strong and no one will dare to bully her. Upon hearing this, Su Feng and Chen Menjian exchanged glances, unsure how to communicate with Xiao Tong Tong. The chubby girl had been following him around lately, enjoying good food and drink every day, and had clearly gained a lot of weight. This little brat thinks being fat is beautiful. Even in the ancient Tang dynasty, when being fat was considered beautiful, fat definitely referred to being plump and robust, okay? My sister-in-law's drawing is so lifelike, hee hee. The chubby girl squatted on the ground, grinning and showing her teeth as she laughed. Chen Menjian looked at him. It's been a long time since I've drawn, I'm a bit rusty. Su Feng smiled faintly, that's a bit too modest. Then, he frowned, as if deep in thought, and then opened his mouth and smiled. This sketch is so lifelike, so vivid, so incredibly realistic. Yan Yan, your drawing skills are truly superb. Immediately, she covered her mouth and chuckled. TCH, you probably thought of countless compliments in your head before coming up with this one. You're so stupid. In short, it's a great painting. So had indeed racked his brains to come up with the few idioms to praise someone, but he was too thick-skinned to admit it, and simply smiled faintly. The drawing is really good. I'm not just praising it on purpose, but with this level of skill and technique, even if you were to draw a sketch for someone on the street in Times Square for less than 50 yuan, I wouldn't do it. Is it really that cheap? It's time-consuming and laborious. She bit her pink lips and kicked Su Feng's butt. Su Feng chuckled, I'm going to frame this sketch and display it in the living room for now, and then frame it in the living room of our new house later. I'll go out tomorrow and buy some double-sided tape to frame the living room. It's not that exaggerated. Just collect it. You can draw it anytime you want. Tong Tong wants to learn to draw, and your sister-in-law will teach her, she said, waving her little fist. Chen Menjian bent down and touched her sister-in-law's hair, a smile curving her lips. Okay, drawing is very simple. Let's start by learning simple flowers, plants, and trees. Su Feng's mouth twitched. Goodness! Is drawing flowers, plants, and trees considered simple? He feels that only the stars and the moon are simple, okay? She packed her drawing board and tools into her bag, rolled up the sketch paper, and handed it to Su Feng. Su Feng reached out and poked the child's mother's arm, tentatively asking in a low voice, Yan Yan, can you draw that kind of picture? What painting? Her eyes and brows were filled with question marks and doubt. It's one of those paintings where the subject isn't wearing clothes, the kind with color. They're both adults, even if Chen Menjian is incredibly naive, she knows what kind of painting Su Feng meant by the colored painting. Her face instantly turned as red as a monkey's bottom. She reached out and pinched the flesh on the man's arm, shaking her head like a rattle drum. No, no, no. Su Feng curled his lip and said. A girl's face turned as red as an apple, she must have secretly drawn it on by herself. No, I've never drawn it. She gave a contradictory explanation. Even. He got angry. She bit down on Su Feng's arm. Hiss, whoosh. Su Feng's facial muscles twitched slightly from the pain as he groaned. Let go. Your cherry lips are for kissing and cuddling, not for biting. It's none of your business. Who told you to say I draw that kind of picture? Su Feng raised an eyebrow slightly. The child's mother was actually furious? Did she really draw anything erotic? That's why the reaction was so strong. Oh my goodness, you really can't judge a book by its cover. The mother of the child really does draw lewd things. Little did she know that, 2 months pregnant with her baby, her best friend Wamaime was staying at her rented apartment, and one night she was drawing the night sky alone. Her best friend suggested that she draw a handsome man without clothes on. She said no, but her best friend actually opened a certain website and made her watch erotic videos and draw men's bodies. She got her best friend to force her to paint a picture. When she finished painting, Umaime secretly rolled it up as if she wanted to keep it. She cursed her best friend, calling her a pervert. This is a secret hidden deep in my heart, and I absolutely must not let Sufeng know it. Otherwise, people would definitely think she's a bad woman. Alright, the fact that a girl is blushing proves a lot. Sufeng did the opposite, rolling his eyes at Chen Menjian. In the past, it was always Chen Menjian who rolled her eyes at him. You're bullying me. She stomped her foot. I felt very embarrassed. SHH. Sufeng stepped forward, pressing his body against Chen Menjian's, and said softly, "Just admit it, it's not a big deal." I still remember. A while ago, George sent him a risque manga, something like XX Takayanagi Family. I won't admit it. Chen Menjian thought to herself, feeling embarrassed as the man stood so close to her. She took a step back. The moment he took a step back, Sufeng unexpectedly reached out and pulled him forcefully. Her chest collided with Sufeng's chest. What are you going to do? Her face was flushed crimson. Does a man have to? It's nothing, it's just that you're so beautiful, I wanted to hug you. Oh, you can only hug me. She simply closed her eyes, and the silly scene instantly extinguished the anger that had been simmering within Sufeng. Put, you're going to make me laugh to death. I'm hugging you, why are you closing your eyes? Are you shy? Sufeng's tone was very straightforward, and he couldn't help but tease him. She punched Sufeng in the chest with her little pink fist. Sufeng reached out and pinched her soft, rosy cheek. This habit is really bad. You pinch my cheeks 3 times a day, Tong 5 times, and Xiaoyu 10 times. Why do you idiot, always pinch other people's cheeks? She noticed the man's eyes lingering on her chest, where she had forgotten to button her clothes, and she was so startled that she pushed Sufeng away forcefully. Tong is still here, don't do anything naughty. She turned around, lay down on the sofa, and buried her little head in the cushions. Tong raised her head and stared blankly at Sufeng. Brother, do you want to kiss your sister-in-law? What do you know, you little brat? Go back to your room and go to sleep. Sufeng chuckled, almost forgetting about Xiao Tong. That brat had been standing next to him and Chen Menjian the whole time. Teacher Zhang said that girls can't kiss boys, not even if they like each other. It's only allowed when the two are married. My brother and sister-in-law aren't married, so my brother is a big bad guy. Oh, Sufeng's eyes widened. Bend over. He gently tugged at Tong's bottom. You little brat, you know all this? Go back to your room and go to sleep. Next time, don't refuse. After rejecting Sufeng's advances, Chen Menjian lay on the sofa, sticking out her round and sexy buttocks. He covered his face, feeling a surge of annoyance and regret. The relationship between the two is quite delicate. The time we've spent together can be described as incredibly close. They held hands, hugged, and he even pinched her cheeks. All she was missing was a kiss. It must be said that women have a rich array of thoughts and psychological activities. Just as Sufeng was considering whether to hire a kitchen helper tomorrow, Chen Menjian was thinking, what if someone tries to get close to her shyly, should she push them away or avoid it? Should she let Sufeng bully her, or simply go along with his bad ideas? What? Grandma, you're coming over on Saturday? Great. The restaurant is closed on Saturday. Grandma will go make you some dumplings. You mentioned at the dinner table the other day that you wanted some of Grandma Bao's dumplings. Grandma will also go see her great-grandson while she's at it. Su received a call from her grandmother. I'll come over and make dumplings for him. Make his favorite pork and cabbage dumplings. After hanging up the phone, Sufeng saw the child's mother sticking out her pert buttocks. His eyes widened in surprise, and he couldn't help himself, slapping the object hard like a mischievous child. It's so bouncy. It feels good. Smack! A crisp sound came from the pages. Chen Menjian suddenly sat up. His face was flushed red and his eyes were blazing with fire. Sufeng, what are you doing? You're bullying me, you're bullying the teacher. She felt an unusual sensation and pain in her buttocks. You're lucky you ran fast. She watched Sufeng's retreating figure as he hurriedly closed the door behind him and threw the cushion in her hand in a fit of embarrassment and anger. I took a deep breath and headed to the bathroom. After taking a shower, she stared blankly at Mom and her phone's contact list, lost in thought. The last time she spoke with her mother, her father called her home, but she didn't dare to go back. She was worried that her father would scold her if she went back, since she hadn't come to Longchang to find Sufeng yet. After a long silence, she bit her lip and dialed the number. Beep. The call went through. Hello? Sister, is that you? A familiar voice reached her ears, and a smile appeared on her lips as she softly said, Chuchu, aren't you asleep yet? Why are you holding Mom's phone? Sis, after the exams, Mom bought me a new phone, but Dad won't get me a SIM card because he's afraid I'll play with it secretly. He'll only get me a SIM card when school starts in September. She understood immediately upon hearing her sister's words. My father was too strict. How did you feel about the exam? Were you confident? She asked with concern. My younger sister has always had excellent grades since she was little. In junior high school, she often ranked first in her class and among the top 5 in her grade in the final exams. Chen Chuchu is also particularly playful, with a lively, mischievous, and active personality. Even though he loves to play, he always manages to get good grades. Smart. They have a talent for learning, Chen Chuchu said with a smile. Of course I'm confident I can get into Lingxian Middle School. I want to live on campus, but my mom wants to rent a place in the county town to accompany me. Renting a house. Accompanying students during their studies. Single bedroom. It makes learning convenient. 6 students were crammed into one room at the school dormitory, and Chen's mother believed that Chuchu would definitely not do well in her studies. Where's Mom? Mom is feeding the chickens in the yard. Dad's anger has subsided. He was still talking about you back then. Chen Menjian said softly, oh, you give the phone to Mom. Okay. Sister, have you found my brother-in-law? I want a video call so I can see Xiao Yuiyu and see if she's grown up. Little Yuiyu is asleep. I heard my mother's voice beside me. Chuchu, you're still playing on your phone. If you keep doing that, I'll take the SIM card out so you can't go online. Who are you talking to on the phone? As Chen's mother entered the living room, she heard Chen Chuchu's voice and immediately launched into a tirade. Mom, it's my sister. Chen Chuchu winked playfully. Your sister? Quick, call Mom. Chen's mother glanced furtively into the living room, and when she didn't see Chen's father, she quietly closed the bedroom door and sat on her daughter's bed. Mom. She was still lying on the sofa. She's sticking her butt out. The phone was placed to the ear. After hearing her mother's voice, a bitter smile appeared on his lips. Yan Yan, are you in the county town? Or did you go to Longcheng again? How are you doing with the baby? Do you have enough money? Chen's mother's tone was filled with deep worry and concern. Mom, didn't I take a screenshot of a picture of someone making money? He's a part-time illustrator, and he can earn 10,000 a month. Well, that's good. You silly child, sigh. Chen Chuchu, sister, you're amazing. You quit your job and still managed to earn 10,000 yuan a month working part-time. So, I'm not short of money. She pretended to be strong. This part-time job. They were all forced into it. Chen's mother opened her mouth, as if to say something, but fearing it would hurt her daughter, she didn't say it aloud. After a few seconds of silence, Chen's mother slowly spoke. Take Xiao Yuiyu home. Don't worry, even if you never get married, your father will never dislike you, let alone Xiao Yuiyu. Hearing her mother's slightly trembling voice, Chen Menjian's eyes reddened pitifully. Unable to hold back, a tear welled up in my eye. I'll go back after the Mid-Autumn Festival. She sat up, curled up on the sofa, rested her hands on her knees, and listened to her mother's voice with her head down. Mid-Autumn Festival, it's still a long way off. By then, Chuchu will already be back in school. Mom, Tilting her head and holding the phone to her ear, she nervously rubbed her palms together. I'm feeling a bit conflicted. I'm also a little scared. Xiaofeng is so good to me, and I should have told her when I first got pregnant, instead of waiting until I gave birth to Xiao Yuiyu. It's all my fault. He even took me home and introduced me to his parents and grandparents. I should be honest with everything and face everything bravely with Xiaofeng. These are all my inner thoughts. The phone call remained silent throughout. If you hesitate and waver, you'll really be letting Xiaofeng down. Like little Yuiyu, after rubbing her palms together, she started sucking her fingers. Phew, idiot, you should be more straightforward when you need to be. Xiaofeng has told his parents everything, and his family has accepted me. I should also tell my parents everything about Xiaofeng and try to get my dad and mom to accept Xiaofeng. Chen Chuchu said anxiously, Sister, say something. Why aren't you saying anything? Mom is crying. Mom, I'm living with my baby's dad now, and we've been living together for quite a while. Mustering her courage, she decided to tell her parents everything. Tell your family everything about Su Feng. She took a deep breath, pulled out a tissue, and wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Sis, you've met my brother-in-law? Is he good to you? If he isn't, go home. You brat, why are you being so nosy? Chen's mother glared at Chu Chu and said softly, Did you contact him, or did he contact you? Is he good to you? Is he good to Xiao Yuiyu? Chen Menjian paused for a moment, then said, One lie leads to countless more to cover it up. Mom, he's very good to me, he respects me a lot. Actually, back then, it was like this, She spoke haltingly, sounding somewhat nervous. It's like telling a story. She recounted her fate with Su Feng. Chen Chuchu listened, mesmerized, and chuckled. Sis, why didn't you just tell the truth back then? Humph. I got pregnant after drinking too much with a strange man, Mom. I feel that explaining it like this is shameless. It completely erases a woman's sense of shame and will only make you and dad angrier. She explained nervously, worried that her mother wouldn't be able to accept this fact. Actually, Chen's mother took it all in stride. However, upon hearing this news, Chen's mother was still shocked. I remained silent for a full 2 minutes before I could process the story my daughter was telling me. She believes that this story is definitely not something her daughter made up. Chen Chuchu laughed and said, "Hee, sis, you're just trying to fool me." Chen's mother frowned and said, "Now that things have come to this, what more can mom say?" Sigh. After a sigh, he then continued, "Is he a local from Longcheng? What does he do for a living? Take him home when you have time so your mom and dad can meet him." "Sis, don't forget me, don't forget me," Chen Menjian answered softly. He opened a restaurant in Longcheng, and the business was very good. He worked hard from dawn till dusk every day to run the restaurant, and he let me keep all the money he earned. A man who lets you manage his money must be pretty good. What does he look like? Chen Chuchu pouted and said, "Mom, look at the question you asked. What if my brother-in-law is ugly but very gentle to my sister? Do you have any photos? Send them to Chuchu on WeChat. Let me look through the photos." She opened her phone's photo album. It seems like they're all photos of Xiaoyu's daily life. Suddenly remembering something, she clicked on Su Feng's WeChat profile picture. Click Save. Then, I sent it. Su Feng's WeChat profile picture is a close-up photo of him and Xiao Yuiyu, on the other end of the phone. "Oh, Chuchu, let mom take a look first. Mom, let me see if my future brother-in-law is handsome. My sister is so beautiful, it would be such a waste for her to marry an ugly man." The mother and daughter fought over the phone, and finally looked excitedly at the photo of Su Feng and Xiao Yuiyu together. "What's his name? How did you two meet?" "His name is Su Feng. How do you know him?" "I feel like I can't really explain everything about him over the phone, Mom. Wait until I bring him home, then I'll explain everything to you," she murmured. Over the phone, I was a little unsure how to introduce Su Feng. Her mother's attitude made her feel much more at ease. Chen Chuchu smiled mischievously and said, "Sis, do you want me to mail your household registration booklet to you first? It will make it easier for you and your brother-in-law to get your marriage certificate." Chen Menjian unconsciously looked up and glanced at Su Feng's door. "No need to mail it. When the time comes, I'll go home and bring my household registration booklet, and then go to get the marriage certificate." She really wanted to get a marriage certificate with Su Feng, but girls should be reserved. Yan, your dad has already forgiven you. Don't overthink it. He's just being stubborn. He's been drinking to drown his sorrows lately and regrets saying those harsh words back then. I won't overthink it. After all, he's my dad, and it was my fault back then. Mom, during this time, try to talk to dad more, gradually explaining these things to him. She sniffled, her voice choked with emotion. Take a deep breath and adjust your emotions. Just then, Su Feng, wearing only shorts and still looking sleepy, walked out of the room. He rubbed his eyes, the glaring light made his pupils shrink. He stepped forward, rested his head on Chen Menjian's shoulder, yawned, and asked, Yan, aren't you asleep yet? Were you crying? Who are you talking to on the phone? Mom, I'm hanging up now. Beep beep beep. On the other end of the phone, Chen's mother and Chen Chuchu exchanged a glance, both of them smiling. Chen Chuchu said, Mom, from the tone of my sister's voice when she talked about her husband, I could feel the happiness in her voice. She must be doing very well in Longcheng, so you and Dad don't need to worry. Chen's mother nodded. I couldn't help but start to look forward to it. I'm looking forward to the day when my daughter and son-in-law return to our home. I called my mom. She stood up, turned her head, not wanting Su Feng to see her red eyes. However, how could they escape Su Feng's discerning eyes? A pair of red, aggrieved eyes had already noticed it. Why are you crying on the phone? Are you homesick? If you are homesick, I'll close the shop tomorrow and come home with you. Su Feng gently held her soft, delicate hand. That's not it, it's... She stuck out her little tongue, licked her lips, and chuckled softly. I told my mom and my sister our story, everything in detail. My sister and my mom no longer think you're a jerk. Upon hearing this, Su Feng's eyes widened like saucers. My image as a son-in-law in front of my mother-in-law and sister-in-law has finally changed, haha. Try to mold yourself into a responsible and good person. Su Feng pouted and turned his head away, feigning anger. Do I need to create an image? I'm a responsible and good person. You said something wrong, don't be angry, go back to your room and sleep. She quickly knelt down beside him, head bowed, and gently coaxed him. The person was already overjoyed inside and quickly turned around. The next second, because the two were so close, Su Feng's lips touched Chen Menjian's fair face. Idiot, you're bullying me. Su Feng grinned, no way, if you get this close to me, it's my fault. Chen Menjian spat lightly, go back to your room and go to sleep. Su Feng shrugged. In your mother's and sister's eyes, I've always been a scumbag. After being a scumbag for so long, you have to make it up to me. His tone began to heat up with excitement. Sleepiness slowly, little by little, disappeared. Her face, which had just returned to normal after hearing Su Feng's hint, instantly turned red inch by inch. I'm going to die. Su Feng deliberately stuck out his tongue and pursed his lips. He raised an eyebrow and looked at Chen Menjian with a smile. She should have understood such an obvious hint, right? After a long while, she reached out and pinched Su Feng's cheek, stammering. You ate several cloves of garlic for dinner, it was suffocating. No, how about a reward tomorrow? Her expression began to falter, becoming shy. Tomorrow's reward is a trip to bed. Someone's eyes were looking out the window, but their mouth was saying things that made Chen Menjian's brain go suffocated. You're just bullying people. She stood on her tiptoes. Smack. Asterisk 3, epsilon asterisk. Ding dong. The host has completed the system's extra task of quitting smoking for 1 week. This system rewards you with a chance to win a divine-grade braised pork rice lottery. Would you like to participate? Saturday. A week has passed since Su Feng quit smoking. The system notification finally echoed in my mind. Lottery. This braised pork rice is divine. How could he not look forward to it? The restaurant's current menu includes immortal chicken leg noodles, delicious fried sauce noodles, spicy egg noodles, and 6-ingredient noodles, and braised beef, peanuts, and braised eggs. Finally, we can offer a new braised pork rice dish. He can attract a wave of customers who like to eat rice. Ding dong, congratulations host for obtaining one of the divine-level braised pork rice dishes, teriyaki chicken leg rice. In an instant, all the cooking methods for chicken leg rice appeared in Su Feng's mind. Chicken leg rice. His eyes lit up. Ding dong. In recognition of the host's hard work in managing the restaurant, the system will award an additional one of the perfect-grade kitchen utensils. The kitchen utensils have been delivered to the storage cabinet on the left side of the kitchen. Please check it. System notification. Note, task progress, 16 days remaining to complete the father's love is as solid as a mountain task. Note, the restaurant currently has 612 returning customers. To reach 5,000 returning customers and complete the famous reputation task, we need 4,388 more returning customers to unlock the system shop. Su Feng's expression hardened. The system previously issued 3 tasks. Father's love is as strong as a mountain, persisting in making complementary foods for the baby. There was also the famous quest, for which the system rewarded him with a lottery for a perfect-grade mixed noodle dish, which he won, 16 mixed noodles. Finally, there's the famous reputation mission, which has a 100-day time limit, requiring you to accumulate 5,000 returning customers within a little over 3 months. This is too difficult. It's a pity school is already on holiday. I must promote it well at school when it reopens and try to launch the system shop as soon as possible. 1 returning customer equals 1 reputation point. You need to accumulate 5,000 reputation points to unlock the system shop. The price of 1 meal at his restaurant could buy 3 meals at the school cafeteria. Or should he make a poor man's meal? Lost in thought, Su Feng shook his head, opened the cabinet, and took out the perfect-grade kitchenware that the system had rewarded him with. Rice cooker. Note, perfect-grade kitchenware. Function, rice cooked in this rice cooker is distinct, translucent, fragrant, soft, sticky, and sweet. This rice cooker. That's absolutely incredible. The rice grains steamed in the perfect-grade rice cooker, a system bonus. Combined with the flavor of teriyaki chicken legs, the chicken leg rice made from the 2 is sure to be a big seller. Boss Su, the shop sign is installed. Come out and take a look, see if you're satisfied? Just as he was pondering this, a middle-aged man walked into the restaurant with a big smile on his face when he went to buy rice wholesale in the evening. Su Feng nodded and said, "Let me take a look." Step outside the store. I glanced at the new shop sign. Su Ji Food. The unique logo design is quite good. The entire process, from logo design to store sign installation, cost him 6,000 yuan. Su Feng transferred the bill and smiled. Thanks for your hard work, brother. I've transferred your wages to you via WeChat. The sign-loading worker opened his mouth and laughed loudly. Alright, I wish Mr. Su a prosperous business, abundant wealth, and a better and better life. Thank you for your blessing, brother. Come over for noodles sometime. Zhang Yufeng from next door exclaimed, Xiao Su, your restaurant business is getting better and better. You've even changed the storefront. Su Ji Food is good, simple and elegant, easy for customers to remember, Zhang Wanwan said. Su Feng laughed and said, Brother Zhang and Sister Zhang, don't flatter me. Everyone on this night market street knows that your skewers are the best. Xiao Su, you're too willful. In our catering business, to have a full weekend off, you're definitely the first boss in Wutong Lane to be this willful. Zhang Yufeng sighed. Niang Zipai. The rent is ridiculously expensive. They wish they could operate 24 hours a day. Anyone who dares to be as willful as Su Feng is absolutely courting death. Who runs a restaurant in the night market that closes promptly at 10 p.m. and also closes on Saturdays and Sundays? When you run your own business, time is money. There's no such thing as a clock-in/clock out job. But Su Feng dared. And it was actually implemented. They say they're closed on Sundays, but they absolutely won't be open. Su Feng said helplessly. Brother John, you have children, you have to make time to spend with them. Enough said, Xiao Su, in short, awesome. He and Zhang Wanwan initially thought that Su Feng selling breakfast on the night market street was just a rich second-generation kid trying to experience life and fooling around. Until yesterday noon and evening, the restaurant was packed with customers queuing up. It was only when they were scrambling to get a bowl of noodles that the couple realized Su Feng was truly skilled. They definitely possess a secret formula worth millions. Chen Menjian pushed the stroller and entered the inner room through the back door, arriving at the dining room. There are also Lu Fangfang and Grandma Su. Grandma, you're here. Where's Grandpa? Grandma Su smiled kindly. Your grandpa is busy playing chess with a bunch of old men in the yard and doesn't want to come with me. Xiaofeng, what kind of dumplings do you want? Grandma and your mom will make them for you, Grandma Su asked. In Grandma's eyes, Su Feng will always be a child. Chive and egg filling and pork and cabbage filling. Okay, Grandma will wrap it for you. Grandma Su refused to let Su Feng help her. They wouldn't even let us knead the dough or chop the filling. Su Feng rummaged through the refrigerator, preparing all the necessary ingredients. Grandma, can I knead the dough? Su Feng asked softly. You little brat, when did you learn how to knead dough? Chen Menjian, standing to the side, covered her mouth and chuckled secretly. Su Feng helplessly shrugged. Grandma, can you guess what kind of food your eldest grandson sells in his restaurant? What are you selling? Noodles, hand-pulled noodles, and hand-pulled noodles. Grandma Su then took another look at Su Feng and sighed. My grandson has grown up. Don't make the dumpling dough too soft. Add some eggs and salt, Grandma Su instructed. Su Feng found a bowl and scooped out a spoonful of flour. Quickly knead the dough. Eggs and salt are used to make the dumpling wrappers more elastic. It doesn't stick to your mouth when you eat it. The flour is already high-gluten flour, and eggs and salt have also been added. The dough is kneaded well, and the dumplings are rolled out and wrapped. They are then cooked in boiling water for an extra half hour, and the dumpling wrappers will not fall apart. To be honest, Su Feng really doesn't know how to make dumplings. The bag is extremely ugly. To allow his grandmother to sit while making dumplings, Su Feng even went out and bought a cutting board. There was no wooden cutting board in the kitchen, only a wooden chopping block for cutting vegetables, while kneading dough was done on a smooth stainless steel work surface. After mixing the meat filling, Grandma Su cut the dough with a knife, rolled it into long strips, and skillfully pinched the long strips into small pieces with her wrinkled hands. Su Feng kneaded it into a ball. Lu Fangfang skillfully rolled out dumpling wrappers. Auntie, Grandma, let me help you wrap them. After washing her hands and rolling up her sleeves, Chen Menjian picked up a dumpling wrapper and skillfully began wrapping dumplings. Oh my, Yan Yan, you and Xiao Feng just wait to eat. Lu Fangfang exclaimed in surprise. My daughter-in-law can even make dumplings? These days, young girls, let alone making dumplings. I've heard that if you can knead dough, you're considered a good cook, let alone make dumplings. Tong Tong, stay with Xiao Yuiyu and help out. Let Xiao Feng wait to eat. Lu Fangfang praised with delight. Wow, Yan Yan's dumplings are really good. They look like little white boats, so pretty. You're so skillful. My granddaughter-in-law is so skillful. The dumplings she made are so beautiful, Grandma Su praised. Chen Menjian was very skilled at making dumplings. Whether shaped like wheat ears or crescent moons, they are all wrapped very beautifully. Mom, Grandma, Yan Yan is so amazing. Not only can she make dumplings, but she can also draw. Yesterday she drew a sketch of me, and it looks just like a lifelike copy. She clearly has a pair of delicate, beautiful hands that have never been used for manual labor. She doesn't even paint her nails or get manicures like other girls, but it was quite clever. After being praised repeatedly, Chen Menjian glared at Su Feng reproachfully and said quietly, No, stop praising me. Su Feng said, Mom, Yan Yan is shy, but these dumplings are really beautifully made. Yes, they look better than the dumplings Mom makes. Grandma's is the prettiest, Chen Menjian said hurriedly. Grandma Su couldn't stop smiling, becoming increasingly satisfied with her granddaughter-in-law. She also has another granddaughter-in-law, who is Su Feng's cousin's wife who was brought back to the Su family. However, she can't even knead the most basic dough, let alone make dumplings. Chen Menjian's performance, on the other hand, made Lu Fangfang and Grandma Su very happy. Su Feng also made tofu dumplings separately for Xiao Yuiyu. 4/5 tofu, 1/5 minced lean meat. Little Yuiyu is at the age where she is weaning and teething, so she can eat dumplings now, which can help exercise her little teeth. The dumplings were wrapped up to fill 2 curtains. There's a shop on the north side of the road. I bought a roast chicken. Xiao Feng, cut it up. Su Jianyi, Su's father, called out, placing the roast chicken in the kitchen. Su Feng's eyes flickered. Dad, you've finally figured it out? Even Lu Fangfang was startled. What had gotten into her husband? He had actually cut off the hair on both sides of his head. Su Feng opened his mouth and laughed loudly. Dad, this looks much better. A handsome bald guy. A bald head makes you look younger than a receding hairline. Go away, stop teasing your dad. Su Jianyi bent down and handed a Patrick Star toy to his granddaughter. Little Yuiyu sat in the stroller and instantly started squealing with excitement. Yay, daddy! She even strained her small body, trying to stand up. Woof woof woof. Golden Retriever Baibai rushed into the restaurant. As if it knew who was the head of the family, it ran up to Xiao Yuiyu and wagged its tail enthusiastically. Little Yuiyu, this is a puppy, Tonton said. Snap! Little Yuiyu casually threw away the toy her grandfather had given her. She stretched out her little hand, her eyes eagerly wanting to touch the golden retriever, Baibai. Su Jianyi picked up his granddaughter and let her little hand touch Baibai's head. Ha ha, she excitedly opened her pink little mouth, her face beaming with a happy smile. Su Jianyi packed almost all of Tongtong's toys into bags. The shoe bag, which contained 3 bags of toys, was only half full. Daughter-in-law, these are all Tongtong's toys. She doesn't play with them anymore. You can take them home for Xiao Yuiyu to play with later. Chen Menjian took the handbag and placed it aside, saying earnestly, Thank you, uncle. Then, she crouched down and looked at Tongtong. Tongtong, would you like to let Xiao Yuiyu play with these toys? Tongtong pouted and said, I'm willing. Tongtong has grown up and doesn't like Peppa Pig anymore. TCH, a 4-year-old girl. This way. Su Feng started cooking dumplings. The process of cooking dumplings. A flock of geese came from the south. It tumbled and splashed into the boiling water. It sinks to the bottom first and then floats, turning into a crescent moon. After adding water 3 times, Su Feng scooped out a dumpling, put it in his mouth while it was still piping hot, and once it was cooked, he quickly scooped it onto a plate with a strainer. The freshly cooked dumplings are white, plump, and translucent, steaming hot, and their aroma wafts out. Time to eat dumplings. Su Feng called out and carried the dumplings out of the kitchen. The table was laden with 5 plates of piping hot dumplings, freshly braised beef, peanuts, a cold bean sprout salad, and sliced roast chicken. Grandma Su said, You silly child, Grandma always cooks dumplings for you all. Why are you insisting on cooking dumplings for me now? Grandma, please eat. Old man, look at these dumplings, Yan Yan made them so well, they're really beautiful. Really? Haha, that brat Xiao Feng is going to be lucky in the future. Chen Menjian lowered her head and pursed her lips. She was too shy to accept Su's mother praising her, and said, Auntie, please don't praise me anymore. Okay, I won't praise you anymore. Look at my daughter-in-law's rosy cheeks. She's really easily embarrassed. Lu Fangfang said, Yan Yan, hurry up and eat. The dumplings should be served piping hot. Su Feng didn't care about so many rules and took the first bite of dumplings with his chopsticks. He made himself a vinegar sauce. Vinegar sauce, minced garlic, and chili oil. After soaking the dumplings in vinegar sauce, I swallowed them whole. Wow, Grandma, your dumplings are the best. They smell so good. This chive and egg dumpling, when you take a bite, the dumpling skin is infused with the fresh aroma of chives and the savory flavor of eggs, filling your mouth with the mixed fragrance of vinegar and chili oil. These dumplings are divine. It really gave Su Feng the feeling of celebrating the Chinese New Year. Steaming hot dumplings, with an irresistible aroma and delicious flavor. Grandma, your dumpling filling is so delicious. How do you make it? You must teach me next time. Chen Menjian's compliment made Grandma Su beam with joy, and the wrinkles on her brows furrowed together. Okay, Grandma will make some dumplings this afternoon and freeze them in the freezer. When you and Xiaofen want to eat them, just take them out and cook them. One sentence left Chen Menjian somewhat at a loss for words. Grandma, please don't help me wrap them. I can wrap them myself later. It's alright, Xiaofeng loves Grandma's dumplings, we can just make more and freeze them. Su Feng rubbed his hands together and said, 2 chicken drumsticks, 1 for my mom and 1 for my wife. Su Feng started picking up chicken legs. For my elderly mother. To Chen Menjian. Hearing the man say the word wife, the woman blushed slightly and said modestly, No, give it to your uncle. Honey, don't you love Tong Tong anymore? The little girl looked at the 2 big chicken legs, one in her sister-in-law's bowl and the other in her mother's bowl, and immediately her face fell with a pitiful expression, tears welling up in her eyes. Don't cry, Tong Tong, don't cry. Mom will give you a chicken leg. Lu Fangfang hurriedly put a chicken leg on Tong Tong's plate. Tong Tong pouted and glared angrily at Su Feng. Su Feng, oh no. This is terrible. I'll have to buy at least 3 popsicles to appease my little darling later. Son, your braised beef smells so good. If your mom didn't forbid your dad from drinking, I would definitely have half a gin of her Kuwatu. Su Jianyi praised. A bite of dumpling, a clove of garlic, and then another bite of hot, braised beef. My saliva was practically overflowing from my mouth. Su Feng said, Dad, there's beer in the freezer if you want some. Forget it, I won't drink the beer. Little Yuiyu, oh dear, open your mouth, come on, Daddy will feed you dumplings. Su Feng used chopsticks to cut the tofu dumplings into almost 5 or 6 pieces, and then used a small spoon to feed them to little Yuiyu. She is incredibly smart. Oh woo. Su Feng counted them. Little Yuiyu now has 8 baby teeth. Her little mouth rhythmically chewed the dumplings. Oh my, Daddy, she scurried around in Su Feng's arms as she ate, her little hands reaching for the braised beef. Of all the delicious lunches, the freshly braised beef was the most fragrant, its aroma wafting into the little cutie's nostrils. In the afternoon, Su Feng continued to braise beef. He braised over 100 jin, approximately 50 caddies, of food, one bucket after another. Grandma Su insisted on making dumplings for her grandson in advance and freezing them in the refrigerator. Just take it out and cook it when Su Feng wants to eat it. These dumplings. It's not just pork and cabbage filling, there are also tofu filling, egg filling, and other options suitable for little Yuiyu, as well as beef and fennel filling. In the evening, Su Feng and Chen Menjian took Tong Tong and Xiao Yuiyu to the park for a spring outing. The little cutie was super excited and happy when we arrived at the park. Little Yuiyu isn't afraid at all when she goes to unfamiliar places, unlike Tong Tong, who would cry loudly in fear when she went to a new environment as a child. On Sunday, Su Feng sent a red envelope in the group chat. A generous 10 yuan red envelope. Su Ji Food, manager, the promised perk is finally here. The lucky winner of the red envelope draw can redeem a serving of the new teriyaki chicken leg rice, plus a bowl of chicken soup and 2 ounces of braised beef. A girl who loves garlic actually started a debate in the group about whether tofu should be sweet or savory. Su Feng's appearance immediately disrupted the rhythm of the battle. Brother Lu, who loves noodles, dude, running a restaurant to this extent, with weekends off, I'm truly impressed. Sigh. Straightforward girl Xiaoxiu, drooling, the boss really served rice set meals, and it's my favorite chicken leg rice. A girl who loves garlic, why did they have to release the new chicken leg rice during the holidays? I can't have any. Braised grasshoppers, hee, I'm still in Longcheng, I'm going to eat them tomorrow. Saving up to buy my goddess an iPhone 14, winking emoji, guys, here I come. Fatty number 1, we'll go tomorrow and start eating right away. Can we get unlimited refills of rice for our chicken leg rice? Stewed shoe-shaped worms? Bro, are you robbing the boss? Su Feng replied. The set meal includes a cooked boneless chicken leg placed directly on top of rice, and rice refills are not available indefinitely. This chicken leg rice is a low-fat meal, featuring high-quality carbohydrate rice and high-quality protein chicken leg. Everyone is welcome to try it. The Agricultural University's top student exclaimed with deep emotion, ha ha ha, I'm the luckiest person. Then, Su Feng sent another 3 yuan red envelope. The title is half a pound of braised beef. The luckiest person to grab the red envelope can take a screenshot and exchange it for half a pound of braised beef. Benefits, of course we should get it done. The next day, Monday, Su Feng arrived at the agricultural wholesale market early. He bought some boneless chicken legs, as chicken leg rice requires the bones to be removed. Deboning is undoubtedly a tedious process, so it's better to just buy boneless chicken thigh meat, also known as boneless upper thigh meat. For the chicken leg rice, Su Feng chose the more expensive Vuchang rice series of fragrant rice. His family also needs to eat rice, so there's no need to choose low-quality rice. Given the restaurant's good business, Su Feng only considered the taste of the rice, not the price. Without the pressure of rent, you can make a profit no matter how you sell. But he believes that even low-quality rice will become distinct and have an amazing taste after being cooked in the perfect rice cooker. Place the cleaned chicken thighs in a large bowl, add some minced garlic, cooking wine, and a little salt. Sprinkle in black and white pepper powder, mix well and let it marinate to absorb the flavors. Take advantage of the marinating process. He mixed a chicken leg sauce and a teriyaki sauce, light soy sauce, oyster sauce, dark soy sauce, and a little white sugar. The final, essential ingredient, honey. Add 2 large bowls of water and stir the teriyaki sauce well. Xiaofeng, this rice cooker is huge. I wonder how many portions it can cook in one pot. Chen Menjian noticed the perfect rice cooker and examined it carefully. Su Feng grinned and said, there should be about 40 servings. Chen Menjian rinsed the rice and said softly, I bought long yams, and I'll make some yam and rice flour porridge for Xiao Yuiyu at noon. Great! Add some honey, it'll be absolutely delicious, and little Yuiyu will definitely love it. Juan Ernie is a well-known food review live streamer in Longcheng. With his professional food reviews and discerning palate, he has 200,000 followers on his Douyin account. 200,000 followers. There were only 400 or 500 people watching the live stream. Recently, when she was filming short videos or live streaming, fans kept asking her to visit Xiao Su's food restaurant and even told her the location. She was thinking of putting it off, since the restaurant owner didn't pay her to do it. Why is she in such a hurry? But many fans left comments under her short videos. Even while casually browsing the World Food Forum, she would receive mentions from others asking her to check out the restaurants. There's no other way now. Faced with the collective enthusiasm of the fans, she had no choice but to do a free live stream of her store visit. She hasn't done a free store visit in a long time. When creating an account, in order to increase followers, traffic, and fame, I would earnestly visit stores for free and help the owners promote them for free. But once the popularity stopped growing, they started taking orders every day. We need to make a living. But she would never maliciously smear businesses. After finishing my makeup and getting dressed, Juan Ernie opened the live streaming app and sent a message to her fan group. Guys, let's go food exploration. Wutong Street, Xiao Su Restaurant. She set up a selfie stick and drove all the way to the vicinity of Wutong Lane, parked the car and raised the selfie stick. Family members, at everyone's enthusiastic suggestion, we came to Wutong Lane today. We heard that there is a delicious private noodle restaurant here. Every day at 12 noon, the restaurant is packed with people and every seat is full. If you come late, you will have to queue. Are these customers hired by the boss? Or is the restaurant's food really that delicious? Let me, Juan Ernie, take you to find out. Result. She walked around Wutong Street. I couldn't find Xiao Su's gourmet restaurant. Is everyone sure that Xiao Su's gourmet restaurant is located in Wutong Lane? It's so hot today. The sun was blazing. She was walking under the 38-degree sun with a selfie stick. It must have been tough for her. After searching around for a restaurant without success, I was sweating buckets. Family members, is the address wrong? There is no Xiao Su's restaurant in Wutong Lane, only Suji's restaurant and Lao Er's rice bowl are open for business. She glanced at the comments on her phone. Ernie, this shop just changed its name to Suji Cuisine. Juan Ernie's mouth twisted. You bad guys, you did this on purpose, didn't you? It's only 11 o'clock. Aren't we too early? This is a famous night market in Longcheng. Will there really be any restaurants open at noon? She pushed open the door and walked into Su's cuisine. Heavens above, earth below. Feeling the cool air from the air conditioner, she was so moved she almost cried. Who says restaurants are packed at 11 o'clock? There are only 2 tables of people here. At the table sat Brother Lu and his 2 friends. The other table was occupied by Grandpa Yu and his family. Welcome, the little girl, Guo Yu, greeted politely. Ordering. Juan Ernie was a little unsure how to begin. It had been a long time since she had taken the initiative to order food and pay for it. During her recent restaurant visits, the restaurants treated her to meals, and they would arrange their signature dishes on plates and serve them to her for her to taste and comment on. Occasionally, they exaggerate in their acting. Where's the menu? Guo Yu smiled and said, Miss, the menu is written on the blackboard. Wow, what beautiful handwriting. She frowned as she looked at the menu. 6-ingredient mixed noodles? Divine chicken leg noodles? Ju Wei Jia Zhang Mian? New product, teriyaki chicken leg rice? With such a cool and flashy signboard for Suji Cuisine, is this really all the food they offer? With such a large area, there seem to be too few food options. Peanuts, pickled vegetables, and braised eggs. You dare call this gourmet food? Juan Ernie had serious doubts about the taste of the restaurant's food, but her long experience exploring the restaurant eventually helped her develop a certain level of acting skills. She wasn't like some live streamers who, upon entering a store, would tell the owner they were a live streamer with 200,000 followers, and then the owner would treat them with arrogance afterward. Then they bring out the most expensive and luxurious dishes in the restaurant, offer various free meals, and serve the guests to their heart's content. I'd like 1 serving of divine chicken leg noodles, plus a braised egg, and 2 ounces of braised beef. After thinking it over, she ordered a few dishes. Chen Menjian placed the order, pressed the keyboard twice, and the amount to be paid appeared on the screen. She then pointed to the QR code payment machine next to her. 51 yuan received Viaduct WeChat payment. Afterwards, Juan Ernie sat down next to the air conditioner. She's so hot. His hair was covered in sweat. He got up and dashed to the counter. Boss, one bottle of Jinky Forest. While paying, I thought to myself, the drinks are the same price as in the supermarket. This is very rare. She looked around at the restaurant's decor. It's not a simple modern style. On the contrary, the old-fashioned restaurant's decor is clean, tidy, and gives people a very welcoming feeling. Considering the overall environment and service, the prices on the menu are quite reasonable. Gurgle gurgle. I drank half a bottle of beverage in one go. At this moment, Su Feng's voice rang out. Order number 3 is ready. Wow, this owner cooks noodles really fast. I just took a sip of water and the noodles were already cooked. She got up and went to the window. On the tray sits a bowl of heartwarming chicken leg noodles, steaming with fragrant heat, and next to it is a plate of braised beef. A normal thickness slice of braised beef will have about 5 or 6 pieces per ounce, while a 2-ounce slice will have about 12 pieces. A small dish of vinegar sauce was placed next to the plate of beef, and a soy sauce-colored braised egg. Take it back to the dining table. My darlings, my family, it smells so good. It smells amazing. I wonder if it tastes just as good. The aroma of chicken soup wafted into my nose. Hunger +1. In order not to offend her fans and favorite restaurants, she had already started thinking about how to praise a bowl of noodles with idioms. Features like chewy noodles, flavorful broth, tender chicken, an explosion of flavor, and a lingering aroma. At this moment, the live stream chat exploded with comments. Wow, I'm drooling just looking at it through the screen. Ernie, this bowl of noodles used to be called Jade Chicken Noodles. It has bright green vegetable noodles paired with a fragrant chicken soup. After drinking it, I feel warm all day long. The host ordered the wrong thing. You should try the new chicken leg rice. I really want to eat it, but unfortunately I'm already on vacation at home. She pointed the camera at the chicken leg noodles. You've all tried the noodles at this shop, so I won't stand on ceremony and will start tasting. In the past, when she visited restaurants with her assistant, she would film the entire visit and then edit it. The first bite was always given to the fans. Let me have a bite of noodles first, to see how it tastes. She picked up a mouthful of noodles with her chopsticks. Slurp, slurp. She slurped the noodles into her mouth. The noodles, coated in the savory chicken broth, instantly filled my mouth. After chewing the noodles, her big eyes were already fixed on the chicken leg in the bowl. When a dish is truly delicious, you can't think of words of praise. Instead, you just want to keep your head down and concentrate on eating. Then, she took a big bite of the tender chicken leg. The meat is tender and juicy. When you eat it, the freshness of chicken fills your mouth completely. Before you've even finished chewing the first bite, you can't wait to start taking the second. Then, glug glug. I sipped the chicken soup, one mouthful at a time. I felt a warm current flowing through my stomach. Although it wasn't like the descriptions in food novels where pores open wide or nerves could feel the flavors, drinking chicken soup did make me feel very comfortable. Ah, she picked up a slice of braised beef. It's coated with chili oil and vinegar sauce. He put it directly into his mouth. Oh my god, holy crap, my darlings. Wang Ernie's shocked expression surprised both Su Feng and Chen Menjian. This girl, what the hell is going on? Selfie stick? Is a food vlogger doing a live stream? As a foodie and a well-known local food review influencer in Longcheng, Brother Lu often sees Nini's food review on Douyin. He had long anticipated that, given the deliciousness of Su Feng's restaurant, it would eventually attract some food bloggers to come and check it out. He gulped down the last drop of chicken soup, watching with great interest as Wang Ernie's expression gradually approached madness. My darlings, family, this chicken leg noodles is so good. Oh my god, I don't know how to describe it, the exquisite and delicate sensation on my taste buds. Hiss. Cool. The taste buds explode. She tried to think of adjectives to describe how delicious the chicken leg was, but her mind went completely blank, and she had no idea how to praise this bowl of divine chicken leg noodles, and this plate of braised beef that made her feel crazy. Wang Ernie patted her head. How to praise? How should I praise him? What about professional commentary? This chicken leg noodle soup is so delicious. The texture of the braised beef is so good that she feels it surpasses all other beef dishes. No matter what kind of beef you eat, stewed beef, stir-fried beef, cold beef salad, dry-fried beef, or cumin beef, none of them compare to this plate of perfectly marinated, incredibly delicious braised beef. At this point, the number of viewers in the live stream had reached 600. A girl who loves garlic sent a comment, "I want to see the handsome boss." Quickly point the camera at Boss Su. Is it really that delicious? Nini, your acting skills have declined a bit lately. The way you're eating those noodles is way too exaggerated. Nini, mind your image, you've eaten like crazy. Is the streamer acting? Isn't that going too far? The live streamer could debut as a celebrity and enter the entertainment industry. We're Nini, the famous live streamer who's eaten her way through the coal-producing province. Look at the way she's eating now, it's like she hasn't eaten for 3 days and 3 nights. It's like acting, but it's not quite. Hee, how much did the boss pay for this restaurant visit? Is it worth it for our Miss Ni to put on such a show? Shut up, don't talk nonsense if you haven't tried it. Go to the store and taste it for yourselves and you'll know it's that delicious. Nini is definitely not acting. That's right. Wang Ernie has gone mad from eating. After finishing the noodles and braised beef, and gulping down the chicken soup, I realized there was still a braised egg left on the snack plate. My darlings, phew. She took a deep breath and wiped the sweat from her forehead. It's so delicious. The texture of the chicken leg and braised beef is absolutely amazing, and the chicken soup and noodles are so warming and delicious. Eating a bowl of chicken soup noodles felt like having a steaming hot pot on a hot summer day. His head was steaming, with the air conditioning blowing cold air. In an instant, her makeup was ruined. They turned into demons and monsters. But she had long forgotten about her image, and didn't even glance at the live stream camera on her phone. Looking at a braised egg on the plate, she reached out, grabbed it, and stuffed it into her mouth. Oh woo. Sizzle. Ugh, why? Her cheeks flushed with excitement, her forehead steamed, and her eyes seemed to be walking in a dry desert and suddenly finding a bottle of sweet spring water. Wang Ernie's eyes perfectly exemplify what it means for eyes to sparkle. Why can the flavor of a braised egg fill your entire mouth? My darlings, it's such a common braised egg, yet its taste is indescribable. It's so delicious, incredibly delicious. No wonder it's a restaurant recommended by my girlfriends. Even a braised egg here is so delicious. Facing the camera, Wang Ernie praised him with an exaggerated expression. A braised egg, the ultimate in deliciousness. It made her mouth feel so good it felt like it was flying. This restaurant is a real gem. I haven't had enough yet. Even though I'm already full, I still want to try some other noodles. Boss, another bowl of zhejiangmian noodles with soybean paste and 2 braised eggs. She got up and ran to the counter, quickly tapping the QR code on her phone to pay, while waiting for the food. Looking at the comments in the live stream, a smile spread across her face. In just a short while, the comments and gifts started flying everywhere. Nini isn't acting. She must have eaten some delicious food. She can act, but she's not stupid. Host, could you order a teriyaki chicken leg rice bowl so that this gluttonous cat from Guangdong province can have a couple of licks through the screen? Host, kimchi is definitely not that simple. Every dish in this restaurant can be called a delicacy. Wang Ernie grinned widely. Thank you for the gifts from my family, and thank you for your support. I've decided to order some kimchi to try. When kimchi, hajangmyeon, noodles with soybean paste, and braised eggs are served, she stirred the noodles in the bowl until they were evenly mixed. Slurp. After taking a bite of noodles, I picked up the green beans and radish from the kimchi. Ah, it smells so good. Even the noodles with soybean paste are so delicious. The texture of the noodles is amazing. Paired with the tangy and crunchy kimchi, it's just perfect. I can't stop eating it. Welcome everyone to come and try Suji food. He praised excitedly while munching on the noodles. So delicious. Her stomach. They've been completely conquered. You need to know. Wang Ernie is a food exploration live streamer. Especially in Longcheng, the capital city, there is no shortage of delicious noodle shops, such as Dilla Noodle Shop, Xiaojiao Beef Noodle Shop, Tijian Yukaxian, My Way Hilua Noodles, and of course, the most common roadside noodle shop is Datang Knife Cut Noodles. Tijian noodles are a type of noodle dish from Xinzhou, and are also widely popular in other parts of the coal-producing province. As a food blogger and restaurant review host, she has visited many private noodle restaurants. The most fragrant, the most delicious, and the most satisfying to eat is none other than Suji food right in front of you. One bite of zhejiangmian noodles with soybean paste will bring you the taste of mom's cooking. Chen Menjian lowered her voice and asked, Xiaofeng, have you seen her food reviews? Just like. Wang Ernie kept praising the deliciousness of the noodles in front of the camera. Although she didn't know many adjectives, her unrefined eating manners proved how delicious the noodles in the bowl were. Su Feng chuckled. Before she opened her restaurant, I would occasionally see her on Douyin. Her popularity is not as high as some of the big restaurant review live streamers, but she is still okay in Longcheng. Since opening the restaurant, his Douyin account has long been a children's channel. If she orders more food later, should we charge her again? Idiot, we're making real food. We don't need to explore different restaurants or rely on traffic. Our restaurant depends on the taste and repeat customers, so we'll definitely charge for our food. The husband and wife were whispering to each other. At this moment, Lu Hao walked into the store with a big smile on his face, this time with his girlfriend. Boss, 1 order of braised pork rice, 4 braised eggs, and 2 bottles of Fanta, please. As he spoke, I opened the screenshot I had taken on my phone. I snagged a red envelope from the boss last night. I'm so lucky, he got a free teriyaki chicken leg rice, a bowl of chicken soup, and 2 ounces of braised beef. Chen Menjian smiled and said, the chicken leg rice will take a few minutes to prepare. Okay, no problem. After saying that, he took his girlfriend's hand and walked to the side to get 2 bottles of Fanta. Brother Lu chuckled, young man, you're the most affectionate guy at the agricultural university? Your group name is pretty trendy. Upon hearing this, Lu Hao gave his girlfriend an awkward smile, scratched his head, and felt a bit embarrassed. That fat guy really talks a lot. Didn't you check the almanac before going out today? Didn't you see he went out with his girlfriend today? Agricultural University, the most affectionate? The short-haired girlfriend frowned, looking at her boyfriend with a strange expression. It's equivalent to, the game ID is just a random name I came up with for fun in a food-related chat group. Tone of voice. He explained rather awkwardly. Family, I'm full. Wang Ernie walked out of the restaurant holding a selfie stick. I saw the private post of the #1 panda. Don't worry, I was just eating and I was definitely not acting. The noodles at the restaurant were really delicious and I couldn't stop eating them. Moreover, I did not charge the owner any fees for visiting the store in advance. If there were a ranking for Zhejiangmian noodles with soybean paste and chicken soup noodles, I would call this Suji cuisine my #1. Phew. Wang Ernie took a deep breath. She ate too much. 2 bowls of noodles. Even the noodle shops she had previously visited. Even if the owner is standing right in front of me, and they say there's leftover noodles in my bowl, I absolutely won't eat another bite. Family, I'm so full. I need to digest a bit. I'll come back later tonight and do a live stream of me trying the chicken leg rice. The chicken leg noodles are heavenly, so I wonder if the chicken leg rice will be just as satisfying? I'll be doing a mukbang tonight with my beautiful assistant, Xiao Shuang. Please stay tuned. After saying that, Wang Ernie closed the live stream and looked up at the Suji food signboard. A hidden gem restaurant? A divine noodle shop? Her round face beamed with a smile. Come again tonight. At that moment, she saw a group of diners rushing into the restaurant, numbering in the dozens. The nearby residents include the elderly, children, and women. The last time a road construction project nearby cut off a water pipe and caused a water outage in the community, the restaurant gained over 150 repeat customers in one day, all of whom were residents of nearby communities. Have everyone gone mad? Are they worried about not being able to get a spot? Wang Ernie was dumbfounded. That's insane. Is this what a true foodie looks like? Look at this old lady, she runs faster than her grandson, her legs like wheels of fire rushing into the restaurant. Grandma, slow down. Grandma's saving you a seat, you little rascal, hurry up. At this moment, Su Feng was seriously cooking chicken leg rice. He placed the marinated chicken legs in a pan and fried them one by one until they were golden brown on both sides. Then he poured them into a large iron bowl and added the sole teriyaki sauce that he had prepared in advance. Sizzle. Simmer over low heat. The aroma of chicken legs slowly filled the air. Boss, I can smell the aroma of rice. Holy crap, why does your rice smell so good? Is it some kind of high-tech, high-efficiency cooking method? Boss, I didn't mean that. I was just kidding. Aren't the phrases technology and ruthless skills very popular online these days? After speaking, the simple-minded Lu Hao realized his mistake and hurriedly gave Su Feng, who was in a daze, a long-winded explanation and apology. This guy, he seems a bit slow-witted? Su Feng looked at him with a smile. It's alright, this rice isn't hard work at all, young man. Don't you know that steaming rice is also a skill? Besides, the rice I'm using is day of Waxiang rice, good rice. It's not surprising that it smells of rice in the air. The rice bag was placed next to a small table at the entrance of the inner room. Fragrant rice? Xiao Chen, is this the kind of rice you use for the chicken leg rice at the restaurant? Brother Lu asked in surprise. He just bought the same day a Waxiang rice from a grain and oil store yesterday. It costs 9 yuan per kilogram. Rice costs 9 yuan per kilogram. This price is definitely not low. Chen Menjian nodded and smiled. To make the chicken leg rice taste even better, our store manager specially bought high-quality rice, day of Waxiang long-grain rice. Upon hearing this, many diners tilted their heads and stood up to look at the rice bags on the ground. Certainly. When the rice bag was placed on the floor, there were 2 layers of cardboard boxes on top of it. This is why Su Feng didn't put the rice bag in the kitchen, but instead placed it in a conspicuous location to attract customers' attention. The group of guests were immediately stunned. What a conscientious boss. The rice used for the chicken leg rice is actually expensive grade 3 rice. This price is not cheap. Yes, the rice at the fast food restaurants on the street seems to be cheap rice that costs 2 or 3 yuan per kilogram. Moreover, some braised pork rice dishes rely entirely on pouring the braising sauce over the rice, resulting in a braising flavor that has absolutely no rice aroma. This reminds me of the days when I worked in Guangdong and ate Longjiang braised pork trotters rice every day. This owner is really generous, buying such good rice for his customers. But look at the price, how much is a serving? 28 yuan for a chicken leg rice. This price is really not expensive at all, okay? My mom usually doesn't even buy rice this expensive to eat at home. Lu Hao exclaimed, holy crap. I just checked the prices on Tmall supermarket, and it turns out the rice the boss used costs 10 yuan per pound. Brother Liu's suggestion immediately ignited a buzz among the restaurant's customers, who began discussing the day of Waxian rice. Lu Hao took a photo and posted it in his fan group. This sparked heated discussions among fans. They all gave a thumbs up and praised it. What a kind boss. A true gourmet. My goodness, my mom usually only buys rice that costs 5 yuan a pound, okay? How could the shop owner be so willing to spend so much? Just think about the rice in the university cafeteria. It's nothing compared to the rice steamed at Boss Su's restaurant. Yeah, why am I already looking forward to school starting again now that the holidays have just begun? I'll be able to eat divine chicken leg rice and delicious braised beef when school starts. Anyone in the restaurant taking pictures of chicken leg rice? I want to check in remotely. A group of foodies in the group chat were excitedly discussing it. Under the slow simmering of a low flame, the chicken leg meat was fully cooked, and the aroma of braised chicken leg made Su Fengguang just sniff it with the tip of his nose. I feel like I'm about to get drunk. It smells so good. Then, he lifted the lid of the perfect rice cooker, and a fragrant aroma of rice immediately filled his head. It truly lived up to its reputation as a perfect level kitchenware from the system. This rice aroma. The rice is steamed to fully extract its essence and nutrients, resulting in distinct, plump grains with an enticing aroma. Such rice. He felt that even without chicken legs, he could eat 2 bowls of rice. The rice smells so good. Brother Lu shouted with a smile. Xiao Chen, do you sell plain rice? Give me a bowl of plain rice first, no chicken leg meat. Guo Yu served Brother Lu a bowl. Guo Yu nodded slightly, okay. Brother Lu smelled the aroma of rice and thought that the rice Su Feng steamed was more fragrant than the rice his wife steamed at home, so he wanted to try it. He said, "Little girl, just half a bowl is enough, don't give her too much." Guo Yu served half a bowl of rice and put it on the table. This rice is so fragrant. What is a foodie? That's what you call a foodie. Crystal clear, with distinct grains, it smells so good. He took a bite, his eyes immediately lighting up as he praised. Soft, sticky, and sweet, with a subtle sweetness, the rice grains are neither too soft nor too hard, truly a premium rice. It's practically the Rolls-Royce of rice. This is an evaluation. That's an exaggeration. It looks too much like a shill. Some of the customers who were being brought to the restaurant by his partner for the first time were dumbfounded when they saw Brother Liu's amazing performance. However, regular customers like Grandpa Yu and Lu Hao, who come every day, truly understand this panda-eyed Brother Lu. He's a real foodie. This evaluation of rice is the honest truth, and it's definitely not an act by a shill. On the dining table is a bowl of white sugar that was placed there when the restaurant first opened to sell soy milk. Brother Lu scooped a spoonful of white sugar into the steaming rice, stirred it well, and then took a bite with the spoon. Mix white sugar with rice. Sweet, moisturizing, handy, feels great. The taste of my memories. It's sweet with a hint of richness, it's so satisfying. As a member of the post-80s generation, I came from a poor family. When I was a child, I couldn't afford vegetables and meat, so I would put a spoonful of white sugar in my rice. Dishes like rice mixed with lard, rice mixed with soy sauce, and rice mixed with sugar are childhood memories. Should I get scissors? Chen Menjian asked with a smile. Wow, delicious chicken leg rice. She felt her stomach drooling. I really want to take a plate of chicken leg rice to the back room and stuff it into my mouth. Su Feng nodded. Put on disposable gloves, hold the chicken leg in your left hand. Never mind, it'll be hot, I'll just cut it with a knife. Place the chicken leg on the cutting board. Bang, bang. With a few slicing motions, the chicken thigh meat is laid flat on top of steaming hot rice, topped with blanched bok choy to cut through the richness, and a half-cut braised egg. Finally, a spoonful of the soul-stirring broth of the chicken thigh rice is poured over it. A chicken leg rice dish is now ready. Number 7, number 8, number 9. Chen Menjian called out the numbers, and customers whose numbers were called came to the window to pick up their food. Almost half of the customers chose to try the new teriyaki chicken leg rice. As a result, the air throughout the restaurant was filled with the enticing aroma of chicken and rice. Wow, it smells so good, it's amazing. I want to eat. Lu Hao frantically stirred the chicken leg rice in the bowl, allowing the fragrant rice and the sticky chicken leg sauce to fully blend together. It was so delicious that he couldn't stop eating it. His girlfriend, standing next to him, stared wide-eyed. He didn't even lift his head. She doesn't look at her boyfriend, showing off the chicken leg rice with no manners whatsoever. He scooped up a large spoonful, put the spoon head and all into his mouth, then sucked the spoon out of his mouth, leaving the spoon empty. This taste. That was absolutely awesome. The chicken is tender and juicy, the vegetables are sweet and crisp, and the rice is rich and fragrant with the sauce. It's incredibly satisfying to chew. An old woman said to her grandson, "Hey grandson, eat slowly, don't choke." Grandson ravenously eats. "Grandma, it's so delicious. Wow, I want another bowl. The 7 or 8-year-old kid turned into a gluttonous eater. Boss, another bowl of chicken leg rice. I'll have another chicken leg rice. Wow, this sauce mixed with rice tastes absolutely amazing, it's so good with rice. Boss, how did you steam this rice? It's cooked to the perfect consistency, and it smells amazing. Paired with this fragrant chicken leg, it's so delicious. This is simply an ultimate treat for the taste buds. Hey boss, do you have any tricks or secrets for cooking rice that make it smell so good? Someone asked. Each grain is distinct, crystal clear, and has a full-bodied flavor. Su Feng replied with a smile. How could I tell you this secret? Join the group, and we'll share some tips on cooking and steaming rice. At a critical moment, Su Feng didn't forget to promote his work. His original group of 500 people now has only 300 or so. Many middle-aged and older repeat customers are too lazy to join the group. Most of the customers in this group were eating chicken leg rice, praising it as they ate, and focusing intently on their food. Teriyaki chicken leg rice is rich in savory sauce, and the chicken leg is tender and delicious. One bite and you'll fall in love with the flavor. It's so addictive that you can't stop eating it. The sour and crisp pickled vegetables from Sichuan and Chongqing are not only great with various noodles, but also with rice. Ordering a serving of pickled vegetables with chicken leg rice makes it even more appetizing. Therefore, the chicken leg rice received unanimous praise. What's going on? Everyone so focused on eating a middle-aged man waiting for his chicken leg rice stared at the scene in disbelief. This chicken leg rice, is it really that delicious? This scene, it reminded him of his days serving in the army. There was a strict procedure for meals when he was in the army. He and the other soldiers lined up to get their food. After all the food has been served, the alarm will sound and the timer will begin. When the time is up, the alarm will sound again, and all soldiers must stop eating, even if they are not full. Then, a meal. His fastest speed can reach 3 minutes. Moreover, they eat quite a lot. A serving of rice plus various side dishes and soup can be finished in less than 5 minutes. The sight of everyone at the Tsuji Cuisine restaurant, heads down, earnestly eating, brought back memories for him. But this is just an ordinary restaurant. Chinese people value eating slowly and carefully, as eating too fast is bad for your health. However, everyone here eats like starving ghosts, wolfing down their food and acting irrationally, even more so than soldiers in the army. Certainly, this is absolutely sufficient proof. This chicken leg rice is incredibly delicious. After the chicken leg rice was served, the uncle used chopsticks to stir the rice in the bowl, mixing the chopped chicken leg, sauce, and rice together. Each grain of rice, glistening and translucent, is coated in a rich sauce, making it look incredibly appetizing and tempting. He picked up the spoon and scooped a large spoonful of chicken leg rice into his mouth. Let's get started. The first bite. I couldn't stop after the second bite. The rich aroma of chicken leg rice drew in my nose, my taste buds savored the comforting taste of the rice, and my mouth was completely captivated, unable to stop eating. He seemed to have returned to his days as a soldier, and it only took him 2 minutes to eat this bowl of chicken leg rice. 2 minutes. Finish it all. He raised his hand and shouted, "Boss, another bowl of chicken leg rice." The little girl, Guo Yu, frowned, a little scared. She was frightened by the way the uncle was eating. Did this uncle not eat yesterday? It was just served. You've finished eating? Grandpa Yu's grandson called out, "Auntie, I want another bowl of chicken leg rice, I want some." Chen Menjian smiled, "Okay, she's become an auntie now." Grandpa Yu said angrily, "You're not allowed to eat a bowl of rice, a chicken leg, and braised beef. Tell me the truth, are you full?" "I'm full, but I still want to eat. It smells so good, the rice is so delicious." "You're not allowed to eat. Eating too much is bad for your health. Grandpa will come and take you to eat at dinner time." "Oh, I need to eat 2 more portions tonight." The chubby boy pouted unhappily, stared at the few remaining grains of rice, stuck out his tongue, and licked the empty bowl clean. Aunt John watched this scene and secretly covered her mouth to laugh. After finishing 2 servings of chicken leg rice, Lu Hao wiped his mouth and said, "Boss, if you order the dry noodles and soup noodles for delivery, they'll stick together and become a clump. But you can always order the chicken leg rice for delivery, right? It's too hot to go out." "Yeah, boss, hurry up and order the takeout. That way we don't have to wait in line, and we can enjoy delicious chicken leg rice at home." "I support the boss offering takeout," several young men shouted. Su Feng said, "I'm sorry everyone, we really can't handle takeout right now. The restaurant is short-staffed and we're not considering joining a takeout franchise at the moment." One sentence immediately discouraged some young people queuing up to order food. Eat chicken leg rice. This whole process is exhausting. With the chicken leg rice selling like hotcakes, Su Feng was actually much more relaxed than usual, because he didn't have to make noodles or roll them out. And it seemed like he had prepared more of these dough ingredients than usual. The dough I made this morning wasn't even used up a third of it. Usually, by the time we finish our busy work at noon, a large bag of noodles has already been sold out. When the restaurant introduced new dishes, everyone opted for the teriyaki chicken leg rice, while only a few old-timers preferred noodles and weren't used to eating rice. Selling braised pork rice is much easier than selling noodles. Ding dong! The chicken leg rice has received unanimous praise. The system has activated an even higher sales target, daily sales of 20,000. You can enter a lucky draw to win a refreshing summer recipe cold dish. System notification. Making ramen is physically demanding. In order for the host to cook better food, the host needs a stronger and more powerful body. In addition, the system has launched an extra task called New Product Big Selling. The task can be completed by selling 200 servings of chicken leg rice on the same day. The mission reward is Constitution Potion. Constitution Enhancing Medicine? What the heck? What's the use? When Sufeng saw the description of the potion, he instantly became excited. Even the fingertips that were kneading the dough were trembling slightly. Physical Enhancement Agent contains no additives and has no side effects. It can enhance the host's physical condition, allowing them to reach the pinnacle of human capabilities, including comprehensive physical qualities such as strength, speed, endurance, agility, and flexibility. System notification. Even if the host cultivates 3 acres of land continuously, they will not feel tired. Not to mention simple tasks in the kitchen. That's an absolute beast. He grinned. This reward is more practical. But, this god-level reward from the system is just for ramen? Are they worried he'll work himself to death in the kitchen? Goodness, he's even planning to hire a ramen chef. With such an amazing physical enhancement potion, wouldn't it be a waste to use his good health to work in the kitchen? There's still a sales target of 20,000 per day. Looks like I'll have to prepare properly for tomorrow. Su Feng couldn't help but clench his fist. His eyes shone with excitement. Xiao Feng, go make some baby food for Xiao Yuiyu. Little Yuiyu, lunchtime. After the first batch of rice was cooked, while the customers were queuing for the second batch, Su Feng carried Xiao Yuiyu's lunch into the inner room. After steaming the yam and rice flour, blend them into a paste using a high-speed blender, pour it into a bowl, add a small spoonful of honey, and stir together. A simple baby food is ready. Beep beep dad. Ah. Wearing only a vest and diapers, Yuiyu sat on the bed, curiously examining her new toy. Upon seeing Su Feng, she threw the toy aside and scrambled to the foot of the bed. Wow! She let out a loud wail and cried. Why is my little cutie crying? Su Feng held his daughter in his arms and wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. She didn't understand why she had to cry. One person can play. Seeing Su Feng makes me want to cry. Tong Tong clung to Su Feng's arm. Brother, Tong Tong wants to be fed by you too. I want to eat Yui's lunch. Although she had already eaten a chicken leg rice. Tong Tong, go to the kitchen and get another spoon. Su Feng affectionately patted his little sister's head. Ever since Xiao Yuiyu was born, he, as her older brother, had indeed shown less love for her. Yeah. Little Yuiyu pouted, feeling wronged, and pinched Su Feng's left cheek, then kissed his right cheek. A kiss from my daughter. A soft, satisfying bite. As a result, his face was covered in drool. I miss Daddy. Daddy needs to earn money to buy little Yuiyu her favorite toy. Su Feng gently kissed little Yuiyu's cheek and scooped up a spoonful of corn porridge. Sweetie, open your mouth. Iya. She opened her mouth. When the little tongue tasted the yam paste, it excitedly reached out and grabbed the bowl, its aggrieved expression immediately disappearing. That's how kids are. When they cry non-stop, and it feels like you're pregnant from all the noise, especially since little Yuiyu has such a loud voice. When she stops crying, the crying stops instantly, just like in a movie. Even Su Feng suspected that Xiao Yuiyu was acting. Tong Tong, open your mouth. This kept Su Feng extremely busy. He smiled helplessly as he returned to the inner room after finishing his work in the kitchen, taking a moment to feed his daughter and sister. Brother, no thanks, it's not tasty. Tong Tong took a bite of Xiao Yuiyu's baby food and immediately shook her head, not wanting to eat it anymore. Little Yuiyu's food is so hard to eat. However, she didn't quite understand why Xiao Yuiyu was eating so heartily. After she finished eating, Su Feng wiped her mouth and carried her to the bed. As a result, little Yuiyu clung to her and wouldn't get up. A baba papa papa papa. As soon as you put her on the bed, she immediately pouts and starts crying. The crying stopped abruptly when she was held in his arms. Daddy. Looking into her pitiful eyes, Su Feng's heart melted. Daddy's going to make you lots of money. He really wanted to close the shop and be with Xiao Yuiyu, but he couldn't just stay idle like a couch potato. Helplessly, he called out towards the outside. Yan Yan. Yan Yan, help me, help me. Chen Menjian said irritably. Stop fooling around, the rice will be cooked soon, hurry up and get to the kitchen. Even though it was past lunchtime, at 2:30 p.m., customers were still ordering and patiently waiting for their chicken leg rice. Stop clinging to your dad needs to earn money for you. Walking back into the inner room, Chen Menjian felt a little helpless looking at the suddenly clingy Yu. The little girl was throwing a tantrum, grabbing Su Feng's sleeve and refusing to let go. Su Feng gave his daughter a big kiss. Be good, okay? Daddy will play with you later. She watched with extreme reluctance as Su Feng walked out of the inner room. Little Yu, suck on your favorite pacifier, it's so delicious. Tong Tong handed the pacifier to the little cutie. The little cutie immediately put it in her mouth. She has 3 pacifiers. You can alternate between sucking on it and sucking on it, which is like spreading the love evenly and saves you from licking your fingers all day long. It's better to suck on a pacifier. After a busy lunch break, we sold a whopping 100 servings of chicken leg rice. If we work a little harder tonight, we can achieve our goal of selling 200 servings of chicken leg rice. Because chicken leg rice is more convenient to carry than noodles, about half of the customers are willing to pack it up and take it away to share with important people in their lives. Leisure time. He lay on the bed in the inner room. While playing and laughing with Xiao Yu, I casually browsed the world's #1 food forum. Our own restaurant has climbed to number 20 on the trending topics list in Longcheng. He went to the discussion forum and asked if there were any chef discussion groups. Less than 5 seconds later, a kind person messaged him privately and sent him a group chat for chefs. The restaurant's business is booming, with more and more repeat customers and increasing popularity. He and Chen Menjian can indeed manage the workload on their own, although they are a bit tired. Reference daily income and overall monthly income. Net profit of 200,000 plus. Su Feng felt that even if he hired 2 more people, he could easily cover the expenses. Therefore, recruiting soldiers is an urgent matter. After joining the group chat, Su Feng saw that many people were posting job advertisements, so he casually posted one himself. Hiring 1 kitchen helper. Requirements: some kitchen work experience, able to cut vegetables and meat, basic knife skills, can be a vegetable preparer, salary 6,000. Note: 2 meals are included, but accommodation is not included. Address: east side of Wutong Street, New District, Longcheng City, Suji Food. Contact number 1566666XXXX. As he gradually unlocks the system's tasks, more and more gourmet dishes are unlocked, and he is responsible for focusing on developing new gourmet dishes. In addition to being busy, I also make time to spend with Xiao Yu. Recruiting and building a strong team is a must. He had just posted the job ad a few minutes ago when someone added him as a friend. Hi boss, I'd like to apply for the job. I saw a discussion about restaurants on the world's #1 food forum yesterday. My name is Ma Lele, grinning face. Su Feng replied. Hey bro, could you please show me your resume? I learned Sichuan cuisine from a master chef. I'm 22 years old this year. I dropped out of school at 18 to work in the kitchen and have 4 years of kitchen work experience. I've been a kitchen helper for 2 years and a food preparer for 2 years. Unfortunately, I haven't worked on the stove yet, but I can cook basic home-style dishes. Serving dishes. In industry jargon, it's like being a kitchen helper. Wow. Professional. How much was your salary before? 5,000. In fact, Ma Lele overpaid by 500 yuan. His previous salary was only 4,500 yuan, which included full attendance bonuses every month. If you deduct the 200 for full attendance bonus, your monthly income will only be 4,200. So low. Su Feng was quite surprised. After working for so many years, is this all the salary I've earned? However, he understood. Longcheng is, after all, a third-tier city. I doubt even a stir-fry chef earns more than 10,000 yuan a month. No wonder so many people would rather work as waiters or food runners than learn to work in a kitchen. The wages are indeed quite meager. Su Feng replied. I'm offering 6,000 yuan as my starting salary, with a 1-month probation period. After that, my salary will be 7,000 yuan. The work hours are from 9:30 a.m. to 10 p.m., with a 2-hour break in between. If you feel it's a good fit, come to the store for the interview at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Ma Lele said excitedly. Hee, grinning face, 6,000 is fine with me, no need to raise it. I mainly want to learn some skills from you, boss. Su Feng looked astonished. Are there still such honest young men these days? Boss, I'll be there for the interview tomorrow morning. What kind of work do I need to do? Also, what does kitchen helper mean? Question. Su Feng typed. A kitchen helper is not just someone who cuts and prepares vegetables. Unlike large hotels, small restaurants don't have such a clear division of labor. When I get busy, they do everything in the kitchen. I see, I understand now. Su Feng sent a black panda emoji that read, young man, I believe in you, and then sent another message. That's it, we have the address and phone number, but we can't find the place, so we'll call. Xiaofeng, how about, we let Guo Yu take charge of the cashier? Let Guo Yu handle the cashier? Yan, What do you mean? Chen Menjian raised her eyebrows at him and winked. The restaurant has customers coming in batches every day, so we ask Aunt Zhang to collect the dishes and wash them. Su Feng immediately understood what she meant. He reached out and grasped her delicate hand. Yan Yan, you're becoming more and more like a heartless boss lady. She rolled her eyes dismissively. She explained that the restaurant's guests came in batches, like a banquet at a hotel, and that Zhang, the dishwasher, would work for 10 minutes and then rest for 30 minutes. Shouldn't it be so? Su Feng nodded and said, Okay, I'll talk to Guo Yu and Aunt Zhang when they arrive this evening. In order to obtain the system's constitution potion, Su Feng did not slack off in his spare time even when selling 200 chicken leg rice meals a day. Take a few minutes break, then get back to work in the kitchen. 5 o'clock. The restaurant welcomed its first guests for dinner. When this group of guests entered the restaurant, their expressions and tones still carried a hint of doubt as they surveyed the restaurant's environment. This group of people had traveled from different districts within the same city, having watched Nini's restaurant review livestream and come specifically to try it out. Everyone wants to know if their favorite female livestreamers who visit restaurants are exaggerating their acting when they visit restaurants at noon. Nini's expression at noon was so exaggerated. I knew it. Her eyes were practically glued to the spot, and she even called this place a treasure trove of a divine restaurant. SHH, this is the first time Nini has ever given such high praise to a small restaurant. Nini's expression while eating noodles at lunchtime was absolutely priceless. Yeah, even Oscar-winning actors aren't as good at acting as her. It's hilarious. Who knows? Let's give it a try and see if this divine chicken leg noodle soup and this teriyaki chicken leg rice are really as delicious as they say. Let's all try it together. However, less than 10 minutes. This group of people seemed to have turned into a herd of livestock. Slurp. A woo-woo. With exaggerated expressions, they were enjoying the ultimate taste experience as if they hadn't eaten for 3 days and 3 nights, their heads down as they ate heartily. This scene. This is incredible. Everyone's face was beaming with joy. They ate heartily, sweating profusely, thoroughly enjoying their meal. Nini wasn't lying, she wasn't acting. It's so delicious. Yes, I would call this noodle shop the best in Longcheng. I will come back to eat here again. What kind of mixed noodles is Liuyuting noodles? Wow, it smells so good, bro. Are you eating Liuyuting noodles? Yes, this is Liuyuting noodles, made with diced pork, potatoes, chili peppers, eggplant, king oyster mushrooms, and carrots, simply called Liuyuting. My goodness, how come I, someone who loves noodles so much, only discovered this hidden gem restaurant now? Haha, brother, it's not just you who just realized it, even we just realized it. This Suji Food is a newly opened restaurant, it hasn't been open for very long. I used to bring my girlfriend to the night market every day. 6 o'clock in the evening. The area outside the restaurant was packed with people. There was a long queue at the entrance, with hundreds of customers crowding the doorway. If you didn't know the situation, you'd think there was a large supermarket holding some promotional activities at the entrance. These days, the good and bad of a delicious dish. It spreads very quickly. The customers who came at noon all brought their relatives or friends, wanting to share the food. Once you've experienced the pleasure of having a chicken leg in your mouth, you'll naturally find it hard to forget the deliciousness of chicken leg rice and want to continue enjoying it. Grandpa Yu's grandson, the chubby boy, lined up early. Zhang Yufeng, from the skewer's shop next door, sighed. What new food has Xiao Su come up with this time? The line is so long, my goodness. Zhang Wanwan said with eyes full of envy. Don't underestimate Xiao Su just because he's young. He has real skills and a secret recipe worth millions. Zhang Yufeng took a drag of his cigarette, exhaled a smoke ring, and said softly, Don't be envious. Xiao Su works hard from dawn till dusk every day. I heard he goes to the market to buy ingredients at 4 in the morning. He's skilled and hardworking. We're not jealous of young people like him making a lot of money. Around 8 o'clock. Wang Ernie, a food vlogger who reviews restaurants, carries digestive tablets in her pocket. Holding a selfie stick alone, he arrived at Wutong Street with his assistant, Xiao Shuang. My darlings, your sweetheart is online. I didn't get to have the chicken leg rice from Suji Food for lunch, so let me and Xiao Shuang stay with you all. Head over to Suji Food. Before, a scene of people queuing up. It shocked Wang Ernie and her assistant Xiao Shuang. What the hell? What's going on? Are supermarkets having sales or promotions? The entrance was packed with people, and it was impossible to get in. Hey everyone, it's been ages since I, Wang Ernie, have queued up for a meal. To show you just how delicious the chicken leg rice really is, Xiao Shuang and I will join you in queuing up. Tourists who come to visit. There's no need to be so particular about queuing. You don't have to be picky about dining in. You can hold it in your hand and eat it while walking without any problem. The chicken leg rice will take another 10 minutes. The braised eggs and kimchi are all sold out, so Feng said weakly. He's exhausted, Guo Yu called out in response. She was originally shy and socially awkward, but she has been working hard to improve her communication skills. I've already been queuing for half an hour, haha, what's another 10 minutes? Yeah, boss, hurry up and get it done. I see everyone queuing up, so I'm joining the queue too. I don't want to be a stupid fool. Chicken leg rice, I want chicken leg rice. Su Feng, 28 RMB per serving of chicken leg rice. Huge sales. They sold like crazy and had a blast. Chen Menjian and Aunt John helped pack the food. The perfect rice cooker that the system rewarded him with, after counting, could make 46 servings in one pot. Once a pot of fragrant rice was cooked, he simply picked up the pot handle and poured the cooked rice into a bowl. To save time, the second batch of washed rice was poured into the rice cooker immediately, and the red light on the rice cooker was kept on, continuing to work. Tourists from other provinces and cities were also curious after seeing this scene. Why were people queuing up? Is there any good food? What are some good restaurants to eat at? As a result, another group of people joined the queue. There's nothing we can do about it. These days, travelers just love to join in the fun. For first-time visitors to Longchen's famous night market street, many were eager to explore what made Suji food so appealing and delicious that it was worth the long queue. This is what is known as the herd mentality, the so-called following the crowd. When you're out on the street and don't know which restaurant to choose, just look at how many customers are in the restaurant. Some passing travelers, seeing long queues outside Su Feng's restaurant, would think, the food here must be delicious. So people follow the trend and queue up. Choosing a restaurant with people is naturally better than choosing one without. Most people would think that. Is it tasty? I don't know. But if the restaurant is crowded, at least the ingredients will be fresh. It's not leftover food. Some customers can accept leftover ingredients, and some restaurants with poor business will even take out ingredients from the freezer the previous week and cook them for you. That's truly terrifying. Aunt John smiled and said, Little Sue, could you save a portion of chicken leg rice? I'd like to take it home for my grandson to try later. Ding dong. The system has detected that the host has completed the new product sales task. More than 200 teriyaki chicken leg rice meals have been sold, exceeding the task target. The Constitution potion has been delivered to the cabinet at your feet. Please check it. Note, current turnover is 17,600. We are still short 2,400 yuan. That would allow us to achieve our daily sales target of 20,000 yuan. Only. He had already sold out of the marinated chicken legs. Marinating, preparing, and braising in a pot will take some time. This is all the dough I made today. If you leave it overnight, you can use it the next day. However, if you make the dough in the morning and leave it for a day, the dough will turn sour and affect the taste of the finished product. Although he could add a little baking soda to the dough to neutralize the sourness, and then knead the dough thoroughly to release the air, he could continue to roll out the dough and sell it. But it will definitely affect the texture of the noodles. Under normal circumstances, leftover dough, leave it for the next day. They are all used for fermenting dough for making steamed buns and mantu, steamed bread. Guo Yu, tell the customers in line that there are only 12 chicken leg rice left. If you continue to line up, there will only be chicken leg noodles and hajangmyeon. The kimchi is gone, but the braised beef is still available. Even the ingredients for Lu Ding mixed noodles, sold out. Or rather, he's too busy. We were not prepared at all. The key issue is that customers are queuing up, and if we prepare the food on the spot, we might not have enough time to keep up. The little girl, Guo Yu, shouted. Sorry everyone, we only have 12 servings of chicken leg rice left, and they're almost sold out. We're also out of liuyuting noodles. All we have left are the divine chicken leg noodles and the delicious fried sauce noodles. Now, it's only 9 p.m. Damn it, I stood in line for a whole hour like a complete idiot, and you're telling me the chicken leg rice is sold out? In the sweltering heat, a young man stood at the restaurant entrance, complaining with a displeased expression. Guo Yu said softly, I'm so sorry, there are only 12 servings left. Those in front of us in line will get to eat. The restaurant's hajangmyeon is also super delicious, you can try it. All right. Seeing the girl's delicate and pitiful appearance, the young man's tone softened immediately. All right, then give me a bowl of zhejianmian noodles with soybean paste. At this moment, Wang Ernie, who was holding a selfie stick, was dumbfounded. Boss, please don't do this. Do you know how hard it is for me? Wah, I waited in line for 40 minutes just to get a chicken leg rice. She's a live streamer. A popular live streamer with 200,000 followers. Previous store visits. Where is the queue? The boss always arranges the private rooms. And he personally carried plates of delicious food to her. Then she tasted it, edit a short video and publish it. The price for one restaurant visit is 3,000 yuan. Today, I waited in the noisy queue for a full 40 minutes. Full of enthusiasm, the boss told her. Are you out of chicken leg rice? Assistant Xiao Shuang said, Nini, it's okay, we'll come again tomorrow at noon. Didn't you have chicken leg noodles and fried sauce noodles for lunch? Let's order a soy sauce egg noodles to try. Wang Ernie nodded. Facing the camera, he opened his mouth pitifully. That's all I can do, darlings. I'm so miserable. I waited in line for so long, and the owner told me they're sold out of chicken leg rice. Any kind souls willing to comfort me? Actually, she was still a little annoyed. She's a super popular live streamer with 200,000 followers. Wow, thank you so much for the hot air balloon from Seeking Barbie's Mother to Sculpt Cow. Thank you so much, brother. Then, Wang Ernie and her assistant Xiao Shuang, the two waited in line for another half hour before finally getting a seat. The texture and flavor of the egg noodles made the two feel that their time spent queuing hadn't been wasted. And what embarrassed Wang Ernie was, does Su Feng really not recognize this streamer? He didn't say a word to her, didn't greet her. While eating, I praised the savory egg noodles for him for free, saying how incredibly delicious and satisfying it was. Humph, I'm so annoyed. Chen Menjian handed the packaged chicken leg rice to Aunt Zhang and smiled. Aunt Zhang, go home after get off work. Take the chicken leg rice home while it's still warm for your grandson. Okay, Xiao Chen, put the dishes in the sink. When Auntie comes tomorrow morning, she'll wash them all in a few minutes. Su Feng said. Auntie, starting tomorrow, please come an hour later, as we are busier in the evenings. Okay. Aunt Zhang nodded with a smile. Guo Yu, it's time to get off work. It's time to get off work. The queue is still so long. The young girl, Guo Yu, was still busy at the counter. Su Feng, who was a boss for the first time, was a little embarrassed to exploit his employees. Boss, but there are still so many customers. Su Feng waved his hand. It's okay, Yan Yan and I will be busy. Just then, Lu Fangfang, the mother, rushed to the store. Having received a call from her son, she immediately came to help take care of her daughter and granddaughter. Just, Tong Tong is asleep. Little Yui mischievously climbed from the inner room into the kitchen, babbling Papa and Mama, which nearly scared Su Feng out of his wits. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, on completing the task of daily sales of 20,000. It's 10 p.m. A system notification sounded in Su Feng's mind. In the sweltering summer, the system will offer a lucky draw for delicious cold dishes and snacks perfect for summer. Would you like to participate? Su Feng subconsciously thought. Lottery. Ding dong, congratulations host for obtaining one of the most popular summer delicacies, jade jelly. Liangfen, cold mung bean jelly? His eyes lit up. But why add the word jade? Oh, it turns out that it's the same principle as jade chicken noodles. To achieve the jade effect, cucumber peel is used to extract orange juice, which is then added to the jelly making process. This results in a pure, natural emerald green jelly. This is a type of cold jelly. It's bouncy, smooth, and delicious. This kind of weather is perfect for enjoying a bowl of cold noodles. Speaking of jelly noodles, there is Zunyi pea jelly. Liangfen, cold rice noodles, from the Sichuan and Chongqing regions is also renowned. A popular summer snack across China, it also includes Cantonese-style liangfen, cold mung bean jelly, Jiangxi-style liangfen, Rongcheng yellow liangfen, Sichuan Chongqing liangfen, Qinghai liangfen, and liangfen from coal-producing provinces, among others, although they are all different. But the taste is pretty much the same. Jadeite jelly. The kitchen helper is coming tomorrow, so we can start making it right away. In this season, a bowl of jelly is so comforting. Xiao Feng, hurry up and change your clothes, you're sweating a lot. Chen Menjian reached out and poked Su Feng's arm. A pair of beautiful eyes. I feel so sorry for them. You've sweated so much. His shirt was soaked with sweat. To prevent any possibility of hair falling into the pot, Su Feng wore a professional chef's hat and a white chef's t-shirt. He made a plan. Waiting for the store staff. Once all staff members were in place, we ordered summer, autumn, and winter uniforms, and then labeled them with our logo, the words Suji Cuisine, to make the restaurant look more professional and formal. This scene. Even Su's mother, Lu Fangfang, frowned with heartache. Son, look, if you earn 10,000 a day, 100,000 in 10 days, 300,000 a month, and 3.6 million a year, you can become a millionaire in 3 years. If you hire more employees, at worst we can earn less and make it easier. Good heavens. In Lu Fangfang's eyes, Su Feng is already a future multimillionaire. Mom, come apply for a kitchen helper position tomorrow, and things will be much easier right away, Su Feng said, somewhat amused and exasperated. According to my mother's calculation method, he's already at the point where he can just lie there like a salted fish. Lu Fangfang said, how can we hire another person? This business is so busy, we need at least 3 more people. Why stand up when we can make money while lying down? Mom, don't worry about it. Just help me take care of Yuiyu. Su Feng pouted, his tone somewhat helpless. After closing the store, Lu Fangfang took Tong Tong home. She expressed that she did not want to disturb her son and daughter-in-law's time together. Furthermore, Tong Tong had been living there for a while and felt that it wasn't quite appropriate for her sister-in-law to live with her son and daughter-in-law. I'll take him home to stay that night. During the day, she and Tong Tong come over to take care of Xiaoyu, allowing the couple to run the restaurant with peace of mind. The first thing Su Feng did upon returning to his rented apartment was to take a warm shower. Phew, so comfortable. Yan Yan, what are you doing? Chen Menjian stared at the video explanation on her phone. Learning how to prepare formula for little Yu. Idiot, I can charge. A few days ago, Chen Menjian planned to wean her daughter, Xiaoyu, from breastfeeding. She bought good formula and a bottle sterilizer from a nearby baby store. Although Xiaoyu no longer drinks milk at night, she is often fussy during the day when she is busy, and occasionally cries for milk in the morning. I can't sleep well. It's time to wean. Before, I was thinking of waiting until Xiaoyu turned 1 year old. Now that I think about it, it's better to wean later than earlier. Some mothers' forums say that the later you wean, the greater your dependence on breast milk becomes. Idiot, I know how to make it. Making formula is a very simple thing, isn't it? Su Feng raised an eyebrow and smiled. Chen Menjian pouted and said, it's not as simple as just pouring the formula into the bottle and rinsing it. You have to measure the water temperature. She was very well prepared. And a thermometer. I've prepared several baby bottles, I plan to bring one to the store tomorrow. I know. He demonstrated it to Chen Menjian. As long as the temperature isn't too hot to touch, you don't need a thermometer. Just squeeze it into your palm and feel it. As long as it's not too hot, it's okay. He skillfully prepared a cup of milk powder for Xiaoyu. Add water first, then add milk powder. Do not shake vigorously, just mix it. Shaking will create small bubbles, which may cause your baby to choke and spit up after drinking it. Su Feng's move left Chen Menjian dumbfounded. Her face flushed red, and she stammered. How do you know how to make baby formula? Su Feng chuckled. Tong Tong was raised by me. She was still drinking milk when she was in kindergarten, but she wasn't weaned until she was in the middle class. Oh, Su Feng held Xiaoyu in his arms. Your mom is so clumsy. She doesn't even know how to make formula. She had to search for video tutorials right there and then. Ha, that's hilarious. Don't laugh at me. She glared. She reached out to pinch the soft flesh on Su Feng's waist. Su Feng quickly dodged the embarrassed woman and waved his hand, saying, No, don't pinch me, don't laugh. Oh dear. Little Yu leaned back on the sofa, picked up the warm milk bottle, and smacked her lips at it, taking 2 gulps. Today's milk. Why does it taste different from before? Gurgle. In an instant, the little cutie's eyes widened. Xiaofeng, she doesn't seem to mind the taste of the milk powder at all, Chen Menjian whispered quietly. Su Feng was equally surprised. Little Yu, when she was weaned from breast milk for the first time, she didn't resist the taste of formula. After all, the taste of formula and breast milk is definitely very different, although he never drank breast milk. When it was Xiaoyu's first time drinking formula, Su Feng only prepared half a bottle for her. She looked very happy and drank it all down, even letting out a soft burp. Puff. He drank too fast. The milk powder came out of his mouth. Su Feng quickly picked up the little cutie and expertly patted her back to help her burp. Silly boy, you're such a little foodie. This formula tastes better than your mom's milk, doesn't it? What does milk mean? The man's words were awful. Chen Menjian spat lightly. Don't say that, don't be a scoundrel. To be honest, what does it mean to be a hooligan? Chen Menjian squatted on the ground angrily, wiping the milk stains from Xiaoyu's mouth with a baby handkerchief. Ba dad, she pouted her little lips, her pronunciation a little unclear, and waved her chubby little hands. It's obvious. After drinking half a bottle of milk, his expression was even more excited than before. Chen Menjian stared in disbelief and said, Xiaofeng, you've successfully weaned from breastfeeding? It seems so. Su Feng nodded blankly. Even he didn't expect that Xiaoyu would be able to fully adapt to the taste of the milk powder on her first drink, and would not resist it at all. Look at her happy little face. She even wanted to drink another 2 ounces of milk. Chen Menjian said blankly, if I had known she wouldn't resist formula, I should have fed her formula a while ago. TCH, I told you long ago to wean and just feed formula. It's not that you're reluctant, but you think formula isn't as nutritious as breast milk. Oops. After saying that, he then realized his tone was off. It sounded like she was criticizing the child's mother. Sure enough, the woman bit her lip, glared at Su Feng, and hugged Xiaoyu in her arms. Little Yu, it's time to go back to your room and sleep with mommy. Bang! The next day, early morning, When Su Feng rushed back to the restaurant from the market, he heard his mother, Lu Fangfang, praising him excitedly. "Oh my, little Yuiyu is so good, she loves grandma so much." Little Yuiyu has discovered a new way to drink milk, lying on a soft pillow, crossing her short, chubby, white legs, and holding the bottle with both hands, she gurgles away. "I'll drink this alone." The adorable baby is immersed in drinking milk. Lu Fangfang was extremely surprised. Xiao Feng, look at Xiao Yuiyu, she doesn't resist drinking formula at all, she drinks it with great relish. I remember when Su Feng's brother Long's child was weaned, he cried every day, every night, every day, which wore down the mother's nerves. And Xiao Yuiyu instantly stopped breastfeeding. There was no discomfort whatsoever. "Yes, Mom, I was also very surprised yesterday. Our little Yuiyu is not pretentious at all. She will definitely be a tomboy when she grows up." Lu Fangfang chuckled. "What's so great about being a tomboy? Just be a gentle girl, like Yan Yan. Don't ever marry someone like you." When Su Feng was a child, he was a mischievous husky who was always causing trouble at home. "Mom, what are you doing?" I went into the kitchen and took a look. The cutting board was covered with chopped chives, and there were also some shrimp scattered on the side. There were also scrambled eggs in the pan. "My dear child, Mom came to the restaurant early this morning to make your favorite chive dumplings." Upon hearing this, Su Feng was almost moved to tears. Since Xiao Yuiyu was born, the maternal love he felt skyrocketed. "Dinner's ready! Dinner's ready!" Lu Fangfang called out. Su Feng sat down at the dining table with a heart full of joy. The freshly baked chive-filled dumplings have a golden brown, crispy crust and a fragrant aroma. Take a bite and put it in your mouth. My mouth was filled with the aroma of chives and shrimp. Crispy crust and tender filling, every bite brings a sense of happiness. It smells so good. The crust is so crispy. "Mom, your cooking skills haven't gotten any worse, it's so delicious." Su Feng picked up a chive pancake, dipped it in a little vinegar, and popped it into his mouth with gusto, savoring the blend of vinegar and fresh chive flavor. "Chewing with my teeth felt incredibly satisfying." Chen Menjian praised. "Auntie, your cooking is amazing. I feel so happy eating these delicious chive dumplings. It's more like a leek pancake. It's more like a chive and shrimp pie. With its thin crust and generous filling, one bite truly gives you a burst of energy." Lu Fangfang smiled modestly. "If you like it, eat more." She nodded slightly. Little Yuiyu has weaned from breast milk, so she no longer has to eat pig's trotters, drink chicken soup, or eat pig's trotters. Most importantly, she can finally eat chili peppers. As if in revenge for eating chili peppers, she scooped out 2 large spoonfuls of chili oil and poured it into the aged vinegar, stirring it slightly. I let the chive pancake fully coat myself with aged vinegar and chili oil, and then gently popped a bite into my little mouth. I haven't eaten chili peppers like this in a long time. She felt a little uncomfortable, and her face flushed red. "Yan Yan, do you usually eat spicy food like this?" Su Feng asked, his eyes wide. Chen Menjian nodded slightly and said, "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" She felt more confident speaking in front of her kind future mother-in-law, not afraid that Su Feng would bully her. "I didn't realize that." Su Feng chuckled. This earned him a charming eye roll from Chen Menjian. "Kuo, Pippi little Tong Tong, that naughty girl, has a very bad habit, she doesn't like to eat rice with fillings." She ate the filling of the chive dumplings, left the wrappers, and put them in Su Feng's bowl. "Okay, I'll eat the crust, you eat the filling." This breakfast, Su Feng transforms into a glutton. I ate 10 chive-filled dumplings and a bowl of delicious seaweed and egg drop soup all by myself. Around 8 o'clock, a young man who looked to be in his early 20s walked into the store. He was barely 170 centimeters tall, with a round face, dark skin, and a bit chubby. He was carrying a black backpack and nervously glanced at Su Feng. Is this just a low-budget version of Jian? "Hello boss, I'm Ma Lele," he said. Su Feng put down the spoon in his hand and walked out of the kitchen with a smile. "Hey bro, I'm Su Feng, the restaurant manager." Ma Lele opened her mouth somewhat nervously. "I was browsing the forum and saw a lot of topics about the restaurant. Business is really good. Hello, Chef Su." When addressed as Master Su, Su Feng replied casually, "Thank you for your attention, young man. Where are you from?" "A native of Ling County." "Oh, from the same place as my wife." "Really?" He scratched his head and asked, "What job should I apply for? How do I apply?" Su Feng pointed to the kitchen. Ma Lele put down her backpack and followed Su Feng into the kitchen. "Applying for a job here is very simple. Cut this piece of pork tenderloin into strips, and cut these potatoes and carrots into strips as well. It's a simple test of your knife skills. If you're good enough, you can start working today." "Done." Ma Lele nodded. "Walk to the pool and wash your hands." "Shall I cut it now?" "Yes." Su Feng looked at Ma Lele with great interest. "Then I'll begin." Ma Lele took a deep breath. Having applied for a job with a salary of 6,000, she was already prepared to showcase her knife skills. To be honest, the city of Dragon City. 6,000 yuan is enough to hire a chef. He first made a cut in the potato, fixed it to the wooden block, and then sliced it into thin slices. He then flipped the potato slices over and arranged them neatly together. Bang 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 bang. The young man skillfully sliced potatoes into shreds. The cleaver trembled rhythmically in his hand, and in the blink of an eye, a potato shred was cut and placed in the bag beside him. Madao is a term used by chefs. It simply means a broken iron basin. Then it didn't stop for a second. Next, slice the carrot diagonally into thin slices, which then turn into evenly sized shreds. Finally, there's the tenderloin. Ma Lele easily completed her knife-making job application. Seeing this, Su Feng grinned. You cut it well, much better than my knife skills. You were fast and efficient, and the even thickness shows that you have a certain level of knife skills. This praise made young Ma Lele blush, and he chuckled. Boss, basic operations, hotel kitchen food preparation work, knife skills are alright. Haha, you cut it really well. I'll save it to stir-fry some shredded potatoes and pork for lunch. Step out of the kitchen. Am I considered a successful applicant? Ma Lele asked. Congratulations, you are now a member of Suji Food. Ma Lele's face was beaming with a happy smile. Thank you, boss. I will definitely work hard. Su Feng punched the young man in the chest. Your knife skills are alright. You used to work at a hotel, why did you quit? Ma Lele replied awkwardly. To be honest, it's not that I complained about the low wages, but I got into a fight with the hotel chef and got fired. You're young and impetuous. Su Feng smiled and offered him a cigarette. Boss, I don't smoke. He quit smoking, but we prepared 2 boxes of cigarettes for some regular customers, such as Fatty Tiger, Beazai, and Brother Lu. I'll just call you Lele. The job here isn't just about chopping vegetables and helping in the kitchen. We do everything. Small restaurants are different from big hotels. And, just like we said yesterday, it includes 2 meals but not accommodation. Hee, I understand all of that, store manager. I'm just here to learn by doing odd jobs. Don't worry about where I live. My girlfriend and I have rented a place nearby, and I'll be here on time every day. His sincere humility impressed Su Feng. Not bad, impressive. You're so young and already living with your girlfriend. Ma Lele scratched his head. Your sister, who was a waitress at the hotel before, you've been together for several years. Su Feng asked, did you bring your ID card? I brought it. Ma Lele opened her backpack. They found his ID card, a photocopy of his ID card, and the health certificate required for working in the kitchen. Su Feng reminded him, leave me a copy of your ID card. We'll hold back 12 days' wages. We'll pay you on the 12th of each month for the previous month's salary. If you want to resign, give me advance notice so I can find someone else. Understood, boss. Okay, have you had breakfast? Su Feng asked with concern. I've already eaten. Su Feng smiled faintly. It's still early, we won't start work until 9:30. Ma Lele put on the white chef's coat she had brought in her bag and said cheerfully, Boss, just tell me what you need, and I'll do it. What a straightforward young man. Gurgle. Su Feng chugs the entire bottle of the system's constitution-enhancing potion in one go. It tastes like soda water with a hint of sweetness. After drinking it, he didn't feel any subtle changes for a short time. It wasn't until 10 o'clock that Su Feng felt as if he had inexhaustible strength in his arms when rolling and pulling noodles. In the sweltering kitchen, there was much less sweat than usual. The bone density of the muscles has increased dramatically. He was brimming with energy, feeling more surreal than if he had returned to his 18-year-old self. He felt, if he were to participate in a 60-kilometer marathon now, he would be absolutely confident of winning. With Ma Lele helping in the kitchen, Su Feng could easily only focus on cooking and serving the noodles. Young man Ma Lele is very diligent. He works efficiently. It only took 10 minutes to chop cilantro, scallions, minced garlic, and other ingredients. Next, crack the eggs into a bowl, stir well, and then quickly chop up all the ingredients for the 6-ingredient noodles. Ma Lele chuckled and asked, Manager, is there anything else? Su Feng took a closer look. Is everything cut? Yes, they're just ingredients and small parts, cutting them is a piece of cake. Su Feng patted the young man on the shoulder. Great job. I'll teach you a secret to marinating chicken for chicken leg rice. Without a doubt. Su Feng decided to find another job for the hard-working young man. Okay, I'll learn from it. The key is that the dishes in the restaurant are mainly staple foods. Noodles, noodles, noodles. There is only one type of chicken leg rice. Unlike working in a hotel kitchen preparing banquets, where you start chopping and cutting non-stop as soon as you get to work and basically have no time to rest. Low wages. Even then, you'll be exhausted. Everyone says working in a small restaurant is tiring, right? Ma Lele didn't feel that way at all. The task Sufeng assigned him didn't even take 40 minutes. I forgot to introduce you. This is our cashier, Guoyu, and this is your Aunt Zhang. This is our new kitchen helper, Ma Lele. We are all members of Suji Food. Let's get to know each other. Hello, cashier. The first sentence made Guoyu pout. Hello, my name is Guoyu. Then I'll call you Guoyu from now on. Hello, ma'am. Aunt Zhang smiled and said, young man, do you have a girlfriend? How about I introduce you to a woman for a while? 10:30 a.m. The chicken drumsticks sizzled in the pot, and the sauce bubbled and steamed. Yesterday's long queue made Wang Ernie feel a little apprehensive, but she became the first customer to arrive at the restaurant today. Hello, do you have chicken leg rice? Guoyu nodded. Yes. My darlings, wow, I finally got to queue up and eat chicken leg rice. Wang Ernie, it's so hard to get a meal at Suji Food. Chicken leg rice served. The aroma is irresistible, and it's still steaming hot. Just smelling it is intoxicating. Everyone, please take the first bite. Point your camera at the live stream camera. Wang Ernie started showing off a set of chicken leg rice dishes. This chicken leg is so tender and smooth. Then take a bite of rice coated in a rich and fragrant sauce. Wow, one bite and it's so delicious. With her little hands, she skillfully scooped up a spoonful of chicken leg rice and shoveled it into her mouth. The screen was filled with comments. I actually suspected that Nini was patronizing the restaurant and that she was acting when she ate noodles that day. But after I personally tried the chicken leg rice yesterday, my doubts were completely dispelled. I'm sorry, Nini, I apologize to you. I shouldn't have doubted you. Yes. So chicken leg rice is really that delicious. Let's take a look at our assistant, Xiao Shuang. The scene shifts. Assistant Xiao Shuang's mouth was dripping with oil from eating. She was called an assistant, but she was actually a pretty girl hired by Wang Ernie, who had a rather flirtatious expression. She can help keep the live stream popular, since men all like to watch beautiful women. Wang Ernie took a bite of the braised egg and said excitedly, have you all tried the braised eggs from this place? They're incredibly fragrant. Not only is the egg white tender and flavorful, but the yolk is also coated with a savory beef sauce. I've never felt so happy eating a braised egg before. He ate a lot. He patted his stomach after eating. She was astonished to find that the number of viewers in the live stream had reached 1,200. Welcome, new friend. After eating, as he got up, Sufeng walked out of the kitchen, a smile on his face, and said, thank you so much, Nini, for promoting our store. We are extremely grateful. Wang Ernie was stunned for a moment. You're welcome, boss. You finally acknowledged me. I thought you didn't recognize me. Wang Ernie's expression revealed a bitter smile. Handsome boss. I finally took the initiative to talk to her. Didn't they know she was a streamer from the beginning? She's a top streamer with 200,000 followers. The kitchen is so busy, who doesn't know Wang Erniu, the foodie from Longcheng? Actually, it had been going on for a while. Su Feng had watched her live stream. Some fans affectionately call her Wang Erniu. Wow, you dare call me Wang Erniu? You're definitely a longtime fan. Wang Ernie pouted, then continued, your chicken leg rice is so delicious, it's making my mouth water. Su Feng's lips curled into a smile. Haha, come back often if you like it. To thank Ernia for promoting it, I'll give you a discount next time. Cut. Stingy. So stingy. They won't even give us free food. Family members have heard that Manager Su is very handsome and want to see you. Come on, Manager Su, say hello to the family members in the live broadcast room. As he spoke, extend the selfie stick and point the camera at the kitchen. Hi everyone, I'm the store manager, welcome to come and enjoy our food. Bullet comments. Suddenly, they filled the sky. Some of the female fans stared wide-eyed. These days, there's no shortage of handsome men, but a handsome man who can cook so well is definitely a rare breed. Manager Su, I'm not kidding. Can I make a video for you? A complete restaurant visit video, from when I entered the store, to filming you rolling out the noodles, pulling the noodles, and making the chicken leg rice in the kitchen, to the end when I eat it and give my review. I'll make you a perfect restaurant visit ad. Seeing Su Feng frowning and staring blankly into space, Wang Ernie opened her mouth and smiled. This chicken leg rice is so delicious, I'll promote it for you for free, without charging a single penny for the restaurant review. All you need is a free meal. Actually, her inner thoughts. There's a hidden agenda involved. Such a popular restaurant. She'll help promote it for free, so we can ride the wave of popularity of Suji Food. This is a mutually beneficial approach. Ernia Sufeng said familiarly, there's no rush to explore the store. We're going to launch a new dish, cold noodles, tomorrow. Besides, we don't have many dishes on the menu yet. It's only the end of June. We can wait until late July when we have more dishes on the menu before we start filming. At that time, even better results. Seeing that Su Feng had already said so, Wang Ernio had no choice but to give up. She sighed. Okay, then you can contact me anytime. We can add each other on WeChat. Su Feng smiled slightly. Add my wife on WeChat. You're so beautiful, I wouldn't dare add you randomly. Chen Menjian rolled her eyes at the man, thinking to herself, you're smart enough to know your place. Actually, Wang Ernie wasn't pretty, she had a round face and big eyes, but wasn't ugly. Thank you, Erniu, for your great support of our store. Thank you, Erniu. Su Feng waved his hand and said. Wang Ernie snorted. You're welcome. Bang bang bang. Knock knock knock. Binjian Garden, the residential area behind the restaurant, has rows of high-rise buildings near the entrance gate, but once you pass through the Rockery and Stream Park inside, you'll find rows of luxurious detached villas. At this moment, inside a villa, a middle-aged woman dressed in designer clothes knocked on a door on the second floor. Wrong, are you going out to eat? Mom queued up to buy you chicken leg rice. A new restaurant called Suji Food opened in Wutong Lane, and their new chicken leg rice is especially delicious. There are so many people queuing up. Do you want to eat something? Please, Mom. The woman sighed. Her daughter Wrong has anorexia. He also locked himself in his room, eating only one meal a day in the morning, and not wanting to eat anything in the afternoon or evening. Wrong's soft voice came out. I don't want to eat, I'm not hungry, I'm playing video games. Please eat something. How can you not eat? You're already very thin and slender. Even if you eat a little more, you won't gain weight back, the woman earnestly advised. Her daughter had been ridiculed for being overweight, so she started dieting to lose weight and have a beautiful figure. They went hungry every day, often skipping dinner or even lunch, eating only one meal a day. 3 months. I went from 160 pounds to 100 pounds. Weigh yourself on the scale every day. She lost a lot of weight due to starvation, which led to malnutrition and anorexia. The doctors at the hospital couldn't do anything about it, even after consulting a psychologist. The psychologist told her that the most important thing in treating anorexia is the patient's ability to recover their own mindset. Her daughter. Even if I don't eat now, I don't feel hungry anymore, because the stomach has shrunk. If you're used to dieting, you won't feel hungry even if you don't eat, and you can always maintain a slim figure. However, it can be very harmful to the body. Doctors say that when you don't eat for a long time, the stomach acid in your stomach will irritate the gastric mucosa, causing damage to the gastric mucosa. Over time, this may lead to inflammation and ulcers. This left her with a constant look of worry, and the smiles on the faces of her family disappeared. After the college entrance examination, her daughter locked herself in her room. The girl's name is Huang Rong. She shares the same name as the female protagonist in The Legend of the Condor Heroes. Mom, please, just eat a little bit. I bought you chicken soup and chicken leg rice, it's really delicious. Hearing her mother's pleading voice, Huang Rong pouted, opened the door, and took the packed lunchbox. Wrong, why don't you come downstairs to the living room for dinner, or go for a walk in the neighborhood and get some fresh air? The woman was worried that if her daughter didn't go out for a long time, not only would her anorexia not be cured, but she might also develop autism. She only has one precious daughter. Oh, let's go for a walk later, Huang Rong said. On the face. There was no smile on his face. The woman nodded and took out a bank card from her pocket. Here, there's 200,000 in the card. It's not much. The password is your birthday. Go out shopping, go have fun, go have a blast, buy clothes. Mom begs you, please go out and spend your money. Oh. Huang Rong accepted the bank card expressionlessly, closed the door. He casually placed the lunchbox aside. He lay on the bed and continued playing Honor of Kings. 5 of the latest Apple phones were placed next to him. When one phone ran out of battery, he would switch to another and continue playing. A long time. I recall my mother's almost pleading eyes. She opened the lunchbox and lifted the lid of the chicken soup. A rich, delicate fragrance wafted out and entered her nostrils. Instantly. Hunger +1. Glug. She finally felt hungry. I picked up a bowl of chicken soup with both hands and slurped it down. Instantly, I felt a warm sensation in my stomach, and I felt indescribably comfortable. Phew, this chicken soup tastes so good. The more I drank, the hungrier I became. I opened the lid of the chicken leg rice container and immediately smelled a rich aroma of soy sauce. The sauce has a savory flavor with a hint of honey sweetness. She first took a small bite of the chicken leg, and as she chewed, she felt the fragrant, tender, and delicious flavor of the chicken leg. After mixing the chicken leg rice, a long-lost smile appeared on my face as I ate the rice. So delicious. Huang Rong, who had been on a long-term diet and suffered from anorexia. Even if delicacies from land and sea, phoenix marrow, and dragon liver were placed in front of her, they would not make her feel delicious or arouse her appetite. However, this chicken leg rice is delicious. So she opened her mouth and started shoveling chicken leg rice into her mouth. When she finished the whole bowl, her hand holding the chopsticks was trembling slightly. She hadn't felt truly full in so long. I'm so full. She used to hate food. If she doesn't eat breakfast, she doesn't want to eat either. It's not that she's not hungry, but rather that having a meal in front of her makes her feel nauseous, refusing to eat. But this chicken leg rice, that's amazing. Instantly, it aroused her appetite, which she had before she started dieting. Before she lost weight, she was overweight and ate a lot every day. Bang! As evening approached, the woman knocked on the door again. Wrong, hurry up and come out. Your grandma is here to see you. She's already prepared dinner. Come out and eat. Huang Rong then put down her phone, washed up, got dressed, and left the room. The woman went into the room to help empty the trash can and also checked the food container containing chicken soup and chicken leg rice. Instantly, her face lit up with joy. You really ate it all. Wrong, did you finish all the chicken leg rice for lunch? Mom, the chicken leg rice was delicious, I'm so full. The woman said excitedly, okay, Mom will buy you chicken leg rice again tomorrow. Look at her daughter's haggard appearance. After a long period of dieting, the naughty little devil developed anorexia, and she became much more depressed. Not only did she lose her hair, but her period also became irregular. She looked like she had no energy at all. But when it came to the dining table, looking at the sumptuous stir-fry dishes on the table, Huang Rong still had no appetite and put down her chopsticks. I don't want to eat, it doesn't taste good at all, Mom, I don't want to eat dinner tonight. Grandma Huang Rong gently comforted her, child, eat less. People need food to survive. You can't go without eating. You should eat something, even if it's less. Mom will go queue up to buy you chicken leg rice. Thinking of the chicken leg rice for lunch, Huang Rong couldn't help but smile. Okay, chicken leg rice should be appetizing. After Huang Rong's mother had been waiting in line for an hour, the little girl Guo Yu suddenly shouted, sorry, the chicken leg rice is sold out. We're out of stock. The boss has something to do today and we have to close early. It was just past 9 o'clock at night. Suji Restaurant suddenly announced its closure. This isn't Su Feng being willful. Instead, chicken drumsticks are sold out. He prepared a lot, but it still wasn't enough to meet demand. Perhaps it was also because he brought in Ma Lele, a kitchen helper. The efficiency of packing chicken leg rice in the kitchen has increased by at least 50%. From noon to evening until now, they have sold more than 300 chicken leg rice. The daily turnover reached 20,000 by 10 a.m. Boss, could you please stock up on more stock next time? I get off work at 8 o'clock and rush back to start queuing up to buy. Yeah, it's really not friendly to those of us who get off work late. The chicken leg rice smelled so good, and it's all gone. Prepare more ingredients, I'll come back to buy chicken leg rice tomorrow. Su Feng walked out of the kitchen, giving him an apologetic smile. Everyone, I'm so sorry, but there will definitely be enough chicken leg rice tomorrow. We're planning to try being open until the early hours of the morning. A first-time customer was dumbfounded and complained. Restaurants at the night market stay open until the early hours of the morning, isn't that standard practice? These words made Su Feng blush, and he shamelessly replied, brother, the problem is that I've been busy since this morning, and my body can't take it. We can't afford to hire 2 more people to help. Yeah, why not do business? Boss, you really need to prepare extra ingredients for chicken leg rice tomorrow. I wasted 20 minutes queuing yesterday and 15 minutes today. That's right too. I wasted 50 minutes queuing over 2 days. My current resentment could resurrect 10 evil sword immortals. He had already said there was no more food, but some customers were still very resentful and stood there complaining. Listening to the guests' complaints, Su Feng could only say apologetically, everyone can come anytime tomorrow, there will be plenty of food, and we're going to serve a new dish, jade jelly, to see what it's like to be open until there are no customers in the restaurant. The guests then left. Where are the noodles? Do you have any more noodles? Sorry, we're out of noodles too. In the blink of an eye, the crowded and noisy restaurant was left with only an anxious-looking, elegant woman in a long dress. Auntie, I'm sorry, there's no more food left. Guo Yu walked to the door and hung up the sign that read closed today, while looking at the woman who was told there was no food left but still refused to leave. What else? Braised beef, do you have braised beef? Su Feng shouted. Auntie, I'm sorry, the braised beef is sold out. Where are the noodles? All the ingredients are sold out. The woman frowned and sighed. My daughter has anorexia, but she finished all the chicken leg rice at the restaurant at noon. I was thinking of buying her some more delicious food to stimulate her appetite. She hasn't eaten dinner for a long time, and whether she eats lunch or not depends entirely on her mood. Anorexia, and it's triggering her appetite? Anorexia? How to stimulate her daughter's appetite? Upon hearing this, Su Feng raised an eyebrow. That seems very motivating. The young girl, Guo Yu, was simple-minded. Although she didn't know how terrible anorexia was, seeing the woman's anxious expression and urgent eyes, she turned to Sufeng and said, "Boss, please pack my chicken leg rice for the aunt to take away. I'll eat chicken leg rice again tomorrow. Pack up my share." Ma Lele said happily. The three of them hadn't finished eating yet, so Sufeng had saved 2 servings of chicken leg rice and 1 serving of noodles for the staff. Aunt Zhang wanted to eat Liuyuting noodles, and Sufeng naturally had to satisfy her. The woman smiled and said, thank you all. Here you go, chicken leg rice." As they were talking, Ma Lele had already packed up his dinner and handed it to the woman. Sufeng said, "If you have anorexia, I suggest you buy some appetizer kimchi and try mixing it into your chicken leg rice. It's just as delicious." "Okay, take 1 serving of kimchi with you." "No, take as much kimchi as you want." "Oh, Auntie, I'll only give you 5 portions of this big jar of kimchi. That's not much. I need to save it to sell tomorrow at noon." "Okay, thank you." So the woman packed up a chicken leg rice and 5 servings of kimchi and hurriedly went back. Wrong, eat your chicken leg rice, and there are appetizers too." Oh, Huang Rong opened the lunchbox. Glug. Hunger +5. "This smells amazing. Mom, this kimchi is so delicious. Pickled green beans, pickled radishes, wow, so crunchy, so sour and crunchy, it's so good with rice." Huang Rong smiled excitedly and mixed the kimchi into the chicken leg rice. "I finished a serving of chicken leg rice. Still wanting more." She wants to keep showing off her food. She was a huge foodie, but because of other people's ridicule of her obesity, she started dieting and developed anorexia. It feels like her appetite, which was great before she lost weight, has returned. But when she looked at the other dishes on the table, she couldn't help but frown. Why couldn't these dishes whet her appetite? Okay, Mom will line up early tomorrow to buy it for you. The owner said they're going to launch a new product, Liangfen, cold mung bean jelly. You used to love Liangfen the most. The woman's eyes and brows were full of smiles. She hadn't seen her daughter smile like that or enjoy a meal so deliciously in a long time. "There's a queue at this restaurant. I'll just queue up myself tomorrow," Ma Lele said. "Boss, let me cut the ingredients for the maksuang. I can do it in no time. I used to prepare Sichuan dishes at hotels." "Okay, it's up to you." The reason Sufeng closed early today was not only because the ingredients were sold out, but also to celebrate Xiao Yuiyu's successful weaning from breast milk. "While the staff are still in the store, we close early and enjoy a lively and delicious dinner together." He asked his mother to bring some ingredients for Mao Shui Wang, a Sichuan dish, when she came over in the afternoon. Chen Menjian wanted to eat spicy food, so Sufeng made her a spicy blood curd dish to satisfy her craving. Bean sprouts, greens, tripe, pork belly, luncheon meat, and duck blood, all cut up, Ma Lele said happily. Sufeng said, "There's too little luncheon meat. I love luncheon meat." "Guo Yu, take the change from the cash register and go to the supermarket across the street to buy 2 more boxes of luncheon meat. Hold head high." Chen Menjian said that yesterday. In Maksuang, a Sichuan hot pot dish, my favorites are luncheon meat and duck blood. Hearing the man say that, Chen Menjian gave Sufeng a raised eyebrow, feeling a little touched. "Make this dish. If you want it to be numbingly spicy, you'll need to add some Sichuan peppercorns." How can I fully bring out the numbing flavor of Sichuan peppercorns? Simply soak some Sichuan peppercorns in high-proof liquor beforehand. Fans, put in some more fans. It would be even more fragrant if you added some fish balls, chicken sausages, and tripe. Sufeng shamelessly went to Zhang Yufeng's house next door and borrowed some ingredients. "There are so many people to eat, I still didn't buy enough." Unfortunately, there were no sea cucumbers. Adding some sea cucumber and squid to Mao Shui Wang, a Sichuan dish, will definitely make it even more delicious. This is Sichuan cuisine, and of course, people from Chongqing will love it too. It's definitely a top-notch delicacy in the Sichuan and Chongqing region. Sufeng first scalded the duck blood with boiling water, making the surface of the duck blood look very smooth and tender, with a delicate and fragile feel. Chen Menjian nudged Sufeng's arm. "Here, put it in these 2 soup bowls." "Okay, sure." Sufeng glanced at his wife, his eyes instantly understanding. His family sat at one table. Guo Yu, Ma Lele, and Aunt Zhang sat at one table. After all the ingredients were prepared, Sufeng began to stir-fry the broth for the maksuang, a Sichuan dish. First, pour some soybean oil into the iron pot and add some Sichuan peppercorns to make the oil taste numbing. Then, sizzle. The minced scallions, ginger, and garlic made a crisp sound as they hit the hot water. Next, throw a piece of prepared Chongqing hot pot base into the pot, add a little bit of broad bean paste, Sichuan-style diced chili peppers, and some very spicy chili powder, and pour in the Sichuan peppercorns that have been soaked in white wine. Splash! The flavors of various seasonings blend together, and as the iron spoon dances wildly in the pot, a strong spicy aroma bursts forth. Taking a deep breath, it's truly intoxicating. Sizzle. Pour the boiled water along the edge of the pot. The red oil broth in the pot began to boil continuously, and then the seasoning began. Add light soy sauce, sugar, and pepper. Various sauces and soy sauces already contain salt, so you only need to add a little salt, otherwise it will be too salty. After the broth boiled for a few minutes, he used a slotted spoon to scoop out the leftover seasoning residue, then poured a large bowl of vegetables into the pot with his left hand. After blanching them until just cooked, he scooped them out and placed them on 2 plates. Once all other ingredients are cooked, remove them from the water. Then, pour the broth into a bowl. The staff meal consisted of 1 large bowl, and Su Feng's family also received 1 large bowl. Sprinkle chopped green onions, sesame seeds, dried chili pepper pieces, and minced garlic into the bowl. Sizzle hot oil was poured over the bright red mao shui wan, a spicy Sichuan dish, and a small aroma rushed into the nostrils. The aroma of spicy Sichuan hot pot instantly filled the air in the kitchen and dining room. Wow, this spicy blood curd smells so good, just smelling it makes my mouth water. Ma Lele gulped and swallowed the saliva that had overflowed from her throat. Mao shui wan, a spicy Sichuan dish. Liangpi, cold skin noodles. Braised beef. Each person received a large bowl of fragrant white rice. Lele, would you like some wine? How about 2 bottles? Don't be shy. Su Feng asked. Ma Lele nodded. Then, let's have a bottle to refresh ourselves. Su Feng brought 2 bottles of beer. Ma Lele sighed. I've worked in the hotel kitchen for so many years and I've never enjoyed such a lavish staff meal. Boss, you're so kind. What's going on? Is the staff meal not good? Su Feng asked with a smile. Ma Lele tearfully complained about the hardships of providing meals for kitchen staff. Sigh, it's not just bad, it's like feeding livestock. It's all communal cooking. A stew in 1 pot, with no meat for years. The staff meals are extremely stingy with the ingredients, and we're usually not even full. If we want to eat well, we have to rely on the chef to cook something nice, and then we can sneak a couple of bites before serving it to the guests.